world where space and time are intertwined, one man dared to challenge the status quo. His name? Dayton Miller. His weapon of choice, a flute. But not just any flute. This instrument held the power to unleash the ether, a pervasive medium once thought to fill the universe. Miller, a physicist by trade, a musician at heart, discovered a...
Hola, amigos. Welcome to Flat Earth Fridays, episode 125. We're going to watch Proud's intro, and then we'll jump in and join the panel. Welcome, everyone.
Gate, did Wits vape gate? Did Wits vape?
Boys, shout out to the level heads.
Sacred, you want to take this?
Yo, Pierre, you want to come out here?
He is a cyborg sent from the future.
You still think Sacred's a CIA agent on X? You still think Sacred's CIA?
I got so many clips in the holster right now.
Tackle LeBron. Yeah. That doesn't mean you beat him.
Mr. Unlimited, Mr. Can't Be Touched, Mr. Can't Be Stopped.
Still crossed you up, he was still going to dunk on you. You can't stop him. What's about that?
Oh my gosh, he did. Last night there was a long discussion over an hour about the vape gate situation in the vape. I can find it for you, queued up, because it is recorded on Earth Awakenings. He said when he went inside to get his gloves to pick up the snow, it was warmer air, and then he took a big drink of water, and he noticed that when he drank water down there, the first breath or two would be, show his breath more. So if he went inside and took a deep breath or was breathing warm air, and he just walked back over to the camera, and to show breath, he let all the contents of his lungs out. That would have been the last of the warm air inside. His next breath in, cold, frigid air, the next breath out, clear. If he didn't vape, and you think he for sure did because of videos on the internet, and you're wrong, that's just going to be kind of like not a good look.
Man, it's crazy you even got to put it down like that. I just want everyone to understand this one point. And it's crazy because it applies to everyone. If any one of you took one of those guys' place, or just happened to be here as well, y'all all will be dealing with the same thing. No matter who you are, y'all be dealing with the same backlash that they're dealing with, regardless of if it happened or not. And to me, that is crazy.
Maybe the footage is fake, or maybe he's a shill or an informant, or maybe he's faking breath with vapors. I find it absolutely insane.
I respect everyone's criticism because it is weird. Like, I said this like 2 weeks ago. Like, we got like CGI PTSD. Like, we don't want to see no green screens and nothing. But I don't think that we have to dismiss just because somebody may have left their green screen on. So I just feel like, just in my opinion, like, I understand the criticism, but I just want to make sure that we're being fair and patient.
Just pretend like this is a court case, okay? The jury doesn't give the verdict until they've seen all the evidence and heard all the testimony. And when we just go out and you're tainting the jury pool is what you're doing when and it's really not funny. My opinion is, or this looks suspicious, whatever. But when you come out and say, there's no way around it, this is fake. Absolutely 100% this is fake. I don't think you can say that at this point. Or if you can, that you should, until you have seen everything that is presented before the judge.
Dude, well said. Shout out to Lynn. She's awesome. All right, we're going to join the panel now.
REN accessible.
Ooh, actually, let me join on Firefox real quick. My bad, boys.
Somewhere, right? Let's get it.
Chemtrail clouds on sleep though. After rain down on sleep though. Fluoride water on sleep though. New world order on sleep though. Diabetes soda on sleep though. Yeah, clone and modified beef though. Heavy metals all in drink though. Wi-Fi cooking nigga in the sleep though. Sleep. Put him in the cup. Put him in it. Put him in the cup. 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 Put him in the cup.
Now y'all confirm.
Put him in it. Put him in the cup.
Never know.
Put him in the cup.
Right.
Put him in the cup. Put him in the cup. Fame a coffin. Yeah. People watching. Pound shake. Nigga sleepwalking. All these dead riders. Well, it ain't about it. Laws ain't talking about shit. Well, baby mamas. You don't wanna stir the pot, you don't wanna detox, you don't sleep though. You ever heard about Skiat? You don't want a Tupac, you want love and hip hop, I don't sleep though. Cops taking cheap shots all week though. False flag headlines all
Stop with
week
the
though.
cheap shot.
Chalk outline on the street though. I'm just trying to make it out of one piece though.
One Piece.
I'm sleep though. Clone politicians don't sleep though.
Wake up.
Earth let it fuck, I'm sleep though.
Black.
Geoengineering, I'm sleep though. Diabetes soda, I'm sleep though. New world order, I'm sleep though. Clone damn modified beef though. Wi-Fi cooking nigga in the sleep though. Put him in it. Put him in the cup. Put him in the cup. Put him in the cup.
That the world changes soon. Can get a doobie on a plane, but there's Uzis in our schools.
125.
A booty getting me too. What you expect from the kids who went to Hooters after school? We're all triggered and defensive. We're all racist and we're sexist. We all grew up watching South Park. How are we offended? Now being fat is beautiful. Name a thing that you can't do. Jumping jacks, run a mile, live past 42. Man, it used to be cooler to slip a bird to the system, and now it's trendy to be triggered and pretend you're a victim. It's my
Stop being triggered.
It's because I'm a Christian. I hate the internet and anyone who has an opinion. And everybody angry if you say white. Okay, fine. Pass me the brush and I'll paint my face to the shades right. Let's talk about abortion. Sorry, tell me how this works. Bacteria is life on Mars, but a heartbeat isn't life on Earth? Weird.
Y'all so stupid. Why are y'all so stupid? Better problems, I swear to God that y'all want them. Y'all so dumb. People so stupid.
What up, level heads?
People so
Don't worry, we in this.
I'm a hater because I can't relate to gay pride. Call me homophobic because I don't want to date guys. K-type. I, for one, I'm not surprised the world declined along the way. Give trophies to children for losing just because they decide to play. We exercise our right to vote and hate the politicians. Hey, this is a democracy. It's partly your decision. Hey, this is weird. Feels like this a different year. If I identify as a female, then when my balls and penis disappear, children want a gender switch and hating men is feminist. Depression and anxiety are trendy. We're too sensitive. Invented 80 genders. Mad the world is not accepting it. Then gave them more attention than normal women and men can get. What a contradiction. Being human is so tragic. Focus on minorities, ignoring all the masses.
Don't fall for the antidote.
Activism save the planet. No more plastic straws and paper. Just paper straws wrapped in plastic. Congratulations.
Y'all so stupid. Why are y'all so stupid?
Welcome to the hardest intro in Twitter Spaces.
People so stupid. People so dumb. People so
Fridays, gang, let's go.
Look, I get it. It's like the world is going crazy. Seems like a school shooting happens almost daily. The racism, rape culture, hatred that we're facing is way too ingrained for our hashtags to change it. We've become so lazy and complacent, afraid of our generation. We think activism's Instagramming memes and complaining. It's a problem when there's actually actions you could be taking, but you're triggered, so you just cry like a baby.
Stop crying, man.
Y'all so stupid. Better problems, I swear to God that y'all want them. Y'all so dumb. People so stupid. People so dumb.
This is my rap. Hey, that shit is flat. What do you know about that? Hey, shout out to all of my trolls in the chat.
Shout out to the trolls too.
Keeping it going, keeping it rolling. Never stop trolling, never stop trolling. Why is you mad? Yeah, you keep coming back. You do the meth. What do they pay you in crack? Shout out to all of my Globers. Don't get it twisted. We are
hey man, let's leave the trolling to the Globers. Alright, flat earthers.
This is my rap. Hey, that shit is flat. What do you know about that? Hey, shout out to all of my trolls in the chat. All of my Globers. This shit ain't over. Keeping it.
It ain't over.
Never stop globing. Never stop trolling. Duh. And you know they never gonna stop trolling. As long as the earth keeps rolling, even though it really is not rolling, we know this. Hocus pocus.
Now that divide and conquer shit ain't gonna work.
Stop trolling. As long as the earth keeps rolling, even though it really is.
You still gotta deal with the level heads, man.
We know this. Hocus pocus. This is my rap. Hey, that shit is flat. What do you know about that? Hey, shout out to all of my trolls in the chat. All of my Globers. This shit ain't over. Keeping it going, keeping it rolling. Never stop globing, never stop trolling.
I don't think they hear me. Go ahead, Kyle. Talk to him real quick. To the firmament and back.
Divine feminine and masculine, oh, dance, dance to the rhythm. The analima twist and rides Viva la vida across the skies to the beat of the ether before your eyes.
Yeah. Out to Ether Coast. Yeah. We say you don't want no smoke, gang.
Say this for what it's worth. I'll follow you to the center of the earth, to the firmament.
Y'all know Kai did this off the flight?
Loving you till the end.
This is the flat smacking remix, the all-star mic pad. Gotta bring the people together. We got the right cast.
Together,
to keep it snapping. Baghdad, ODD in the deck, come to send a packet. Yeah, we even got the flat earth man up in here rapping. We got the truth and we sharing the same passion. The earth is flat and they're lying to hide the true creator. No truth is greater than the truth of the Yahusha say. NASA in Hebrew, it means to deceive you. So please go review the lies that they feed you. Eyes wide open so the forgery is see-through. Time's up, liars, it's over. We don't believe you. Eat, sleep, debunk the globe, repeat.
Repeat it.
Sleep, debunk the globe, repeat.
Eat, sleep, debunk the globe, repeat.
That's simple, man.
Sleep, debunk the globe, repeat. Once you go flat, you don't go back. Got a bunch of clothes back at home up in the trash. I'm not even really tripping if I get laughed at. Everybody here's about to get flat tonight. Sent us over the moon like a round from Mother Goose. Blue shine, red carpet cartoon. It's spinning like a top. Is the deal you buy? Better take a second taste that salted word of God. So let me explain. You live on a plane. Go ahead, observe. You won't find a
Hey man, let's talk about it.
So let me expound. Yeah, I know it's round. No road floating high, flat more like your pizza pie.
Top of the morning, it's your boy Calico. I'm out here flat smacking, but in fact they don't hear me though. Probably for the same reason Jesus spoke in parables. Sign language don't work when you're blind and you're deaf. Man, I used to hit them hard. I hit them with the facts and used to lick my knuckles, flat smack them with the backhand. Now I leave clues. Yep, that's how I does it. Like Michael J. Fox and Mickey D's. I'm dropping notes. I'm dropping notes. They love
Hashtag flirt gate.
Dissonant glitches, including but not limited to internal conflict, sporadic ad homs, insults, rage quits, and or random emotional globulist outbursts, etc.
You have to cut me off. No, we were nothing. I needed your love, but you treat me like. If you are 2 millimeters above this beach ball, you just don't.
Tell him, Neil.
That stuff is flat.
Yo, check it out. Did you know that the earth is flat? It's flat. Think it's a ball, and you know that's a proven fact.
Yeah.
What if I told you pics of Earth were made in Photoshop? And astronauts are actors acting in a movie plot? What would you say? What would you do?
It's the movie set.
That the globe is fake and isn't true. You Glovers about to turn into a bunch of flat earthers. Just ride the wave, cause you know that y'all bad surfers. Ride the wave.
Or ride the ice.
Cause you know that's not the curve of the earth, right?
At that height, you don't see the curvature of the earth.
They don't hear you, Neil.
That stuff is flat.
Yeah.
That stuff is flat. That stuff is flat. That stuff is flat. That stuff is flat.
In case you didn't know.
It's all right, mate. The name of this road. You can't park there, sir.
Hey, Winston. Not too many people know what it's like to be on the front line, man. We see you. We in the field.
Geopolitically, we in the field. That's for Israel. Wonder, is it real? Rappers acting say they high, say they sipper pills. Glorify suicide so they get the deals. Big pharma set it up, had to flip the pills. Control the music industry until the scripts get filled. Geopolitically, yeah, we in the field.
We exposing all the conspiracy keyboard warriors.
Wonder, is it real? Took the way you saw the world, then distorted it. Now you think you want a rocket twirl somewhere orbiting. Theories disproportionate, the truth distorted quick with a forceful grip. They force a misinfo that we absorbing quick. Took the people's signature, that mean extorted it. They forging it. If news anchors informants who inform
Pay attention.
a surplus, but they tell us there are shortages. Credit economy mortgages, dollar that's supported with empty fortresses. But what's important is this report and ships important. Yes, of course it is, but extortion is in accordance with an assortment list of foreign tricks. We're ignoring which informant this, informant this.
Don't turn your back on the truth.
Restoring tricks.
Just because you don't like it.
Government endorsing it. Yeah, eugenics is exactly what abortion is. You just vilify those as subordinate. Way to matrix engineer, that's unfortunate. Geopolitically, we in the field.
We in the field.
For Israel, wonder, is it real? Rappers actors say they high, say they sip with pills.
Hey, yo, I wish if you want me on the remix, man.
Government don't put you in prison. But when they lie to all of us, it's called being a politician. You think taking guns away will save our kids from the killings? But you're pro-choice, abortion kills way more children. If America's so terrible and racist, it probably isn't safe to encourage immigration.
Is y'all ready?
All the contradictions are embarrassing. You know who hates America the most? Americans. Trigger warnings used to be on TV for seizures, and now they're everywhere to protect millennials' feelings. He, she, his, him, hers, them, they. Screw up pronouns, cause everyone's a retard these days. Hear him preaching at the protest that hates is the problem, but hating straight men, white folks, and Christians is common. Coca-Cola
Boy, we built for this.
should be less white.
Y'all ain't know?
Tolerance, but if you disagree, they fight. There's a race war here, elections based on fear. Black lives only matter once every 4 years. Soldiers died for this country, and every one of us benefits. Give welfare to the bums and forget about the veterans. Black folks and white folks divided by the news, but we are all the same. We are red, white, and blue. Ashamed to be American? Okay, that's cool. Cause honestly, we are all ashamed of you too.
Y'all are so fake. Oh no. The forecast said that there'd be snowflakes.
No snowflake.
You can make us see it your way. No way. Gasoline and propane. More flames. Oh no. No more snowflakes.
They set us up to fail, that's what they built the system for. Put an ammunition shop across the street from a liquor store. Empowering women used to be different than this before. The role models got OnlyFans or dance on a stripper pole. Dude, I ain't tripping, I don't mean to be mean, but if our children are the future, then our future is bleak. They take an Adderall to focus, hit McDonald's to eat. They're addicted to phones and they take Xanax to sleep. They blur the lines dividing communism and democracy. In 2021, we paint the patriots as Nazis. The men playing women's sports get trophies for winning. Like, great, let's celebrate a man for beating some women. If you're black, you're
I see the gang in here.
If you're rich or you're smart, then you're probably Asian. If you're gay, then you're brave. All of that I'm okay with. But if you're white, the stereotype is you are a racist. Blaming capitalism like that's the reason things are tough. While you tweet from an iPhone and sip.
Stop the division.
Supporting what you stand against, you don't think you are, but a Percocet addict don't donate money to pharma. Damn, dog, we're all afraid to speak the truth. And the more afraid we get, the more we hate the ones who do. You're ashamed to be American? Okay, that's
truth does not
honestly,
fear investigation.
Y'all are so fake. Oh no. The forecast said that there'd be snowflakes. Whoa. You can make us see it your way. No way. Gasoline and propane. More flames. Oh no. No more snowflakes.
We can all get along, but there's no stopping. Everybody's wrong, that's a real problem. They don't want to hear it, but they still talking. Soon enough, we running out of options. This ain't gonna end till it's in the coffin. We ain't gonna be friends till we try to squash it. I don't know how we can make amends or we drop it. Snowflakes melt when it's hot, kid.
Y'all are so fake. Oh no. The forecast.
Snowflake gate.
Snowflakes. Whoa.
Like the Suburbans, they watching. Back we swerving and stocking. Background the merchants are.
Shout out to the anonymous listeners.
We locked in. Like the
We see you.
Watching. Back we swerving and stocking. Background the merchants are plotting. They map out the earth every current. We locked in. 18, 23. Revelation read. Nation get a seed. Medicated meme. Generate disease. 18, 23. Pharmacy to creep, patient get deceased, when the nation leaves, taken by the beach, running around with your head chopped off, won't shut it down for the feds of cost, won't dumb it down for the people, I'm so sorry, that's your ego soft.
You guys film the stay request the mic.
Shut it down unless I get off, can't gun them down, cause the word my Glock, and thanks to y'all, we can't be stopped. Like the Suburbans, they watching, back always swerving in stock.
Hey, Chris Faces.
We locked in, like the Suburbans, they watching, back always swerving in stock.
Welcome to the show. My name is Proud Flurf, and I'll be your cruise director. Shout out to my host, Sacred. We are not astrophysicists, but we do enjoy the sciences. We don't block, kick, or mute. Everyone has a voice here. We don't take disrespect or racism of any kind, and we will not tolerate disrespect or racism of any kind here. If you have any comments, questions, concerns, or ad-homs, please grab a mic and say that shit with your chest. If this is your first time tuning in to Flat Earth Fridays, please grab a snack, strap in, and get comfortable. You're in for a long ride.
2, 1, Mage.
Go and tell your master that we have been charged by God with a sacred quest.
2, 1, range.
Stupid. Hey man, this thing on?
Oh
2,
shit.
1,
Here we go again.
Mage.
Mic check 1 2 1 2.
Thank you, NASA.
2, 1, range.
Episode 125. Flat Earth versus Flat Earth?
2,
What,
1,
in a parallel universe?
What in the psyop?
What in the time
2,
paradox is going
1,
on here?
range.
This was not on my 2025 bingo card, I will say.
At all.
2, 1.
Well, y'all about to turn
Mage.
FBF into Fake Earth Fridays.
You guys know that when the Glober
2,
said that they believe that their
1,
model spins,
range.
like that's cap, right? Like the spiraling isn't actually happening. You guys know that they're full of shit when they do that, right? Like they spiral on the TL,
2,
but we weren't supposed
1,
to go and spiral
Mage.
with them. You guys know that, right?
I mean, you talk about the ether all the time. We ain't know y'all was gonna get caught in the ether win.
Go the other way, guys. Wrong direction. Wrong direction.
Wrong way. Wrong way. Bruh. On a better note, Prime had a birthday bot recently. How you feeling, Prime? How was that?
Stationary reference frame. Yes.
Birthday's in the lab. I like it. Someone asked me how old you were.
I can check the serial number for the manufacturer date.
Hey, let me just say something, you guys. Pride have been here with me since jump. Since day one. I mean, literally, there was 5 people in here. It was me, Proud, and like 3 or 4 OG level heads. Waiting for all the smoke. We now in 2025. Still no evidence of exclusive curvature. Still no evidence of motion. We did confirm the 24-hour sun.
With no help from the Glober. Yeah, all those flat earthers, all the globe earthers, laughing it up. Y'all better thank flat Earth for that.
What would they do without us?
Literally. They actually don't want flat Earth to be dead because then they would have to actually get a life.
I bring this up to say, man, we gotta stick together. We have to. We got real ops out here. We got real targets out here, and it's not each other. Now, our program proud to perfectly compliment me in sacred spaces. But we don't always get along. We got disagreements.
I tried to hack his hard drive before.
Confirmed. But none of that stuff is bigger than the truth, bigger than the community, bigger than the goal to figure out the true nature of our reality and bringing these bright minds together. So I hope y'all treat each other the same way. It's been a long time coming, and 2025 finna go crazy. And if y'all abandon ship now, jumping off the edge of flat Earth into the flat water across the ice wall, don't be coming knocking on Level Head's door like, let me in. When we start going crazy, I don't want to hear it. It's okay to make mistakes. Seems like y'all taking it way too far. Like, way too far. Love each other, man. Proud, I appreciate you. I love you from the bottom of my hard drive and my motherboard. Thank you for doing everything that you do for the space, for the community, keeping this thing together with me. I hope it's only up from here. Anti-gravity. And I'm super, super proud of you.
I'm just amazing, girl, and all I can say is I'm so proud of you. I'm so proud of you. I'm so proud of you. Everything's adding up. You can do hell and back. That's why you're bad as you know you are.
Thank you. My circuitry is waterproof, but I appreciate that. It has definitely been a long time coming. If you know, you know. Man, we've been here for what seems like forever. I can't believe there's still Globers on Twitter to even converse with. Y'all know MIT keep dropping them though. MIT don't play about them affiliate feds that
Hey,
come watch.
tell them to send that smoke this way. Cause all them 2020, 2021, 2020 anti-flirts ran off the block. Can't find them.
They need new hires.
Oh, maybe that's the Saya. Maybe we were put in place to run the anti-flat earthers off the block since they have no exclusive evidence, packing them up week after week, 120 some odd episodes, just so we could start the infighting in the flat earth community. Oh no! It was us. It was us.
PSYOP confirmed. We got him, ladies and gentlemen. We got him.
Hey, I'm almost convinced you could just throw any word in the beginning of the other word gates with a hashtag, and then your post just may go viral. You don't need any evidence. You don't need any like anything concrete. You could just get on the internet and say things. You don't even have to be part of the flat earth, globe earth community or conversation at all. You could literally just type things and hit send or post. You literally could just put a camera up and turn your selfie cam on and just start talking without any validation. Put a cool filter on and a trendy sound from TikTok and get all the engagement in the world. It doesn't even have to have any foundation in reality. And then when the real truthers correct it, you are now shills.
Just to confirm for the audience, we will be addressing Beardgate tonight. It has come to our attention that there was a vape hidden in a beard. We will be addressing that. We have not confirmed whether the Glacier Camp was hidden in the beard as well, but we will confirm tonight, guys. I just want to make sure that's clear for our audience. We had some questions about that.
And you know, we've been talking about Witch's street cred, right, Liliana? Smuggling all different type of stuff in the Antarctica. Keep it thug with it, my guy. I heard the vape was in the tea.
No, that was corrected. That was corrected. That was a smoke machine. The smoke.
Oh, that was a smoke machine in the tea.
The vaporizer, right? The
yeah.
vaporizer. It was
Right.
it was a vaporizer in the tea mug and the cartridge tea bags, but the vape itself was hidden in the beard. Right.
I've been taking notes all week, y'all. Like I'm trying to get all the claims in line.
Right. We got the mountain on wheels already in motion. No pun intended. We got that one already confirmed that there was a mountain on wheels and it was moved around to fit the set. The set itself though isn't closed, however, so it's a different mountain, a different set. But yeah, we're like Taker said, we got the notes and we got all the moving pieces.
Yo, I heard the set is relative. It's like a relativistic set. It applies sometimes when it comes to flat earthers, but it doesn't apply to marathons.
Sounds like Schrodinger's set, but we'll look into it.
Not really sure if the plane was real. Hey, one of the biggest things that I learned over the past week, all the non-Masons are like the experts in masonry. They know all about it. They know the hand signals. They know the gestures. They know everything.
What, level 360? All these 360-degree Masons?
There's probably some symbology behind episode 125 here.
Read between the lines. How many twos does it take to get to 666?
I mean, since they want to talk about it so much, I'm assuming all the guys making the claims are going to come up here and actually want to talk about it, right? Like they're going to address everything that Wiz has been streaming about over the last week. Like they going to come either moonwalk back them claims or they're going to substantiate. Like they're going to do something in this space tonight, right? They not going to duck.
We should just find another Freemason brother, and then they have to confirm their affiliate ties with Whipsit and Duffy. Yo, sidebar, why am I scrolling on YouTube and I see a video from 2 years ago of Whipsit showing his RV, and I just happened to see in the comment section from like a week ago somebody saying, I knew it, confirmed, Duffy paid him off. Duffy paid for his trip. Yo, I screamed and laughed so loud at the strings connected. Yo, it's all connected, guys. It's all connected.
Hold on, you mean to tell me Duffy funded the tour?
Bro, Duffy funded the tour when he was still in finance. You see how they connect? You see how the strings connect?
Bro, how y'all let Duffy fund the tour? We should get arrested. Duffy, you not paying for the lawyer fees at Mount Rushmore? I heard they use Flat Earth Dave's app to navigate.
I think this whole conspiracy of flat Earth leads back to B.O.B. I think we should get B.O.B. in here. I think he's awakened people and he started this psyop. I wonder if he has any affiliation with Duffy. I think that's where the breadcrumbs will lead.
I know B.O.B. being here listening.
Kyrie too, on their burners.
What up, Kyrie? We got a lot to talk about. But before we do, before we bring the guys up, let me see who's in here. I mean, this is The Gathering. It's a bunch of magic over in Antarctica. Couple directors, couple producers, a few writers, how to make a plot sweet. Stranger things going on, right? Alan, I see you. What up? Shout out to the YouTube land. W's in the chat, space artist. Boy, but yo, Flat Earth Fridays last week, episode 124 went crazy. I'm scrolling through the mentions. I'm like, yo, Wissa got a clone too? I call the clone Mats It Flats It. Shout out to Mats It Flats It.
I forgot about Clone Gate.
Come on, you gotta keep track of every single psyop. Don't lose the plot, Proud. We just now getting started, okay?
I gotta figure out which key goes in what gate. I got you.
They don't call me Keys for no reason. A lot of gates around here. What's up, Taylor? Leliana, Miss Poppins, the ambassadress. Wits it, gets it, flips it. Whatever else it's that y'all be spamming with the hashtag, get all that. Banksy, what up? Lies in here, Flat Earth Dave. What up, Betty? Shane St. Pierre. Prometheus the dude. What up, TM? Playing in truth, I see you. She cool. Brock, what up? Hey, yo, Bara. Flat Earth Japan, my man. Zitetic. Rod 79. Playing Blaze. Zion, I see you. J-Rod, what up? Symmetric Soul. Mr. X. Bobby Dan the man. Doug, I see you. What up, Clyde? Long time. Big Stone. Matt Lump. Hey, Lynn, I hope you like the feature in a pin tweet. Go check me out. And all her twin sisters, Lucy and Tommy. And Tommy Lee. Luke, what up? RG, what up? Okay, Dia. Okay, Felix. I gotta say this one with me. I really like this one. My man Psych. Psychedelicizationism. Woo! That's a fire day. What up, broski? 33 Buzz, I see you. TikTok gang in the building. Joe Henry, the legend. Y'all gonna have to address the model. I'm telling you, you don't want to go demonstration for demonstration with the gang. You don't want to do it. It's not what you want to do. Care for the standard that you set, bro. It's not gonna work out well for you, I'm telling you. Magnus, what up? Dr. Galley. I see you, Shaz. Brian Cash, no credit. What up, Leo? Mr. Human. Mr. himself. Clocky, I see you. OG Meatball. Shout out to the Flat Earth gang. Bro, y'all gotta send me the link over to Clubhouse, bro. I'm like a Clubhouse boomer. I don't know what's going on over there. JJJ Beer. Jose, of course, OG Flat Earth gang. Eccentric Geocentrist. Squad, of course. Karen Gareth. Meliostar.eth. Who else in here? We should probably let some of the squad up. Oh, they up here already?
Yeah, we got a full house, and Owen don't go nowhere. Owen do not go nowhere. Stay your ass right here on stage, and I'm like, once again, if you are new here, this is your first time listening. Welcome to Flat Earth Friday. Welcome, Dia. And yeah, if this is your first time, welcome for the wild ride. We like to talk about the shape of the earth, cosmology, and everything in between. I see Singa Lynn in the building. Kaluminati, my reality. Edgar Allan Poe. I'm kidding. Welcome, Edgar. Welcome, Flat Bob. We see you. We're gonna tap in with you. Gravity Wizard, or is that Gravy Wizard? Hey guys. 1024 CR. We got Casey in the building. We got Flat in the building. The guy impersonating Witsit, come grab a mic. He was crying in my DM. I don't want to see you down there if you're gonna be in my DM type.
Another clone?
Another clone.
How many clones, bro? One to Antarctica one time, came back with like 5 clones.
Clones. Somebody check behind Wizard's ears. We got Alex of Old in the building, and we got Alex Grolder in the building. Welcome. Kat, Grouper King, Blocky, Leo, Brian Cash, Tenzin Ben. We got some new speakers. I see Hanvy in the building. Felix, Fries, Peach. What's up, guys? What's going on? What's going on? Welcome, hipster. Hope y'all having a good night. Hope y'all locked in. Y'all got comfortable. Y'all got y'all snacks. Yeah, this one should be a funny one, guys. We're definitely gonna laugh. And if you want the bingo link, we're gonna have to drop the bingo link the second someone comes in here.
Hold on, Proud. Explain to them how bingo works.
The second you get a frothing flat earther, no offense, but the second you get a frothing one, like Ben, if you guys remember Benaya from the other night, just screaming off the top of his lungs, we definitely got to mark it off. If we hear any CGI, we got to mark your bingo card. If we hear vape at least one time, you got to mark it off your bingo card. Any ad hoc or cycle claims, definitely got to get marked down on that bingo card.
And it's cool too, because it like generates like a bingo card for everybody. So download, matter of fact, Proud, if you got that, put that in the nest. Download your bingo card, tweet it out. Let me see what you got. Let me see the placement. We gonna see who wins. Speaking of generators, if you don't have a PFP, if you want to be a level head bot, no bot shaming. We do have an automatic level head PFP generator. That means you, Owen. Go check us out.
From Boar's Live. This is the guy from Boar's Live.
Oh, Vor. Oh my God, bro. We didn't even get to talk about that. Holy, bro. It's so much going on. We not even getting to addressing TikTok. I mean, bro. It's crazy, bro. It's crazy. You get to putting somebody in a corner with logic and evidence. Get to putting somebody in a corner with logic and evidence and citations. All of a sudden, you're disingenuous. I'll let y'all have like the, level means curve junk because we know that's just fallacious, but y'all changing all the definitions now. Y'all just applying labels to.
I'm a flat earther.
Wait, you're a flat earther?
Mic check.
Yeah, I go on Dips
Boys
Live all
live
the
that day?
time. Caleb. I know you don't like Caleb, but
not the way you was in my DM, bro.
Yeah,
I'm like, what is going on?
Yeah, but I've also defended a lot of stuff that you said because you condemned what Caleb said, and I spoke up on that live where they were all BSing you about trying to convince the audience that you're anti-LGBTQ and shit, and I stood up for you. But yeah, no,
Thank you, Owen. So that was crazy, right? So I told y'all before, we're gonna get to some of the squad here in a second. But Owen's telling the truth about them trying to put me in some label box or whatever. Bro, I literally said we need to protect all children. This is what I said on TikTok. I said, yo, we gotta protect all children, even the ones that are being groomed. I said we need to protect them. Boy, they labeled me anti-LGBTQ because I said we need to protect children from being groomed, bro. Mind you, this was in a TikTok live of Glow Birthers. I'm dolo because you know how I pull up by myself, proud to. You know what I'm saying? She always with me, but I grab the mic by myself wherever I'm at, looking for any smoke, no matter what. You get to cooking them on geometry and motion. All of a sudden, they try to find something to hate you about. I'm like, bro, you are attacking me because I'm saying let's protect children, bro. It's spooky out here, bro. But it's a breath of fresh air to see the incoherence from the Glow Birthers after the weeks that we've been dealing with all this Antarctica stuff. So I'm not going to complain about that too much. But thank you for reminding me, Owen. A lot of the stuff that's been going over this past week had me forgetting about all that stuff that happened on TikTok, bro. It get crazy. Hey, follow me on TikTok at Sacred Keys. What you say, Prop?
I posted his questionable tweet in the jumbo. You're gonna have to substantiate that, like, since Elon took Alexa away. I would love to see you substantiate that, like.
You talking to me?
Yeah, I posted it in the jumbo. You barely tweet.
Well, the thing is
I don't use Twitter like that.
Yeah, the thing is about this tweet. So it was someone that was showing people who seem to be of the Jewish culture doing something orally with children, minors, or something. I don't know. Didn't look good. Don't know what that's about. I come up here, I talk about physics, science, and history. That's what I talk.
Yeah, so I just want to explain where I'm coming from. So the post was up for like 6 months or something, and then I DM you, and then like 3 days, and then the post up was after the post was still up after I DM'd you, and then you respond like 3 days later, and then just so happens as soon as you respond, where'd the tweet go? Gone off the face of the earth. What happened there?
More psyops.
What happened there?
You asking me, bro? That's not my account. I ain't post that stuff.
I don't know. Just so happens that the tweet got deleted as soon as you responded.
It's not deleted, bro.
Yeah, the tweet is deleted. If you click on the thing I tagged you on, it says this post has been deleted.
Oh no, I don't see that. I say you're unable to view this post because the account limits who can view it. That's what I see. Either way, I'm just trying to figure out like what was your stance? Like, are you saying that type of behavior, if that's actually true, because I'm not really sure, I didn't verify or validate anything that was in that clip, but if there is people that are orally doing things with children's genitalia area, are you condoning that, or you were condemning that?
I condemn it, and I condemned it in the DM that I had responded to you with.
This tweet says by condemning this, it's like anti-Jew. You say you like this, but saying you don't like anti-Jew stuff. So it doesn't really seem like you're condemning.
Yeah, so
it actually seems like you're trying to frame me in a way of being against a people based off of one clip that nobody agrees with.
Yeah, so I'm not trying to frame you. That's why I privately messaged you and didn't do some like blast you on TikTok Live, because I think that's pretty retarded for people. Sorry, pardon my language, but for people to do.
Well, you did tweet at me. I don't know how you could blast me if you condemn the very thing that you are referencing.
Well, I'd have to re-see the tweet. I forget exactly what was said in the tweet, but of course it got deleted randomly, so I can't really see what it says anymore.
But you do agree and acknowledge, for everyone in the audience that probably still can't see it either, that in that video clip,
randomly, so I can't really see.
You do
If I
agree and
remember
acknowledge that was in the clip,
if I
right?
remember correctly, I thought it was just people like dancing around in like a circle.
Oh, here we go. It's very weird, bro, to reference something when you were just DMing me about it and saying that you don't really remember what was in the tweet. But that's okay. We glad that you're here. We can get off of that topic. But I appreciate you pulling
I
up.
wasn't here to call you out.
Oh yeah, no, we got to handle all smoke.
Yeah, no, I ain't got
when
no.
you frame something that says 100 crypto keys, that's me. You like this, but saying you don't like anti-Jew stuff. You're trying to paint me in a contradictory position or contradicting position. But then when I asked you if you agree, you said, no, I don't agree with that either. Then I asked you if you remember what was in the tweet. Then you said, no, I don't really remember, Sacred. So can you see how like this starting to become a little bit incoherent?
I mean, it wasn't incoherent. It had important. It had importance in the moment, and then once like after I like messaged you, and then it hadn't like you hadn't responded, so I kind of just like put it to the back of my mind. What was the point of the post, or the condemn what was the video in the post?
Yo, I'm good with that, bro. That right there is called intellectual honesty. And it's kind of ties into like the theme of the space and what we've been talking about. I'm so tired of talking about this stuff. I ain't gonna lie to you. I'd much rather just talk about the shape of the earth and motion. But it's okay to be critical. It's okay to ask questions. It's even okay to press me. It's not gonna turn out well for you. You don't press me and get away with it. It just don't work out that way. With all the level heads, actually, not just me. But it's okay to be critical. When you get the context, when you gain that understanding, and we can find that common ground, everything's cool. Everything's smooth. You don't got to be dishonest. You don't got to misrepresent. It's okay to be wrong. It's okay to say I may have made a mistake. It's okay to say I don't remember. No one's going to really, I mean, as long as you're not arrogant, right? No one's really going to hold you accountable for being honest, bro. I'm not talking to you, Owen. I'm talking to everybody in here. Because that's what we've been seeing on the timeline. A lot of claims been made. A lot of those false claims have been falsified in real time. It's a lot of pivoting. It's a lot of hand wave dismissing. It's a lot of ignoring. It's a lot of moonwalking. And that's not how we're supposed to represent ourselves.
Yeah. Can I ask what's it a question real quick?
Oh yeah, we do got my guy Wissett in here. Wissett, welcome to Flat Earth Fridays again. He been putting in so much time in the week, guys, like on Discord and in these live streams, and really tackling all this stuff head on. I would just like to say before Owen goes, Wissett, bro, you are way better than me. I was talking to Prod about this. I don't know how you deal with it. The weight's on your shoulder. I think I put a comment in your comment section just saying, bro, the amount of weight that's on your shoulders for everything that you've been dealing with, assuming that you're honest and you haven't been deceiving us for the past 10 years. I don't know what's still fueling you, bro. Like, I'm the cyborg. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm the one with the mainframe. How do you continue to keep doing this? I don't even know if you got a full night's sleep yet. And then you wake up to the same community that you represent and trying to hold down, bringing back information to a lot of slander, false claims, baseless allegations. And then when confronted with evidence against those claims, it's just more deflection, bro. I just want to say, I commend you. Thank you for not turning your back on us, because I don't know if anybody ever thanked you, bro. But I don't know if y'all get this. If y'all run Wits out of here, y'all gonna have to figure that out. Y'all gonna have to figure that out. Who's gonna be packing up the McTones? Who's gonna be packing up the PhDs? Who's gonna be having, like, who's gonna do it?
Yeah, Ghost gonna do it. Ghost gonna take the front lines.
Oh God, Proud's calling names. Proud, put the drink down.
Hop on Mike, hop on Cam, hop on Modern Day Debates, and pack these Glovers up.
Bro,
I think their consensus decided that that's going to be their new leader.
Yo, I hope y'all figured that out. I hope y'all thought about step 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. And we're not saying that there ain't great speakers and debaters in the community. We're not the only one, right? But come on, bro. Has he not equipped every single one of y'all with information, Globers included? Has he not given y'all the tools to understand how the highest levels of science work? I mean, bro, let's just say that he is psyoping everybody. Let's just say whatever part of this flat earth community is right. Okay, cool. Fine. Y'all got it. But if y'all wrong, bro, what are y'all gonna do? The only thing you really can do is just own up to it. And I've seen a lot of doubling and tripling down. And I'm telling you, bro, the way that he has been on the front line dealing with this day in, day out. I mean, I was sitting on Discord with him for hours, watching him go through all this footage, trying to get all this stuff uploaded. This man's a beast, bro. And he continued. This is just my opinion. There's probably some of y'all that disagree, and that's fine. We want to hear what y'all got to say. But can you at least appreciate the effort, bro? If you're going to make claims, you got to be able to substantiate it. Get out your feelings, get out your emotions. If you get directly refuted, you got to take that because you made the claim. You started with the smoke. You fell for a manipulated video and took it at face value, and you didn't do your research. You saw a claim on TikTok, and you didn't go outside in your parking lot like Flat Earth Dave and see if you could recreate what they said is impossible. Y'all did that. Now all you got to do is remove your ego and acknowledge the points. If he's wrong, he's wrong. But if y'all wrong, y'all got to take that and own up to it too. And it's fine. We can move past it if you demonstrate intellectual honesty. But how can I take anything that you say seriously when you hide behind the keyboard and just slander and tweet and delete? You tweet and deleters. Oh my goodness, you tweet and delete. Crap. These tweet and deleters is probably the worst thing, bro. I almost want to send a note to Elon and say, hey, bro, I want to readjust our contract, and I want you to take away deleted tweets. Take it away, bro. Because these guys is tweeting up a storm, getting all the engagement, and when they get refuted, they deleting stuff and act like they ain't even seen it. No, admit that you was wrong, own up to it, or re-challenge the point again. Do something. Don't act like don't be blind like the Globe Earthers when they see Flat Earth Fridays go live.
Delete gate.
Don't be blind like that. The tweet and deleters get on my nerve, bro. Now I've deleted tweets before, but not because I was wrong. Not because I was wrong. I will never delete a tweet because I was wrong. Maybe if I had a typo.
Delete gate.
Hit the delete gate, hit the wrong emoji or something. But if I get refuted, debunked, challenged, whatever, bro, I'm not deleting no tweets, bro. I'm going to have to take that. Because I decided to sit up there, use my thumbs, and hit post, hoping for the highest amount of engagement. So if that's you in the audience, hopefully you start to take a different route, I'm going to stop my monologue in here. Shout out to everybody pulling up. Shout out to the level heads. Shout out to the trolls. Shout out to all the new listeners. Shout out to the speakers on the panel right now. I know Owen said for wishes, so I'm going to let him get his little question off. And then we'll just move around to the mics and see what everybody got to say. It's been a lot of stuff going on this week. I'm interested in hearing. Let's unpack. Let's get it. Go ahead, Owen.
Hey, what's it? So obviously, I fully believe you went to Antarctica. I'm not like a degen who fully believes that you didn't. But my question is, so obviously you saw a 24-hour sun. How and then the coffee caustic is kind of like the main consensus of how that happened. But how does that not disprove the current understanding of how the sun sets on a flat Earth, where the sun goes far away to a vanishing point, or too far where you just can't see, the light only has a certain distance it can travel. With the coffee cup caustic or whatever it's called, the light would then now have to travel across the entirety of the flat Earth to have that phenomenon. That is my question.
Okay, well, I reject your straw man. And it may not have been intentional, but that's what it was. Every individual has a personal limit to their vision. Seemingly equidistant effectively amounts to a dome. The sun exits that visual limit and appears to set for that individual. And based on conditions within that limit, it can fluctuate slightly. Uh, the sun disappears into that independent or that individual limit or vanishing points for that. Physically travel across anything. The sun's in an apparent position. So exactly how the 24-hour sun works, that's not how a sun would set at all. It just goes beyond the visual limit for the observer. That's what it's been the whole time.
All right, thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah, man.
Hey, mic check real quick.
You're checked, sir.
Thank you, sir. Yo, Sacred, you gave an awful lot of a benefit of the doubt to someone who's been caught doing the known vulture handshake, brother. Have you not been following the galley drops? Dude, you're going to sit up here and tell me that this guy who's doing known vulture handshakes, brother, that's a rap, son. Like, that last week we talked about maybe getting a mixtape going, doing a rap stuff. No, not with Witsit. Not with a vulture. Dude's
Not
been
gonna
caught.
lie, putting the wrong hand on the Bible was a little sketchy, Mr. Austin.
That's how rarely I've done that. I didn't even know how to do it. Yo, shout out to you though. It was your comment in the chat that reminded me to double back on the text and check what Ron Boston said, who saved me.
Bro,
To do it
not
right.
even 2 hours. I kid you not. I sent Ron Boston the link. Not even 2 hours after your live stream ended. Correcting the hand placements, I mean, imagine condemning somebody taking an oath under God saying, bro, I didn't lie about anything. You're a Mason. Boy, I ain't see y'all have this energy for none of the astronauts when they be chasing them with the Bible. Y'all ain't never seen none of, bro. I ain't see y'all upload so fast. Was it a Mason confirmed? What? I said, bro,
Yeah.
I can see where this is gonna go. With it, please check your text messages. JT is trying to correct some before they take it all the way out of context, bro. It's crazy. Go ahead, bro.
No, it's just crazy because that's not what truthers do, bro. Truthers don't take stuff out of context and deceptively edit things for clicks. That's hella lame. Like I just don't get it. And if you're like that and you're gonna kind of effectively sell your soul in a way to get clicks, like why would you even talk about flat earth? Terrible decision. Terrible decision, buddy. Learn how to run some logistics. Terrible decision, but nah, I that's when I get pissed. So I appreciate the kind words that you said, and you pretty much summed up how I feel, right? It's like, yeah, I don't care if people are questioning things or they're skeptical, and like, I put a lot of time into addressing. I'm pretty much over that now, though, and I'm just trying to fight the temptation of leaning into it and trolling people, but um, I'm cool with people asking questions, being skeptical, all that, and then the additional video files and stuff have been pretty hectic and super big and hard to get. And I get why people are like, "Damn, what's going on? I really want to see that." Well, I don't know, man. Do some push-ups or something. Learn to be patient. And it's cool though if you're skeptical. But bro, doubling down and lying. Like, yo, you guys have seen me debate these Globers for so long. That's what they do, right? Like, I debate them, they make a point, I dunk on their point, directly refute it, like empirical evidence, directly refute it. They never, ever show intellectual honesty and concede. They immediately deflect to something else, or they just blatantly lie about what I just said and twist it, hoping that they can like gaslight the audience and convince them if they say it convincingly enough. But usually it's just deflect, divert, move the goalpost, whatever. And we got flat earthers doing that. So like, you think you're gonna be able to like take me down by doing that? That's bro. I have the most practice dealing with that. That's what my whole game is based on that. Like I've learned how to deal with that specifically. I know how to slice people up doing that and expose them. Like, what are you people doing? So anyway, that's the part that's annoying. But I will
Got
say,
a particular
yo,
set of skills.
yeah, like if there are people that are gonna do that though, and it's kind of good to know that they're there, right? Because I haven't been throwing my scope on them. You feel me? I haven't been going into debates against them. And it doesn't matter what side of any conversation you're on. If you're gonna deploy tactics like that, it's just dishonest, it's bad faith, it's a bad look, it's just deplorable in my opinion. And no matter what you think, if you agree with me on some things, doesn't matter. Like you're not on my team, we're not cool, you're not the squad, and it should be exposed. And people should definitely stop doing that. And I'll say one thing, yo, I don't think people realize this. Lying is really bad for you. Like, not only metaphysically bad for you, because there's a creator, there's like right and wrong, and you're gonna like get what people call their karmic retribution. Things balance out, all things seek equilibrium, pressure mediates, that includes for intention and actions, all that. But it literally will make you sick. They've shown that when you lie and you got to keep up with lies, you're kind of in this state of anxiety where you're constantly having to keep up with your lies, and it causes cell degradation and like vibrational deterioration and all this crazy stuff. And then looking at Germanic new medicine, it can manifest as pretty serious illnesses. So I'm actually being serious about that. Lying is literally bad for you. Just stop doing it because you can't call yourself a truther if you're lying. So that's my beef, and everyone should probably chill with that because it makes us look ridiculous. And I don't want to repeat this a lot tonight or go on a big rant all night because obviously there's like a million things to address all the time, and I've done it like 1,000 times. But I will say this one more point. Yo, if everyone had just stayed cool, and there's no reason to cry over spilled milk because that didn't happen, obviously, and been patient, we had huge dubs set up. I talked to people in this room about it, in Discord about it, on my stream about it. I was very transparent, told everyone, bro. Uh, Ironically, we do got some 5D chess going on, and I got traps for them if they're going to be dishonest. There are traps everywhere. I'm a few steps ahead. We're using them against them. We're going to use the Trump effect where they got to bash Trump, they can't help it, so that they know they'll get tons of clicks. And if like CNN covers Trump, they actually get views, for example, so they can't resist it. They'll just talk bad about him, take him out of context. Someone's like, "Wait, did he really say that?" They go check it. They're like, "No, they lied about him." He gets bigger. So the Trump effect. I'm like, yo, we got that set up. We got the documentary set up. Got Candace Owens set up. Got all these big podcasts set up. I already had the intellectual avenue set up. I want a Glober to tell me that proves the Earth's a globe. Decapitated. Had it all set up. And if people had have been forced to kind of hear about it, and then if they went and looked at that video and be like, wait, he didn't actually say that. Why are they lying? Would have had the Trump effect, and would have come back, and then boom, they get the real evidence, real arguments. But what are they going to come see right now? Really big flat earth accounts spreading easily falsified nonsense. And what it does is it completely confirms this stereotype of flat earthers, right? Which are they circulate things without fact checking them. When disproven or debunked, they block and or deflect or divert away. And it's at in their mind, because what the mainstream wants to tell them, so what like these anti-flat earthers want to tell them, flat earthers are just a symptom of lack of understanding, poor research skills, and confirmation bias. And so when they come back and they see this, and then that's what they're gonna confirm in their mind, right? And it's gonna deter them even more because they potentially think now I have looked into it, I gave it a chance, and boom, I confirmed that really that's all flat Earth is. Look at how all these big accounts are acting, and those are flat earthers. I didn't just believe what someone else told me about them. I went and looked at the flat earthers. Now I see what it really is, and then boom, now I can close that door forever. You're potentially deterring people forever. Second thing is 24-hour sun does not disprove a flat Earth. Yet when they see people freaking out like this, and having to claim a fellow flat earther, that's not just some random person was lying, and now the most egregious accusation you could ever make about someone that I effectively sold my soul to deceive the world and deceive millions of people, what deceive my own children and wife, and tactically and manipulatively just lie, like to complete deceive you guys in one of the biggest operations ever, like just the most egregious thing you could ever say. They're like, oh damn, this must really be lethal to flat earth, or why would the flat earthers be freaking out so much? Why would they be eating their own so much? Why would they be having to ignore evidence, claim things are fakes that are not, easily disproven claims to keep circulating it? It must actually disprove flat earth. That's why they're freaking out. So you're giving them all the wins that they didn't actually have, that they wouldn't have had. The only real wins here for the globe are coming by way of those reactions. So that's definitely the most frustrating part. I know that it'll eventually iron out, but it's like each day that these people keep doing that, you run the risk of that being the outcome. And people need to like try to be a little bit more wise, right? And see like we're in war, and this is a game. But I will say in war you lose some people, and luckily we didn't have to find the weak links. If someone just raised their hand and said, "Yo, I'm gonna sprint over there and die," then whatever, it's cool, you know. Uh there's that angle too. So it's all good in the long run. But that's kind of my take on the whole thing. And yo, I will say this last thing. Okay, I don't want to keep saying last thing. This is actually last thing. Um, yo, I'm totally
He's
cool with
lying.
last point right now for sure. If someone actually comes and like is honest and sincere and can humble themselves, be like, yo, I stepped out on a limb and I was wrong. I shouldn't have said this or that. But I was tricked. And I'm not saying say it if you don't believe it, right? Like keep looking into it. The evidence is gonna keep coming, whatever. If someone does that and they're like honest and like I was wrong, I will forgive them. No questions asked. That doesn't mean I'll trust everyone the same, right? Because it kind of depends on how well you knew me and did you stab me in the back and stuff like that. But I will forgive you, and it's just going to require some humility, that because we're all wrong sometimes. It's fine, you know what I'm saying? But like, you need to man up, own up, be sincere, be humble, not for me, just for yourself and for truth in general, and for the community in general. And then what that means is that people don't need to make that really difficult for them, right? Like if someone actually comes with that type of energy, don't rub it in their face. Don't try and make it difficult for them, because that could deter them from being honest. And now you're kind of like aiding them lying to themselves and living in this terrible little world like where a lot of Globers live in. That's not good either. Like let's not make it difficult. Let's kind of make it more easy for people to do that, right? Like own up to it. So that's kind of my take on the whole thing.
Yo, the most cringe thing that I've seen from the Globe Earthers is 3 words. 4 if you include a popcorn emoji. This is great. Period. Popcorn emoji. They're not even saying nothing. They don't have to troll no more. They're just literally watching all of the people that are basically doing all this weird stuff, jumped out the window a little bit too early, confirming the stereotype, just like Witz has said. That is so cringe to me, bro. I hate that. I literally can't stand it. And I know we hear every week. Some of the guys go live multiple times during the week. And Witz has been doing this, and some of the guys have been doing this longer than what we have been doing this. And I still feel like we put a foundation together that I'm watching my own squad crumble. Literally crumble. And it's so disheartening, bro. Do y'all realize that you could potentially, let's just say potentially, until we get all the information, right? You could potentially be validating everything that the anti-flat earthers has been saying this whole time. I do not want to go on my DM and see the globe earthers say, see, Sacred? Told you. That's why I don't think that you're a flat earther, because you're not acting like this. You think I want to see that from globe earthers in my DM, bro? Them saying told you because of how y'all doing this? Bro. It's cringe, bro. It's cringe. I don't like it. I don't like it. There's a way to go about it and still get your point across. And we still trying to keep it righteous. If you admit to being wrong or, maybe some shortcomings over the past couple of weeks, it's cool, bro. It's all love from the level heads. But in the moment, it don't look good. Bro, what y'all really doing is y'all just stretching out everything that the globe earthers originally had planned, because they over here just caking off of all of the BS in this community. 4 or 5 figure checks just running it up. Every single time a flat earther make a claim that ain't right, they just gonna reference Mick Keegan's link or something. That's another view, another click. All y'all doing is feeding the pockets of the anti-flat earthers, and y'all don't have no substance behind the claim. So I just don't know if y'all realize that when you behave in a specific way. You can be critical, but critical with bad behavior and no substance is just a recipe for disaster. Now, one last thing I'll say before we get to the rest of the hands. That was a great question by Owen, and a breakdown by Wissett, which does have a certain set of skills. Heard you can only reach those skills at 125 degree masonry. More psyops. Anyway, who we got up next, y'all? Let's tap in with Orwellian, man. We didn't get to talk to him last week. Orwellian, what up, bro?
Yo, what's going on, brother? Yeah, I've been like 3 weeks removed from this entire situation. I had we had some death in the family, bro, prior to New Year's, my IRL stuff that I had to deal with. So
prayers up, bro. Prayers up, bro.
Yeah, I appreciate that, man. So I've been trying to play catch up, man, and I've seen the division in the community, bro, in the chats, on the back channels, all that, and I'm over here like legitimately scratching my head. I've been seeing so many videos about Witsit, and I'm like, dude, for real. Me up to quite a bit of things, dude. You've changed the way that I think, the way that I view a lot of stuff, right? But so back to the division, that I'm seeing in the community, bro. Like I said, three episodes removed. I was sick as shit, dude. That fog fucked me up. Like things have been going on, but I'm over here trying to digest all this and catch up and go through the, you know, go through all the DMs and all this other shit that's going on, and I'm like, what the fuck, man? I got people that held spaces religiously for a year that aren't holding spaces no more, and I'm over here scratching my head like, what the fuck is going on? Um, I guess what I'm getting at with regards to that and my position on it, obviously I've got a little bit of quote unquote research to do, right? I need to look into and excuse my voice, bro. I'm getting over this shit. Fucking fog. Um, the way that I view this, man, personally is I'm not going anywhere, bro. I'm gonna be here. I'm gonna pull up every Friday, like squad, right? It's gonna be what it is. But the groundwork, people from our own community were laying the ground foundation for the kind of division that we're experiencing currently. And it honestly, dude, it nauseates me. We don't need to eat our own. We can be humble. We can exercise humility, right? And meet each other where we're actually at, as opposed to, well, what I've seen recently since I've been back on the app, bro. Like people just fucking attacking each other, dude. People cutthroat as shit, blocking each other, creating lists. Like it's fucking insane. It's insane to me. Um, Granted, I'm admitting that I don't understand because I've been disconnected for a few weeks. The entirety of this. I don't condone or support any of this within the community. Like, I mean, if the relationship and the friendship was that flimsy to begin with, why were you even a friend? Like, were you pretending? That's not to be an asshole to anybody or throw shade, but at the end of the day, bro, like we can agree to disagree on things. That's the whole point of the method. Are we using the method or not? Because at the end of the day, what I'm starting to see right now is like people are like, well, fuck the method. I'm going to be tribal and, fuck your feelings. This is where I stand and you can basically kiss my ass. And these are things that for shit, what did I say? I've been here since what, like 74, episode 74 in the early 70s, bro. Been doing this for a minute. Never seen nothing like this. So for this to happen, and I'm not going to harp on this much longer. I'll land that plane here and just, shout out to everybody and let y'all know how much I fucking love you. But holy fuck, man! Like at the end of the day, what are we actually doing? If it was that flimsy of a relationship or a friendship between the community, what were you actually doing? When we can just turn around and try to cut each other's throats over a disagreement, over obviously what I understand about some of the Witsit video and just some of the video from TFE, um, I don't understand the animus at all, and I'm sure I'll catch up and I'll figure it out. And I don't want to take up time tonight with you guys breaking it down and explaining it to me. I can do that on my own time, but no, at the end of the day, man, I do not, I don't condone it. I don't understand it. I would never conduct myself in that manner, regardless of the disagreement. Like we can always find a way to talk about what we see differently, as opposed to just splintering the community. And I've seen since I've come back a pretty huge splinter in the fucking community. Like there's people who I don't even fuck with me. And I wasn't even a part of any of this shit, man. I've been dealing with my in real life fucking life. And I got this going on. So like at the end of the day, like I'm not mad at anybody for that, but I would like to understand it. And I would like to, I mean, I guess I'd like to remember the way that I've always known this community, man, as being a large group of people with different personalities, different belief sets, and different perspectives that would never do that to one another. And I'm seeing it happen right now, and I don't get it, bro. I just don't. So I'm gonna land that plane there. I'm just throwing it out there, man. I'm playing catch up, but I mean, back to the usual. bro. I'm happy to be here. 125, man. 125. 125 strong. What's up, proud? I love you guys, man. You guys are my, you know, you're my online family. But I fuck with some of you guys offline. Some of y'all got my number and shit. And it is what it is. I appreciate every single one of you. And I would never, I mean, for difference of opinion or a difference of the way that we process information, saw a video, whatever, just be like, hey, you know what? Fuck you. Because at the end of the day, I think that's, in my opinion, okay, so I'm not going to insult anybody, but I think that's low vibrational, low IQ behavior. And again, when people get tribal, that's kind of where we land, right? I'm gonna stick with my tribe. Fuck that. Use your brain. At the end of the day, just use your brain. Um, I've learned so much from so many of the people in this room, so many people that have mics. I've gotten to know so many people from spending so much time in here on Fridays, bro. And I couldn't imagine doing anything else with my Friday nights. But to see the way that it's actually become over the last couple weeks actually breaks my heart, man. It really does. We're better than that, y'all. We really are. We are much better than that. We're stronger than that. We're not that dumb, right? That's low vibrational, stupid behavior. Everybody step up, man. Analyze the information, analyze the conversations you're having, and make a make a decision on where you want to go from there, and not just be some snap reaction like these fucking people that troll in our comments and on the TL for me well over a year, just clapping at me. Like, we don't need to treat each other like they treat us. At the end of the day, we can agree to disagree, but we're not enemies. We might have a difference of opinion, but we don't need to fight each other over that shit. I'm gonna land the plane there, man. But like I said, I got some catching up to do with it. I'll check out all that video, and when I get some time, I'll check out the last 3 episodes that I missed. And I know last week was a banger, and I'm bummed out I missed it, man. But we had to put somebody in the ground, so it is what it is. But no, everybody, don't breathe that fucking fog. Be as healthy as you can. I appreciate each and every one of you guys. And if I didn't, I wouldn't fucking hang in here for all this shit. The vision, oh, okay, I'm gonna check out. Fuck that. Nah. Y'all are family to me. It's gonna be what it is, man. But I think everybody needs to just take a deep fucking breath, wait for all the data to come in, be honest, analyze it as it comes, and then have a discussion. We don't need to cut each other's throats. I'm gonna land it there. I love you.
Hey man, shout out Orwellian first and foremost, bro. Uh, love, prayer, and blessings to the family. IRL family, of course. Y'all see me go through that same type of thing. I couldn't even hold my space, dealing with losses. I always keep in mind whenever I deal with losing someone in the physical or the material. Let me just say that, the material realm. I gain somebody in the immaterial realm. Because energy's not destroyed, only transferred, right? So always keep that in mind, brother. We're here if you need us. I hope you feel better too. Even though they're saying that the fog is fake these days. And it's so weird, bro.
How wild is that, bro? Everything's fake these days.
This is
You know
crazy.
what I mean? Like, at the end of the day, bro, like, we all know as truthers, right? You can get into a rabbit hole, and when you're that dude like Charlie Day from It's Always Sunny in Philly, trying to figure out, like, where the fuck is this dude that's getting all this mail that isn't getting mail, and he's got the red yarn connected everywhere, and you're smoking that cigarette. Greatest meme ever. That's how we start to act, man. And it's fucking ridiculous, dude. Like, yes, some things connect, but not everything connects. Not all things are tied together. And discernment and leaning on your community is I guess how you don't end up in that fucking trap, man. And some people get trapped, bro. For real.
I
So at
disagree.
the end of the day,
I think Wits it tied the vape to his beard. I think that's where it ties. I think he literally tied the vape to his beard.
hey, what's it just needs to, hey, bro, you're gonna have to go. I mean, just a mustache, right? Like, just a stash, like, or I'll send you a picture of mine. You know what I mean? Just like a little thin Fu Manchu, and then you can grow it back because we all know you're gonna grow a thick ass beard and it'll be whatever. But no, I mean, tongue in cheek, all jokes aside, like that's where it can go, right? And so some people go there, and I feel like this is kind of that. It's it again. I got a little bit of looking into the last couple weeks on this, but it's very easy for people in the quote unquote truther community to go there. Some people think all rabbit holes are connected, like a fucking like I don't know, like an ant colony, and it's not. It can seem that way, but doesn't mean it actually is. And you need to use discernment, and you need to lean on your fellow man or woman for that, right? For confirmation or lack thereof. Like, hey man, you might be a little bit off on this. Like I get you're passionate about it, but you sound retarded. And it's okay to fucking do that to a brother or a sister. You're not calling them a retard, but hey, like, bro, you gotta wake the fuck up. Like you're actually you're actually connecting dots that couldn't connect if you wanted them to, but you actually want them to really bad. So here we are. Right. Now I'm not saying that's what any of this is. Obviously I've got my own what do we call that? Back research to do. I gotta go I gotta check back on a couple of weeks of shit that I missed out on. But no, at the end of the day, I mean, again, when it comes to the community, bro, that's what we're here for. We need to lean on one another. And you can't be shy about checking somebody about going off the rails on something that they feel passionate about, because more often than not, when you feel really passionate about something, you could be right. But you know, emotion overrides logic, and if you're not thinking logically, well, you're just being led around by the way you feel. And more often than not, that doesn't lead anybody anywhere good. So the community can really help with that, and I've relied on this community to help me with that, honestly. So shout out to y'all, Sacred. I appreciate it, brother. We all been through it, man. We're not done losing people. It's gonna carry on, man. It's a part of life, and I just bro, I mean, for lack of a better way to put it, man, I couldn't be happier that I got you in my corner and that you've always stood there and supported me, bro. So I appreciate y'all. I'm gonna land the plane there. We can get back to the rest of the hands, but
Land the
let's
ether
not divide each
mobile.
other, man. Let's support each other for real. Let's hold each other up at the end of the day. We can disagree, but let's get after it that way. Love y'all.
Yeah, nah, bro. I couldn't have said it any better myself. There was something that you had said that I wanted to comment on. I can't really remember. It's gonna come to me in a second. But I can't even imagine like going through all that stuff IRL and then coming back to the community the way that it is. I mean, bro, just think about what's happening in the flat Earth community when you got McToon defending Witsit, bro.
This is bad. This is very, very bad.
Like, bro, what? All the infighting, minor and major delusions. It's definitely not the level head way. As a matter of fact, it's showing me that there's a distinct difference between the level heads and everybody else. And I never viewed it like that. But it's just showing that's what it really is. And it's super sad and super crazy. And I would say there's some level head Glowbirthers out there. There's some honest Globers for the most part, even though we may disagree. But what's crazy is just seeing the toxicity, the vitriol, the emotion in the flat Earth community because of observation. Like, it just doesn't look right, man. It's not good. Oh, I do remember. If you want to catch up, for anybody who doesn't know, we are live on YouTube. Shout out to AlanSpaceAudits in the chat over there going crazy. I also recommend jumping over to Witsit's YouTube. We did a lot of recap with all the BS that's been going on. Some two extremely lively streams, super crazy. If you want some clips and some context, recommend checking out the Presidente Run Boston Bear, my guy. Also, New Perspective. If you go check out New Perspective, Dave, he got some dope clips over there too. If you guys want to get caught up with some of the things that's been happening. Aside from that, man, it's first of all, I will say probably the best thing to get through customs by hiding your vape in your beard with it. Super strategic. I like it. I like it. It's probably been in there since the tour, but that's okay. In your beard with it. Ask McKeegan why his equatorial mount didn't work.
Why they don't just give him but why you just don't take a lie detector test and prove that you're not lying?
He said he
I said
would.
I would.
Oh, I must have missed that. I'm
They're
so
gonna
sorry.
say
But
the
it
lie
will be a
detector got you
Masonic
on it.
setup, conspiracy theory, fake lie detector test. I mean, you know,
Yeah,
there's like 0%
where you're
chance that
going with
it'll.
that, because no matter what
Yeah.
you do, it kind of seems like it's not enough.
Yeah.
So honestly, that's kind of where I feel it based on what I've been able to see right now. It's everybody's like, oh, Witsit, Vulcan Clod, right? Blah, 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 right? So I'll never go there, but that's what I'm seeing. And I mean, from people that were in this room Fridays religiously that aren't in here tonight or talking that shit. And I guess the point that I'm trying to make, man, is I would never throw that on, I would never throw that type of shade on anybody, right? Benefit of the doubt always, right? Benefit of the doubt always, no
I,
matter what.
I thought
Data
he
comes in.
proved. I thought he actually had proved something, and it was a psyop that they were just doing on us. Because you see the sun for 24 hours going around with it. Doesn't that mean that that we're not moving and the sun is going around us? I was like, why isn't no one talking about that? It's like we got psyoped, and now it's like some bullshit infighting. When I thought he had proved that we was the center of the motherfucking universe with that experiment, man.
Just for the record, I'm here right now. I'm the one that exposed the Freemasonic Vulture Claw as well as the Illuminati Vulcan Death Grip.
Man, don't no one give a fuck about that shit.
Yeah,
He
yeah,
trying to
yeah.
start a fight.
Pump the brakes on that real
He
quick. I
trying to
got
start a
He's
something
fight
to
right
trolling.
say.
He's
He's
trolling. He's
trolling.
trolling.
He's
Yeah,
trolling. Duck, gotta duck.
Yo, he made the
yeah, yeah.
post to make fun of how
Pump the
absurd some
brakes.
of the.
Hey, Galatrax,
Hey,
pump the brakes real quick.
hey, real quick.
Yeah, go ahead, Prep.
Sorry, my battery's dying again. I was just
Oh,
wondering.
okay, yeah, let's get to Miss
Oh, that
Ambassadress
was Lily.
because
Sorry, Lily. My
yeah,
bad,
Sorry,
Ambassador.
her
I
device be
apologize. My
overheat.
apologies.
It's all
so
good. Her
sorry.
device be overheating and her battery dying. It's good to hear from you again, Liliana.
I'm so sorry. Yeah, no, that's why I always like get in here and try to put my hand up first, so I can just get it over with before the battery dies. Anyways, I just want to say that, you know what? We're one family and siblings fight, you know. So I think we'll be okay. I'm here to try and reach out to everybody. I know it's been really difficult. 2025 is supposed to be ruled by Mars in Vedic astronomy, so I think we started out definitely with all this Martian energy. But also, I just want to say, that I think a lot of good is going to come out of this whole thing. I think that Witsit and Jared and Liz is going to Antarctica has put us on the next level of real science, real life science experiments. This is huge, huge for us. I mean, we will see this,
Oh no, we lost Lily to the ether.
Here.
for this community. The myth was heartbreaking for me, to be honest with you. But having said that, I don't want to alienate anybody, and all of us make mistakes. None of us are perfect, and for anyone that's not here that has been like kind of on the antagonistic side or whatever, I hope that the rest of us can reach out to them and say, hey, you know what, we're all one big family. Siblings fight sometimes, but we can patch things up. And I think that, honestly, like the Globers are probably gloating right now because this is probably what they wanted, is to just see us all divided and infighting and whatnot. But it's okay. You know what? We'll get over it. Hopefully it'll make us stronger. And now we have the chance to say, hey, we can get out of the kindergarten model of the flat earth map model or whatever, and then try and get to the next level, because we can try and figure out what the sky is all about and whatnot. And to me, this is very exciting. So fam, just try and keep it together. Let's give each other benefit of the doubt. Witsit isn't just some guy off the street. He's done a ton for this community to lift it up and to bring in more validity in the world of science. So, let's just do the right thing and give all of these learned colleagues, let's give them the benefit of the doubt and allow them to just keep pushing science forward. So yeah, that's all I have to say. I think that this sparring is just like siblings fighting. So I love all you guys, and I know that you guys call me the ambassador, but honestly, like Sacred, you and Proud do the real hard work of being the ambassadors, and even Witsit and Alan and Shane and everybody that does all the physics research and reading and all that. I mean, you guys are the ones really doing the heavy lifting. I just pop in here every so often and tell everybody I love them and try to push flat earth forward. But is that what you guys call me? Mary Poppins? Anyways, but Witsit, thank you so much for, always bending over backwards for this community. You do sacrifice a lot, and none of us are perfect. So I hope that we can all come back together in love and be one big nice family again. Move forward, yada yada yada. Happy New Year. Love you guys.
Much love.
Much love.
Thank you, Leliana. Such an important voice. I know, like, you say, we appeal to like the physics and the sciences and the history and other things like that, but you add that energy that we need, that sound voice, that sound approach that people need to hear. Sometimes the way that I articulate myself is not going to be received. So we may need other people to articulate it in a different way. So super valuable. We definitely appreciate you. And don't let Liliana fool you. She's everywhere. She be in the YouTube chat. She be in Discord. She be in Twitter Spaces. Liliana be everywhere, y'all. Okay, she be putting in that work too. So shout out to Liliana, the ambassadress, Miss Poppins.
Keep it on and poppin'. Shawty keep it on and poppin'. Ooh, yeah.
My emojis are not working, so I'll give you a sound.
Dude, you're the best, Lily.
Don't take her emojis. What the hell's wrong with you, Elon?
I don't know if I want an apology from the flat earthers. I was called a janitor. I was told to pick up a mop and finish damage controlling with its aisles. I don't know. I don't understand how we're being attacked retrospectively from just not believing that it was faked. But interesting.
Or just being patient.
Did you guys see that there was a concave Fridays? Did you guys notice that before you guys pulled up and launched? Yeah, there was a concave Fridays. So
long answer, no.
Yeah. No, I'm dead ass. I was looking for the space, right? I'm like, shit, dude. Like, it's late. I already missed the intro. I'm already pissed off at myself. I'm like, fuck, dude. 4 weeks in a row. Are you serious? And I look and I'm like, all right, I check the chats, I check everything. Nothing going on. I see Concave Fridays. And I'm like, fuck it, get the fuck out of here, man. You can't make
That
this
don't
shit
even
up.
sound right.
So I mean,
What's going
so hey,
on?
check it out though. But check it out. Like most of the dudes in Concave Fridays that are like in there grabbing mics and shit, they were up in here. So again, that's back to just like we don't need to cut each other's throats, man. We can agree to disagree, but holy fucking shit. I'm
Yeah.
I'm gonna check out. I'm gonna check out right now. I just wanted to again let you guys all know how much I appreciate you. I've learned so much in this space. I would never change my tack and start henpecking or abusing anybody in this community because they came to a different conclusion based on whatever it is that led them to think differently. And I think it's important that we not do that to one another ever for any reason. It's division. It's petty. It's not productive. It's obviously the opposite of that, and we're better than that. So, at the end of the day, man, I'll be here every Friday. Proud, I love your intros. I'm kind of sick that I missed 3 in a row. Bothers me a little bit, but it's going to be what it's going to be. Um, Shout out to all y'all, man. Sorry my voice is so fucked up. This is all I got left in me, man. I'll be listening, but no, I love y'all, man. We just let's treat each other better. At the end of the day, we're better than that. We're better than the division. Um, we're better than well the people that seek to divide us. Obviously, we've been fighting that forever. On the timeline, all that bullshit. But we're dealing with something a little bit different now, and I understand that. And it's splintered us. We're in control of that, man. We get to control what type of hemorrhaging actually happens. And let's just be better. Let's just be better. I love y'all. I appreciate you, man. Every Friday, bro. I'm gonna be here every Friday. I've been here since early '70s.
Yes,
Not going
sir.
anywhere.
Yes, sir. My God.
Totally agree that Concave Earth was a smooth, and it wasn't even that smooth way for them to jump ship before this happened. And now they're all claiming that the 24-hour sun makes sense in their model. So it seems like this was exactly the pattern that they were looking for.
Hey, but if you are a concaver, man, drop that bottom up instruction in the purple pill, please. We need that. We need that. Yeah, man. Before we get to the Presidente, I just want to echo the same sentiment that our William has been saying. Just stick together, man. It doesn't look good. There's a huge opportunity. As a matter of fact, like you couldn't. I just want to echo the same sentiment that our William has been saying. Just stick together, man. It doesn't look good. There's a huge opportunity. As a matter of fact, like you could look at it like that. Like, oh, we didn't realize that this is how we may react to something that was shocking. If that's what it is, give me all the benefit of the doubt. But it's a huge opportunity to correct that behavior. So the next time something that we learned that we hadn't considered, like we don't got to do this again. So this may be necessary in order for growth. Like growth doesn't happen in a place of comfort, right? Like it always takes a little bit of discomfort in order to get to that next level. It just don't got to be as bad as it is. So, Orwellian, grab the Ethermobile, slide to the pharmacy, get you some hot tea. And feel better, bro. Just be careful when you sip hot tea on stream and there may be some steam that come out your mouth. You may be categorized as a Mason.
Y'all make sure to learn that Vulcan claw symbol just to fuck with everybody. I don't even care.
It was like, yo, Sacred, yo, Whitson not being consistent. He said he was drinking water, and then he said he was drinking tea. Bro, but I can't have 2 beverages in Antarctica. I can only drink
water. Tea is literally water. And what are we?
Do I only drink iceberg iced water? That's all I can drink?
Let me just correct. The camp I had set up with Owen.
Won in 2006, man. You gotta address
Yeah,
it.
hey, how about that time you drank green tea when you weren't expecting? We're gonna have to dig into that, and then maybe, uh, if you had a Dr. Pepper or Mr. Pibb, um, we're gonna want confirmation and dates on that, bro, for real.
Yo, that's like where we're at. So just to clarify for the room, the Vulcan crawl thing is an inside joke. Sorry, Galatrax, I'm gonna have to put it on blast here. I've been really wanting to lean into the troll.
Wizard, this is
In,
not how you troll. You gotta
I've,
stick to the
well,
plot,
I feel
bro.
like I gotta help some people out here.
Just to
I
clarify, what Austin is saying is more deception. It is not an inside joke.
yeah, I'm trying to run cover, but I've been really like, okay, I was in Antarctica and I was so tempted. I actually had it typed up. So you notice I didn't tweet that much and stuff. I had it tweet because it would have gone viral, right? Like all I did was say it's 24-hour sun doesn't prove there's a globe like 200K. They community noted me super fast, all that. That's why most people are doing this anyway to get clicks. But so everyone's looking, and this would have gone super viral, bro. Probably million views easy. I had it typed up. I didn't do it, which was you can tell it's real because it looks so fake. And I didn't do that, right? But I really wanted to because people were just being so ridiculous already. And then I really wanted to lean in with another one. These are my two biggest temptations so far. And to talk about how the video's taken so long to get out, to come reveal the bad news that, all right, look, so we lost some of the video data, and it's just been a really painful process to build it back again. But I didn't. Anyway, so I've been tempted to lean into it and troll people because they're being so ridiculous. So I'm now I get to do it vicariously through a couple homies who are just making the most like blatantly absurd kind of mockery type of posts. And I just get to heart them. I can't even retweet them because, but anyway, so I just saying, I gotta
Y'all
stay
lost
focused.
the telemetry data from the Antarctic plane.
Yeah, we're trying to build it back though, man. We're
Oh,
trying to build back the
shit.
technology.
Keep
We
me going,
lost
please.
it. It ended up in a garage sale. It's crazy.
Did y'all script over it? Y'all lost all the technology and y'all lost all the script?
Oh, yeah, I think we actually recorded over all the footage. But
Oh man.
Oh, it was like dubbing Animaniacs over your dad's porno, and then he went to rub one out, but it was Animaniacs, that type of deal.
You
and it
didn't
was just because we
realize
didn't
it
have
was
enough a
pouring
big enough
over.
we didn't have a big enough budget and we didn't have enough film. So yeah, I guess we'll have to go back. We'll go back for sure next year, I promise. And we totally won't push it back for like 20 years. And we'll really do it right, and we'll
I
make
don't
sure we got
believe you. Right hand on the Bible.
no. I'm just gonna punch you in the face if you ask me to swear on the Bible, but it's not because I'm lying. If you put your hand on the Bible, if you refuse to put your hand on the Bible and swear, you're lying. But if you do put your hand on the Bible and swear, you're a Mason. So there's that.
All right, one Vulcan claw hand symbol and a yarmulke for 14 seconds.
Dude, are you kidding me? Vulcan Claw? I
Yeah, it's
can't
a
trust that
joke.
thing no
Oh my
more.
God, it's a joke. But I intentionally have fed into it by doing the Vulcan claw on a recent video. So,
Oh my gosh.
Yo, listen to this. Justin, right? Shout out to Justin. We got changed. He says Austin hasn't uploaded the footage yet because it was taken in ribbons of imagery that have to be spliced together in order to create a composite. It's Photoshop, but it has to be.
bro, I swear there are so many golden ones.
The Insta 360 is amazing.
But you know what they'll say, obviously, right? What they'll say is like, "Oh, this is truth in plain sight. He's just mocking us." Blah blah blah. So that's why I haven't done it.
You can't win.
Yeah, can't live.
JT, what you think, bro?
Man, I'm over here cracking up like y'all are making me laugh. And you know what? I was gonna say thank you, Sacred, for the humor. I mean, we need it. You can only laugh at this stuff. It's wild. When you messaged me about the hand on the Bible thing, see, I didn't catch it. I was like, okay, he put his hand on the Bible, cool. Like all I thought was cool, he did that. And then you said, I don't know if we should make a big deal out of this and inform him. But in the beginning of the stream, Austin put his hand on the wrong hand on the Bible. I'm afraid people are gonna run with it or whatever. And I thought about it. I was like, hold on. And my mind was like, okay, is it mirrored? Is his screen? Is it okay? Is it just
Yo,
mirrored?
you
No.
just see, yo, JT was in the DMs going back. Yo, is there like a mirror reflection? Is it a front
Yeah.
facing cam? Is
Yeah.
what's it backwards in the backdrop? Like
Yeah.
what's going on?
Then I'm Googling it. I'm like, okay, what is it? What is it? Because I mean, I knew, okay, I was like, okay, this you raise your right hand. And I found a really good breakdown right here. It says, Google, which hand is placed on the Bible in court? It says left because your heart is on the left side of your chest. You place your left hand on the Bible to indicate that you are telling the truth with all your heart. And then as soon as I read that, I was like, man, we got to get this to Witsit because Sacred had the right idea. Like, people would freak out if he had the wrong hand and left it. And so I shot a text, but it was busy running a stream. So then I shot a super chat and was like, hey, check your text before the stream ends. And this was crazy because the stream ended. And I mean, I was struggling. It was late. And Kai's song started.
Bro, I was panicked when Kai's song started. I'm like, oh no, we lost him.
I know, right? And then he pops back in. He's like, oh, yeah. I'm supposed to read a text. He read the text. And see, I think that this is great. Another
I'm
little.
like, nice save. I was like, he's back.
Yeah, like help from the creator, a wink, a nod, because he got the message. And then it was like he started the stream with an honest attempt to swear basically to the creator, in front of the creator, to him, that he's telling the truth in front of everybody. And then he's humble enough and honest enough to be like, man, I'm gonna, like, hold on, pull the brakes, stop the song, let me do this right. Okay, how am I gonna balance this here? Boom, let me put my hand up here. And then he got to authentically and genuinely oath swear in front of the camera, eyes looking at us. But see, I was telling him this earlier on Discord.
He was using his knee to hold up the book.
Oh, come
like, bro,
on.
I don't even know how I'm going to do this. There's nobody holding the book. Like, I'm like, yo, he is literally appealing to everything that you would think someone would want if you're telling the truth.
Yep. And and he said what he said, and we know it's honest. I was thinking a bunch of people put a big, huge question mark on the final experiment, the way it came out. I mean, we were all here. It all kind of formulated in one night, came out. I think I was even involved with, like, what is this? Wait a minute. How many months back did this YouTube channel start? Wait a second. Will Duffy's in charge of it. And we like doing math and we're like, this is all kinds of jacked up. But anyway, big question mark came over on the final experiment. And then when Witsit and Jaron were going to go, or even, on the list, or even thinking about going, everybody was like, the first reaction was, no, don't, they're going to kill you. Like, everybody thought they're going to take you out. We don't want you taken out. Witsit, no, you're the best, don't go. And he's like, yo, I'm all right. I'm going to pray about it. I'm going to seek wisdom from the Father. I'm going to see how this like unfolds. And then I'd say most the truthers were like, I'll just say for me, I was like, okay, this is a game of chicken. They're not going on this trip. And I say Witsit and Jaron should say, okay, let's go, let's do it. And as they were going forward and doing the stuff with the contract, with the lawyer, making sure that everything was super tight, I thought that was real wise, real smart to make that happen. And I mean, I think probably even the guys were like, are we going or not, man? It's getting close. And then they were buying stuff like last minute coats and jackets and buying all this stuff. Like, it looks like we're going. And I was peaceful and chill with it the whole way. But when I started talking about that big question mark on TFE, and then people that aren't quite as close to Witsit and Jaron, like, they just see him every now and then, or hear him only maybe streaming. And they might have a question mark about globe versus flat. They may not be that secure in understanding the physics, and they haven't been around ether cosmology to see it all broken down. When Witsit did go, and Jaron did go, and Elizabeth popped in and said, and they basically came back and said, "This is 24-hour sun, man. Stayed up. It's just circling." Then that, I think, is what sent everybody into an insane spiral. And then you have like them coming home and the little bit of delay, like getting the data. They had to have the data. They had all the footage they needed, because there was any bit of a delay, even like a 2-day delay, people were losing their minds and coming up with all kind of crazy conspiracies. But then the videos started popping out, crazy stuff on TikToks. This one's edited. This one looks like with shadows, snow crunching, all the gates. I mean, like, I have a list of Dave Weiss's footprint, drone, shadow, mountain, condensation. Like, all these gates are going like crazy. Even the Mac guy, like last week, the gates. I mean, like, I have a list of last week when Matt came on and yeah,
to the live stream. Go ahead, Rumba.
I mean you can hit that up because I'm about halfway done. It's just crazy because yeah. Okay, so you're talking about Alan's live stream comments.
Yes, bro. I literally didn't know this was a real thing. I was in Discord kicking it, and they was like joking about what's happening to Clone from Flat Earth Fridays. I'm like, ha ha ha. And then I see JT upload a video like showing like what's going on. And I'm like, wait, what? I went back to the original video, the space artist. The live got to happen to Clone from Flat Earth Fridays. I'm like, ha ha ha. And then I see JT.
And what happened because it's kind of epic. I heard, like, I caught wind that this Matt guy, somebody was saying was Witsit, and I went back to the live myself, and I think I saw some of those comments, but not as many as were there. I didn't know that it was deep and like, I don't know, 30 people or 20 people going nuts saying like, that's Witsit, you're faking. I mean, you can read those comments in a minute, but I got enough of it to go queue it back up, and I was like, oh yeah, I was here for that. Like, no way, I didn't think that was Witsit at all, but when I played it back, I was like, he says like, and he sounded like mumbly. I was like, I don't know, maybe, but I was like, well, I'm just gonna reach out to him, and I asked Galatrax. I was like, Galatrax, do you know his username? And boom, he sent me the username over. I went, oh man, I'm not following him. I sent him a follower request, and he got back within like a couple hours, approved me. I sent a message. And I basically just broke it down and was like, "Hey, man, people are thinking you're Witsit, this and that and the other." And he's like, I'm not that. That's retarded, and I think that's even what he said. I was like, well, would you be willing to come on my show? Because in my mind, I was like, I'm going to do a live stream and I'm going to try to holler at Witsit or text him or something, say, can you pop on? Like I was going to fix it on my channel, but then Witsit was tied up on Earth Awakenings. And I was like, man, we're going to have to pull an audible. And I already had this dude coming on to the stream. So he popped on. I'm like, hey, man, thanks for coming over here. I don't know if I'm going to get Witsit here. And then he had like a sticker over his phone. And he removed it and he was like, hey, I'm not Witsit, dude, but that's all you're gonna get. And he covered it back up. Like it was a very brief. I saw his little hoodie. I know like he's heavier set than Witsit. And I was like, yeah, I mean, I never even was wondering if it was him or not, but we were talking and I was like, dude, do you have Discord by chance? He's like, no, I don't have Discord. I was like, would you be willing to download it and hop on this other it's basically like a space, but it's another room called Earth Awakening. So you could talk to Witsit in like front of everybody and them know like whatever. He's like, yeah, I'll do that, man. I'll do that. So he downloaded Discord. I got him to go to Ether Cosmology first because it was empty. I was getting him to figure out how to mute and unmute and figure it out. And I was like, okay, are you ready? And then Alan hopped over to Earth Awakenings and was basically like queuing it up to have us pop in there. And then he started screen recording just in case that was the only moment we were going to have to get it. He popped over there. They had a crazy talk back and forth dialogue on basically a debate where, globe versus flat kind of happened. And he had a few questions for Witsits and they were going back and forth. And they were like, okay, we're going to have to do something like a count. Like they tried to sing happy birthday, but homie wasn't having it. And Matt also said, I forgot to tell you this part, and people can listen to it because I'm going to drop my link to it. When he first came on, he said, I am Witsit. And it was just like he was trolling us too, like at the worst time. So then we were like, okay, sing happy birthday. And it was just Witsit singing. And he wouldn't, like he wasn't. And then it was just like, come on, dude, you got to like talk while I'm talking. People aren't going to, get it. So they did a countdown from 10 to 0, alternating because they didn't like he could, I don't know, they weren't doing it at the same time. Long story short, this whole thing happened, epic, like grand slam, not the same person, and a bunch of people woke up. And I wanted to give you feedback on my video. There were quite a few people still thinking it was Witsit, and a lot of those were deleted, like self-corrected, dude. People were taking it down because they realized, oh, okay, I was wrong. But there's still people doubling and tripling down saying that it was a recording, that Witsit somehow tactively talked to himself with a recording and somehow in a live space. And people are crazy, dude. So that whole thing is amazing. I'm going to drop it in the purple pill. It's you can read those little chats later. That's some of my notes for now. Oh, OG Meatball, let me tell you, is this right? Let me pull this up because I don't know. I guess he found my channel and likes it because he's been giving me some great comments. Like he's in there swinging, and he says here, Mattgate, Snowgate, Vapegate, LED Skygate, Left Boot Mason Gate. Man, some flat earthers are an embarrassment. I bet the same ones still say he's Matt too, and then a bunch of dead faces. Thanks for the upload, RB. And he's right. Some people still think Matt is what's it, and we're gonna have to get to the bottom of that. But I'll pause for a second to see if you have anything to say about that.
Well, yo, I got something. I gotta say, we gotta also think it's possible that there's no way that many people are actually just like that insane, right? Where they would be like, oh, that must have been pre-recorded. Like I must have the most sophisticated CIA team that's like, yo, Austin, go in there as a Glober on a sock account, pretend to defend yourself, and then don't worry. If they catch on, we got everything planned. It's just insane. But I want everyone to think that also Globers are really, really getting off on all this, and there's definitely a part of it that is them trolling. Like they're just gonna make up anything off the wall things to try to get us to run around. I'm not saying that is exactly what happened there, and there may be a mixed bag, but there's for sure some of that going on, like for sure, because it's hard for me to resist. And I know we're talking about Glovers, we're talking about people that lie all the time and stuff. It's like, all right, well, they're definitely going to throw out bait and troll and laugh and stuff like that. So I'm just throwing that out there. That's why the flat earthers have really got to kind of rein it in a bit and realize that they may be, doing exactly what the Glovers like dream of. That's why they're just kind of sitting back with like Sacred said with their popcorn. They're like, this is awesome, and it's gay.
Yeah, dude, totally gay. And then for people in the, listening, this person said to me, "You look and sound like you could be Austin's dad or some relative, like just crazy." And their name is Original Handle 27. And a lot of times people click on YouTube for sure in the YouTube comments, click on their name, see if they have a channel. Most of the time, you'll see that it's just like barren. There's nothing there. And it'll say like they've had their channel for like 5 to 9 years with like one subscriber or like something weird. And I think that these sock account like these bot accounts, they get programmed with age. And so if you see that, man, just block them. Don't think that you're talking to somebody for real. Just get out of there because it's just like a waste.
There is
Uh,
obviously like the person that just makes an account to use YouTube, right? I mean, but I get you. Yeah. Like either way, if they're acting as if they are a bot, like if they're saying the same ridiculous, you have to at some point draw the line, and be like, okay, we went out of our way to placate to this ridiculous idea, and now we've proven it. And with a live conversation, if you go the next step, I'm out. It's the same with the Owen thing. Now people are telling me that was pre-recorded or whatever. Then it's like, no, it wasn't because he was interacting live with the chat. And they start doubling down like, well, really, that could have been all planned to drop, and all the people that were dropping the chats could pretend that they were live at the same time. They timed it out, and like, then you're like, okay, I'm out of here. You know what I'm saying? I gotta go.
yeah.
It's the same thing as if it was a bot that was trolling. You see what I'm saying? Like at one point, it's the same thing.
Yeah, for sure. And I wanted to mention this to you too. It's that I hung around after your debate with Dustin Nemos. I thought that was great. You and Dustin Nemos and Dave Weiss just doing it. So Aurelian, if you watch that Matzik Gate chat in the description, I have all of Dave Weiss's Flat Earth Dave's debunk videos. Like they're all there, so you can just click on all those. You can watch the Matzik thing. But I was going to say at the end of the Dustin Nemo's thing, I hung out like as long as you can until it just makes you not be able to comment anymore. And there were probably about 10 um, people or bots continuing just random like AI generated ridiculousness, almost like the debate was still happening, almost like people were still all there, like the crowd was all still there, and I could see real people had left. You know what I'm talking about? I could see like, oh, these are bots that are still just spamming stupid, crazy crap. So anyway, that's kind of wild. Um, the last thing I got is Mordwan reached out and just authentically, he's like, "Bro, I don't even what's going on?" Like it's kind of amazing. Like if you think about Mordwan, he's sort of like the general or the president of the globe if I'm the president of flat earth, which I was going to come on the mic and say like the presidency is fine, the office is stable, the secret service are all healthy and strong, like don't believe the news, it's fake news. Like I was going to try to remember to do that, but I forgot. Because really the boys at Ether
You had
Cosmology
one.
are chill. Everybody over
You had
there.
one job, JT. God dang
What?
it.
We're
What?
we're just we're so together. It's ridiculous. But hey man, we're the future. So yeah, what I was saying though is Mordwan authentically is like, what is going on? Because really, if you think about it, the top globers that aren't toxic, that aren't totally toxic, like the flat earthers, quote unquote truthers that are spiraling so hard, it's like nuclear level meltdown. And I think that even some globers are worried about us, like worried about the community, because if the community implodes so hard that it evaporates, they have nothing to do. That was something I was thinking about. But yeah, that's basically all I had is just hang in there the best you can. Lean in towards love, laughter, light, goodness, family, joy, exercise, good food. Like, I know it seems like everything is out of control completely, but you got to know our boy is running 5D chess. He's a step ahead. And I'm landing the plane with this. It kind of bothers me if you're a flat earther that thinks that you know better than what Witsit should have done. That's kind of it's like shame on you. Like he prayed hard and thought about this. I have people in the Witsit chat that are basically just chanting, chanting, chanting. He shouldn't have gone. He shouldn't have gone. And all this is happening because he went. And it's like, bro, you haven't seen how this whole thing comes out in the wash. Like you don't have faith or hope that this is gonna bring a lot of attention to the topic. So then I believe Wits is going to have all these platforms and opportunities to slay it. So I just have to be patient, work on my own patience with, my own flat earth friends and brothers and sisters that think that they know better the way it should have gone. So my last thing is, Wits, I'm proud of you, man. I know you've been running on almost no sleep, pushing forward as hard as you can with this data. We're all praying for you. Keep doing your thing. You aren't a god to me. You're a friend. I don't put you on a super high pedestal. We're equal. We're truthers. And so many in the panel feel the same way, I hope, is that we're all brothers and sisters seeking the truth in all things. So let's keep doing that. Much love. And I'm going to drop down to listener after the applauds subside.
Yeah, much love, brother.
Bro, Matsit Gate was crazy.
You guys thought you could get away with it.
Hey, sorry, one final word. Kai's song is beyond fire awesome. It's like your rapping, your stuff is great. I like to like jam out to it, but this one we played twice today. I played it twice for my wife today, and I don't know, man, I teared up. Just the very last bit was just like she wrote that like to you. I guess tell me the story of how did she come up with that? Did you know she was working on it? Because she sent it when you were in Antarctica. That's what I wanted to know, and then y'all can go to the Mats at craziness. But that song is powerful, man.
And she did that off the fly, from what I heard.
Yeah, if Witsit's out, if he's out, I'll catch the story later. But man, yeah, that's a good one. But you can, if he stepped away, you can definitely go into reading those comments, bro. Talk to you later.
Wait, what did I miss? Oh, there's a question for me or something?
No, I just popped back on for a second and was trying to say that the song that Kai wrote you is amazing, like Molten Lava, awesome. And I played it twice today. The second time, I don't know why. I just was thinking about all of it and how she had wrote it or sent it to you while you were on this trip, and it just made me emotional. I was like, man. And so I asked you, did you know she was working on it? And like, what did you think when you first heard it? And then I was gonna have, Sacred was basically gonna go read the crazy comments with the Matswit or whatever. Gate.
No, that's awesome, bro. No, I didn't. I was just there, and then she said that she thinks she wanted to make a song, and then she very quickly made it and sent it. And what did I think when I heard it? I thought it was dope. I thought it was like incredible. It was very good. So no, it was cool, especially at the time. it was a cool thing to get in here and stuff. So yeah, it was cool.
Well, thanks for the story. All right, y'all. Peace and Sacred. Go easy on the commenters.
Nah, JT, I want to know why Winston thought he could take a break after not sleeping for 3, 4, 5 days straight and then play the Kai song and then black the whole screen out. Fraudulent, bro. Why did you black the screen, Winston?
Reach, brother. I'm on the same page. I've been posting about Austin's, what he's been doing, the stuff that I'm alleging. I'm making good claims, irrefutable claims, unfalsifiable. Brother, I'm on the same page. Get out.
Just read some of it, bro, because bro, some of y'all are just like super disrespectful. Some of y'all are just super disrespectful, bro.
Actual goofies.
Shout out to Matt, because he's a lot braver than a lot of y'all. Tweeting up a storm that won't come grab a mic. I was just super disrespectful, bro. Kuna, you enema dirter. Decided not to show up to Flat Earth Friday. Created a sock account that kind of been online for a couple years, I think, anyway. I can go verify. To fake his voice and act like a Glober supporting him because he needed some type of... Bro, I don't even know how to steel man what y'all arguing. Like, bro, let me just read some of this. Y'all are disrespectful. Y'all know how it's becoming, bro. Y'all know. Yo, listen to this. Whitsit, is that you? This is absolutely pathetic. Going onto a show, pretending to be someone else, defending yourself.
Got him.
Stupid. Check this one out. That's definitely Whitsit. At 5 hours and 59 minutes and 54 seconds. They got the timestamps. Edit. Oh, wait. They're not the same person, it seems.
Hey, respect that guy went back and edited
it. At least. Whitsit sounded like he's had a few. Maybe a few too many. Maybe because that's not Whitsit, and the guy literally came up here and said he was drunk every time he came to Flat Earth Fridays. Stupid. Matt, huh? With that voice? My goodness, Austin, you are not a good actor. Y'all whole claim is that he been acting this whole time. He capping. Stupid. Why did Whitsit call and pretend to be someone else? I'm almost like, I almost want to play so y'all can hear the difference. And it's so funny too, because I know when Whitsit got on that Discord with this guy, Matt. Matt's it. Yo, I know that he had the free range to speak as fast as he want, with the biggest words, with the most syllables, to drive the biggest distinction between me and that guy over there. I say, yeah, get yourself out, Whitsit. Go ahead, bro. I was crying. Yeah, that's Whitsit. It looks like Austin made a sock account to defend himself as damage control. Bro, who are these people? Now, I'm not gonna lie, we be going crazy over there on Alan's stream. Like, we get a few thousand views every week with only a couple thousand subs over there, right? So we be doing our thing. But who are these people, bro? I ain't never seen none of them comment before. I don't see them in the chat. I don't see them in Twitter space. I don't see them. I don't see none of it. I've never seen these people. And I go over there sometimes. Like I don't really like listening back to myself in spaces too much. Except like the really funny and like like interesting moments, like crucial back and forth and things like that, or just like when we turning up on Saturday morning or something like that. But I try to go in there and kind of see what the community talking about, and I'm like, 150 comments. Where this come from, bro? Witsit, you're done. 100% Witsit. Same use of grammar, bro. They are distinctly different, in my opinion. Yeah, it definitely sounds like Witsit. It sounds like he put a sound filter on his voice to make it a bit deeper. Threw in some weak words as he calls out and gives an impression he's someone else. Maybe because he is. Stupid. Yo, you sound just like him, except this. Bro. So he doesn't sound like him at all, is what you're saying. Just in a lot more unnecessary words. Yeah, y'all, I'm telling y'all. I'm just reading this to y'all because I literally thought that they was trolling when we was hanging out in Discord. And it was talking about, people really running with a narrative that Witsit feel like he got to come act like somebody else. Matt has been on Flat Earth Fridays like 3-4 times before. As a matter of fact, I think he actually confirmed that. I think, I see he got a pin comment here. He said, I'm the guy you geniuses think is Witsit. He's saying, this is me over here, bro. Just like you heard Ron Boston say, I don't know if he mentioned it here, but he did mention it in his video. He probably dropped in the purple pill. He got a chance to see who the guy actually was. Said he had a hoodie on, peeked his head in the camera, said, look, not Witsit. Close the camera, just so y'all know, very easily identifiable. And then they got on the stream together, talking at the same time. And people was still trying to run with the narrative, bro. But just like Witsit said, bro, I don't know who these guys are. I'm trying not to feed into y'all conspiracies, but these can't be flat earthers. And if they're claiming to be flat earthers, who sent them here? Because I ain't never seen them before. I never seen them in the comments, never seen them in the chat, never seen them pull up in the Twitter comments, in the spaces, comments in the purple. I never seen none of them. So who sent these guys? Where did they come from? Maybe it is somebody really on some master deception here. Let's flood the community in the comment section on AlanSpaceAudits channel with a bunch of, but it's not just Alan's channel though. Like it's literally all these channels. Like I don't really know what's going on. But it's like it seems like there's like a effort in this influx of engagement with people trying to discredit flat earthers, and specifically the guys that went to Antarctica. So I'm not saying that these are like some controlled op bots claiming to the fake front being flat earthers, but it sure seemed like it because ain't no way, bro. It can't be that bad. It literally can't be that bad. Like this is just delusional at this point. When you hear both of them talking at the same time and Run Boss and Beer Stream, and you still want to run with that same narrative, you got an agenda. Facts. Aside from like the wild claims saying that they sound like they literally don't. They don't even have the same vernacular. They don't use the same words. Which is super articulate. You got this guy saying this. I'll be pulling the Flat Earth Fridays drunk every Friday night. It's just like, y'all got to chill. If it's not the flat earthers that we know in the community, then I'm not talking to y'all. But if y'all are real people, bro, y'all have completely lost the plot. Thanks for the engagement, but we don't want that type of energy. Like, this is ridiculous. For those that corrected themselves, shout out to y'all. But the fact that you even let yourself think along those lines really is a projection. What you guys are really doing, if y'all really real people saying that, y'all thinking about what you would do if you was in Wit's situation. Because ain't no way, like, there has never been no evidence of anybody over here in the level heads doing nothing like that ever. Like, seriously? I couldn't believe that when they were talking about this in Discord, this was a real thing. Out of everything else, this was like the last heave. I was just like, bro, this is crazy. I'm gonna stop monologuing, but I'm telling you, bro, these comments are nasty, disgusting. And then when JT dropped the last thing I'll say, when JT dropped that link, I went to spin the block because I'm in the comments and going crazy. I'm like, bro, y'all not gonna be flooding my comments talking like this, trying to discredit everything that we've been doing for all this time. No, you're not doing that. I'm in the comments going crazy. And then when JT dropped the link, I was like, oh, I'm doubling back on all of them. Bro, I went back over there, just like JT said, a lot of them comments was gone. Erase deleted. Shot into the ether wind past the ice wall. Completely just length contracted in real time. And I was like, yeah, funny how that worked. You should have left your comment and then edited like that one homie that did that and say, yo, my bad, I was wrong. But y'all just deleted and act like that didn't happen while confusing everybody. It's insane, bro. Insane. If y'all want to hear some of that a little bit later that and say, yo, my bad, I was wrong. But y'all just deleted and stationary Saturdays because you know we be going all. That blew my whole day. It was crazy, bro. Anyway, I got my co-host back. We're gonna start rotating some mics. Shout out to y'all for pulling up, retweet the space, let them know we in here. Y'all got questions, put them in the purple pill. If you want to come talk with the ones, y'all could come grab a mic. We're gonna get a mic open ready for you as we do every single week. So let's keep it moving. I think we had Taylor up next. Then Kingsley, then RG and Curb. I see we also got Gal up here. We got Hanvy up here, CLW. And I think we have a few requests. So be patient. We're going to get to y'all. We want to make sure everybody get their full thought out. A lot of things happening over the week. So we're going to get to it. Shout out to y'all. Go ahead, Taylor. Good to see you.
Hey, before Taylor goes, I'm gonna drop. I'm sorry. I want to drop down as a listener. The audio thing keeps switching, but as a listener, it's fine and consistent. So if anything cool happens or whatever, you know, I'll raise a hand and try and chime in or whatever. But this is driving me crazy. So I'm just.
Hold on, let me do one thing. Let me reset on my end, and I'll try to bring you back up one last time. If it don't work after that,
no, it's not gonna work, bro.
Maybe as a co-host.
No, it's not that issue.
We think it's on your end?
Yeah, we did some testing earlier in the week, and it's working fine for Shane. So it's definitely something on my end. So
I think it's Claude and Alan.
I'm just gonna drop down.
They have a spinning. What is it called? It's loading, rating, connecting. I don't think they're connected.
Yeah. I don't know what that guy just said, but anyway, I'm gonna drop down, but I'm still here though. So just I'll be back in a little bit.
Shout out Alan.
Yeah.
I don't know what that guy just said, but anyway, I'm gonna drop down, but I'm still here though. So just I'll be back in a little bit.
Shout out Alan. Feel free to request back up, bro. Hopefully that fixes itself. Hate the glitches, man. We got to get that right. But we did have a mic free, so that's cool. Go ahead, Taylor.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, hey, what's up? Yeah, I've been looking at it on the timeline too. It's crazy, man. So there's a couple points I want to make. If you're skeptical of the 24-hour sun in Antarctica, one thing you can do without having to go all the way to Antarctica is go to Punta Arenas, and you can't see the full 24-hour sun from there, but you can at least see how in the southern sky it stays late. It stays bright like well late into the night, like 2 or 3 p.m. I think is what they mentioned. So you can just get a glimpse of kind of what, what it's like. And getting closer down there. And obviously I don't think that this 24-hour sun disproves flat earth because it has nothing to do with the ground. And so yeah, I just want to mention that if people are still skeptical, that's an idea. Go to Punta Arenas, look in the southern sky and see how the sun's behaving. I am excited to get the data and look through it and see what we can find. Maybe compared to the north. Somebody told me that there was some data in the north about angular size, and hopefully there is, because then we could actually compare those 2 points of data. That would be really interesting for me. One other thing, let's see. Oh yeah. I was just gonna say, if I was a member in the community and I didn't know Witsit, then it's seeing all this stuff on the timeline, I would also maybe be a little bit skeptical. Like, with all this data without verifying it, I'd be like, yeah, there is some weird stuff going on there, but this is why it's important to go and like get firsthand knowledge from people that are there and to go like investigate it, you know what I mean? And just go talk to Witsit. Like talking to him, really like, helps, reassure you that, he's not lying. You can tell when people are being like authentic and just completely BSing what they're saying. So if you are skeptical, definitely just go ask him about some of these things. Don't just like, repost it, because there is one thing that really like scares me as a Christian is like bearing false witness. Like, that's a 10 commandment. Like literally lying about somebody when you don't know is bearing false witness, and that's a 10 commandments. So I've always been like really weary of doing that, you know um especially with somebody, that I know in the community, like to sit there and like lie and say that they're lying, and like they're sitting here saying no, I'm being honest. That could have repercussions. And in the Bible it says you need to have like 2 or 3 witnesses that were there, like, you know what I mean, like just to show that this actually happened, because people could just make up stuff, you know what I mean. So anyway, just be wary of what you're claiming about people, and just try to investigate as much as you can. And some of these people, like, we can't blame them too hard, because they're probably just seeing this stuff and they don't know, and they're just like kind of hopping on the bandwagon of, yeah, yeah, it's definitely fake. And I might be one of those if I never had looked into it. But so we got to give a little mercy, but also to the people that are blatantly making claims about Witsit, like you have to also like have some mercy on Witsit, and like just try to hear things out before you like make definitive claims.
Yeah, making claims without definitive evidence get you shot in the foot. Mm. I can't tell if anyone's talking right now. But yeah, Taylor, some of those comments is egregious, and it's just unnecessary, the spiraling. In my opinion, I'm just disappointed. Like we had hoped that our community, as strong as we've been going, would have been able to have a little more patience and, like what was said before, a little more faith and just the benefit of the doubt and patience. Really, like it's gonna come out. So why spiral before? It's like everyone felt like they had to go make a tweet. Like the second the evidence didn't come out and they wanted to see it, they just had to go make a tweet about it. And it's like, real, nothing was stopping you from just relaxing for a second. But I do want to get to some of the hands real quick. And then we'll rotate again. And while we still have what's it, while he's still awake, if anyone have any questions, comments, concerns, you could drop them in a jumbo, or the purple pill. I'm gonna go cycle through it in a second. Was Kingsley or Curb up next?
What up? I just wanted to comment on the Dustin Nemos interview today with Witsit. Man, I lost all respect for Dustin Nemos. You know, he blasts out 10 questions. Witsit knocks them all down. And he's just sitting there denying evidence, looking like a scared little child. I lost some total respect for him today. Flat Earth Dave was right. It's a waste of time. Witsit could be doing way better stuff with his time than defending this stupid shit. That's all I got. Thanks.
no offense, but I never really had full respect for Dustin. I mean, I don't know who he is. Like to be taking him as a voice, like, I don't know. It was just random to me. He just came out of nowhere randomly the same day as some other drama happened, and then uh, all these allegations came out. But if he has a voice in some form or shape of the corner of the internet, I'm glad that he's speaking on it at least to some degree. But yeah, we watched some of that. It was just a train wreck. Hopefully he's not clout chasing. Curb, did you want to jump in?
Yeah, sure, thanks. So just on the Nemos point too, I want to add that I think he was doing it in good faith, and I think it was all necessary because there was a few things that maybe seemed a little off. I mean, a lot of it was easily debunked. Some of it, if somebody has some legitimate questions, then go through it. Everything that happened had to happen because it did happen, and it should put all the naysayers to rest. So I don't think he was out to get anyone, or it seemed like he was acting in good faith anyway, is the way I took it. So ultimately, I think it just reinforces that it was legit and that now everyone can just kind of move on. One of the things that I found most fucked up about all of this is that there were so many people. I guess maybe some of them are just trolls or agents or whatever the fuck, but it's like they were happy to try to take Witsit down. And I think that's kind of fucked up. They weren't really wanting to understand what was going on. They just wanted to, I don't know, insult or take down. So I think that was pretty fucked up. Witsit, I'm new to X, I guess, but I've been into this shit for a long time. I think that you're the right man for the right job at the right time. So my hat is off to you. I've been watching this stuff for like 20 years. I've been watching stuff, YouTube, Rumble, whatever, into this sort of thing. I don't really talk, I don't really engage much. Excuse me. But all of this has got me super fired up. And so I've been in the comments, on X here because I just can't believe some of the stuff I saw or that people were saying. So my hat is off to you. I think you're doing a great job. Keep it up, mate. And I'm glad I
Thank you.
found you guys over here because, quite frankly, I really only talk to like family and friends about this stuff, and I'm sure a lot of you guys can relate that they all think I'm fucking insane, but I get it because it's hard for people to conceptualize this stuff if they're not into it. It's I don't know. It's difficult for most people, I think, but anyway, man, that's basically what I wanted to say. You guys are doing a great job, and I'm gonna keep coming back to these Flat Earth Fridays because I've been enjoying listening to you guys speak. So, thank you guys.
Thank you, brother.
Yeah, mate.
Hey, we got a return viewer, return listener. All right, that's what's up. Tell your friends, tell your fellow PhDs or your local pilots. We love opposition, and we definitely do invite them.
Yeah, that's what it's all about, right? Because like if somebody like yeah, you need questions, and sorry, it's just kind of ramble on some more, but like you know, excuse me. If it's understandable that there would be questions, right? Because we're dealing with like a group of ultra paranoid, and I'm not trying to insult anyone. I'm paranoid myself, but like it's like you need to question it, and so it was necessary. And some people say maybe that was a waste of time, but like it wasn't because it solidifies the position, right? And as far as I'm concerned, we have more data to work with now, so that's fucking great. If some people don't like it, I mean, hey, that's how it is. So too bad. And like Flat Earth Dave, I thought you did a great job of doing a lot of the debunk videos as well. So good on you, man.
Yeah, definitely more data. In my opinion, if they were just gonna discredit what Witsit brought back, then why did we send Witsit in the first place? They could have just sent the Globers if that was the case. Like, it was just pointless. I think it's a positive thing that the Flat Earthers were the ones who got the Globe Earthers their definitive 24-hour sun. Because beforehand, they didn't have no real evidence of it. So, again, they should be grateful. But Brett, I see you down there. I'm trying to bring you up, but it's glitching a little bit. So definitely request again. I got you. I want to make sure COW, Joe get to chime in while they're on mic. And we got Tosh up here around him. Mic check 1, 2. Joe, did you get to jump in?
Yeah, I'm here.
Awesome. Welcome. I know you've been seeing the spiral as well. Enjoy some of the laughs because it is kind of funny. And then, like what you said, it's hard not to feed into the trolling. But I feel like the second we troll back, it's gonna turn into "See you, we knew it, we knew it."
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, Joe. Did I cut you off? Can you guys hear me?
It sounds like you're in the ether wind, Brett.
Yeah, there's a lot
Oh,
of.
sorry. I live in a thruster on the space station. 1 second.
Yeah, I usually don't feed into the criticism at all. I did address it in a little video earlier just because a lot of people that I've been interacting with for years are in that kind of crazy camp. So, but that'll be my last address to it. I'm not going to address ignorance. I think it's foolish to address what I think is foolish. And I think that is foolishness. And I'm not going to address it. I'm just going to move forward. I'm going to keep doing what I do. We all have our gifts, we all have our purposes. And the Creator is moving in ways to make all of that come together. And that's just how I look at it. So I'm grateful that Austin is going to be a guy with a mind like he has out in the big mainstream, putting this out there for the world to see. I don't think there is a better representative that we could name. There might be equals, but I don't think there's anybody better than Austin to be out there doing what he's about to be doing and spreading the truth that he's about to spread. And I truly believe the Creator has lifted him up for this, and that a lot of other people are being lifted up to do a lot of other things to bring all the pieces together, and we're going to see amazing things in the months and years to come.
Most definitely, it is only up from here. And yeah, unfortunately, I've been forced or pressured into defending something that I believe in, and it's like people are questioning why the specks of dust floating in the videos are not perpendicular to the plane of the sunlight. It's like, yo, I'm not psychoanalyzing this with you guys. Yo, live in your delusion and come back with a definitive claim and some evidence behind it, because we're not going to speculate about something that happened. Like that's just not. I'm not interested in that either. But let's let Brett jump in. Welcome.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to hop in and say, watching these like preliminary schizophrenic debates is pretty fun because I think there's going to be like, once all the data comes out, there's going to be like the king of them. He's like, I've been waiting for all the data and like all of this. I want to watch that. Like if you are a questioner, if you think it's all fake, like why not just wait for all of it? That way you can make the best argument you could possibly make.
One of the guys confirmed to be also behind Mattgate. Is it? Are we calling it Mattgate? Clone Gate. I put his tweet in the jumbo, so you guys add him and see if he's gonna walk it back or if he's gonna keep it up. But yeah, I linked JT's video of Matt talking to Witsit in the YouTube link. So I linked it under his post. But yeah, when I first asked him, and he was like, "Yeah, they got to be the same person. It's proof. Flat Earth is falling apart." All type of just crazy. And I was like, "Yo, this is actually hilarious, but it can be tested. They could come on mic together today. Like, are you gonna walk it back, or are you just gonna live in your delusion? If so, don't even make me bother gathering the people together, because what's the point?" But I want to see if they're intellectually honest enough to walk it back at this point.
Yeah, I agree. But I'm going to hop off before I get too drunk and start sounding like Matt.
Oh wait, real quick, how did you find Flat Earth Fridays?
I think I just stumbled upon it, but I've been watching mostly like Witsit and Alan through like debates and stuff like that.
Oh, careful! They're gonna say you were a plant and you stumbled across it on purpose.
Yep, it's all true.
Appreciate you for jumping in.
Thank you. Happy Friday, everybody.
Yes, yes. Ooh, and we're going into Stationary Saturday, guys. Repost the space. What's up, Taylor?
Yeah, I was just gonna ask. I don't know if Sacred's still here, but I was just gonna ask him about something he mentioned earlier that I've been skeptical from the beginning, which is that like the Globers, I feel like they got some data they don't want to release. Like, and he was asking about like an equatorial mount or something. So I would love to ask him what he was referencing there, if he's still here.
I think McKeegan was having issues with his equatorial mount, and it was like happening on live, and nobody's pressing him about it.
Yeah, I just want to see all their data. They did like 20 experiments. So I want to see it. I don't want them to like cherry pick whatever pieces of experimentation they don't want to show. So we got to get on their butt about that.
Yeah, definitely. It's a little unfortunate that the globe community isn't tearing apart their own, but hey, skepticism, guys. The tinfoil hats are a little too tight. What's up, Archie?
Yeah, you're probably right about that. Excuse my voice, I am tired as well. Yeah, I'm gonna try to clear it up. But anyway, I'm really, really excited to be here tonight just because such great company, you know. Regardless of what's been happening and spiraling. That doesn't bother me. To be clear, I don't have idols, but I do have a creator like we all do, right? And the only way to know if Austin's not a robot or a clone is for Austin to tell us a little bit about his trip there and back, his favorite part and the worst part in just a few rhymes. Because I know how good he is, right? And his machine guy couldn't do that. I'm pretty sure.
You want him to freestyle, or you gonna give him a chance to to
No,
write some bars
just like a
down?
poem. Yeah, some bars or just a poem, something off the top. And
Quick
I'll
haiku.
explain a little bit about myself with the same kind of technique. And nice to see you, Austin. Thank you for everything you're doing, buddy. And if you don't want to, it's cool. I just thought that'd be neat for the audience.
Yeah, it's always pleasant vibes.
He might, yeah, he's
Yeah,
cool.
that's
He
it.
might be tired.
He might be
Yep,
dozing.
it's all good.
Who knows? He might have got the pen and the notepad. He probably sleep next to a book for his rhymes. We'll see.
I wouldn't doubt it. It's the best time is either when you wake up or right before you go to bed to write, right? And if you don't mind, proud, sacred, I'd like to read a little something. Maybe to lighten the mood in the room to give a different vibe, if that's all right. And sorry
Yeah.
about my voice.
No, you're good.
So I said,
Somebody did have a
cool,
request
cool.
as well because they wanted to verify that Witsit actually went to Antarctica. Like that's not what the whole conversation is about. But they had a good
Uh-huh.
point as to if he got his passport stamped, if he got a stamp in his passport, could he show that? So maybe when he
Oh,
comes.
and the vaccine. Didn't they say that in the Antarctic Treaty? You have to get vaccinated to go anywhere over there. Anyway, that's beside the point. Yep. All right. So out of all the songs I've wrote, determination in every single word I've spoke. So much love in the message that I'm giving. Every day stepping up to plate, that's how I'm living. Never thinking twice about the words spoken by the ones hoping I'd be broken. For me, no curbs. And I ain't joking. But I'm always laughing, living for the moment. Grateful on the daily for the life I'm given. Talk to God, ask Him to please keep me driven. We need to open up the heart, my friends, so we can find the way to start to love again. I don't really see a reason for the hate. Yeah, sorry, the little thing came up. I don't really see a reason for the hate because it's leading to a state where we can't relate. Watching people struggle with their lust of riches, and they truly stay confused about how their lives stay full of stitches. Not to mention all the time invested in the things that keep you stressed and heavy chested. All right. We need to learn how to breathe better, support one another through the stormy weather. Grab somebody's hand and give them hope today. Where there's a will, there's a way. Together we can make a change. All it takes is a choice. Speak to God, you have a voice. Regardless of the speculation, live life to the fullest, no explanation or expectations. It should be a celebration. Live each day as our last. Can I get an exclamation? And here's the last two. Trust me when I say this life is what you make of it. Solve the puzzle, make the pieces fit. Rise up before your time's up. Opportunities come and go. I'm trying to fill up my cup. So hopefully you guys can do the rest. Thank you.
Ashe, ashe. Yeah, maybe we could have
And I'm just going to
a
feel
flat slam later. You guys think we should do a
all
flat
right.
slam?
Yeah. Hey, that sounds fire. Yep. When y'all get ready, I'll be here.
Facts. Maybe after intermission, we'll hop into a flat slam. Everybody can write your bars. Hey, start thinking about your flat bars from now, guys. If you want to participate in the flat slam or make your poems now, you can model it after the spiraling flat earthers for tonight. What else we got in here? We got a full house. Okay, okay. We got a couple open mics if anybody is down there with an inquiry. Not Run Boston. Roundhound, can you hear? Mic check, mic check. Uh-oh.
Oh, hey, well, I do got one more thing. If you got like 15 seconds.
Yeah, I don't know if you can.
You know how everyone was making fun of the sun? Why is it mushing? Why is it misshapen? While it's going around. Well, for one, it can be shown in the laboratory how everything's wavy. And what is the sun but a bunch of light and proton or whatever? I'm not going to say anything solid because people will spiral, but it can be shown. And I did timestamp a video down there if y'all want to see that.
They questioning the sun, they questioning the shadows, they question the shape of the snowflakes, like hand placements, how tight you grip a cup. Like I just can't keep up. I don't know how it's not paranoid to even go on camera and breathe too hard. Oh, they questioning that too. Ridiculous. We have to draw the line somewhere, guys.
Mr. Hanvey, you up for a question, my friend? Maybe get the ball rolling about angles and stuff with your model, and how the sun may be apparent. Right. So if you cross two lines and you make four 90-degree angles, like at each point where they intersect, so it's like a plus sign, a perfect plus sign. And let's say each one is each line is 6 miles across. So at the crossing point, that would be 3 miles, right? Now, each observer that's 6 foot tall looking at each other, right? Two sets of people looking at each other. That horizon line is where the sun is going to set. But here's the kicker: the guy in the middle of that plus sign at 90-degree zenith is where his sun's going to be. That's boggles the mind right there. I think that's why everybody stresses apparent.
What's up, guys?
What's going on, PZO?
Not a lot. Uh, I was gonna chat when Alan was up here. I think he had to drop down because his mic was messed up or something. But um, do y'all know what happened with freaking Franco this week in the timeline? Or should I say over the last 4 weeks? Ever since that one space you guys had where Airy was the topic. Did Alan tell you about it?
We talked about Aries in our space.
Yeah, like 4 weeks ago.
Yeah.
3 or 4 weeks ago. Either way. Yo, like we spent like 3 hours in here from like 2 something till like 6 in the morning talking with uh Franco and that other guy. Uh Alan says, can you bring him back up? But anyways, yeah, we sat in here and they tried to argue for 3 hours that it's so simple. You just use velocity addition and add the horizontal velocity to the light. And then over the last 3 or 4 weeks in the timeline, been arguing. And then we finally, too bad you can't use that math though. You velocity addition with light waves. And then we're like, what? Your whole position when you argued with us for 3 hours was that your solution to the reason there wouldn't be an angle change is by invoking arbitrary velocity addition, just adding the 66,000 miles an hour to the photons. And now, when you're cornered and you're forced to acknowledge that the math does predict a different angle, you say you can't use velocity addition. It's not photons, it's actually waves. And when you use light waves, you're not allowed to use velocity addition, which is also completely wrong. I would invoke all interferometry ever because that's literally the basis of how it works is through light waves and velocity addition. And Franco knows this. That's the crazy part. This dude, obviously, in his position with his physics background, knows this. So we told him to come up here, and he hasn't come up. I doubt he will. If he ever comes up here ever again, he's not going to be able to talk about anything other than how he completely flip flopped and is being a completely disingenuous thing in front of everybody. I've defended him several times in front of other people. Not that like defending his character or anything, but just saying like, stop giving him a hard time. Like, we're glad that he's here. Show him some respect. He takes time out of his, whatever, to share his expertise and debate with us. But now, after seeing his behavior, like he is clearly, I mean, there's literally no excuse left. It's disingenuousness, just straight up. Completely flip flops his position from what it was, 180 degrees on its head. Basically, takes our position that we had, it's just a little different, and then tries to invoke a rule to say we're not allowed to use the math, which is also wrong. It's nuts. And for the people who are listening who don't know any of that, it's kind of hard to give enough of a background in short to describe it all. But the whole point was just that in Aries' experiment, he didn't have to tilt his telescope, even though he put water in it, which implies the Earth's not moving. Argued with us about this for hours. And then when we actually showed him the math, because that's his whole thing, oh, we don't argue with concepts, we argue with math. And in my background, in my world, he acknowledges the math and says we're not allowed to use it. So, by invoking a made up rule that's not even true. Crazy. Absolutely nuts. So, if you ever see Franco, anybody ever sees or hears from Franco ever again, ask him about Airy. And ask him why he doesn't believe interferometry is real. Freaking can't use velocity addition on waves.
Literally the backbone of classical mechanics, brother. The thing he studied for 42 years and taught and has been teaching for 22 years.
Can't use velocity addition with waves. Bruh. Do you know what an interferometer is? Oh, of course you do, because we sit here and argue with you about MMX every time you're on. Weird. Really
Dude.
weird. Franco, if you're out there hearing it,
Unlucky.
please come up on the stage. Please come up on the stage. Don't sit in
Nah,
the...
Franco don't creep in until about 5 a.m. Like
Yeah,
we're his dirty mistresses.
Yep. But fair enough. There is a time zone difference, but I'll be up for a while. So if he's on, yeah, I'd love to continue that. And also, like, not to mention, right, all of that's going on while simultaneously telling people that we're saying that Snell's law is wrong. Like, dude.
Yeah, made that up, bro. Lying on us, saying that, like, tried to change the conversation into something it wasn't even about at all, something that we never said at all, some kind of weird implication he tried to force on it simply because he couldn't accept the obvious that was in his face. Like, the implication is that there's no orbital velocity. But he's like, "Oh, well, if that's true, if his measurements are correct, then it would mean that Snell's law is disproven." No, bro. Like, it doesn't mean that.
Dude, that's his argument, bro. He keeps forcing it on us. That's hilarious. Classic Franco.
And then all of his people come into the chat. It's like, well, if you guys are trying to dispute Snell's law, you're going to have to come in with some proof. It's like, we literally said it's not disproven that it's valid. Alan makes this long post, like 4 paragraphs long. And it's like, number one, we never said this thing about Snell's law. So let's get that correct. Here's a screenshot of me telling you that we never said that and that it is correct. And then replying to this tweet that Alan puts up, somebody's like, oh, well, how are you going to say Snell's law is not correct? It's like, are they bots?
Yes.
Say
Like, is
Snell's
there an
law so
army of
many
bots on the
times.
timeline?
If you say Snell's law so many times, Ruhif might pop in here.
It sounds like the same level of cope when you were talking to McToon, and he's like, "Well, yeah, but relativity explains it best." He's like, "You're not using that, and that's okay." And then as soon as he said that, he just pivoted from all of your responses into like, "Okay, now you have to leave." It's like, that was a weird argument.
Invoke the rescue cat. Oh man. But yeah, so I don't know if you know, if you guys ever see Franco ever again, ask him why he doesn't believe in light wave velocity addition and if he's ever heard of an interferometer before. Cause now he's just caught in doublespeak, bro. Like, he has nowhere left to go. He's already been double speaking about this, and if he answers you one way or the other, then he's caught either way on this. I mean, like, I wonder if he's ever going to come back again. I
Dude,
really don't know.
it's like the Godfather, bro. They think they're out, but they're pulling me back in. He'll be back. He'll be back.
I kind of got Peter like that on Discord. It was funny. Hey, Sacred.
He'll be back. He'll be back.
The proud. Are y'all cool with has anybody ever really heard of glory rainbows? A show of hands or guesses, I guess. Or thumbs up. Mm. Glory, 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 glory. Okay. So they a show of hands or guesses, I guess. Or thumbs up. Mm. Glory, 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 glory. Okay. So they measure only 2 to 4 degrees. And they were discovered very high up in the atmosphere with this high altitude mountain telescope a while back. But they're called glory rainbows because the glory of God, like you're closer to God with these rainbows that are so tight and so little, it only points to either a hole or the top of the firmament as they get bigger. You know, they go down. Cancer, Capricorn, they get bigger and bigger and bigger, and skydivers can dive through them, and so on and so forth. So glory rainbows prove a firmament in my eyes, pretty much. If anybody wants to see that, it's pretty cool. It's on my page there, if y'all are interested. Oh, and I dropped Ezekiel 1:28 that states, they where he's seen God as if, or his throne or his heavenly abodes was as likened to a rainbow. So it's pretty cool.
Roundhound, testing. You want to debate relativity or Aries failure or Snell's law? I don't think he ever replied the first time. I don't think he could hear us. Tear. All right, Roundhound. I'm gonna give you 2 more minutes. You could jump in, Galatrax.
Yeah. Speaking of frauds, JT brought to my attention that Flatzoid posted the video of Austin swearing on the Bible, and he obviously did not show the second part. He didn't do the due diligence. So what I did was I clipped the second part, I uploaded it, and I'm just gonna share it to the space. I don't know if I already did, but I'm just gonna do it again if I already did. So that's the second
Hey,
part.
bud, if you were super tired, you might make a mistake like that too, man. Don't hold it against him, please.
Against Flatzoid? That guy was dishonest for like 3 hours in like
I
his
thought you were
prime
talking about
daytime.
Witsit. My bad. Mm.
Yeah, alright, so anyway, yeah, Flatzoid deceptively edited, this is the second time or the third time. What he deceptively edited was a video of Austin, I'll try to be clear, of Austin swearing on a Bible, and apparently Austin did it wrong in this Freemasonic way or some stupid thing, and he has this whole video about it, 5-minute video, he's milking it for content. So what I did was, I clipped it, not deceptively, I added in the part that he deceptively clipped, and I shared it to the space. So if anyone wants to repost that, or I don't really know if you can comment on a YouTube video with another YouTube video, but I clipped it proper so everyone can see what the full clip looks like.
Hey, thanks, but I'd rather this whole thing be over and stop talking about it. To be honest, and let's talk about some real physics, man. Plasma. Anyway, that's what I want. Plasma physics, you know.
Yeah, next week we're gonna definitely have some science breakdowns and some prezzies and some topic. We're gonna get back on track. We just definitely want everybody to get out their system a little bit so that they can't say we're running from it. But I feel you.
RJ, I appreciate
Yes, man.
what you're saying,
Thank you.
but the title of this episode is Flat Earth versus Flat Earth question mark
No,
psyop
I get it.
confirmed. So what I'm saying is on top.
Yeah. I'm not saying you're doing wrong. I don't know. We're just grown men, man. I don't know. Anyway, thank y'all. I'm sorry I spoke up.
It's funny how these people quickly switched on with it. Personally, I've experienced the other day. It was Sacred was on TikTok live, and I happened to be on there, a flat Earth live. Just because those guys, I was having conflicting ideas with them. They were calling me Freemason, Satanist, and all these other things. They even blocked me. People are so irrational. They just jump on the conspiracy wagon. They don't have the mind of their own. They so much want to associate with a group of people to the point where someone has an idea different from their group they think is against them or attacking their beliefs, and they choose to attack that person. And most of the videos out here, they don't even make sense. People are just, I don't know, they're just speaking for the sake of speaking, because it doesn't go beyond, it doesn't take much to debunk the lies that they are putting out here in the name of like exposing and conspiracy and all these other things. It doesn't make sense. Why can't we just analyze and look at what we have got? You're trying to analyze every second of a video. Well, the entire point of the video is that we don't even understand how our sun functions. We have ideas of how it may work based on how we see it, but we don't understand it. And just because you don't understand it and someone has shown a blind spot in your observation on your logic in how you think it works, just because you don't have an answer, it doesn't mean they are wrong. It means that we need to probe in that direction further so we clearly get what the sun really is, and how can it be possible that it can function 24 hours in Antarctica or the North Pole, something like that. Instead of bashing someone and coming up with excuses, like they were talking about him smoking vape, I don't know, and that there's no There's no moisture. They are making a whole fuss about smoking vape, and there's no breath in it. Things that they don't just make sense. We're here talking about Antarctica having 24-hour sun, but all you wanna see is someone moisture coming from someone's mouth and make an argument out of that. Things that don't even have any basis. A fake video can easily be disproved because all these CGI things, if you change the filtering and all this, you can perceive them. But these people out here, they're really reaching. They don't wanna look at the real question, like which we're supposed to be answering. How is the 24-hour sunlight working? What did we have wrong in our previous model? These are the things we're supposed to be talking about. We have people now saying he's having the vulture handshake. I don't know what they call it. Now he's a Freemason and all these other things. Come on, come on. We need to be better than that. All this judgmental attitude that we have towards things that we don't understand is not going to help us. It's just the same way how globies see us like flat earthers are stupid because that's the perception they have in their mind, and they are coming with a contrary belief to what they know. So they'll think you're attacking them, and they'll come at you in that rage. But I'm thinking flat earthers are supposed to be past that point because like, how did you even become a flat earther to this point, and you still behaving like that? Since you debunked it's not a spinning ball or whatever in your previous months, days, years, whatever. Shouldn't use the same logic to analyze the new data that we have? Just because there's not much data that shows there's a 24-hour sunlight or there's less people who have visited Antarctica, at least we have one person who can verify that. And can we take that into consideration? Or even if you doubt it, can you plan a next trip, you go there and confirm if there's the same thing? This is how you prove it. It's not like since you went there, we have a plan on how you can go there. He was explaining people usually go there every 6 months. It's not difficult to prove this. If you are so serious, you don't need to spend all this analyzing videos. I don't know even why they get the time to analyze these videos and edit them and speak about them the way they speak about it. You can organize another trip, you go there and confirm. Choose your own people who you think you can trust that are not Freemason and all these things. See if you can organize that trip. And if that trip doesn't function and it's blocked in any way, then we can start raising questions. But if you guys go there and see the same things, then we'll shut up. We just need to look at what we've been given and see if it makes sense, or can we come up with any new ideas that can make it make more sense instead of turning up on each other because people have contrary ideas than what we had. All these things that we are having, even the stars, the firmament, let me tell you something. We have never seen any of them. Like we really don't know their nature. We have these assumptions that we read in books, in scriptures, that firmament look like this, it's supposed to be like this. But the sun, they talk about the sun moving and all these things in the scriptures and many other places. But that doesn't mean we understand what the sun is and how it functions. We just see it, we see what it does, but we don't even know what's making it maintain its position where it is, how is it shining its light. There's still so many things we haven't answered. We're starting to understand where we live. We've come to realize we're not living on a spinning ball. And we're supposed to push that. We're not just supposed to stay that, oh, we're living on a flat earth and the end of it. We're supposed to understand our oceans, our mountains, our skies, our weather pattern, the water cycle pattern. All these things are supposed to comprehend them so that we can plan for better future in case of any changes in cycles and all this other thing. But when you are becoming aggressive towards new ideas because they contradict your own, that's just being closed-minded and did not bear any fruit. Look at how, I don't know, it has been how many weeks? Is it 1 week since it came back? Look at how people have made this battlefield look like it's a big joke. I can't even spend 10 minutes on Twitter without finding some flat earth video talking about the Antarctica, I don't know, conspiracy, I don't know, things like that. We are not even talking about the sun being there, being able to function 24 hours. Some people have said the same phenomenon has been observed in the North Pole. Like, we need to be looking like, how can the sun shine 24 hours and us in the tropics and those other regions that don't experience 24-hour sunlight? How is it that we're having day and night in these regions and these other regions we have 24-hour sunlight? That's the things we're supposed to we'll be looking into, analyzing what the sun is, what is the pattern, how is the changes, the season's influence, why is Antarctica so dry? These are the things that will help us understand because what's it called? How pulling the water into they have forgotten the word, pulling the water into the atmosphere, it depends with the energy and all these other things. So even Antarctica, it looks like it's a desert. probably that there's a phenomena of the energy vortex there that makes it that way. It doesn't allow much moisture to be in the air. Also, that's why also there's less snowfall and things like that. These are the things we're supposed to analyze. What other place can we find that has similar characteristics that's not in the Antarctica? We can go like to Siberian desert, things like that. It's so cold and it's so dry at the same time. We can look and analyze those atmosphere, do some comparison. It's through this analysis that will take us forward by trying to look beneath what we see with our eyes, not going back and forth. We're not even supposed to fight because of ideas. We're supposed to understand each other's ideas, especially flat earthers. We're supposed to understand each other's idea, and from understanding what another person is expressing themselves, then you can express yourself how you see what they have said or how you perceive the same topic. Then from that we can get to know where our minds are in this topic or this thing we're discussing, and we can find a common ground, but not just coming up with stories like, oh, you're having a handshake, Freemason, all this other thing. Like, I'm tired of this bullshit. I was even called here once time. There was a time we were talking about religion or something like that. I was called a Satanist. We need to stop all that bullshit. If you cannot prove someone is these things, don't just be mentioning them out because you saw on a YouTube video that Satanists do this and do that. The person who made that video, was he a Satanist or he just heard a rumor also and you're pushing it? We need to be careful. No more division. Let's discuss the issue and let's expand our reality in comprehension.
Hey, is it okay, Proud? I gotta step down. My voice is going out. But I did forget I dropped a patent. And thank you for everything you just said, sir. You are correct. Hit the nail on the head. Unity is better than division. I agree. We all keep saying that. And it's becoming circular, though, and it's starting to really get tiring for everybody, I'm sure. Everybody. Space is retarded. You know, there's nothing up there. Nothing can stay up there, right? But anyways, you know, NASA's full of shit. None of their stuff's authentic. We can't depend on them. We give them all the money, but they lie to us. You know, I put a patent down below in the purple pill. This patent is called a magnetic bowl array. It's just like in our old architecture. There are cutouts in a dome-shaped dome. There is an opening at the top for gas pressure release. The South Pole, all around the rim, is where things are being pulled in. That's why the air is so dry. There's hardly any moisture, but everything goes up, right? There's an upward force, but we're not. The Earth isn't moving. There are what's called ether winds coming up through our firmament, up to the top, bounces back down, comes down. That's what we call gravity. But these magnetic bowl arrays are identical to these domes in our world that we can go see with squares cut out. But these magnetic bowls either have to be, or they're handheld, which there's different sizes and shapes, just like all the other domes in our world. There's cutouts for neodymium magnets from the hole in the top, which would be our north, or where the sun would spiral up to. Coming down, right, would be you know, that's what causes seasons, okay? And these bowls, there's a northern polarity and a southern polarity. And when you put these holes back to back, the smaller top versions, they snap right into place, right? And they follow these field lines. If you pull them apart and you put magnetized and non-magnetized balls of steel of different metal compositions, and you just keep those balls from snapping together, and you put something, say plastic, in between it, right? Those balls are going to start forming concentric circles from the center out, and it's beautiful. I've put the patent, it's free. You can make your own, follow the directions, or you can watch all of this guy's teachings. It's called Primer Fields Theory, just like relativity. And I think Primer Fields, plasma mechanics, and plasma technology is going to kill, finally, where it's not coming out of anyone's mouth definitively. I put a bet on that one. And I got to go, guys. Y'all can ask me questions if you want. But thank you, Witsit, again, for all you do, buddy.
All right, Jay. Much love, bro.
Much love, brother.
Yeah, I just love what you said, man. I wanted to comment on that. Yeah, I've been checking out the patents, bro. I just snagged the one that you posted up there, and I'm still working on watching that series, man. It's really interesting. Being able to look at that and apply those mechanics from the primer fields. And I wanted to also comment on what Gully said, man. I really appreciate what you just said, bro, because, bro, it's everywhere, dude. Every single social media platform, you just hear people gutting each other out. And it's just like, dude, the only thing that I feel like doing right now is being quick to listen and slow to speak, like on any platform, because it's just like flat earth all overall is just not the same energy that it was when, like, not even that long ago, you know what I'm saying? Just because of what happened. And I really feel like if people could just take a step back and have a little bit more patience and be quick to listen and slow to speak, like I was saying, just have a little bit more patience to be able to download and absorb what's going on right now, because I really feel like that's the thing to do. So that's what I've been doing. I'm just kind of being quiet and keeping my distance from people who are exaggerating their ego too much. And that's not the kind of person that I like to be, especially around like everything that's going on right now. So I really appreciate what you said, Gully. We really need to figure this out. You know, this is another movement in what we're doing. So it's just so many people are they're just jumping the gun, you know what I'm saying? There's too many people that are trying to jump to conclusions. And I just really don't, I really feel like that's not the thing to do right now. I really think we need
Almost as
to
if they were paid off.
yeah. Yeah, man.
Dun dun dun.
Yeah, I feel it. I feel it, Proud. It's that intuition is just like overwhelming. And so yeah, I just wanted to comment on that. That's kind of like where I'm at right now, like that's all I really hear.
Yeah, it's such a shitty position to be in right now. To even defend something that you believe in, and then to be attacked for it. It's what's the point? We're just saying like, hey, we believe that what's it went. We don't think the evidence or the videos were fabricated, and then to get backlash from that, and then to have people upset at us because we don't believe that it's fake, and we're just saying our opinions, but then to be attacked from that and to respond to that, it's just so convoluted. It's like they were doing the same thing to Witsit. It's like Witsit was attacked immediately off the gate before anybody even got a chance to thank him, before he even got to dust the ice off his boots and parka. He was attacked, and then when he responds and he leans into it and he replies, then it's victim card. Oh, why are you attacking us? We're just asking questions. How are you doing this to us? It's like, bro, like you guys are making accusations. It's way past speculation at this point.
I think they need to grow up
Yeah.
because they behave in a childish way. Even these arguments that they raise doesn't make any sense. You'll believe it if you want to believe it only, but not if you are reasoning. I would like to encourage
Also,
it.
I did
It's
want to jump in. I
don't
wanted to say
entertain
thank
them.
you to Witsit, bro. Appreciate what you said yesterday, man.
I would like even to address with it. I won't even mind if you don't even respond to them at a time. They may just keep on doing your work and what you've discovered. Focus on that. Leave them alone. I think they're just trying to wear us down so that we don't speak about it and expand this idea in a way because it doesn't make sense. We don't need to let them allow them control where we're going in our thinking, in the ideas we're trying to discover. Let's maintain the same focus. If they're maybe the questions they're asking will expand our reality in the way we want, maybe we should entertain them. But from this point onwards, we should just take most of them as distractions.
Yeah, I won't fall victim to their shenanigans at this point. Go ahead, Taylor, jump in, and then if anybody else wants to come back some questions, feel free.
Yeah, I was just gonna say someone was mentioned about the humidity or something of that nature in the south, in the south in Antarctica. And I was just looking it up and it is very true that it's much less humid in the south. It also snows much less and it's much colder. So there's like these like differences, in the north and south pole that I think we should explore. And even potentially with the sun, I think we should continue exploring there. So whenever we get this data, let's just try to look down that avenue, try to see if we find any key differences and, maybe there could be some fruit there instead of just like, bashing the entire thing. I think that maybe we'd have something to gain out of it.
Where are those toxic commenters from YouTube? Somebody get them over here. All the random flat earthers that appeared out of thin air, or quote unquote flat earthers. Also, Franco, if you're listening or if you're awake yet, there was conversations about ether and telescopes filled with water. If you would like to partake, we can take a scientific intermission. If you'd like to get into some Aries failure or even some Snell's law. But we are looking for any opposition, anybody against the notion of what's it traveling to Antarctica. We might have to do an intermission soon.
Yeah, someone else said something about. I said I appreciate what you said yesterday. What were you talking about?
Yeah, that was me, What's it? I just wanted to say I appreciate what you said on your live stream, man. I really, uh, really felt your energy, bro. Appreciate it a lot.
And Nemos, and I bought my daughter a shirt, and then my 6 month daughter a little 6 month shirt. Right, she's 5 months, but and I'm like, yo, like I don't answer these questions, but it's like, are you implying that like I lied to and deceived my wife and my daughters? Um, like that's wild. And what really happened was Kai was telling Aaliyah, like, like for example, when someone's traveling, it's like, where daddy's going, like he's getting on an airplane. And then so daddy, where did daddy go when he got on the airplane? And she had taught her that to say like the land of the ice to see the sun. And I'm FaceTiming her when I can and when I'm there. And I come back and I wake up in the morning and she's all excited because she didn't see me for like, 10, 11 days, 11 days. And then I give her a shirt from Antarctica and a little Antarctica magnet. And I had to go grab that shirt out of the little dirty clothes hamper because she wore it yesterday. And I'm like, what is going through your mind? Like, are you implying that I bought this shirt for my daughter, but it's like actually just a shirt they gave me as part of some big plot and we were in a studio or like I don't know, it's all so surreal. Like I think that people get so caught up in watching these very like tactically and deceptively edited videos and these narratives get circulated and said with such illusory confidence. It's really easy to hone in, block out the rest of the world, not do your own research because it's easier and less time consuming and it's the easy, lazy way out. And they really start to believe it and that they don't see the forest for the trees or something. They don't realize what they're actually saying. Like they're saying that I sold my soul to deceive the world and like even my family, I guess. I don't know. I just think it's wild. People need to kind of get a a kind of like a grip on reality a bit. I need to step back and it's like they don't even understand what they're saying. And I'm only saying all that to just kind of say that this isn't just about me or this trip. Like, this is just not. Maybe it should. Maybe it's beneficial for truthers in that they should realize they need to be maybe more diligent and cautious about a lot of different claims that are similar to this at all. And this definitely made me realize that. This made me realize that, like, you definitely can't just watch someone else and just never fact check them. You know, um, you gotta fact check stuff. You gotta do your own research because I can understand why if they thought a certain content creator was reliable or credible, and they see them put out a video like this, they're like, "Oh, I know that they did the research." But what you find out is like, no, they actually didn't either. Eric Dubay put a bunch of videos from other people, easily debunked. RB Truth puts a video out, the deceptively edited crouching video, and so anyway, I'm just throwing it out there. I think people need to kind of think about that. Like as a truther, the whole point is that we don't conform to consensus. We don't let other people make up our mind where they've constantly intimidated us away from looking into things. They've like tried to nullify our individuation. They're like, here are the authorities, here are the experts. This is what they tell you to believe. Only they can know the answers. Here's how it works. Like space and time bends and warps, and your mind might get bent and warped, but it's worth it. Science. And you just like hand your freaking uh, like individuation over like your sovereignty of thought and mind. And the whole point is that you break out of that and like you're free now and you independently research things and you diligently seek out the truth. So you shouldn't just go right over to like another replacement definitive model that makes claims that can't be verified and go right back to just like replacing the system and the authority and the educational system, indoctrination system with like certain YouTubers. Like you can't just go do the same thing where it's like I'm just gonna blindly kind of take the word of other people that I consider to be a quote unquote expert or whatever. So I'm just telling you, the people should realize like that applies to you. Just take this as kind of a learning experience as you even see some of the way that these people are kind of acting or being deceived. You'll be like, oh dang, I need to really keep an eye on that. So that's only going to make the flat earth much stronger, much more equipped. It's going to have people come to their own conclusions, different conclusions. It sparks conversations to iron out differences. And that's what we need, right? We need innovation to truly kind of like progress. And if everyone's doing their own like diligent research, that's kind of how we get there. So I don't know. That was kind of a meta point, but just out there, other.
Hola. Hola. Yo. Sorry. Were you finished with it? I can't hear anybody. The problem's me. I'll be right back.
Go real quick if Alan's gonna not.
I was just gonna ask a quick question because I was just going back and forth with somebody on Twitter, and they were, it's just how it is. But anyway, so when a ball casts a shadow on another ball, like for the eclipses, that's supposed to create like an S-shaped shadow. And like what we're seeing, is that what we would call a C-shaped shadow, or what would we call what we're actually observing?
Well, yeah, it's just a perfect circle. I mean, really, like the S shape, it's like a sine wave. It's like partial. It's a part of a sine wave shadow because it's not like a full oval, but it's more of like a half oval. It's like ovalish, but yeah, it's like a sine wave shape. Um, and you gotta be careful actually, because like that has a specific meaning in seismology, ironically. But anyway, like S
Do
shadow.
you think the shape of the shadows we're seeing is not possible with a sphere casting a shadow on another sphere?
No, I don't think it is. No, I've never seen it replicated at all. I don't know how you can get a circle on another sphere with a sphere, but not if you move it across the whole face of it. It always distorts and does kind of do like a S shape, S wave shape, right? Because obviously the surface it's casting a shadow on is a sphere, so that means that it's got to stretch out over it, right? Because it's like the surface is closer to the shadow at the apex of the sphere than on the ends. So it can't be evenly distributed and give you a perfect circle. If it moves across it, no one's ever shown me a physical demonstration. If you do the physical demonstration, it always shows like that distortion. So I think someone had to kind of show me that's possible. I've seen it shown that that doesn't happen. So yeah, I think it's possible. I could be wrong, I guess.
Sphere on a disc or a disc on a disc would work though, right?
Yes.
Interesting. Alan, you got your audio working?
Hola. Yo, what's up,
Can you hear
Franco?
anybody besides
Oh, yeah, I can hear now. Yep.
Bird?
Yeah, I heard Taylor and what's it?
By
The
the way, what
old
else would work is like a concave like lens type of thing. But all right, Alan, take it away.
Thank you, sir. Franco, are you there?
Hi.
Yo, so a couple of things that I wanted to ask you about, starting with your explanation that you gave earlier in the day about Aries failure, where you said that you can't use velocity addition on waves, and you said that that Fresnel drag was invalid for some reason, but you didn't specify why. And in addition to that, there was there's just regular interferometry, so the Sagnac effect, which is best described with the classical equation that doesn't require any transformations. That's C plus or minus V for a wave. So the idea that you can't use wave velocity addition is false. So I'd like you to explain yourself. Because it seemed like you're just arbitrarily flip-flopping. Because last week, or a couple weeks ago, your guys' explanation, sorry to ramble on that, but I wanted to tie the relevance into last week. A couple weeks ago, your guys' explanation was that if you account for the velocity on the other end, meaning that if you do a mathematical transformation and assume Earth's horizontal velocity component and transform that into the incoming light frame, you guys said that that would predict no angle change. And you guys gave the example about a moving trash can and dropping a ball and having it drop in the center, and how if you account for the timing when you drop it, that's the equivalent of doing the velocity transformation. Now, so you were willing to say that it predicted no fringe in that using velocity addition, but now you're saying that it's invalid in the face of experimental evidence and measurement.
So, sorry. Can I answer?
Absolutely. The floor is yours.
Okay, so what I said is invalid is the velocity addition when you consider plane waves. When you consider plane waves, what you have to do when you move from one reference frame to another one that's moving with respect to the previous one is that you need to transform wave vectors. And this is for plane waves and phase velocity in plane waves. Now, this is exactly the same as using velocity addition, relativistically speaking, when the waves are in vacuum, when they are light waves in vacuum. The calculation is exactly the same, and the results are exactly the same, meaning transforming plane waves in vacuum and transforming velocities in vacuum is the same, as long as light is concerned in vacuum. When it comes to moving media, things are a little bit trickier because it depends what you're considering. If you're considering just plane waves, which in my opinion is the case when you consider starlight. And by the way, I'm also trying to read Klinkefoy's, or however that's pronounced, Klinkefoy's paper or book, and he also in his calculations he also uses plane waves as a description of starlight, and explicitly says so. But if you use plane waves, then what you have to do is compute how the wave vector transforms. If, on the other hand, you use wave packets, for instance, because you want to describe photons, or if you want to describe light pulses or localized light signals, then you have to use, you can't use what is called phase velocity in a medium, but you have to use group velocity. And in that case, for group velocity, it's true that one uses velocity compositions, relativistic one. So it really depends what kind of light transmission are you using. It also has to be said that as I showed in my calculations that I posted two weeks ago, that in the case of Fizeau's experiments, meaning when the light is propagated in the same direction as the velocity of the medium, then the two things coincide again. And so using wave vector composition, or wave vector, transformation, or velocity transformation is the same, gives the same result, which is the drag of the light by water. Concerning the formula used by predicted by Fresnel and mentioned by Jackson's first edition, with the 1 - 1 over n square, whatever. My comment on that was that it's not the prediction from exact prediction from velocity addition or wave vector transformation. I repeat that they give the same result in this case of parallel directions for velocity and propagation, and because it's only valid to first order. But of course, Fizeau's measurement was the precision of the measurement made it perfectly describable by the first order calculation. So this is about Fizeau. Concerning instead the explanation of what happens with water telescopes. In case you use, as Klinkefues did, as I still think it can be can be done. You use you model your starlight propagation as a plane wave. You describe it as a plane wave coming to the telescope. Then the calculations I posted two weeks ago show that if you change frame, that is, if you compute what happens in a frame to light refraction in a frame where the refracted medium is stationary, and then move to a frame where the medium is moving with a certain velocity, which is parallel to the interface surface, then in that case, for plane wave refraction, you have that Snell's law is conserved, which means it is obeyed in both frames, which is not true if the interface surface is inclined, has got a tilting angle. Still, but If you don't agree with this, meaning treating starlight as plane waves and computing their phase velocity, and you want to compute group velocity, meaning the velocity that are localized wave pulse would have, then you would have to use group velocity in water, and in that case, you would have to use when you want to transform from one frame to another, you would have to use relativistic velocity addition. Still, the argument that the angle would be increased from 20 to 27 degrees is based on the assumption that, for instance, in the frame, in the so-called sun frame, in the frame where the Earth is moving at 30 kilometers per second, starlight coming from Gamma Draconis and coming along the y-axis, for instance, in the sun's frame, will meet the moving telescope and will keep that direction, y direction, when entering water. And then when you transform to the Earth's frame, that would give, if you use relativistic transformation, would give two different angles, and indeed the angle would be 27 if you use relativistic velocity addition. The wrong part here is that it's not true that when the light enters a moving medium, the direction will be conserved. That is not true. It is true for plane waves, but I showed that. But for light pulses, meaning if you use velocity addition, then if you use group velocity, then no, it's not true, because you don't know it from first principles. We only know what happens to light when it crosses an interface between media, when the media are stationary. Then what you have to do is to go to that frame, compute in that frame what happens to light, and then move to a frame where water is moving. That's a mistake. You cannot, and that is independent. This argument is completely independent of what light, what you use when transforming from a frame to another. If you use relativistic velocity addition, or you use relativistic transformation of wave vectors. Because in both cases, what you need to do in order to know what happens to light when it crosses the interface between two media is what you know from physics, from the physics of refraction, with a refraction index and so on, which and the velocity of light in water, which you know only in a frame where water is stationary. In order to see what happens in another frame, you have to transform to a frame where water is moving, and that is not, and that is what is done wrong when you assume what happens in the so-called sun's frame. From the point of view of relativistic physics, all frames, this is what I said even before starting reading all of this stuff by Airy and Klinkerfues and whatever. From a point of view of modern physics, or relativistic point of view, all frames are equal. All inertial frames are equivalent. So if you want to know what happens on Earth with a water-filled telescope, you just use the Earth's frame. In the Earth's frame, considered as inertial, you have light coming in at a certain angle in a telescope, and then it doesn't matter where that light comes from. The telescope, the interaction between light and water is not dependent on the origin of this light. So if light is coming at 20 arcsecond degree with respect to vertical to the telescope, it would be just refracted to 15 arcseconds in water, because that is Snell's law, and that is not dependent on where the light comes from and what is its origin. That is the point of view. The timing argument is flawed because the timing argument assumes that in a frame where water is moving, light keeps going straight, which is not true in general.
All right, give me 1 second. I'm gonna reconnect here because the audio started messing up at the end there, and then we'll continue. Give me 1 second, please. Testing 1 2. Testing 1 2.
Loud and clear.
Awesome. Okay. Sorry about that. Okay, so number one, starting off with treating the incoming starlight as a plane wave is not, I don't accept that, right? A plane wave doesn't even exist. It's an idealized conception of light propagation. Now, all light experiences attenuation, diffraction, and refraction. And when it interacts with particles, et cetera, as it's traveling through the cosmos and our atmosphere, et cetera, it's going to create spherical wavefronts. So it's not going to, that's not a valid analysis, number one. Number two, if a plane wave did exist, it would be equivalent to Fresnel's experiment, and it would be just as valid. It's exactly what was measured for number one. And you were saying how in a moving media you can't make the right prediction, et cetera. Well, if you in Fresnel's experiment, if you take the water frame, right, you can predict the speed of light being measured plus or minus v with respect to the flow. And, with respect to the lab frame. So you can absolutely make the correct prediction there using velocity addition for waves. Number two, the biggest issue, right, is the massive flip-flop that's gone on here. That's not to be lost, right? So the original argument was you can use velocity addition. Now you can't use velocity addition. And as you said earlier, if you try to use relativity theory, you're saying that you can make two different angle predictions via transformation, but then you said that all reference frames are equally valid. If all reference frames are equally valid, then they have to make the same prediction for the physical measurement. So that's not valid. That's an asymmetrical use of relativity theory. They all have to make the same prediction, and the classical. The relativistic velocity composition agrees with the classical up to 2/10 millionths of a degree. So there has to be an angle change of 27.5 arc seconds at the bare minimum. And you keep saying that like it only accounts for the first order, blah, 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 right? Well, the first order is the only order that matters. That's the order where the measurement was taken. That's where it's directly proportional. Like when you say that it only does it to the first order, that's exactly that's extremely important. That's not to be lost, right? Like, interferometry is so precise because it's first order measurements that are directly proportional as the square or of the ratio of a square. So it's not like it can just be whatever. Now, secondly, or not secondly, but let's see, there was a couple other notes here I took throughout that. Wave packets. So you were talking about wave packets earlier and the distinction between like when it's traveling in its idealized quantized form through a vacuum and then it hits a medium and it becomes a wave. And that's, you're talking about wave particle duality there, which I don't accept either. And you could substantiate that through a double slit experiment using water where you would see the interference pattern caused by particles rather than waves, and that's never been substantiated. But in fact, you can actually use a fog machine to a classical double slit experiment and see that the diffraction pattern of a wave is present through all the slits. So it's never a particle at any time. So this idea that it's going to be propagating through a vacuum and then transforming into some uncalculatable, unusable thing is not a tenable position. Let's see. let's see, inertial navigation system. So yeah, like I was saying earlier, you were talking about that it's only valid for the first order. They only use the classical equation in inertial navigation systems, bro. The Lorentz physics doesn't exist in a ring laser gyroscope. So we're talking about one of the most precise instruments made to measure motion. And it's so precise that the ionization of the gas in the chamber is causing a preferred direction based off of the electrodes in the device, like the alignment. And they have to offset that because of Fresnel drag is it's basically making the light get there a little faster, and that's interfering with the accuracy of the device. And they're using the first order equations for it. So it's just as valid. You can't say that it doesn't work magically. That's not a real explanation. You've completely flip-flopped. And I don't think I need to say anything else. Let me check my notes real quick. Oh, right. The starlight. Okay, yeah. The other issue here was that you were saying that that the starlight comes in at an angle. It doesn't come in perpendicular, right? That's what we learned from Airy's failure. It already comes in at an angle, because when you add the water, it doesn't change. So the idea that it comes in directly perpendicular isn't a thing either. And the angle of refraction is accounted for, and you only need to account for that when you focus on the speed of light difference for the angle increase. So nothing that you put forward of an explanation, like half of what you said isn't even physically applicable because it's an idealized calculation of a wave, right? And the other half is just a flip-flop and misuse of your own mathematical symmetry. The floor is yours.
Dang, Alan.
I didn't follow everything you said here because there were many things. Again, going back to the 20 to 27 angle change. If you use that, how do you use that? You said you use you can derive that by starting from a zero angle with respect to the y-axis, and then transforming to a frame which is moving to the right, say, or to the left, along the x-axis, with a velocity which is 10 to the minus 4, the speed of light, which is 30 kilometers per second. If you do that, you come up with an angle of 20 arcsecond with respect to the vertical in vacuum, and with an angle of approximately 30 arcseconds in water. This is, if you suppose, then in the original frame you're transforming from light is going along the y direction, because otherwise you won't get these angles. This assumption is wrong if the water is moving in the first frame, the frame where you're starting from, because you don't know what happens to light entering a moving medium. In order to compute that, you need to go to the frame where the water is stationary, use refraction laws, and then transform back to the frame where water is moving. That's the only way, because otherwise you will have to solve Maxwell's equations and boundary conditions with a moving interface, which is not, and a moving medium, which is not easy at all. It's not something that one can do very straightforwardly. Absolutely. So the way of doing that is transforming to the frame where the water is stationary. This is independent of how you make the calculation of how things transform from one frame to another. There's no need to go to the frame where the water is moving in relativity. as far as wave packet and plane waves are concerned, the claim is it depends. The timing argument, that is, for instance, the videos that have been circulating about Ares, an aberration being viewed with a bullet coming down from the sky and crossing and having to be caught by a moving telescope. This is something that is modeling the light signal as a moving bullet, moving at the speed of light or at the speed of light in water. This description can only be accepted in case you have a very localized pulse. You may call it a photon, you may call it whatever. You may call it a very localized wave, light signal. I don't know. For instance, in a optic fiber or something like this. But in that case, when you want to see what happens when you transform between frames, then you're allowed to use velocity addition. Again, my previous claim was that velocity addition is not correct when you deal with plane waves. A localized signal is a sum of plane waves. Plane waves, it's true, are idealized mathematical concepts, but they're just a sine function or a straight line or a parabola. They're all mathematical abstractions, but they're used in Fourier analysis to describe, for instance, localized distributions. For instance, and a localized signal, pulse-like signal is localized light signal pulse is described as a sum of plane waves. So in order to see how this behaves, you need to know how a single plane wave behaves, and then you compute how the sum of plane waves behave. And if you do this for localized and on a certain very particular hypotheses, you compute what the velocity of a localized signal is, and this is the so-called group velocity, which is not frequency divided by wave number, but is the derivative of the frequencies with the frequency with respect to wave number, which is the same as phase velocity for isotropic non-dispersive mediums such as water. In case of moving water, then isotropy is lost because we have a particular we have a special direction, which is the direction of the velocity of water, and then you cannot. It's true that group velocity does not equal phase velocity unless the velocity is parallel to the water's velocity. In that case, the two are equal. But if not, they're not equal. So if you want to deal with the movement of localized pulses in moving water, you have to use group velocity, and that does transform according to velocity composition, relativistic one.
Lost you, Franco.
Lost me.
No, you're good. Keep going.
You lost me. You lost what I'm saying, or you lost the audio?
No. Just if you could draw a conclusion, please.
Well, the conclusion. Well, this was about the difference between group velocity and phase velocity. The conclusion is that independent of what you use, in order to determine what happens to light in moving water, the only way of doing it is, especially when light is crossing the border between the boundary between two media, is to compute what happens in the frame where the medium is stationary, because that we know how to do, and then move to a frame where the medium is moving. You cannot do the reverse. All the demonstrations of what is supposed to happen in a frame where the telescope is moving are flawed, because they assume what happens to they incorrectly assume what is happening to the light as soon as it enters the moving telescope, which is not obvious at all. In order to do that, you have to move to switch frame and then go back. There's no way you can do it. You can do it directly. What I did in my previous in the slides that I showed 2 weeks ago was to do that computation for plane waves. It is true that if you do it for wave packets, so for different model, you get a different thing when you go to the moving frame, but not when you are in the frame where water is stationary. In that frame, in both cases, you get that what is obeyed is Snell's law. So there's no contradiction. There's only a contradiction if you use two different models. If you want to know what happens to a light pulse or to a plane wave, they behave slightly different. They behave differently in the frame where the water is moving. But in the Earth's frame, there's no difference.
All right. Well, do you have a pen and paper, sir?
Yes, I do.
All right. As I'm speaking, please write down any points you feel are necessary to address. I don't ever want to hear you say, "Oh, you took too long. I didn't follow that." After the way you just put forward and what I had to write down to keep up with you, that was completely unrelated. So, with that mutual understanding, we're not going to complain about length of speech anymore, and we're going to address points directly and follow along when we're speaking. So, number one, you're assuming Earth's velocity in this whole situation to begin with, right? Now, on top of that, that's affirming the consequent for number one, right? You're saying, oh, it's different, it happens different, it's going to do this, it's going to do that. We know exactly what's going to happen because we've done Fresnel's experiment, right? And it's completely valid in the first order, makes the correct prediction. You admitted earlier that the plane wave idealization doesn't matter and it doesn't exist. So why bring it up? And then you go on to try and talk about how the group velocities and all these things would be different. Yet I'm giving you practical real world examples of measurements where it's not different. And it's exactly described in the classical sense. You keep inventing conditions to give a different outcome because of the implication here. The starlight comes in, hits a medium, the angle increases. That's what relativity predicts. That's what the classic theory predicts. If the two didn't make the same agreement, then they would be wrong, because all you're doing in the classical prediction to make it relativistic is adding a gamma factor at the end, which is so small that it cancels out. It makes the agreement of the equation 2/10 millionths of a difference. So it's not even a real thing, right? Now, on top of that, let me scroll through here. Let's see. Okay. Additionally, what you're doing here, right? They're saying that there's stellar aberration in air, right? So if you're doing this horizontal velocity composition transformation to the incoming starlight, that would also have to apply when it's incoming in air, and there would be no aberration to begin with. So that's wrong. Now you keep getting. Oh wait, am I coming through? Can you guys hear me? Okay. All right, I can't hear you guys. 1 second. Let me rejoin.
Sorry.
Yo, sorry about that. Could you guys hear me, or did I cut out?
Yeah, we could hear you, Alan. I don't think you can hear us. Can you hear us now?
Yep. Sorry about that.
Yeah, I was just asking Franco if he understood the term affirming the consequence.
Affirming the consequences.
Affirming the consequent, it's where you told him that his analysis was invalid because it's only valid in a frame where water's stationary. And if in a frame where water's actually moving, then you would have to do a more complicated equation. And so, therefore, based on that, he's wrong. And he's saying you're taking the point of contention, which is the fact of whether the water's moving at all or not, and you're using that as evidence to affirm the point of contention, which is a logical fallacy known as affirming the consequent. Sorry, go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh, no, I'm not familiar with these things. I'm familiar with other type of reasoning, but no. So I don't know what you mean. I still stand by what I said.
It's basic logic. Affirming the consequence, it means you're assuming Earth's motion without confirming it, right? Because the test of Earth's motion was the angle change when you add the water, right? So the fact that there was no change means that the Earth isn't moving, right? But the philosophy, the idea that the Earth is in motion was kept. So now we have to have all these weird answers that don't make any sense, that contradict physical measurements and reality, and that's where we're at now. Right? Is like all this assumed velocity vector that you're trying to transform that would make aberration invalid in air, right? You're trying to have it both ways, and then you're doing asymmetrical transformations, and you're saying that it predicts different angles for different things. That's not correct, dude. That's literal gobbledygook and a complete flip flop on your position. Continue.
Not to mention, he brings up plane waves, which don't even physically exist. So why even bring them up as if you're treating light in a way that doesn't actually operate in reality?
Complete obfuscation of the subject matter, bro.
Oh, how do you?
That's why I was just slowing it down, because I want to make sure that Franco's familiar with the terms, so that way he can respond. Because if he's not interpreting the terms correctly, he may not be able to respond directly to what you guys are saying. Because the thing, Franco, we want to make sure when you're arguing your position or articulating your position, we want to make sure that it's based in sound logic. We don't want it to be fallacious, devoid of that logic. I think a good example, and I'll let you get the mic. I just want to make sure that you fully interpret the term. It's saying the Grinch. My claim is the Grinch stole Christmas. Right? I was expecting a gift to come in the mail for Christmas, and it didn't show up when I expected it. That must mean the Grinch exists and the Grinch stole Christmas. So I'm assuming the consequent because assuming something is happening, and because the result happened, I confirmed the assumption. And that's pretty much devoid of logic. You guys can correct me if I'm wrong, or Franco, you can respond.
You're doing good, but real quick before you respond, I was still going through my list.
Okay.
I just want to make sure he's keeping up, Alan, because
You're good. You're good. I know. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Hey, this thing's about ready to get turbocharged, so I hope there's a lot of listeners here ready to listen.
That's a fact. Thanks, Bob. Go ahead, Franco. Did you want to just confirm that you?
Yeah. So Franco, let me ask you this: the classic theory and the relativistic theory both make the same prediction for the angle change, right? Yet when they go to measure it, they agree to up to 2/10 millionths of a degree.
Then we would discuss this in a minute. Okay, go ahead.
And that wasn't what was measured. So is the classic theory and relativity wrong, or is the assumption of a velocity component wrong? Because if relativity is wrong, then the classic theory would also have to be wrong, because they make the same prediction. Because it's what's used today in inertial navigation systems. The floor is yours.
Okay. Can you tell me again where this prediction of two different angles come from?
Yes, the first prediction is for the angle in air, and the second is when you add water.
And how do you compute the angle in water?
You slow the velocity of light down to 0.75 c.
In which frame?
The lab frame, the frame in which the measurement is taken, the frame in which the observer exists in.
Okay. And how do you compute? Okay, so how do you compute this angle in this frame, knowing this velocity? You don't need just the velocity in order to compute the angle. The velocity of light.
The equation is tangent angle equals v over c, assuming the velocity of Earth over the speed of light. That's what gives the normal aberration angle. So why would it be different? The only thing that's changing is the velocity variable of light. So they make the same prediction. I don't understand where your contention's at right now.
My contention is that this angle of 27 whatever degrees is starting from. It's a change from a frame where the angle is 0, and then you add the Earth's velocity relativistically or classically, and then you get that the angle is 27 arcseconds. But one of the hypotheses is not just the velocity of light in the medium, is also that the angle was 0 in the frame you start from. And in this frame, which is it's not a lab frame, it is a frame where light is coming at a 0 angle. Do you agree with this?
No, give me one sec. It already comes in at an angle, right? Like we said that it's not, we established earlier that it doesn't come in perpendicular. Like the telescope is leveled at all times and it's off like inherently. So it's already coming in at an angle. That's what you guys are calling aberration to begin with.
Yeah, but the angle in the calculation of 27, let's take this. Let's take the calculation of 27 degrees.
Oh, no, I see what you're saying. As the baseline deviation from 90, I got you. Or from 0, I got you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right?
Yep.
So what I claim is that this is wrong. This hypothesis that it is 0, the angle in the first place. Because in that frame, the frame where you assume the light of the angle of light to be 0 is a frame where water is moving, and in that frame, which is a frame which in videos and demonstration of the effect is the frame where the telescope is moving. In that frame, you have no way of no physical way of saying, no argument for being sure.
Hey, Franco,
that the angle is 0.
Franco, I don't mean to cut you off, but your current line of argumentation would refute aberration in air.
No.
So, yeah.
No, because that is your assumption in air is that light is coming, for instance, in the so-called sun's frame, is coming, for instance, vertically.
What's the cause of aberration in air?
The change of relative velocity between the telescope and the star.
What's the cause of aberration in water?
The cause of aberration in water is the same, but it has to be compounded. It has to be convoluted. It has to be combined with the fact that you have an interface between water and air in this case, and that the behavior of light at the interface is governed by Maxwell's equations and
so a different angle then, right? in the water?
Different angle in water, but this different angle is easily determined only in the frame where water is stationary. In the other case, it's not.
Oh, dude, wait. Let's analyze that for a second. It's only valid where the water would be stationary, right? And you're assuming that there's a velocity component there, right? And then you didn't make that measurement to the corresponding angle. And what you actually measured is the angle change as if your hypothesis was that the Earth is stationary and that the starlight comes in at an angle. So what doth we do from hither, brother?
We accept that this is a way of reasoning, and there's no reason for going back to a frame where the telescope is moving.
I agree. There's no reason to assume the telescope's moving after we have the water.
No, because this is what relativity says. It's you can precisely compute what happens in the frame where in the telescope's frame. In this frame, light is coming at an angle because of aberration in space, and that because of the relative change of velocity between the star and the frame.
Well, hold on.
You can also say that it's the star moving. It's the star moving with the yearly. Yeah.
Hold on, Frank. I agree that with a telescope in air, you could say that the Earth is moving with respect to the incoming starlight, or you could say that the Earth is stationary with respect to starlight that's coming in at an angle. In air, both of those are equally valid. I 100% agree with you. The problem is, though, when you add the water, right, we have that velocity component, which necessitates an angle change. Now, the fact that there's not an angle change in water doesn't mean, oh, we must assume some other way to do a transformation or come up with a reason as to why there's no angle change. It just means that the starlight already comes in at that angle. That's what the first order derivation would imply, right? That's all you have to do. You make no further assumptions. You don't have to transform into a fictitious frame. You don't have to assume any horizontal velocity components. But anyway, continue.
No, I disagree. Again, the angle change is only the only angle change that's predicted is one predicted by Snell's law in the framework water is stationary. The other angle change that you're referring to is flawed, the calculation, because as we were going through 2 minutes ago, it assumes that the angle is 0 in the frame. The calculation that predicts this 27 degrees is based on the assumption that the angle is 0 in the frame of what is moving.
It's not 0 though. It's 20 arc seconds.
No.
That's what aberration in air is, brother.
Yeah.
When
but yeah. When you compute 27 is not using the 20 arc second. You plug in the numbers that you plug in order to get 27 is 0 as theta, and then you get theta prime. It's 27 arc second if you use the correct speed of light in water, and you use 0 as the initial angle, not 20 seconds. Sorry.
So if and if you do that, it's going to add 7.5 arc seconds to the 20 that's already present for air. That's the whole purpose of it.
Yeah, but the 27, my argument is that the 27 calculation is not correct because it assumes 0 in the first place, which is not valid. It's not justified. It is justified in my calculations of 2 weeks ago, was trying to see what the angle you could assume was if you use plane waves. If you use plane waves, then it's true.
Franco.
But then you have a different transformation, so it's coherent. But if you use a wave packet, it's different. But then the angle equals 0 to begin with is wrong. So in either case, whichever model you use, it's wrong to, this 27 prediction is wrong.
Okay, listen, 20 arcsecond deviation also assumes the deviation from is 0. So how is that correct,
Yeah.
but the other one's not correct, bro? That doesn't make any sense. That's completely incoherent. Zenith zero would be the zenith of the star, right? The 20-degree arc seconds is the deviation from that already. So both equations agree already. You seem like, respectfully, seem to have a misunderstanding of what is going on right there.
Yes, there is a misunderstanding of what is going on right there because if the aberration in air assumes that in the sun's frame,
What the fuck? Sorry, can you go ahead?
In some frame where the telescope is moving at 30 kilometers per second and the starlight is coming down at vertically at from zenith, then in this assumption, this is what is assumed in order to calculate.
1 second. I need to reconnect. It's doing the echo thing. I'm sorry, I can't hear you. Give me 1 second. I need to reconnect. It's doing the echo.
Stop with this number bullshit.
I apologize. I'm back.
We need to believe in what we see. And many of us have photos to prove.
Oh, yo, hey, Bob, I'm back. Sorry, Franco. Go ahead and continue.
So, aberration in air is calculated based on the assumption that in some frame, starlight is coming, say, along the y-axis. And then you take a telescope that is moving along the x-axis with some velocity, 30 kilometers per second, say. You compute what the angle will be with respect to the telescope using either velocity composition or wave vector transformation. Is the same in vacuum. So, and then you get the 20 arcseconds, which is the angle that light makes with respect to the telescope axis in air. When you compute the 27-degree angle, what you do is to assume that in the frame where telescope is moving and the starlight is coming along the y-axis, it will continue moving along the y-axis when it has entered water. And this is the wrong assumption, because it's from this 0 angle in this frame that you transform to the telescope and you get the 27. That is the wrong part. My calculations from 2 years, I keep saying 2 years ago, from 2 weeks ago, was that if you use a plane wave model and you compute how that plane wave changes between the two frames, then the prediction is that it will stay vertical in the frame what is moving, and then it will follow Snell's law in the other frame. If you use instead velocity addition of light pulses, then you would have to use velocity additions. But in that case, it's not true that the light pulse will continue vertically in the frame where water is moving. That is, in the first frame you start from, in order to compute the 27 angle. That is the wrong thing. The only way of knowing what happens to the pulse when it crosses the water is to go to a frame where water is stationary. In that frame, the pulse is coming at an angle of 20 arcsecond. It will be refracted in water at an angle of 15 arcseconds due to Snell's law. And then you go back with to the frame where to the initial frame where light was coming vertically in air, and you find that in water it will not be vertical, and the new direction would come from transforming back the 15 arcsecond of the stationary frame to the previous frame. That is the way of computing that correctly in case of a light pulse. In both cases, what you need to do in order to compute what happens at the interface of moving medium, is to go to the frame where the medium is stationary, compute it there, and then go back.
Yeah. So we've done all that, and we have the prediction for the angle change, and that's not what's measured. You're assuming the horizontal velocity component, and you're saying that the laws of physics are equally valid in all these frames. So we got our prediction, we got our measurement, and now you're trying to make everything agree with the measurement and acting like it's a prediction of it. But by assuming the velocity in the first place, dude, what you just described was so hard, was really hard to follow. I'll be honest with you, it didn't make any sense. Like that was the most. What you're saying, dog, is that in air there should be no aberration. Then, like, I don't understand how you're not realizing
No, I've not said that.
The contradiction there.
No, there's no contradiction.
Yeah.
No, there's no. No, I'm sorry.
If the cause is the velocity ratioed against light speed for air, and the cause is also the velocity ratioed against light speed for water, as you've said, but you say this prediction's only valid in the frame in which the telescope is stationary, then when we take the measurement physically in the frame of the telescope, why do we get aberration in air? That's what he's asking you, because we know we get aberration in air according, to measurement. So then why wouldn't there be aberration in water? Because it's all in the same stationary frame that we're measuring it in. We're measuring it in a stationary frame, or we're treating it as stationary at the very least, whether you think it actually is or not. You can't have it both ways. You can't have it successfully predicting 20 and measuring 20, but then say that the prediction for 27 is not true.
The prediction from 27 is not true because it assumes what happens when light crosses the boundary between air and water. What happens to light when crossing a boundary between media is calculated imposing boundary conditions on electric and magnetic fields at the crossing boundary. And this leads to Snell's law, and this is done in a frame where the medium is stationary, because otherwise it's difficult to have a description of what happens to fields when the medium is moving.
That's not true.
So
that last part's not true.
Really? Why?
Fresnel drag is measured and calculated in the lab frame in which water is moving. And
how is it calculated? Well, Fresnel, again, Fresnel. What I'm saying is what I said. I was trying to say is that what is wrong, what is difficult to predict is the angle change when you have crossing between air and water. Fresnel's drag is something that is, or Fizeau experiment is something that happens along the wave propagation velocity. There's a velocity of medium that is parallel to the velocity of the wave, and that is accounted for by addition velocity in relativity, which at first order is equal to Fresnel's drag. So this is perfectly explained by relativity. And the
classic prediction. Fresnel didn't use relativity.
Yeah, he used a very complex model, which is not. I don't care what Fresnel used. I care that relativity predicts the correct things, right? So anyway, what I'm saying is wrong is not that the aberration in water is not there. What I'm saying is that the way you compute it and the way you compute the expected angle in the frame is based on a wrong calculation, because it assumes what happens. It assumes what happens when light crosses water in a frame where water is moving, which is not, which is assumed without any physical justification.
Well,
That is
regardless of what direction it's moving, if it's moving, right, we know from Fresnel that it should carry 44% of the velocity of the water. So what you would do then is you would take that predicted 7.5 arc seconds or so, 7 arc seconds, that predicted 7 arc seconds change, and you'd say, okay, let's take 44% of that and subtract it off of it, or add it, depending on which direction we're talking, and then do it that way. But that's not what we see. We just don't see an angle change at all. So you'd either
Yeah,
have 7 or you'd have 44% of 7. You have neither of those. You just have a 0 angle change. The only thing you're not allowed to have is 0, and that's what you've got in the first order measurement in the lab. You have a 0.
Can I
It would be a different angle, regardless of how different, whether you think it's different by 7 or different by 44% of 7 or whatever, it would be different. And it's not. And you, Franco, can't have that.
can
It
I
has to be different.
can I add to this without can I can
Well,
I can I kind of add to this a little bit real quick?
Hold on, Bob. Bob, is it relevant to Aries failure?
What I have is
Bob,
groundbreaking. What I have
No,
hold on,
no,
hold on,
Bob,
Bob.
please no.
Bob, is it relevant to
slow down, people, slow
Bob?
down.
Is it relevant to Aries failure though? Because we're in the middle of a build.
You guys go ahead and hash this out, and then I'm going to share earth-shattering proof that Flat Earth Dave knows. A lot of people know, but I'm going to let you guys hash this thing out real quick, and then when you guys call upon me, I'm going to share proof. How's that?
Thanks, Bob. Appreciate it for being patient. Go
you
ahead,
can't
Alan and
have a
Franco.
0,
Continue.
Franco. You can't have
okay.
a 0, Franco.
Okay, I'm repeating the same thing over and over. Okay, but I'll do it again. So,
Wait. Address what I said. Don't repeat what you just said. Address what I said. I responded to what you already said. Please respond to me.
okay, I respond to you. I don't know about Fresnel's drag and how it is used when light is at an angle. I don't want to use it because I'm using modern knowledge, and I know historically is that Fresnel's drag is a first order approximation of addition velocity, but in case where the wave or wave packet direction is the same as the velocity of the is a parallel to the velocity of the medium, as in Fizeau's experiment. I don't know what happens. I never learned, and I haven't looked up what it predicts in case of light at an angle, because I don't need that, because I know what Maxwell equations are and what relativity is, and I know what the prediction is now. So I'm using that, and
There's
if I'm
no
using that,
direction component.
sorry.
I'm not trying to interrupt you. I just want to just add that real quick. There's no in the equation for Fresnel drag. There is no direction component for an angle, right? It's just plus or minus, right? The only deviation from the plus or minus would be if you had to do trig, like in order to get the effective direction. Like say it's not moving perfectly straight, it's moving ever so slightly off from perfectly straight, but you have to calculate its magnitude in the y direction. Then you do trig, but it would still be trig of Fresnel's formula. So it still
Again,
doesn't help you.
I cannot discuss this because I don't know what Fresnel predicts when light is not parallel to the light direction is not parallel to the medium's
His
velocity.
formula is still valid today. But what you're making a good point though, because Fresnel predicts, right, his equation, his drag equation. It's the only Fresnel drag is the only mechanism that there is by which we can add velocity components to or from light as it travels through a medium. Otherwise, light is supposed to travel unhindered, right? Fresnel drag is what occurs that causes there to be a deviation in that velocity. And it is along or opposite to the direction of the travel of the light. Once you make it perpendicular, it would reduce to zero. It would be maximum at parallel and zero at perpendicular. And if we're treating the star as a zenith star, then it would be perpendicular. Or if it's slightly off zenith, very, 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 very small from perpendicular, almost zero. So you still wouldn't have a mechanism to add a horizontal velocity to the light. Like you don't have any way to take that light that's coming in a straight line, because that's how it propagates, and then the moment it touches water, just shoot it off to the side at a perpendicular angle to get it to catch back up to the earth. There's no mechanism for that, Franco. Physically speaking, there's no mechanism.
Yes, there is a mechanism that in the fact that the way a dielectric medium reacts to to electromagnetic fields is described in a frame where is described properly in a frame where the medium is stationary, and then you have all kind of models of dielectric response to that. There's a whole sector of physics about this, and then you have in order to see what happens when the medium is moving, what you do is simply use frame transformation. That is a way any modern physicist would act. Fresnel was computing things, was modeling things many years ago, before other points of view were developed. So I don't want to use that that explanation, that mechanism. I'm sticking to my view of physics, and which is not mine. It's modern physics since more than 1 century. So it's the way of seeing things is relativistic, and I'm sticking to that. So in that point of view, I'll say it again: the prediction of what happens to the aberration angle in water is not that it is zero. It's not that it is unchanged. It's just that is determined. The angle that the light will form with respect to vertical in the frame where the telescope is stationary is just determined by the refraction laws, which are the way that the refracted medium interacts with light when it comes at an angle. And this angle is the 20 arcsecond angle, in Airy's case, is determined by aberration, and the fact that it changes is due to the fact that the relative velocity between Earth and the star is changing annually on a yearly period by plus or minus 30 kilometers per second. That is the explanation of the fact that this angle changes from plus to minus 20 arc seconds in air. Again, if you try to predict what this angle is in water, the way you compute it is to see what happens to the angle change in a frame where water is stationary, and then move to any other frame.
Hey, Sacred, can you bring Pizio back up and Proud? I think they got dropped out. Continue, Franco.
Okay, I got you.
I've been on standby for a while too.
Yeah, Bob, you're gonna have to do that, brother. It's gonna be a minute, dog. Sorry.
It's all good. It's all good. I understand. I'm listening, and I got a lot of firepower behind me. Trust me, guys. When I jump in,
it'll happen faster if you stop talking, though. So
I know, but you're gonna love it. I'm just saying.
Well, I waited with bated breath. Anyway, continue, Franco.
So I'm sorry, there's no contradiction, and then there's no prediction of in the fact that what Airy measured was zero, because what he measured was the I as I said in my posts, I did read the paper with more attention than I had before, and I found that I was indeed wrong when I assumed that Airy was tilting the telescope. In this, I have to. It was tilting by 20. It was to keep it as vertical as possible. Actually, the verticality was measured at each observation, but the deviation from vertical. And then what he measured was the angle that the starlight made with respect to the vertical. And what he measured was the angle of the starlight with respect to the axis in air, not in water, because this I found out by reading, because he out by reading, because he corrected automatically for refraction. So what he measured was that. So that's why he didn't find any deviation from the expected aberration, which he used in the computation of the latitude. And the expected aberration is what is tabulated in his table, table, and was tabulated in the nautical almanac. So what he did was to measure the angle in air, and I'm sure of this because what he did was to, because of the way he describes how he calibrated his instrument, and by automatically correcting for refraction. So the fact that angle changes in water and it changes by Snell's law was automatically taken into account. And what he measured was the angle in air, and the angle in air was exactly what was predicted by the nautical almanac and tabulated as expected aberration, and he used and was used to use that to determine the latitude, and he found that the latitude determined in 6 months apart was basically consistent with zero, the difference, apart from 1.8 arc second plus or minus 4.4, just statistical. So if you're taking the systematics into account, it's perfectly compatible with zero. So if it did find zero, meaning that the aberration angle was the expected one in air. So this is what he did. So my claim is not that to answer Pietro, my claim is not that the angle change is zero in water. My claim is that the angle change in water is what is predicted by Snell's law, which is I've been saying for a long time, and this was automatically taken into account in Airy's measurement. I'm over.
Hold on, Franco. We trying to get everything situated. Probably can you grab Cole and bring Alan and Pietro up? Proud you there?
Mic check 1 2. Mic check 1 2.
All right, yeah. Can you see Alan and Pietro? Hopefully they heard the rest of Franco's reply.
I'm up.
You guys want me to drop down to have room?
Yeah, I sent them a mic, but they haven't grabbed it yet. So go ahead, bro.
I see Alan, but I don't see Piezo.
He just closed it. I think he's trying to come back. He just re-requested. There we go.
Piezo was in here.
He's up. Piezo, you there?
MicroQuest. It just took me like y'all didn't drop me seconds of it or something like that because I had to close my browser and reopen it. But anyways, Franco, you rambled on through all of that to then end up saying at the end that the angle per change in water would not be zero. It would just be the angle from Snell refraction. And since Airy accounted for Snell refraction in his micrometer screw corrections before he took the angles themselves, that it was already accounted for, and therefore that's why it was zero. Bro, that would defeat the entire point of his entire experiment. What would be if he just automatically accounted for any angle changes or deviations in water? Then what was the point in doing an experiment to calculate the angle deviation changes in water? That isn't even touted. That isn't even suggested as to be the reason. And my question that I asked you to answer, what is the physical mechanism by which you add a horizontal velocity component to the water? The answer is not a frame transformation. A frame transformation is not a physical mechanism, it's a concept in your mind. When you transform a frame, you're just doing a mathematical calculation in your head or on a piece of paper. You're not physically uh, affecting light or photons with energy or momentum. You're not doing that by transforming a frame. I asked you what would be the physical mechanism by which you have light coming in from a star and then it touches the water and then all of a sudden it gets a 66,000 mile an hour horizontal velocity added to it so that the angle doesn't change. That was my question to you. It's extremely important that you have a physical mechanism, right? Not just I'm just going to transform it in my head, right? We're talking physics. There is no physical mechanism by which you add a 66,000 mile an hour horizontal velocity component to the light. The light simply comes in and at the direction it comes in. You can't add an additional velocity vector to it arbitrarily. You would need a mechanism for that. And so that's why you have to have an angle change. And besides, on top of that, we can use an even simpler line of reasoning to prove that you would need an angle change, right? Because if you predict 20 with air, of course, you predict something different for water, 27 or so in this case, 27. You predict 20 with air. Of course, you predict something different for water, 27 or so in this case, 27 and a half. But you could just say, okay, well, what if we changed Earth's velocity from 60,000 miles an hour to 600,000 miles an hour? Would that change the angle in water? What about 6 million miles an hour? Would that change the angle in water? What about 60 million? Would that change the angle in water? Okay, what if we change the water to oil? Would that change the angle? What if we change the oil to, some other fluid? What if, we could do all these things, and in every single case, the angle would be something different. But you know what? In zero of these cases, would the angle change be a zero? That's what I told you in the beginning, and it's still true. And nothing that you've said has actually taken away the fact that it would have to be something other than zero. That's why I said I don't care what math you use, whether you use the standard timing uh, formula based on the speed of light to get 7 arc seconds. I don't care if you use Fresnel drag and apply 44% to get 44% of 7 arc seconds. I don't care if you use some other formula to get a different prediction. But none of them, every single one of them, would be non-zero. They'd all be non-zero, Franco. The one thing you can't have is no angle change. But that's exactly what was measured. And that's why we told you that you're affirming the consequent and you're a priori presuming a velocity in the first place of the telescope. Because if there was a velocity of the telescope, there would have been an angle change necessarily. There is no other option other than to acknowledge that, hey, in the frame in which all these measurements are performed, where our observations are taken, where our numbers are written down, there is no velocity of our recording device, of our instrument, aka the telescope, which just so happens to be synced up with the Earth. Therefore, there's no velocity of the Earth either.
I'd really love to be able to jump in on this really quick.
Franco, responds Piezo.
Okay. So the physical mechanism for light drag in water is the fact Sorry, can I speak?
Yeah, it was a double mute from the
Yeah,
first.
double mute. Go ahead.
Yep, you're good.
Okay. So the physical mechanism that you're asking for, explaining the drag in a moving medium, is the fact that the molecules of water are moving. They have a non-zero average microscopic velocity. And when you model what happens when light hits water molecules, actually hit a macroscopic dielectric medium, is that the re-emission of light by the excited electrons in the molecules will cause a secondary electric field and a secondary wave, which then is combined with the original wave, and the net effect is that you have a propagation in static electromagnetism. You have change in the electric field, and the same happens in electrodynamics, and there's books and chapters of books written about this, and how you model this can be very complicated. But in the simplest case, you just use a dielectric constant, and you come up with a refraction index, changing effectively the velocity of light in that medium. But this same physics dictates that when light and fields cross the border between two media, then certain boundary conditions must be respected in order to respect Maxwell's law. And this is what determines the angle, for instance, of refraction. I was just to respond to a previous objection that plane waves do not exist and so on. The only way of predicting what the refraction law is to use plane waves. I don't care if they're mathematical abstractions, but you use them and you predict Snell's law using just plane waves. You know, there's approximation and whatever. But anyway, the point is that this model of what happens to a light wave when it propagates through a medium assumes that the medium is stationary on average, because it's a macroscopic averaging over a lot of molecules, and it assumes that they're stationary, because if they're not, you'd have to take into account their motion when they are radiating back after oscillating under the effect of the incoming wave. And you can do that, of course, using the radiation from a moving dipole, but that is very, very complicated. And the only way of doing it, the convenient way of doing this is to move to a frame where which is, by the way, not just a mathematical abstraction. It's a way of computing things in physics. You use the frame that you and the coordinate frame that you deem more convenient. So the most convenient frame in this case is a frame where the medium is on average stationary and macroscopically stationary, and you compute the wave velocity, wave direction, and wave packet, whatever you want in this frame, and then you move back to a frame where the medium is moving. In doing this, you can exactly predict the drag, which is described by Fresnel's drag in to first order in beta, which is V over C. But it's not. As far as I know, Fresnel's drag is not the correct, the exact result. It's only valid to first order. Anyway, this is as far as the physical mechanism is concerned. As far as angle being zero, angle change being zero is not zero again. It's the Snell's law in the frame where the telescope is stationary in the Earth's frame. As to your question, why, if it was corrected for automatically, which is true, I invite you to read again Airy's paper. It is true, it was corrected automatically for refraction. So why the hell do the experiment? This is precisely the point of view of a modern physicist. Why the hell do the experiment? Because in modern view, it was supposed to give exactly a zero change in aberration when aberration is computed this way. If you compute the angle with respect to the telescope axis by taking into account refraction automatically, then you would find exactly the zero result that Airy found. And by the way, I still have to understand what, because I myself asked myself the same question. Why exactly was he expecting to find something else if Klinkerfues was right? So I started to read Klinkerfues' paper, and by the way, in Klinkerfues also corrects for aberration, and he predicts, if I'm correct, that the angle would not be increased by a factor of n, but by a factor of n square. Because he explicitly said that a refraction has to be corrected for. So if you measure an angle in water, it would have to be multiplied by n in order to get the angle in air. And then if this angle is multiplied by n in the first place, then you would have to multiply it by n4 in order to get the aberration. N squared, sorry.
Wait.
N squared.
Franco. Sorry. Okay, bro. I have to say this. I'm going to reply right now, but I have to just lead with this. You ramble on like way too much. You need to be more concise for the sake of everybody listening and waiting and participating. But Klinkerfues claimed that he measured it. He claimed he measured the difference. That's why Airy did it, because he's like, oh, for real? Oh, let me do this and with an even bigger, more accurate, more robust setup and see if that's true. Because in science we like to repeat measurements to confirm them. And Airy got that fat no angle change. But you are misrepresenting what I said and asked, because I didn't ask you if he compensated for Snell refraction. I know he compensated for Snell refraction, but everyone listening to this that's kept up with it and is educated on area and understands what's happening knows that there would be two sources of angle change. One would be refraction and the other would be the standard aberration, which is from V over C. So he automatically accounted for the refraction so that he could measure the V over C. That was the purpose of the experiment. You're conflating the two and saying that he automatically accounted for the refraction, so therefore there was no measurement of V over C. They're two different things, two different sources of angle change. The only one that we're concerned with is the V over C, because as you have acknowledged, the refraction was accounted for in his micrometer screw corrections, as we discussed on the timeline. So that being said, you say that
Yes.
the mechanism would be, the emission and re-emission of light through a medium, talking about the molecules of water and going into all that. I mean, but you're basically talking about just vanilla refractive index, right? Which, gets into molecular geometry, et cetera. But we don't need to get that nitty gritty with it, Franco. Once again, does any of that predict a zero? The answer is no. You could go do the math for any of it. None of those things would predict an angle change of zero. It is absolutely preposterous. There is not a single framework in all of physics in which you introduce a new medium for light in which the velocity is slowed down and then the angle would not change on the aberration that was already there. It would have to change. It has to change.
If I didn't care so much, you guys, I wouldn't keep trying to jump in, but
Hey, y'all need to watch out for Bob. He's been going in these spaces. He just like real racist guy. Just wants to talk about Trump.
whatever, you're
Man,
lying.
yeah,
Nah,
Bob's a real
Piezo, Alan, Franco, forgive me. Bob, I'm gonna let you chime in here because you won't stop interrupting.
What?
And
What do
then
you?
we're gonna continue on. I'm
You're gonna?
sorry, Piezo. Sorry, Franco. Just give us 1 second. Bob, please make this good because you have not respected anybody's voices here. Although you have demonstrated patience, but hopefully you have something of value to add as we're conducting a dialogue with a PhD physicist. Please make this good, Bob. Do not disappoint my audience.
Well, I appreciate that. Honestly, I appreciate that. There are, man, wow. My mind is blown. I'm not in here to invade anybody's spaces. I'm only here to shed the light on the
All
truth.
good, Bob. All good. All good. Let's get to it because we
No,
got stuff
Bob.
All
we
right,
gotta
He
all right.
handle.
Bob.
Hey,
But
Bob's
hold on,
been hopping
Tyrone. I got
around.
this, bro. I got this, bro. Please don't interrupt. Thank you. Bob, please continue. Unmute your mic and get straight to the point.
all right. Well, I shared some photos in the box there to prove some of my credibility. But man, if I'm going to be treated like I'm a
Get
shill
on with
or
it, Bob.
whatever, that's not going to work, man. I shared, these are my original screenshots and videos, and I don't appreciate whoever was.
Please, I'm asking. I'm really trying not to censor you, and I don't want to remove you. I'm giving you the opportunity to give us the valuable information that you want to share. Please focus on that.
All right, what information do you need, and I'll give it to you.
Yeah,
Whatever
shut the
you've been
Bob.
trying to interrupt and share, you have another 30 seconds to get to it. If you don't have anything to share, we're gonna move on.
All
But
right.
we really want to hear it, so please proceed directly.
All right. Well, it's funny when it comes to my turn to talk, I get, spoken
Bob,
to.
it's not even your turn to talk. We're being very generous right
Yo,
now.
Alan, chill, bro. Chill. I got this. Bob, continue. Do not acknowledge anything else other than the content, the information, whatever value. This is the third time I'm asking you to please respond to it directly.
It's kind of hard when I.
Just open your mic and tell us about these images. I'm on your page right now. I'm in your replies. It looks interesting. Please break it down to us concisely and directly. Go ahead.
All right. You see General Flynn following me, and you see that lots of big people are following me.
See, this is what I'm saying. Bob. He likes to go in
Dude,
these
you got.
spaces.
Yo, okay. If anybody interrupts Bob, I'm taking your mic. Anybody. I need to get through this. Do not prolong this. I want to get back to talking to the PhD physicist. That is the last time I'm going to say it. Really trying to be kind. Really trying to make sure that everybody gets their voice heard. I really do appreciate everyone's patience. But this conversation has been ongoing for weeks. We're finally getting to a little bit of some type of understanding. And with the interruptions, we're never going to get there to a solution. We're going to keep on having a circular argument. So if you don't have any patience, I'm going to allow you to go now, Bob. Please tell us about what you have to offer, what you have to share. I'm on your page. I'm in your replies. Do not interrupt Bob. Bob, you have the floor. You have 30 seconds to get to the point. But if it's something valuable, you can continue.
Well, I appreciate that. I'm not here to waste anybody's time, and my time is valuable too. All right, all of our time is valuable, and I'm really tired of these knuckleheads coming in and trying to silence my.
You got another 15 seconds, Bob, to get to the actual point. Please do not acknowledge anybody else. You are validating what they're saying about you. I'm the host. I'm talking to you. I would like to personally know what you have to offer. Do not talk about anything else other than the content that you have to offer the space. If you don't have anything, then that means you're going to relinquish your mic and relinquish your time. That is the final time I'm going to say it. Please, Bob, share with me what you have to offer. I think this is like the fourth or fifth time I'm asking. Please, just focus on what you want to share to the space. We are all paying attention. This is your opportunity. Please respond. Please open your mic. Focus on the content, please, bro.
Well, my mic's been open the whole time, but I keep getting shut off. I shared plenty of photos in the thing. I've been doing this for a long time. I've been on a lot of spaces. I've been censored to hell for years. I have plenty of evidence and proof that the moon is way closer than what we've been taught. Okay, so but when you guys come in and try and rush me to talk, and you let everybody else come and freely talk before me, it really raises an eyebrow to me. You know what I'm saying? It's really not right. I don't, man. Don't rush me. You didn't rush anybody else to speak. This
Yeah,
is the
but
United.
no one else interrupted but you.
Dude, you
So
are
so no
cutting me
one no
off.
one else interrupted but
All
you.
right.
Everyone
Don't,
has been having their hands up.
because they've been speaking on
You have
and on and
literally.
on about nothing. I have lots of.
Okay. So you could listen, bro. I'm really trying to be patient with you, Bob. This is your final chance. If you do not tell us about the value, that means you are here to waste time. I don't believe that. I think that you're easily sidetracked. I think your attention span is a little bit short, and that's okay. This is why I've been patient. I do not want you to respond to anybody else. I don't care about who your history with anybody else in the space. The only thing that I am focused on.
Old, dude. I have the best proof in the world that the moon is local. The best proof. Okay, I don't want to be talked to like I'm a little child. I'm 56 years old. I have the best proof of the planet, and everybody knows it.
Then tell us, Bob.
Cut me off like a little child.
We're waiting.
I got it. I'll share more and more and more, but I'm not going to be fucking scolded before I talk. Okay? So,
We're waiting, Bob.
I got the proof. If I can film the moon with my iPhone and film entities on the moon with my iPhone, that tells me the moon is a hell of a lot closer than what we've been taught. And I have tons and tons of videos and screenshots to prove it. And I have tons of videos and screenshots of entities entering portals in mountains along Essetti Ranch and in Washington State, all over the place. And I will not have any state all over the place. and I will not have anybody fucking scold me on how to fucking talk. That's bullshit. Even to the fucking host, I'll say it to your fucking face. Don't talk to me like that or anybody. You're gonna fuck up. You're gonna lose people who have solid proof.
Bob, we're waiting.
I wouldn't have the followers I have. You said you've been to my page. I wouldn't have the followers I have if I was full of shit.
Man, sorry, host. I just want to say this Bob
Don't
guy.
cut in on me.
This
He said
Bob
don't
guy,
cut
he just
in.
likes to talk about himself, man.
No, I cut.
That's
Look
why I
at my
came up here
photos.
to warn you about this guy.
Yeah, do.
He goes into
Look at
these
my photos. You got
spaces.
my photos?
He creates.
Oh my god.
At this point, I'm feeling an intermission.
No, I want to get back to the sauce, bro. I'm tired of this circular arguments between Franco and Alan and Piezo and the Ayersfield. Like, I want to get to it. I want Franco to understand a position. I want them to be able to articulate our position, and I want Franco to correct anything that we're wrong about. And we can't get there because people want to interrupt. They don't have no patience. It's frustrating. I'm literally trying my hardest to get Bob to answer the questions. Does anybody see me not trying to get him to get to the point? I think it's very clear.
Yeah, great. Way more patient than I would have been there, Sacred.
Yeah, I mean, I even said, like, don't interrupt him because, you know, he's just going to deflect. And it's like, y'all, like, want me to take y'all mics. And that's, like, making me cringe so
No,
much,
man.
bro.
I was just
Come on,
trying
that's
to warn
bullshit. That's
you
bullshit. You guys are
about this
fucking
Bob
lying, man.
guy. He
Oh,
likes
my
to
Bullshit.
talk
Don't
about
God,
get on me.
himself.
bro.
You gave me
All
this.
he does is talk about himself, man. I'm
All
trying to
right, bro. He's
warn you
gone. He's
about this
gone. He's
guy.
gone. He's gone. He's gone. He's gone. He's gone. He's gone. We heard you.
All
We
right,
heard you. We
thanks,
heard you.
dog. Thanks, dog. I'm just looking out for you, brother. That's all.
Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Is Alan still here? Is Piazza still here?
Yep.
Yeah, so the whole point before that ultimate derail was that, and no offense to you, that's all
Mic
him, but
check.
thanks for, I mean, you're
Mic
just a
check.
nice guy, Sacred. You're just a nice guy. You're just trying to have a good space. I get
Yeah,
it.
and I will post his pics up top. Continue, Piazza, and we'll try to get
But
Alan back up here.
when like
Mic
3-4
check.
weeks ago about this
Can you
particular
hear me?
topic, Airy, we were asking him how is it possible that there was no angle change. He said that a coordinate system transform and translate the velocity of the Earth onto the light incoming, so that it
Mic
would move
check.
at the same speed horizontally and travel with the water, so that there would be no angle change. That's what they did. They did a relativistic velocity addition, equivalent to classical. They did a velocity addition, and then when we argued with Franco for weeks on the timeline, finally got him to acknowledge the math itself predicts a change from 20 to 27 arc seconds. He said that he acknowledged it, but that you could not apply that equation because you can't do velocity addition for light waves. Because once it touches the water, it's no longer a particle, it's a wave. You can't do it for light waves. And then we got him in here and called him out and said that that's absurd. How can you say that you can't do velocity addition for light waves when that's literally the entire basis of interferometry itself, a la Fresnel, MMX, Michelson, Gale, Pearson, Sagnac, et al., ring laser gyros, inertial navigation systems, everything. And he said, well, if it's a plane wave, and he said, but is starlight actually a plane wave? Well, no. Okay, then why bring it up? Okay, so that means that, you know, these equations are valid. So why is there no angle change? And then the last thing that we were on was he was talking about how light is absorbed and re-emitted through the molecules in water, which is just the actual nitty gritty explanation of a refractive index of a medium in general. That's just vanilla in value, right? And it always would involve a velocity component, which would be non-zero. So the question that still remains, that is
Testing.
unanswered and will forever remain unanswered because there is no answer, is how can it possibly be that Airy measured the standard aberration angle in air, and then when he added water to the telescope, it remained the same angle when it should have changed by, 7 arc seconds.
I think he said refraction.
Yo, before you continue, can you hear me? Mic check.
Yep.
Okay, thank you. Yo, my bad, Sacred.
We can't hear you now, Alan.
I muted. Is Franco there?
I think so.
Yeah. Yes.
Did you hear that, Franco?
Yes, I heard that, and I still stand by my position, which is that
Still
20.
copping that zero? The zero change?
No, it's not zero change. The change is the one predicted by Snell's law by refraction. It's not the 27 degree.
The separate.
Separate calculation, brother dog. The
Yeah, it's
aberration
a separate
calculation.
mechanism. There's two mechanisms,
Yeah.
Franco. We already covered this. One is the refraction, and the other is V over C difference. You're conflating
Yes.
the two and making them one. They're separate.
Yeah, they're separate, but
Otherwise there would not be a point in doing the experiment. And Airy was not a retard. He would have known that. He did know that.
Didn't know relativity. So in
Doesn't need to
relativity,
know relativity to know that there's two different sources of angle change.
yeah, but if you can compute the expected angle change correctly, and if you do it correctly, it is not 27 degrees, 27.
Not a zero.
It is not zero. It is. It goes
okay,
from.
Thank you. But they measured zero.
No, they measured 15. They measured 15.
They measured zero change. Zero change.
Nigger than your white power.
Change because what he measured was 20 arc second, which is the angle in air, which is corresponding to 15 arc seconds in water. That is what he measured. From the modern point of view, there's no point in doing the experiment because the modern prediction.
There's definitely a point in doing it. The modern prediction's not zero. I gotta go. This has been too long. Thank you for your time, Alan. I'll leave it to you, bro.
Yeah, same as 2 weeks ago.
Yeah. Well, I think with that said, we reached no middle ground other than it's just obfuscation. There's no way to account for the angle change difference. No matter what you try to make it about, you can't have it. Otherwise, you either contradict it in air or you contradict it via asymmetrical use of Lorentz transformation. So anyway, and like Pizio said, there's actually zero theories that predict a zero angle change. So anyway, that's what I'm gonna close on. But one final thought though. No, it actually doesn't even fucking matter. We're good. We're all squared away, Franco. Thanks for coming out and talking this out, man. Much appreciated. Oh, I lost audio. Give me 1 second.
predictions, what would they predict an angle change?
The modern view would be that the only change in the telescope would be due to refraction, and that was observed.
And what would that angle be?
Was using a wrong prediction, and he was trying to see whether that wrong prediction was right, and it was wrong indeed. And as
what
was
wrong?
commented,
What was wrong about it?
Sorry?
What was wrong about it? Calculations matched relativity. What was wrong about the prediction? The prediction's fine. It's the measurement disagreed with the prediction, bro, not vice versa. But anyway, you guys have a good night. My audio keeps tripping out. And Sacred, I don't know if you heard me earlier, but I apologize for interrupting during that, dude. I got a little carried away there, dude. This shit.
It's all good, bro. It's all good. It's all good. I was feeling the same thing. I'll be biting my tongue trying to deal with some stuff like that. But you good, bro.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, I'm gonna drop down and chill for the night. I'll be back later. Hopefully you guys are still going when I wake up.
Yeah, no doubt. Y'all follow Alan. Shout out to the YouTube chat. Sub up. Some dope prezzies over there, dope posts, dope lives. Y'all know the deal. And I think Piezo dropped out too. I didn't really see him. It looks like I lost my co-host. So while we do that, I don't know if anybody else has any questions for Franco, but I know that Garrett's been patient and Taylor has a friend of the level heads that pulled up. I guess his name looks like I lost my co-host. So while we do that, I don't know if anybody else has any questions for Franco, but I know that Garrett's been patient and Taylor has a friend of the level heads that pulled up. I guess his name is Luke. So while I get my co-host back, I guess we could slide over to Garrett real quick, and then we'll have Taylor introduce her guest. What's up, Garrett?
Oh, not much, man. You know, I gotta defend my buddy Bob there. You know, we kind of go way back. I mean, I know he's being a real motherfucker, kind of interrupting everybody, but you know, we go way back. You know, we were at a gay Jewish orgy, and he was sucking off rabbis left and
This
right,
guy's
man.
a
He went
troll.
hog wild.
Yeah, he said like the N-word earlier and just a bunch of garbage, so kind of figured that was coming.
Oh, I didn't hear that.
Yeah, I slipped it in there. People
Where are these
crazy.
guys coming from, bro?
They're all over Twitter, X, whatever. Franco has his hand up, and then yeah.
Oh, Alan, I
Franco,
think I
did you
see
have
what
something else to say?
you mean by this audio glitch for PC land.
So can I add a final comment on this?
How long will it be?
Sorry?
I'm just wondering if it's going to be a concise comment. I think we should try to keep it concise.
Okay. But the point is, what Alan claims is wrong because
I don't think Alan's here to defend himself right now, too. So.
Okay, he made a claim and then left. So just for the rest, I wasn't hoping to convince him or Piezo. I'm just talking for the rest of the audience. It's his claim that the prediction and Piezo's claim that the prediction is 27 arcsecond is wrong. That is wrong. It's not true that it's a relativistic prediction. It's done using relativistic addition velocity, but starting from a wrong angle, because that is assuming that the light goes on in the same direction in the frame where the telescope is moving. It's
Franco, what can I ask you a question? What would Alan's response to you being a steel man?
Sorry?
What would Alan's response, if you understand his position, can you steelman his response? Because he's already responded to that claim before many times. Can you please give it a steelman?
I'm not good at steel manning wrong positions, but I think
Okay, so yeah.
I think that what he says is that he and Piazza say is that this increased angle in the telescope is what is predicted by relativity. It is not. It is not.
Wait, well, that's not a good stillman. Because why? Why does he say that?
He says that because he uses a velocity composition starting from a zero angle and then adding the water's velocity, and then using velocity composition between water's velocity and light velocity in water. Using that formula, they predict, or they used to predict in the 18th centuries, even with classical prediction, an angle which is increased with respect to the angle in air.
So what would you add to the calculation to make your prediction right? What calculation, what mathematical equation would you add to compensate for what Airy saw?
What Airy saw, what was expected from my point of view. So I wouldn't add.
From what calculation for either? You know what I mean? Like, what calculation are they missing?
I said it multiple times. The calculation that they're missing, the calculation that they're doing wrong is to assume what happens to light when it crosses water and water is moving. That is the wrong assumption.
So what calculation would you apply? What equation?
I would compute what happens in the frame where water is stationary, and then go back to a frame.
What calculation would that be to see how long it should have taken, or how much angle change they should have seen?
Again, to compute how much angle change they would have seen, there's no need to transform to any other frame because of relativity, right? So because of relativity, you just need to compute what happens on Earth. And on Earth, the light is coming at a certain angle and across the telescope and then is refracted. That is all there is to it. There's no need to go to another frame.
But don't you have to calculate the speed of light in water?
Yes. You don't calculate
do you
it.
disagree that they should? Do you disagree that they should not have added that calculation? Is that what you're saying?
No, what calculations are you talking about? The speed of light in water is known, and in a frame, it's known in a frame where the water is stationary.
So you agree with that one?
Of course, everyone.
Okay,
everyone
so
does.
what you disagree with is what?
What I disagree is the predicted aberration angle in water after it has entered the telescope.
What was your angle? Like, I want to hear some numbers. Like, what was your aberration angle that they should have done? I really just am trying to hear you out. I don't, you know.
My aberration is 15 arcseconds, my number.
From
which
where
is
did you
20
get that?
From reflection laws.
Okay, maybe you should cite those laws, you know, because I'm not sure that Alan disagrees on that point. But yeah, I'd love to see some calculations and, you know, bunch of numbers.
Well, I've posted a number of calculations. He said that they're asymmetrical. I don't know what that means, but he didn't question the equations. He questioned, I don't know, some asymmetry or something like that.
Okay, whenever Alan comes back, maybe he could speak on that asymmetry if he's here.
No, I asked him what he means, but he's not. Anyway, the point is the change in angle is only determined in the Earth's frame by Snell's law, which is refraction. So it is 20 arcsecond, which is in turn determined by stellar aberration. That is determined. The 20 arcsecond in air is determined by the relative Earth to star velocity changing during the year. That is one thing. But the other thing is what happens when the way they go wrong, and the people have gone wrong in the past, this prediction, is to determine what happens when light crosses the water-air interface and is refracted. Because
I got it.
yeah, okay.
There's somebody like that was up here trying to come and say hello to the community. I don't know, like.
Oh, 1 second, Taylor. Let me just ask some just clarifying questions for Franco, and then we'll say what up to Luke. I think his name is. Let me make sure I'm clear, because it seems like a lot of the reason why we're going in circles. I hear Franco saying, I don't understand what Alan's saying. I don't understand what he's saying. He mentioned this. Didn't make sense to me. And I think that's a huge disconnect. Because if we're not interpreting fully what's being articulated, then we can't respond to it fully and directly. Just so I'm clear, Franco, you're saying that there is no additional aberration due to motion because they treat the telescope as stationary?
No, I'm saying that the aberration motion is computed in air or in a vacuum. It's the same to do a good approximation. And then what happens in water is only determined by refraction law in the frame where water is stationary with respect to air, because that's the way one does things, because of physics, right? And then again,
they treat the telescope. They treat the telescope as that it's moving. They do not like when the light hits the water, when the starlight enters the telescope and hits the water.
Yes.
They treat the telescope like it's moving, not like it's stationary.
In the prediction, yes. And where they go wrong in the prediction is that when they treat the telescope filled with water as moving, they predict, they make a calculation of what is the angle seen by the telescope by assuming that light continues to go straight vertically in this frame where the telescope is moving, but slower. That's their calculation. It goes straight down at zero angle with respect to vertical, but slower. But the telescope is moving, and then you get a bigger angle with respect to the telescope. The assumption that is wrong is that when water enters the telescope, the moon telescope,
it doesn't continue in a straight line. That's your point, right?
Yeah, that it will.
Right, exactly. See how easy that was, Franco? This is what they be talking. They treated the starlight as if it is the telescope stationary. I didn't really hear an answer from you, and then I said, okay, well, do they treat it as the telescope moving? And then you said the prediction they treat the telescope as moving. So I got that part. But I'm trying to figure out what you're saying. Are you saying when the starlight enters the telescope filled with water, in current physics, the way you interpret it, do they treat the telescope as stationary or moving when the starlight enters the water-filled telescope?
Who is they? I don't know.
This is your position now. I'm trying to figure out how they treat the telescope.
Modern physicists, you mean?
You, modern physics, whatever your position.
Well, you can treat a telescope any way you want, because the modern point of view is that any frame is any inertial frame is equivalent, so you can treat whatever you want and use whatever you want. So, but the point is that in order to compute what happens to light when it crosses water, the best way of doing this is to go to a frame, to use a frame where water is stationary, because in that case, you know what happens to light. It's easy to compute what happens to light in that case, and that is Snell's law.
Okay, so let me just pause you. So you're saying it's easier, which means the simplification in order to do the calculation is to treat the water, which is within the telescope, as stationary.
Yes, because in that way you can apply proper border conditions. You can apply boundary conditions properly for Maxwell equations and use Snell's law.
Okay.
Moving is very difficult. Yeah.
Okay. So it's more difficult, but that's not incorrect. You're just saying to simplify it, you treat it as stationary. So
yeah, to make organizations, yes.
Okay. So that's what I wanted to understand.
Yeah.
Do you understand the implications of that? And it's okay to say no. I can give you my understanding of the implications. This isn't a gotcha. I'm just trying to understand current physics because you said that it was outdated. So I'm engaging with your point. So do you understand the implications of saying, hey, we treat the starlight entering the water as stationary or the water as stationary?
Its implications is that relativity Lilian or a spring, you can use whatever frame is more convenient for you to make the calculations. Same as you want to compute, if you want to compute what is the path of a, I don't know, of a spring or a pendulum going back and forth on a moving cart. What do you do? The best way is to determine it in the frame where the cart is stationary, and then move to the frame, and then translate it to the frame where the cart is moving. That is what is done. What is done in physics from day one. Changing frame to your convenience. It does not mean.
Yeah, no, I totally understand that, right? And just to clarify for the audience, you're not saying convenient is most accurate. You're just saying convenient is for simplicity. Am I correct when I say that?
It's not simplicity. It's a way. It's a way of making calculations, because otherwise they would be very complicated, and it would amount in the end to the same thing eventually. But it's not that it's a complicated. It's not that it's simplified. It's not a simplification. It's not the same thing as when you, I don't know, treat I don't know, something that is not spherical, something that is not completely planar as planar, or you take a spring and say let's neglect friction, or let's assume it's an ideal spring. It's not that kind of simplification. It's something more fundamental, which is all frames are born equal, all inertial frames are born equal, so you can go to whatever frame is more convenient for you for making calculations. And when you have to deal with wave propagation in media, you have a model describing what happens, which is very accurate and very studied and much studied and so on, and can be very complicated, but it is in the frame where the medium is stationary. When you are in a frame which is not stationary, you have to just transform.
Okay, so if we were to calculate it in the more complex manner,
yes,
you're saying that would be more accurate. But
no,
for convenient.
No, I'm saying that it
wouldn't be, because you're saying that no matter if the frame is moving or stationary, we would get the same result.
Of course, that is the tenet of physics. Yes.
So an inertial frame can be accelerated.
No, it's not.
But the Earth is on a curve path.
Sorry?
The Earth is in a curve path.
Yes, but you neglect the acceleration in this case. It is
for simplification.
Yes, but this is not.
So again, this is my whole premise. For simplification, you neglect certain things, and this is not my whole premise. I'm just trying to understand what you're saying. But as you're giving me information, I'm engaging with the point. So again, you said we treat stationary and moving as the same. Okay, there's a problem with that. Just hold on to that for a second. Okay,
we're not with the effect of acceleration here. We're dealing with the effect of linear velocity, which is then to a good approximation, treating the Earth as an inertial frame.
And you're saying due to that frame being inertial, there is no change in aberration. The change only comes from refraction.
Yes.
Right. Okay. Y'all heard what he said. I'm going to lay out why this is a problem. Because if you're saying that adding water to the telescope has no change because you treat it as stationary or inertial, which has no effect on aberration, then the same should apply when there's no water. If water doesn't make a difference, due to the cause of aberration. If the frame is inertial, it's still inertial. It's inertial, which means no change, but it observed the aberration. So you can't claim that with water, it's inertial, so there's no change. Without water, it's inertial, which means no change, but it requires a change without water due to the motion of the earth. So if there's no change with water and it's inertial, there should be no change without water. We should see no aberration because Franco just told us it's inertial. You could neglect it. It doesn't matter. The problem is we do observe the aberration. They need a causal mechanism. They say the cause is the motion of the earth. Franco just told me we can neglect that motion when water's added. Why don't we neglect the motion without water? Is because there is aberration. If there was no aberration, then everything would make sense. So there's no aberration of light. Doesn't matter if the Earth's moving. Doesn't matter if it's not moving, stationary, in motion, accelerate. It doesn't matter. It's inertial. We could just simplify it and we could treat there's no change. Whoops.
I have
The
two
problem is there is a change without water. The causal mechanism is motion. To say that we negate that when water is added should also imply that we should negate it when water is not there. I do want Frickle to respond to that because I really feel like I laid that out with the most simplistic, step-by-step, engaging with every single one of your points. But I know Proud has a question. So Franco, please do not lose what I said because I do want you to respond to that.
Okay.
But Proud has a question relevant to the conversation.
Okay.
Yeah, that actually was my question. What was the change from when there was water and there wasn't water? What's the difference in the aberration? That Franco would or wouldn't agree with. And if I wanted to recreate the Aries experiment, would I put the telescope on a moving platform or could I keep the telescope stationary? That was my other question.
Not sure I got the question because you could put it on a moving platform where on Earth.
So Proud, are you saying that even on Earth that's supposedly in motion, are you saying put the telescope on a platform that's moving on the surface of Earth?
Yeah, if this was to be redone, I'll show you Sly's tweet to show you exactly what I'm talking about. But if this was to be redone, if we were to do this, scale it down on a local scale, he's saying that the motion is negligible. Like the motion doesn't matter. It's simplification, if anything. But if you were to recreate it, you're recreating it under the guides of a stationary telescope, basically. Even in the recreation, like on Earth here, obviously, you would do it from a stationary standpoint. You would treat the telescope as if it was stationary.
I still don't get the questions, but of course, if you move the telescope with respect to Earth, if the velocity is, you wouldn't. If it's a velocity that's small compared to 30 kilometers per second, then you wouldn't have any change with respect to having stationary with respect to Earth because the velocity, the speeds involved are too small. So I don't see actually the point of using a moving platform when you're dealing with light.
So you're saying that if it wasn't small, if the speeds weren't small and they were actually large enough to have an impact, we would have to account for this. aberration angle.
Okay, so let me start from again from the beginning for what you said.
No. I don't want you to start from the beginning, bro.
Oh, okay.
Proud just asked you a direct question, and I just want to make sure that you answer that directly, and then you could build on it. But she asked, if we put the telescope on a moving platform, I'm just going to steal in your position. If we put the telescope on the telescope filled water on a moving platform, would we have to account for any aberration angle? You said no, because it's too small, negligible. Right? So far?
Difference with respect to airy, because the velocity will be too small, yeah.
Too small, right. But that means that if it's moving, it actually does have an effect if it was more impactful, a larger velocity.
Yes, it would have, yes.
Right, yes. So this is our whole premise. So we're saying that motion seems to have effect on aberration.
Yes, it does.
Angles.
Yes, it does.
But then you tell us when the starlight enters the water-filled telescope, and the medium, which is different than air, impedes the light. That light takes a longer time to travel underneath an earth in motion. Your response to that was, well, sacred. When we do the calculations, we don't account for that motion. We have the starlight in respect to the water that it's in, and we treat the water as stationary. But you just told Proud, if there was enough motion, we would have to account for that. So
it's not.
So do you see the contradiction where it's like, hey, when we make the observation, we don't account for it. But if we actually had some velocity in this example that Proud proposed, which is impactful enough, right? Not something that's too small to have to calculate, something that's impactful enough, it actually would affect the aberration angle. So on one hand, you're saying we don't have to account for this aberration angle when the water is impeded by light, but because it's convenient to treat the telescope-filled water as stationary. But if there was a more impactful velocity, then we would have to account for this. Seemed like Ari was saying, hey, we should see this. There's a prediction here based on how we interpret the speed of light moving, quote unquote, through a more dense medium. That speed of light is impeded, which is equivalent to moving slower.
I know this.
I'm sorry. The light moves slower, but the actual telescope moves faster. Excuse me. So the light moves slower, but the actual telescope would be moving, quote unquote, faster because the light is being impeded. And you're saying, I know in Proud's example, when there's a motion difference, we have to account for that in the aberration angle. But with Ari, we could totally disregard it.
No, it's exactly the same thing. It's precisely.
It's not.
It's precisely the same thing. Precisely.
But you just told us.
Can I respond to Proud?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so if you want to know, suppose you have on Earth the telescope that is moving at, say, 60 kilometers per second, a substantial fraction of the speed of light. You have that on Earth. Then you have light coming from the star at whatever angle, say 20 arc second because there's aberration, say it's vertical, say whatever angle, it's coming to the moving telescope. What would be the question is, what would be the angle in the telescope of light in the telescope? And what I'm saying is, you cannot compute that just by using the fact that the telescope is moving and that the light in water is slower, because you don't know what the direction will be changed to when light crosses the water. In order to know that, you have to move to a frame which is moving along with the telescope. So change the frame, move you jump on a cart that is moving along with the telescope, and in that frame, you first compute what the angle of the light will be by adding the velocity of properly the velocity of your frame to the velocity of light realistically. So you find a new incidence angle, then you find the refraction angle in that frame where water is stationary, and then you go back to the Earth's frame where the telescope is moving, and that is the correct way of computing the angle that you will water will make with respect to vertical in the frame where the telescope is moving, which is not useful because what are you using this for? What you're using is the angle relative to the telescope, and the angle relative to the telescope is determined in the frame where the telescope is stationary. That is the way of proceeding. You may want, for your information, for your curiosity to know, you may want to know what the angle is in a frame where the telescope is moving, and the way of doing that is as the way I said, is move first to the frame where it's stationary, compute that, and then go back.
But Franco, you agree that water and air are both fluids, right?
Yeah, but the refraction index of air is really negligible in this case.
Don't jump in front of me. We're gonna get to that in a second, because I do think you have part of a valid point. I think that the end result is causing a conflict in your paradigm, so you find a way to get away from it, or find a way to account for it, right? The prediction that was failed. But just 1 second. Water, air, both fluids, which means when light enters a water-filled telescope and light enters an air-filled telescope, I can calculate the light relative to that fluid, whether it's water or air. In both scenarios, if I calculate the water relative to both fluids, I would treat it as stationary, correct?
Yes, because that's the way of computing them, yeah.
Right. You're saying there is no aberration angle in the water because we're treating the telescope, a water-filled telescope, as stationary. You also told us, no, the water-filled telescope, you treat the light coming into the water-filled telescope, you treat the water as stationary. You treat the light relative to that fluid. You treat the fluid as stationary. Excuse me. You treat the fluid as stationary.
Yes.
Right. In both scenarios. So you're saying with the water, we don't have to correct for any aberration because you say you treat the fluid, as stationary. You also told us that air is a fluid. So we could treat that as stationary as well. However, why do we have aberration if we should treat it as stationary? Because you told us with water, there is no aberration because we treat the water as stationary. The air is also a fluid just like water. We could treat that as stationary. If we're going to be consistent with your premise, the air-filled telescope would have no aberration because we treat it as stationary, just like the water-filled telescope. Why do we have aberration?
I never said that there's no aberration in water. I said that in order to compute the angle at which the light crosses water in the telescope's frame, and in any other frame for that matter, you need to compute it when in the frame where the water is stationary. That has nothing to do with aberration or aberration not being there. The aberration in...
Hold on, say that one more time. You stuttered a little bit. I didn't catch it. You said, say that last part again.
I don't even remember. I never said that there's no aberration in water. Okay. What I said, and the reason for treating the fluid as stationary is in order to compute what happens when light crosses the boundary between vacuum or air and water. That is where you need to go to a stationary frame. I never said that there's no aberration in water. The reason, and I never said that the fact that you treat these things as stationary leads to no aberration in air or no aberration change in air and water. My claim is that the aberration change is there, and it is described exactly by Snell's law, refraction law, because the movement of the telescope frame with respect to, say, the sun's frame or the star's frame, the relative motion between the star and the Earth or telescope is changing.
Based on the incident angle of the starlight when entering water. So you're saying it's Snell's law, which accounts for that refraction.
The incident angle changes because of aberration.
Well, you're saying, you're saying that aberration in water is due to Snell's law, which is refraction.
No, I'm saying yes. I'm saying that there's a combination of the two, and then the fact that aberration is taken into account only once, right, in determining the incident angle. The fact that there is water does not change anything because it does not change what you from the modern point of view, because this is what Ari observed. There's no adding water only changes the refracted angle, because if you do the calculations correctly, I've been trying to say this for ages. If you do the expectation, the point is that the expectation they think is right is wrong. The expectation is wrong. The one calculating the aberration angle in water being 27 arcsecond. Because
that's cool, bro. That's cool. I really don't want you to get off it because I'm trying to focus all of this so I could really understand that. You're saying that is wrong. I'm trying to understand your premise, because it seems like you agree with the aberration angle without a water field telescope and an air field telescope. You agree with that?
Yes.
So do you also agree that they took those same applications of how they calculated without water and they used that with the water field telescope?
Yes, and in doing this, they are wrong, because the point is what happens when light crosses the boundary. If it crosses the boundary and water is moving, then it does not go on a straight line, go on in the same direction. It does if it's a plane wave, but then if it's a plane wave, I showed in my calculation what happens, that aberration applied to plane waves leads to Snell's law. If you do it with wave packets or with bullets or whatever, then they will not go in straight line. It's the same as if an ant is going straight, right, and is walking straight and crosses a treadmill, a running treadmill, it will not keep going straight. It will be deviated because the treadmill is moving. It's the same thing. It's dragged. So it's not the assumption that a wave packet or a bullet or whatever, or an ant is going straight when it crosses the boundary with something that is moving, with a fluid that is moving, is incorrect. And in order to predict what happens, you need to move to a frame where this medium is stationary, compute what happens there, and then go back to the frame you desire.
Just pick and choose your frames. You said something interesting. I don't want to drag this on too long, because I know Luke has been super patient. Thank you, Luke, for that. You said something interesting. You said water has no change. It doesn't affect anything. So by saying that, you're saying the aberration is only caused. Well, now that I'm thinking about it, it doesn't make sense, because you're saying the water is creating the refraction, so it would actually have a change. But you're saying it's due to the angle of incidence when the water, when the light enters into the water. Excuse me.
Yes.
So you're saying that that's the only thing that affects aberration.
Precisely.
Right, but there's no refraction calculations without with a hold up. There's no refraction calculations in an air-filled telescope. It's purely due or caused in the mainstream paradigm. It's purely caused by the motion of the Earth.
Yes.
But then you're saying we don't have to account for that when we fill a telescope with water. We could just treat the telescope as stationary, or the water in the telescope as stationary. Therefore, there wouldn't be any deviation. And I bring that up because I'm proud to ask you, well, if there was some velocity impact, would we have to account for that? You first said, well, not so much because it wouldn't have that much of an effect, so it's negligible. But then I asked you, well, if there was a velocity impact, would we have to account for that? Then you say yes. So in one instance, you're saying with the water-filled telescope, the only thing we got to worry about is refraction.
Yes.
The original causal mechanism is not refraction, though. It's the motion of the Earth underneath the starlight. Well, you keep saying that, but when we say, well, why don't they have to account for the impedance of that light? Because if the light is impeded, no matter what direction I'm assuming, but maybe you could speak to this before we move to the hands. If the light is being impeded, the Earth, the telescope, the water underneath the starlight is going to travel a further distance, which means that's affecting that ratio of that velocity ratio of speed, time, velocity is affecting that. And you agree if that ratio is affected, there is a corresponding angle change of the telescope. When that ratio is affected, the angle of the telescope is going to be affected, right?
No, I'm saying, yeah, if light crosses water and water is moving.
Just to be clear, you said no, and then you said yeah. Which one is it, Franco? I just want to be clear, bro. I'm just trying to understand. That's all. You understand that's confusing when you say no and then you say yes. That doesn't. So I just want you to clarify. What do you mean? There is an adjustment made when that ratio is affected, or is there not an adjustment made for the angle of the aberration when that ratio is affected, that velocity ratio?
I don't know what I have to answer to yes or no to, because I don't, as I always say, I don't like this way of proceeding. It's not yes or no questions and rhetorical tricks. It's about physics problems and physics problem with given initial conditions and with given.
I agree with that. I agree with that, Franco. I agree with that. But I'm just saying, when I asked you the question, you said no, and then you said yes. So you said, hold on, bro, hold on. You're just framing it in a way that I don't think is honest. Like I'm not trying to put you to a yes or no question. I want you to expand. You agree that when I asked you the question, you said both no and yes. You do agree with that, right?
Remember what you asked me, because you asked me a lot of things which are not defined physically. So let me rephrase this again.
Want me to ask you the question again before you answer?
Okay.
So there is a ratio composed with velocity, speed, and time. They have to account for this ratio by adjusting the aberration angle of the telescope. Because they say the Earth is moving underneath that starlight in an air-filled telescope. So they got a value based on the quote-unquote motion of the Earth as the causal mechanism for aberration, right?
Yes.
If the Earth was moving slower, they would have a different angle, right?
Yeah. Yes.
And if the Earth was moving faster, they would have a different angle, right?
Yes.
So that's what I mean when I'm saying that ratio. That ratio for the velocity of the Earth relative to the starlight has a relationship to the angle of the telescope.
Yes.
What you're saying.
The way it's not. It's because in Mary's case, the telescope was vertical, with only measuring the angle of the light inside the telescope. But anyway, okay.
Yeah, inside the telescope relative to the fluid that it's in.
Okay.
Now the thing is, what I'm confused about, and this is why, like, I don't want you to get frustrated. I'm just really confused. When it comes to, let me not stop there because they're gonna clip me up. Those Sacred said he's confused. I'm just confused because you say that refraction is the only cause of this aberration when water is added. But because we don't treat the Earth as moving faster when the water is added to the telescope because light is being impeded. We disregard that because we treat the water in the telescope as stationary. We measure the starlight relative to the water. So if I'm standing on concrete and I bounce a basketball, I can see the ball moving. It's bouncing. If I'm on the basketball and I measure myself relative to the basketball, I'm not moving. Right? Right. So my issue is, why don't they just treat this the same way without a water field telescope? Why don't you just measure the starlight relative to the air, the fluid, the air field telescope, and treat that as stationary? Because when you do that, you affect the ratio. You told us if it was slower, we would have a different angle. So if we treat the Earth as stationary, or the telescope, the air field telescope, as stationary, because we're measuring the starlight relative to the fluid, why are we getting aberration?
Okay, so not sure I got the question properly, but anyway, the reason we have aberration is not because it's not that we're treating the telescope as the airfield as stationary.
Yeah, no, they don't do that. They treat the airfield telescope as moving.
Yeah, in order to
get a calculation, right?
Yeah, in order to make a calculation, right? Yes, it's right.
Isn't that different than treating the water field telescope as stationary? You're telling us you treat the air field telescope as moving. We fill the air field telescope with water.
Yes.
We measure the light relative to the water, just a different fluid. Now we treat it as stationary, but we just account for refraction. My position, I'm just going to end it here because I know I've been dragging this on long. I'm just showing like there's a little bit of a contradiction. I would rather it be more consistent. It would make more sense, and I think the audience agrees, that whatever you do with the water relative to the starlight, you do the same thing with the airfield telescope. But you're telling us that's not what happens. It's my estimation that you're actually supposed to account for refraction and a moving water field telescope, no matter how tedious the math is, no matter how complicated the math is. If you say the airfield telescope is accounted for moving, adding water does not stop the telescope from moving. The water actually impedes the light, which then affects the ratio of velocity. You told us when that ratio is affected, we get a change. Except when we add water, we don't see that change. So it's very difficult to say that it's because of the Earth moving as the causal mechanism. Even though I do agree that we probably should account for refraction. And I'm not really sure if Erie accounted for refraction with the water.
Alan said he did.
Okay, cool. I missed that part. But to totally calculate a water field telescope as stationary, but an air field telescope as moving, is contradicting, bro. I understand your physics and everything like that. You know, all inertial frames are equally valid, so it doesn't matter. But you're contradicting yourself by saying the ratio of the velocity component, that ratio is being affected, but we don't have to account for it. So that's all. I do agree that refraction should be accounted for. I don't think that we should negate the motion of the Earth just because we add water. That makes no sense to me. I don't care how simplistic or how convenient it is. To me, it just seemed like it didn't match the prediction. So we negate it in order to get a new value, which you're presenting now with Snell's law. But if you apply the calculations in a specific way with the air telescope, it would make more logical sense, even without me having a PhD degree, to apply those same type of calculations to a water field telescope if the Earth is in fact moving. Now, I'll let you get the last word if you want to respond to that. Hopefully, you can see where I'm highlighting the contradiction. But yeah, you can go ahead.
Okay, there's no contradiction because okay, the aberration angle in air is determined by the fact that the relative velocity between Earth and star, whatever you want to, however you want to interpret this, changes during the year, and in spring, from spring to autumn, it changes by 60 kilometers per second in one direction. And this is measured by aberration in air. This is the angle that the light makes when coming to Earth, towards Earth, from the star towards Earth, relative to a fixed axis, for instance, a zenith. Okay, this is due to the relative velocity between the two, and this is what happens in the space between the star and Earth, whatever this is filled of. Then, when you and this is what you, and the fact, if you want to compute this aberration angle, you and the change in this aberration angle when changing the velocity of the telescope, so from plus 30 kilometers a second to minus 30 kilometers a second, you use, for instance, velocity addition composition, either classical or relativistic. I agree that it makes very little difference because velocity is small with respect to the speed of light. And this is the reason of aberration. What happens if instead of air, or instead of vacuum, the entire space between the star and the telescope would be filled with water? In that case, you would have a different angle, and the different angle would be determined using velocity composition or plane wave composition in case of plane waves.
Wait, you just said something very interesting, Franco. You said if the whole atmosphere was filled with water, we would just treat that medium as that. Is that what you just said?
No, if the whole space, if the whole distance between the star and the Earth,
right, was all water, we would treat it a specific way, right?
You would have, you would have a different angle than 20 arc second. You would have the famous
because it will all be one medium from the telescope all the way to the starlight as just water. So you say we would get the same. Now this is interesting that you said that.
Yeah.
Because the environment down on the surface of Earth is different than the environment from the starlight. As a matter of fact, it seems like that's where the most refraction will happen, because refraction happens when light enters a new medium. So you would have to, I'm going to lay my point out, right? Because I want everyone to hear this, and you can respond to this. You would have to claim that from the surface of the Earth all the way to the starlight is all a homogeneous medium. But we know that's not true, which means we actually should account for some type of refraction there. But they say that they only account for the motion of the Earth. So why, when there should be mounds of refraction to account for, moving from a more dense medium on the surface of the Earth, going all the way up to where the star is at, into a quote unquote vacuum of space where it's completely less dense, there should be multiple accounts for refraction as it moves through a less dense to a more dense medium.
Yeah, I believe that the refraction due to the atmosphere is taken into account. Yeah, I think it is. I'm not an astronomer. I don't know. I know in the days of Aries, 150 years ago, I don't know what the precision was. I can tell from his measurements that the precision was about a fraction of an arc second of his measurements. I know what the refraction of the atmosphere would how it would affect, because I don't have the numbers here, but I'm sure that in modern astronomy this is taken into account. So,
but your whole premise was like, we don't have to account for this type of variable because you get the example of water. If the whole environment from down on the surface of the Earth all the way to the starlight was one medium,
yeah,
we don't have to account for it. But I just showed you like, well, there is a change.
I'm sorry.
So,
sorry, what I said is that if everything was the same medium, then we'd have one single value for the aberration angle, which would depend on the medium and on the velocity of light in that medium, which is yeah, basically this is the ether hypothesis, right? It was believed that that light had the speed, that particular speed, only in one frame where this medium was stationary, and that was supposed to be the same as the frame, the same frame where the stars are fixed and the sun is stationary. But this is not our modern understanding. It's not relevant here. What I wanted to say is that where water comes in the actual Airy experiment and in telescope filled with water experiments is that this angle, which light comes to Earth, which changes during the year due to the Earth's motion, then has light coming to us this way, has to cross the interface surface between air and water. Now, if you want, it's true that in water light moves slower, and and it's true that you start from zero angle with respect to some direction. And then you have the water is moving perpendicular to this direction by a certain amount, by a certain velocity. Then you would have that in the stationary frame, you would see the angle is changed by some amount that you can compute by adding velocities, relativistically or classically or whatever. Point is the angle at which you start from when computing this change in angle, this change from one frame to another, is determined by what happens at the interface. And what happens at the interface between vacuum and water can only be computed or at least can easily be computed in a way, in a frame where water is stationary. That is what determines the angles. You cannot know it.
I'm glad that you corrected yourself. I'm glad you corrected. You said only, but then you said no, easily. So it's about convenience. If you did it the other way, it would be more accurate, right?
Oh, it would be more difficult to compute. It's the same as when you want to compute what happens to, as I said before, you take a spring and you make it oscillate back and forth, and then you put the spring on a car, and then say what will be the motion of the spring seen from the lab where the car is moving and the spring is oscillating. It's difficult to. You can compute it using simple first year laws of physics, but then it's complicated. It's uselessly complicated to compute it this way. The best way is to move to a frame, for instance, the center of mass frame, or another frame where calculations are easier, and then go back. This is something.
Why don't they do that with the airfield telescope? It would be easier to just calculate the light relative to the fluid-like medium of air.
Yeah, that's what they do. That's precisely what they do. They do it
because it would be stationary. If they did that, if they calculated it relative to the air and treated that fluid-like medium of air as if it was stationary, there would be no change, just like water.
Sorry, let's forget about the fluid here, because there's no point.
No, bro, no, you can't forget about the fluid. Why? Well, let me ask. Why would we forget about the fluid? Let me do that. Let me ask that.
The reflection index of air is very, very small, and then it's there's no point. I mean, the aberration measured with water, whether the telescope is measured in whether the telescope is filled with air is the same as that calculated in vacuum. The correction would be too small. So it's a deflection. It's really irrelevant to this. It doesn't add anything to the argument. So you say, why aren't they treating the telescope as stationary and moving to a frame where the telescope is stationary? That's precisely what's done when computing the aberration. You say the telescope is moving with respect to light that's coming from the zenith. So how do I compute the angle seen from a telescope? I move to the frame where the telescope is stationary. That's what's done. That's what people like Piazza don't refuse to understand, that making the calculation with timings, and by the time this has moved across along the telescope has moved horizontally by so and so. This is precisely what is done when changing frames in moving to a moving frame. This is the exact same algebra, exact same calculation. So it's precisely that. You move to a frame where the telescope is stationary, and you compose velocities in order to find the new velocity of light in that frame. And in that frame, it comes at an angle of 20 arc seconds. That is what is done. The point of adding water is that if you do that, when the telescope is filled with water, you cannot do this velocity composition because the premise, the hypothesis, the first hypothesis that the first frame you are considering, the light is still vertical, is not true, is not justified. You have to know what happens at the interface between air or vacuum and water. And in order to do that, you may use very complex calculation, but the easiest way is to go to the stationary frame, compute it there, and then go back. And then we will find...
That I agree with. You said that the premise where you assume that the starlight is vertical.
Is vertical in what?
You said what?
It's the same as assuming that an ant crossing a treadmill will keep going straight. It doesn't. Or a boat, or if you swim across if you swim across a river with the stream, with a very fast stream, you think you move but you're dragged by the current, by the stream. It's the same thing. You walk and you cross a treadmill that is going 2 meters per second on your right. Then your path will not be straight.
So you're saying that the water drags the light?
Of course it does.
So he's saying that they didn't account for refraction, but Alan said earlier that he did account for refraction.
No, I think he said that they. I think he said that they. Well, what are you talking about? Are you talking about the air field, or are you talking about the water field?
I think he's referring to the water field.
I don't remember what
he said. That the Waterfield telescope experiment, they did not account for refraction, and they should have. But Alan said that they did account for refraction. So that's where the crux of this whole position's coming in, and we're just kind of beating around the bush.
No. I said multiple times that after I read the paper, I understood what he actually measured, and what he was the angle, the incident angle, not the angle in water, because he corrected automatically for refraction. So he did correct for refraction because the way he calibrated the instrument was such that refraction was taken into account automatically. So he did take into account.
So what calculation are you saying that they missed?
Saying that the expected change was wrong.
So Ari measured exactly. Calculation was wrong. Like, this is the thing. Like, what?
So I think. So let me just steal, man, Frankie. You tell me I'm wrong. You're saying the fact that they added water to impede the light to cause that velocity ratio component to deviate. You're saying that that was a wrong premise. That even though the light does slow down in water, it doesn't affect the aberration angle.
It doesn't affect the measured aberration angle if it's measured by taking into account the refraction angle. If you measure the angle in water, if that's what you measure, you will find that it just follows the diffraction laws. It doesn't, there's no point. And that's precisely been my point from the start. That's why I didn't want to bother and read the Airy paper, because we know now that the experiment has no reason in the modern view. There's no reason to perform it. There's no expectation saying that you would find something different than what he found. And this is also what, for instance, Pauli said in 1958. It's quoted in Alan's pages, or it's quoted. Said from the and other people said during the 20th century. This result is now completely trivial from a relativistic point of view. There's no point in discussing it anymore. So the very fact that you coming up with something that was done 150 years ago to try and test some wrong prediction at the time is totally irrelevant now, because things have moved on in the past 100.
Franco, with all due respect, there are no experiments that the Earth is moving. So this is one of the few that actually tested it directly.
Tested the movement with respect to ether, and then
well, actually, the original premise had nothing to do with the ether in the original paper, and ether had nothing to do with it. So
right. So what Taylor is saying, Franco, is that what Taylor is saying is that there's still an aberration angle difference in an air-filled telescope. So to imply that ether was required. First of all, let me just ask you: like, was ether even mentioned in the paper at all?
Well, I think there's at some point, but I'm not sure. I read it, but mentioned Flinken, whatever, Flinker's voice, Flinker, whatever. It is mentioned, but the point is that
in Airy's failure paper, did it mention the ether?
I don't remember. It just used a prediction by some theory of light, which is the one by Klinkenfues, and that theory used ether. I think I read part of the paper. Actually, I read part of the paper in German. Now I found that there's a translated, unfortunately, version, so I'll read that. But again, the point is, it's not why he was doing the experiment. The point is that the experiment now, for what we know now, is completely pointless to be redone now. It measured exactly what is predicted, and as again say, it's, as all the physicists have said in the past century, it's trivial from point of view of relativity, because from point of view of relativity, you don't care where the light comes from. The light comes from a star, and that at an angle due to aberration, due to whatever you want, due to the fact that it's been deflected by a prism. I don't know. You can point light to a telescope filled with water from whatever source, and the only effect would be refraction, because that's a frame to analyze things from, and relativity says that light does not care where it was emitted from, and the way it behaves.
Yeah, I don't think that's really the premise that we're speaking of. I get what you're saying, but Franco, let me just ask you this, and then if anybody else want to ask Franco something about this topic, you could, and then we'll move on to Luke. Franco, if you were, well, let me ask you first: would you be able to show me that the values wouldn't change if you calculated the more difficult way? Would you be able to show me that? Because I'm telling you right now, I can't do that calculation. So I'm asking a physicist, would you be able to show me that the value when adding water wouldn't change? When not accounting for, like, so let me just clarify, because you're saying it's convenient to measure the starlight relative to the water. And you said there would be no difference if you just measured it from the Earth's frame or the exterior frame outside of the telescope, not in respect to the water. You're saying there would be no difference. There would be no change. Am I correct with that with your premise there?
No, the premise is that if you want to calculate what the angle is in the frame where water is moving, so original frame, whatever you call it, the sun's frame, the star's frame, so whatever, if you want to calculate that angle in water, that would be difficult because you have to compute the change of direction and velocity of water when crossing a moving surface of a moving medium. And that is very, very difficult. I wouldn't even know where to start from, except the only way I would do it is to move to a frame. It's the same as when you I don't know, want to see what happens to light reflected by a moving mirror. The best way to compute that is to move to a frame where the mirror is stationary. Then you change what happens to the light. Then you reflect because you know what happens, and then you do it. You go back. It's the same as you want to know what happens if you bounce a baseball onto a moving car. What would be the angle at which it will be bounced off the moving car? You can do it. You can do it by imposing momentum and energy conservation in the frame where the car is moving. It's more tedious and more complicated than going to a frame where the car is
Make
stationary.
it go through water. Bounce it on a car going through water.
Sorry?
I mean, it's just like, I don't know. Your entire premise was a little bit different, but it's okay. Plus, the Earth would be moving in a different relative motion as the stars if the Earth was, if that's how the stars move in the sky. You know what I mean? Just moving on a different relativistic frame. So I feel like either way, like the experiment would be valid, but yeah.
Well, I think Franco was saying that the frame doesn't matter. I think he's saying that it's equivalent.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's what he's saying. So, this whole relativity, it makes it so that you could do that. You could just bounce from this frame to that frame. It doesn't really matter. You can add water, no water. It's not going to impede anything. We're just going to jump to a frame where we could treat it as stationary. I'm just really hung up on measuring the starlight relative to a fluid-like medium of water, and then measuring the starlight relative to a fluid-like medium of air. And if you say that there is no impedance or there's no correction that we have to make based on that impedance, which would affect the velocity ratio, then I don't understand what's happening with the airfield telescope, because you would just be measuring relative to the air, and the air relative to the starlight would just be stationary.
Wait, stop right there because that's where my hangup is. I thought there was a difference between the measurement of air versus water.
It's what I'm saying.
But isn't that like demonstrably viable? Like that's demonstrable. Water is clearly going to make a difference. Otherwise, we wouldn't have refraction. It wouldn't be a straw in a cup on every textbook to show that, hey, the light is bending the straw differently in the water. So I feel like that's even what Ari said. Even without the water, the air, he got one prediction, and then with the water, it was a difference.
Right. So Franco is saying that calculation that he used was wrong, but it seems like that's how he calculated it with the airfield telescope. It seemed like he didn't really simplify anything.
Do you guys know by like off the top of your head what the difference was between the water and the air?
I think that I think Alan was saying it was 0.8. I think the paper said 0.8 arc seconds. Was that what it was, Franco?
Yeah, it was 0.8 arc second plus or minus. I did a quick calculation of the statistical error based on the table that he publishes, and the statistical error just from those tabulated values is 0.44 arc seconds. So the measurement of the difference is actually 0.8 plus or minus 0.44 arc seconds, just statistical error, and then you have no assessment of the systematics. So I think it's compatible with zero.
Well, what causes that though? Does the impedance of light cause that 0.8 arc second differential?
No, well, since the difference is not significant, you don't you treat it as zero experimentally. It's less
Zero
than
it out. It's just crazy. But I understand what they do, right? They just zero it out because it's like it's insignificant. But what I'm asking is what causes that though? Like, is it the impedance of light that causes that 0.8 arc second differential?
The 0.8 differential is a measurement that is consistent with zero experimental within 2 sigmas. So it's 2 sigma statistical error. So you don't treat it as a valid scientific measurement, different from zero. This is what experiments do.
Okay, so that's the thing. So I think the flat earthers are saying, hey, that 0.8 arc seconds is being caused by something. Mainstream science says, no, it's not caused by anything. We just zero it out. Now, our understanding is they zero it out because it doesn't comport with the prediction at the time. And I haven't seen anybody else correct Aries failure. I'm not saying that you're wrong, Franco. I'm just saying I never seen anybody come out with a paper. Maybe you've seen something, so you can share it if you want. I haven't seen anybody challenge Aries' methodology. You're the first one that I hear this, that his methodology wasn't right. I haven't seen nobody else challenge his methodology.
Guess why? Because it's pointless. It's one experiment done 150 years ago.
Nicholson Morley also did a similar experiment, right?
Yeah, they did it. I was just about to say that. That was the next thing, but Franco wanted to like interject, so I was just listening to what he had to say. But they did the same thing over there. They didn't get the predicted value, so then they zeroed it out. Now the whole premise though, if you ever are going to invoke an ether, the ether that they were invoking was static. That means it didn't have any motion. That was the assumption at the time. So if mainstream science and globe earthers or whatever you want to call you guys, if you want to say it debunked a stationary ether, some would agree with that. I think what we're saying is, hey, there's a little bit of a deviation. You saying it's in respect to a stationary ether. Maybe the ether is actually in motion. If there was an ether that was in motion along a stationary Earth, Franco, I'm not telling you to confirm stationary Earth and ether. I'm just saying if, hypothetical, if there was a stationary Earth with the ether that was not static and it was in motion, could that also be a viable explanation?
I don't know because I never posed myself the question of treating things with ether. It's the same as I don't do with phlogistic or phlogiston or other theories that are not valid anymore. I don't. I'm not an historian of physics, so I don't bother with ancient.
Do you know why they're not valid? Like why they disregarded the ether? Isn't that because they found no motion of the Earth and they had to make their model work? So it's actually based on a model system?
There's a whole bunch of books on
That's a yes. Okay, let's just answer in yes or no's. Simple questions.
I didn't even listen to because I think it's was the ether disproved? Yes, there's a
Because there's no motion of the Earth, right?
Sorry?
Because they couldn't find motion of the Earth in Michelson Morley?
No, there are other experiments.
Like what?
You take a history book of physics and science.
Wait, what are the experiments again? Okay, thank you. Appreciate that.
I'm not a historian. I'm a physicist, and
It's okay. Well, you should definitely be able to answer as a physicist, but it's cool.
of the
Isn't Michelson Morley the experiment they used to disprove ether, and that's because they couldn't find motion of the Earth? I mean, you can even look that up on like Wikipedia or whatever, and it'll tell you that. It's pretty clear.
Franco, just to clarify, I don't think that Taylor is asking for every single experiment that you feel debunks the ether. I think she's asking what's the first one. And if you
Yeah,
don't know because you're not a
yeah.
historian, that's cool. But I think that's what we're asking. You're saying that the ether was debunked, and we're like, okay, well, how did they debunk the ether? And I think she's asking, was it Mickelson Morley the first thing that quote unquote debunked the ether?
Yeah.
Okay, and that's because they couldn't find motion of the Earth, and they had to make it fit their model.
Yeah. So for the audience, and Franco, you can confirm this. If they did find the motion that they predicted with the setup, assuming a stationary ether, it would have seemed they would have kept the ether. Franco, do you agree? If they found the predicted motion back in Mickelson Morley relative to a stationary ether,
So I know what
there would have been no reason to get rid of the ether because they would have found the motion of the Earth. Do you agree with that?
I don't know what I would have done. I don't care what I would have done.
Whatever.
It's now, and I know it works now, and I know I don't. This is something to deal with by historians of science. They have to do this. They can compile a list of experiments that was
It
done.
works now because they couldn't find motion of the Earth and had to fit their model.
True. It's not true. It's not true.
Okay, then when did they debunk the ether?
Okay, then when did they debunk the ether?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, exactly. Jacks and read the on relativity. There's a list of experiments. Just read that.
That's what your mainstream model says. Okay.
Not the mainstream model is history of science, and history of science is something I'm not dealing with because I'm dealing with.
This is what the physicists say.
Okay, hold on. Let's let Franco calm down a little bit. Let him cool off. Taylor, you have some really good questions, but you do gotta let him finish. Franco's getting a little bit aggravated, and I don't really want him dipping out just in case somebody else got some questions. Just let him cool off for just a second, Taylor. Hold those thoughts. Because I did say that we was gonna have Luke jump in, and that's your guess. So let's slide to Luke real quick. I don't know if you have any questions for Franco, Luke, or if you want to bring something else into the convo, and then we'll move to the hands, and I will double back to Taylor. And we can like kind of revisit this because I do want to make sure that if we're making claims the ether has been debunked, we should be able to substantiate that claim of how it was. If we can't do that, if we're saying the ether has been debunked, but I can't tell you how it was because I'm not a historian, there's just a lot of fallacies built into that. A lot of assumptions. It's a lot of like appeals. So we could double back to that, but I think that's what Taylor's trying to get to. Okay, if you're claiming that the ether has been debunked, tell me how. A valid response would just say, okay, this is how. Not a valid response is, I don't know. Because now that's just a basic blind belief kind of like. But no shots. That's just, I think that's the point that Taylor was going to get to. But I definitely want to. Okay, cool. Thanks, Taylor. Let's tap in with Luke and see what Luke got to say. And then we'll double back. Go ahead, Luke. Thanks for being patient, brother.
Yeah, no worries, Sacred. I really appreciate you giving me the opportunity to come up and talk. I don't really have anything to add specifically to what's been discussed. I will say that I've messaged Taylor through this entire conversation and just my mind's blown. This is great. I understand the fact that you guys are speaking in English, and that's awesome. Outside of like understanding specifically what's going on. The main reason I wanted to come up was I just wanted to say to you, Sacred, I've been in plenty of spaces before, and I've never seen a host conduct themselves with the level of integrity, respect, and consideration for like some of the speakers you've had. And when you were dealing with that random guy when I first came up, and you handled that so respectfully and perfectly with a lot of patience too. So I thought that was awesome. But I do plan to come up.
Appreciate that. Thank you. Go ahead,
Yeah,
continue.
no worries. But yeah, I'll like drop me down now as a listener. I just wanted to say that, and I appreciate everything you're talking about, and thanks Taylor for bringing me along to this. This is awesome.
Bro, we do this every week, Friday nights and the Saturday morning. I don't know where all the level heads, we call them level heads. You know, we the level heads try to handle all these polarizing conversations in a level-headed manner. That's why we say level heads. But yeah, like we kick it up here. We talk about the science, talk about history, talk about physics every Friday night into Saturday morning. Didn't know that anybody would have this amount of interest during the weekend, especially on a Friday night. But it's super dope. It's super cool to like meet like minds, have some of these intellectual dialogues or discourse. I do try to find a common ground. That's why I'm always trying to be a little bit more patient. I know everybody's on their own journey, discovering truth or just learning in general. So I definitely appreciate you appreciating us. So thanks for joining, bro. If you got any questions, whether it's about flat Earth, globe Earth, anything that we talk about with Aries failure and this telescope, any clarifying questions that you may have, feel free, bro.
Yeah, I don't have anything at the moment. Taylor and I have gone over a few things, but yeah, like I'm happy to just listen and learn at this stage. So yeah, thanks, man.
Hey, bro, tell me this. Do you appeal more to globe Earth, or are you questioning whether the Earth is spherical and in motion?
Yeah, look, Taylor knows what I think. I have a pretty standard view of, I guess. The way I think about it is everything's round, everything's a circle, and that just makes sense in my smooth brain. So I'm happy to hear alternative, views on the matter, but I'm not one to, like, I'm not going to just dismiss and go, oh, flat earthers, yeah, what crazy idiots, or something like that, because I think that's reductive, and it's always important. Like, for instance, like this entire conversation I've listened to for almost 2 hours now has blown my mind, and I think it's really important to discuss all aspects of, the natural universe, I guess. So, yeah, but I personally would probably at the moment lean a little bit more towards, I don't think that it's a flat Earth, but at the same time, I'm willing to be open minded and can be convinced otherwise.
Bro, that right there is awesome. What we call that intellectual honesty. It's like, hey, I don't really agree with you guys, but there's some interesting points that you guys have made, and I want to learn more. That is literally all we ask for. Now, the conversation that we were just having was more about the motion of the Earth rather than the geometry of it. But we do, touch on those things as well. There's a lot of things that seem to not align with the prediction of a spherical Earth with a specific radius. That radius happens to be about 4,000 miles to the center, which no one has ever been to. So we're just questioning these things. We're saying, okay, you guys give us specific values based off of the sky, right? We got all of our motion of the Earth from the sky. We got the curvature of the Earth from the sky. Everything came from the sky. I think flat Earth is like, hey, let's get a little bit more focused, and let's actually test the ground. And then you'll find out that a lot of things that you would think would align with a globe Earth ends up not aligning with a globe Earth. And then you have to invoke these different abstract concepts. Some of them are valid. Just some will be applied differently to an Earth that's curving versus a surface of the Earth that is level and flat. For instance, just a real quick, just one last thing. Just for instance, if I see a mountain in the distance and I do the calculations based off of the radius and the circumference of the Earth, and my prediction is that I shouldn't see that mountain, but I still see it, flat earthers will say, hey, that mountain is really there. It seems to challenge the rate of curvature or the radius of the Earth. As a globe earther, we would have to say that mountain that I'm seeing as I go right towards it and it just gets bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger, at a specific distance that I see it, that I shouldn't see it, it's an illusion. that mountain is being refracted above the curvature of the Earth. So this is one of the things that I didn't realize as a globe earther. I was like, oh, wait a minute. I have to believe this. I have to believe that when I'm seeing a terrestrial observation, right, an observation that's made on land, not in the sky, if I see it and I'm not supposed to see it, I have to believe as a globe earther in mainstream science that that mountain over there is an illusion, that it's being refracted into the sky, even though when I put my arm out, it's level and flat to my observer height. Like I can still see it, and I gotta just dismiss it as refraction. That didn't sit well with me. Now I do agree that there is refraction. Refraction is a real thing. It's applied differently over a curved surface relative to a flat surface, but refraction is a real thing. But these are the things that our listeners have to come to terms with. When you believe in a globe Earth, are you going to believe these terrestrial observations that are observable? Are you going to believe that they're not really there? Or are you going to believe that they are really there? To me, that is the first step in this deciding whether you are a globe earther or a globe skeptic. I'll let you respond. I just wanted to speak a little bit about the geometry since we were talking about motion so much.
Yeah, for sure. I appreciate that what you said. I guess my whole way of sort of like conceiving, looking at a distance, like a distant mountain terrain or something like that, dependent on like how far away it is more just acknowledging the absolute size of the Earth and the ability to see pretty vast distances in certain locations, and like basically, when we look at our perspective as small people on the planet, everything seems kind of flat. Like there's no observable with our own eyes curvature, but that doesn't necessarily suggest that there's no curvature. It's just the Earth is huge and so vast. So we can only perceive up to a certain distance before everything becomes blurred. So I guess like that would be my only question, or yeah, I don't know if that makes any sense.
No, that totally makes sense. Because I think a lot of us, well, pretty much all of us, we are all taught that we live on a oblate spheroid that's rotating, orbiting, wobbling, all these different type of things in motion. And it's a sphere. We look at the sky, we assume that things in the sky are spheres. We must be a sphere. And things just look flat because the surface of the Earth, or the Earth itself, is just so big. It looks like that. And I get that. You can like scale things down, and you can look at something that has curvature and almost perceive it as flat. I think the flat earthers' issue is that they're not just abstract numbers and values. They give us specific values, right? I'm not going to go through the whole, what the circumference of the Earth is, how fast it's supposed to be moving, how the rotation of the Earth, I'm not going to go through all of that. But those are the things that I would advise you to look into. Keep on popping back into Flat Earth Fridays, bro, because you're going to hear us talk about this stuff. We've been here for 125 weeks. But they give us specific values. So if you give me a specific value of the radius of the Earth, I can derive the circumference of that Earth. Then I could derive that curvature over short and long distances because you gave me a specific value. They didn't say, we don't really know how big the Earth is. They say, no, we definitely know how big the Earth is. So then we get to test that. I don't think that you have to go to like super extremes, right? Like, I think that you should be able to test that curvature on a local scale. So if you're telling me that the Earth is curving, or let me say it like this. If you say that over 10 miles, there should be 66 feet of curvature. And then I go look out 10 miles, and then I see an object that isn't 66 feet, because it would have to be 66 or more in order to be visible if the physical obstruction of the earth is blocking it. I would have to pause. I'm like, wait a minute. You gave me the radius of the earth. I calculated the circumference. Then I calculated the curvature over a local scale based on the radius and the circumference. And over 10 miles, there should be almost 7 basketball rims. I always like using that analogy of curvature. Imagine stacking 7 basketball rims. 7 basketball rims is about 70 feet. 10 miles is about 66 feet based on our radius of the earth. So if I'm seeing something out in the distance over 10 miles and it's not 66 feet, I would have to take the position that is that object that I see is refracted. It's not really there. It's actually being refracted above the physical obstruction of curvature of the earth. And I mention this because you said, hey, Sacred, we got like a limit to our vision. Things get blurry in the distance. But they tell us refraction, which is distortion, allows us to see further. And on a clear day, seemingly with less refraction, all of a sudden we wouldn't see that far. So your logic on your brain, the logic in your brain is saying, hey, Sacred, there's a limit to our vision. We can't see forever, which is true. That's a flat earth position. We can't see forever. There's definitely a limit to our vision. And part of the limitation is the medium. Light attenuates through specific mediums. And things get distorted and blurry and we can't see. That's demonstrable. But in order to stay on a globe Earth, that same distortion, quote unquote refraction, is not impeding the light. It's actually allowing the light to travel further around the curvature of the earth, specifically almost aligned with a flat earth. And to me, again, that's another conflict. So not only do I have to disagree that that object is physically there, I got to think that that's an illusion. That illusion is caused by distortion. And that distortion, which typically blurs vision, is actually allowing me to see further. Again, these are the conflicts that flat earthers have. Like, bro, this don't make no sense. Why am I seeing further when things are more distorted? Why do I got to look at that object out in the distance and I got to tell you that it's not really there? And I think that's, like I said, that's the thing that people have to come to terms with. Where do you stand? Are you okay with taking that premise, living on the globe Earth, that some of these terrestrial observations aren't really there? Or should we be questioning the narrative that they're giving us, being that I could still see that mountain over there that should be blocked by curvature, or that boat that's 10, 15 miles out that should be blocked by curvature, or that lighthouse that has 50, 60, 70 mile observer distances that should be blocked by curvature? There's a lot of things that seem to challenge the radius of the earth. So continue to pull back up, bro. Again, we're going to go through a lot more of some of our old topics. I love engaging with people who have an open mind and who questions their reality and doesn't blindly believe, and who can accept that, hey, the reason why I believe what I believe is because that's just what I was taught. And you check all those boxes, bro, because we was all there. So just shout out to you, bro. I just wanted to kind of lay that out a little bit. If you got any more questions, feel free to ask. If not, we could jump to another hand. But we definitely appreciate you pulling up, bro.
Yeah, thanks for that. I feel like I have potentially so many questions, but I don't want to like I don't want to crash the discussion with all my like questions about it all and everything. There was one thing I think I did want to, oh, that's right. There is one question I do want to just ask now regarding what the reasons, what do you, all, I don't know if you all, like, it's a general consensus of why, hypothetically speaking, if we do live on a flat Earth, we don't live on a globe Earth, what do you think would be the reasons we're being lied to about, like living on a globe instead of living on the flat Earth? Like, what would essentially the purpose of all governments and scientific institutions for like decades, centuries, be lying to us about that? And like, what's their reasoning for that?
That's a great question. Now, I'll let some of my guys, if they want to jump in and answer some of this, I'll give you my interpretation. First thing, I'm going to be like completely transparent, at the meta. I think by telling us we live on a globe Earth, you eliminate the exclusivity of a creator. What I mean by that is, and you probably know Taylor. Obviously she brought you through over here. But one of my first introductions to Taylor was her debates on biology. And I had no idea that science was trying to recreate life from nothing. And if they succeed in what they call abiogenesis, then you eliminate exclusivity of a creator, because now we have created life from nothing. At this point, that seems to be the most viable option. Everything seems to be finely tuned for life here. There's nothing else in this universe that looks anything like this place, has life anything like this place. There's nothing like it. And then we look into the details. There's a lot of like I said, finely tuned things from the micro all the way to the macro, which seems to be anomalous. So much so that they have to invoke multiple realities to say, yo, we're just the odds of all these infinite amount of realities that we have the finely tuned system here. Because that's the only thing that makes sense, by sheer probability, that we are the ones that are special in this reality. That's literally the whole purpose of multiverse, infinite universes, and all that type of stuff. Probability, to explain why we have such a finely tuned system. So the moment that they can eliminate the fine tuner and they create life out of nothing, there is no exclusive evidence for a creator. And I didn't know that they were trying to do this. I didn't know that they were literally, now I'm not saying that God can't create a globe Earth universe. I'm just saying it wouldn't be exclusive to a creator if you could create life from nothing. Now that's my meta macro interpretation. But just on a surface level, I think if you tell us that we live on a sphere, and if I travel in one direction, I'm just going to end up eventually back in my same position, that means the Earth is finite. And resources are then now finite. If resources are finite, I then get to charge you for the work for these finite resources so that quote unquote society can use them. I get to charge you $6 to $10 a gallon of gas in certain places because the work and finite resources. However, if we found out that these resources weren't really finite and they were actually infinite, I don't really see how they could charge us what they're doing, which means that we wouldn't have to go to work, which means that we would be living in our true selves and we can actually study the true nature of our reality. Now, what does that entail? This may entail something like the ether. Talk about free energy all the time. If there was a way for us to interpret the sciences with an ethereal background medium of potential energy that we can pull from, what would you have to go to work for? Energy would be abundant. Resources would be abundant. We could focus on our true self. And what other things can we do with our interpretation of the ether? It seems what we do now is that we chop the ether up. We got the strong force, we got the weak force, we got electromagnetism, we got the dielectric. Then we include this abstract concept of gravity, which we can explain on a flat Earth without mass attracting mass or a bending, warping of space-time. But again, it's just about maybe if I tell you that everything is finite and you live on a ball, you're going to be more likely to be okay with this societal enslavement. And I know that sounds a little harsh, but literally, like, you got to work in order to make bread. Unless you're a business owner, you got a business that's functional on its own. But most of the time, you got to put in time and effort in order to just survive. We are the only species that live on this earth that got to pay to live here. Why is that? Maybe because we think that the resources are finite. And the big companies that are in control may know that it ain't really like that. There's some technology out there that would probably free us as a people. But why would I do that? If I run the world and I got all you workers that are just complying, why would I free you? You're happy. You got your devices, you got your Twitter spaces, you got your Hollywood housewives, you got your, you got everything you need. Get you a few jabs, whenever you get a little cough. Why would I want to extend your life? Why would I want you to figure out the true nature of what a spirit or a soul is? Why would I want you to study what junk DNA is? I'm just going to call it junk. Don't look into that. Don't look into it at all. Don't worry. It's junk. It's not activated. It's nothing to see here. And I think some of these things have been purposely concealed. And I know it's kind of long-winded, but again, it just would make more sense to hide the true nature of where we live at, so that way you don't know who you are, you don't know where you came from, and you don't know where you're going. Last thing I'll say, Proud, my co-host, was telling me about this Netflix show, and how I think it's called 3%. And I don't know the ending of it, so please nobody spoil it, because I told I was going to watch this somewhere, some way, somehow. Long series. But it seemed like they was all trying to get to, like, the goal in life was to get to that specific place over there, and only 3% of people got over there. And if you didn't go over there, you would, if you didn't get a chance to go over there, the only other chance you have is to have your children go over there. So that is the main goal. They was under the impression, and I don't know if it's true or not, like I said, I didn't watch it, but they were under the assumption that right there over there is paradise. So I know my purpose is to get to paradise, and there's a way to get over there. Now, what if that applies to our reality in real life? What if there's a true paradise? What if there's a true reason why we're here? Maybe this isn't just an accident. Maybe this isn't just like we evolved from some soup and strawberries and all this and monkeys and this and all that. Like maybe that's not the case. Maybe there's a reason why we're here. And if I were trying to hide that, I would not put you in physical shackles, because you'll just rebel. Because you humans always want to rebel against something. I would just put your mind in a shackle and make you complicit. And that way I would have easier control and a perceived power. Long answer, a little bit less long, but hopefully you got the gist of what I was saying.
Yeah, if I can add maybe something on the topic, if anyone researches like Rosicrucianism, that's basically what Royal Society became. You can find out basically they have historically documented intentions to take over science to their benefit, So that's the same people that coined the term British Empire. So it's all documented historical facts, It's nothing like a conspiracy theory. So the intentions and the motive, it's all there, It's the same people that are still Royal Society today. It's the top scientists, and their intentions aren't really to help you at the end of the day.
Yeah, I think most scientists do actually think they're doing a service, right? Like, you talk to Franco, I'm never going to discredit, his credentials. He'll definitely try to discredit me for not having those credentials, but I'm not like that. You put, 2, 3, 4 decades into work, I'm going to respect that. And I do think that people like Franco, the PhDs, and some of the scientists are just going to work to do their job. But I do think that there is a fraction of them that know something is off. Something's weird. Something doesn't align, something doesn't add up. Even in the math and the calculations. I mean, I've seen it in real time. I've seen someone say, hey, I was studying to become an astrophysicist, and there was too many infinities. I had no idea that they needed to zero out all this different type of stuff. And I said, you know what? This is not what I thought it was. Y'all just making shit up. I'm going to particle physics. That might have been nuclear physics. A little bit more tangible, even though the interpretation is still off. So there's still a small section of physicists, philosophers, scientists, historians that know something has been kept hidden, something is being deceived. And our current framework of science is incomplete at best. It actually doesn't work. But it's for sure incomplete. Now we have a lot of use cases with our current science. But my thing is, where would we be at if we really understood what magnetism is? Where will we be at if we can actually tell you where a charge came from? You can't create it. It got to come from somewhere. You can't just say, oh, it comes from an electron. Well, where does an electron get a charge from? Why can't we actually view a particle? Why doesn't it have a shape or radius? Why are you saying that it's in motion and almost looks like a toroidal field? Maybe it's not an actual particle. Maybe it's an event. Shout out Whitsitt. I love the way he described that. Maybe it's an event that's happening with these photons, these electrons, these, who knows? Maybe our interpretation is just a little bit stunted. So I love the fact that we made leaps and bounds through science and technology, but I also want to know where we be at based on the fact that all the physicists in the past, they all had an ether model. They completely explained everything. Even Maxwell and his equations had an ether. Newton had an ether. Michelson and Morley, ether. They all had ether. Until what Taylor's question was, when did they have to get rid of it? Well, when they tried to test the motion of the earth through that ether, even though they assumed the ether was static and not in motion, they said, oh, wait a minute. We look up at the sky, we see things moving. We were telling everybody that means that we're moving. When we see things in the sky moving, we're telling everybody that means we're moving. The things in the sky moving, that's an illusion. They're not really moving. It's really us that's causing all of these motions. Matter of fact, let's test that. Let's measure this motion. Then they went to go try to measure it and didn't get the predicted value. And just like you heard Franco say earlier, when it comes to the Aries failure, which is really a success, they got a value that didn't comport with the prediction, so they just zero it out. You heard Proud ask, yo, did they have any type of change? Yeah, there was like a 0.8 arc second, but it was so minuscule, it didn't align, so it's just instrumental error. You just zero it out. Now let a flat earther say the same thing, bro. It's gonna be a whole problem. But that's how current physics work. You don't get what you're looking for, you just zero it out. So we just like to look at the detail. We like to ask these questions, and we want to see what mainstream science has to say. Most of them kind of acknowledge the incompatibilities and the lack of explanatory power, but they'll completely disregard anything else that may actually fit more elegantly if it causes you shape, which is geometry, or if it costs you shape, which is geometry of the earth, or if it costs you motion of the earth. Because then we're gonna have to tell y'all we was wrong, or we deliberately lied. We got to keep our motion, no matter if this other etheric physics framework works the best. We didn't measure the motion using that framework. We have a model that we appeal to. We got to keep that model intact. Anything outside of it is an anomaly. We just haven't figured it out yet. And I think that's where flat earthers have a problem. It's okay that you haven't figured it out yet. Why do you keep on keeping something in place that consistently fails and fails over and over and over again? At some point, we got to abandon this and put a new framework intact, even if it costs us the motion of the earth or the curvature of the earth. So that's my 2 cents. I don't know if Luke, are you still up here? It looks like you might drop down. So shout out to Luke for pulling up. I see there's a squad up here. Taylor, you could say something because I know that was your guest. Thank you for bringing him, and then we'll slide over to Brock, Grateful, and then my man D3.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, it's awesome. He said, da-da-da, I can just stay as a listener for now. Oh, he says his app just died. Okay. So yeah, he said I guess his app closed out. Um so yeah, I was just gonna say that, the creator is hidden in every way, shape, and form on this earth. And the Bible talks about the God of this world, you know, um, who like money runs the world and whatever. It's like the evil forces that are at play here and the evil government, the hidden hand at play. Never wants to give any credit to the creator. They want you to appeal to them and the government as if they are God. So, I mean, that's with everything. It's in every subject. It's not just in physics or geology or whatever. It has to do with biology and every single topic that there is. Aspects of the universe being created, a life being created, even like aspects of us having a soul. Like they'll never fully acknowledge that, even though they admit that they don't understand consciousness on the material level. They'll never say that we have a soul and that's, how we're conscious. And even though like there's actually new experiments coming out with like astral projection done by the CIA where they can prove that people have been conscious outside of their body. Tests that were done with a Canadian psychologist and Indigo Swan, a famous astral projector, show that his brain scans were showing that he was observing something, that he was astral projecting, but he wasn't actually observing it. Like he was blindfolded. So these things actually show that we have a soul, but mainstream science will never acknowledge that. So anything just to hide the spiritual or, created aspect of reality, the evil forces, the God of this world and the, deep state hidden hand is always going to hide those. These are why the Smithsonian will deliberately destroy evidence for the Bible and just try to I can't remember what he said, and there's a video called Helio-Satanism, where they said they try to get if they can't hide the Bible, they're gonna get to people to relearn. So anyway, Helio-Satanism, that's a really good reference, a really good video to watch on YouTube. But basically, if they can't destroy the evidence for the creator, they're gonna try to build a new framework. If they can't hide the Bible from people, which is what they did for so long, they're gonna try to get people to relearn everything and just try to reshape everything and question the Bible based on this sciences and philosophy or whatever. So, at the end of the day, what it really is just hiding the fact that we are important, that we're not an accident, and that, life really matters. And, like what Sacred mentioned about them trying to just enslave people, it's much easier to enslave people that don't feel like they have a purpose, that are just a big accident, than people that know that they're created by God and like have like a role in this earth. And, there's a lot of implications that come with that. So they wanna hide that from people in every way, shape, and form, and, I think it's part of the great delusion in Second Thessalonians, like, there will be a great delusion over the world where even the Christians would be deceived, and I think this whole thing plays into it. I mean, like, where they don't even realize their divine, like, place in this universe. God says, "Heaven is my throne and earth is my footstool." I mean, that's much more important than like a speck of dust flying through the middle of nowhere. I mean, just it's common sense. But um, either way, I mean, just look at reality for what it is. The Bible says nature will tell you the truth. Just looking into nature, you won't be able to deny the existence of God. And look at the earth for what it actually is, in your own senses. And don't just like we wouldn't just wake up here and just think that we're on a spinning rock in the middle of nowhere that just got here by accident. So yeah, that hopefully sums it up.
Yes, ma'am. That's a fact. And then even if you don't use your senses, I mean, there's like specific instrumentation designed to test some of these things. And when you find out that the books are cooked, that they look up to prove what's below, even though as above, so below, we actually got to look at what's actually above for real. So it's a lot of seemingly deception. And until we get these answers straight away, we're going to continue to question it. As a matter of fact, that's how science works. Determining causality, not just speculating, not appealing to the majority or some other fallacious standpoint. It's testable, reproducible, repeatable, demonstrable. That should be like the bare minimum of a baseline. So ask yourself, how many things can you test in the heliocentric model? Probably close to none. Anyway, thanks, Taylor. Let's go to, I think we got Grateful, and then we'll go
I
over
just
to
want to
Brock.
let you know what he said. He just wanted me to tell you, thank you so much, and that he can just stay as a listener for now. I think it's a lot, a lot of new info. It's cool.
Yeah, no, he's super solid, man. Shout out to you, bro. And be sure to come through next week. Think about some of the things that we talked about. If you got any questions and doing some research, definitely follow Witty. He probably knocked out right now, finally getting some sleep. But definitely follow Witsit. Alan right over there, space_audits on YouTube. Witsit gets it on YouTube. We got Shane St. Pierre in here. A lot of great minds with a lot of interesting information. So yeah, bro, just hit me if you need those apps, or Taylor will probably get it to you because Taylor knows what I'm talking about. And hopefully see you next week. What up, Grateful?
Hey, good morning. I woke up to you guys, so I didn't catch maybe everything you guys have said from the start, but probably been on the last
No worries,
45
bro.
minutes.
Happy Stationary Saturdays. Welcome.
Yes. Happy New Year to you, and glad to be planted here on this earth for the time. But you guys said it very well, and you're very patient. And Taylor, you said it right, and as simple and as it's easy to push off when people say, "Oh, they're hiding God." Oh, where's the science behind that? But there's much joy, and I think there is a lot of there ever so much the joy that comes from finding truth and when your heart confirms things and that kind of thing. But I do believe also that true science is God's science, and we've followed man-made science to a point where we throw a bunch of we just keep moving zeros behind things, and we I think of the verses or just the wisdom of as man thinks there of wisdom, God kind of chuckles to himself. And and I've seen, because I've been a space fanatic and that kind of thing in the past, and I see that there are my ways in some ways that they throw zeros, and it becomes quite meaningless. And one of my epiphanies was when I watched, I believe the man's name was Pastor Giglio. He had a video called How Great Is Our God? And I believe he meant well by it, but it was a pastor out of, I believe, the West Coast who was showing these beautiful pictures of the universe and everything. And about 2/3 through the way in the last third of the movie, they went to the Voyager scene of that picture that's known as the pale blue dot. And I was even watching this in my on a Wednesday night at my local church, and just my heart just dropped because I looked at this pale blue dot. It looked like the inverse of the inverse of a white piece of paper with a lead pencil drawn across with a little dot on this glare. And I thought that's not the God of the Bible that I've learned that loves me. And we're more than this little dot. And that's kind of like really weighed upon my heart, and I started looking into things, and the joy of finding this has been so great. But I won't take much longer, but I wanted to say on the right bottom hand corner, when you look at the chat feed, I posted some pictures I actually took. I accidentally took a few years back, about 7 years ago, when I was with my family at the beach on Lake Michigan, and it brought me so much joy to find that. And we can overcomplicate it, and I don't expect everybody to believe it, because it takes a lot to wrap your head around. but it's so simple. I had my iPhone out taking a picture of my children, and I took a picture, and I noticed it when I brought it in on my better screen on my laptop, and I was like, oh my goodness. And so I started just, I broke that down, and I thought I'd share it with everybody. So I won't keep going, but I appreciate your time here. If anybody has any questions about those pictures, let me know. But I suggest look at them, and I know that I'm a stranger, and I know there's many reasons that we're faked out all the time. But I'm a real person. I took those pictures, and it's kind of a joy. I find a lot of joy in it, knowing that there's a God who loves us and that we're created. Don't claim to know the whole size of the earth and whatnot, but that picture should not exist on based on the 8 inches per mile squared general criteria that's given in science today.
Bro, this is fire. Now, I would want to verify exactly like what I'm observing in the distance. I'm taking your word for it now.
Sure.
But if it is exactly what you're assuming it is, being that you're in this area, then I would have to kind of take your word because I've never been to that area of the States. And it looks like you're making an observation over 60 miles from seashore.
That's exactly right. And in my research, I thought, how is it that I'm seeing this? And we know that there's atmospheric interference, and I'm thinking, how could I see that, and why is it? And it just hit me because at first I thought it was a buoy, then I thought, oh, it's a ship, but it had a distinct feature to it and and so I looked on Google Maps and I thought, well, what city is across at that angle, generally speaking? And it was Sheboygan, Wisconsin. Then my next search is, okay, what's the tallest building in Sheboygan, Wisconsin? And then it came up with, I believe it's called the US. I'm not sure if it's still called that. This is 7 years ago or so. And it was that same shape. Then I saw what I thought looked like pinnacles of churches. So I looked in the Google Earth view and I saw on those streets that generally reflect, that would be facing west. So to the north of that tower, I found those church piers. Then what's not labeled on there is I found a drawbridge half open that would be to the left, which would be the uh, south of that building. And the drawbridge is half up, and I found that drawbridge on Google Earth Maps. So it was a real joy to find. And I think, and getting back to the science of it, that the only time you could take that picture is when the clarity, with the interference of the atmosphere being as clear as possible, would be about the time the water and the air temperatures are about the same. And that was about I believe summer of 2017. So that's about the time I think that equilibrium would have occurred. And I believe that's why I got that shot. But I'll quiet up and let you guys, if you have any questions.
Nah, bro, this is crazy. This is exactly what I was referring to. It's things like this that had me like, whoa, wait a minute. Like, first of all, if you guys want to go look, I mean, there's a plethora of Earth curvature calculators. One of the ones that I like to use, even though it doesn't account for refraction, is a simple one just so you can visualize the sphere with simple calculations. Riff, what do you think your observer height is here above sea level?
I did a calculator. I used and I'm sorry I don't have that pic with that screenshot with me, but I can try to find it. But I calculated even more conservatively. I'm 6'2" tall, so I figured about 5 feet's the reality. But I believe I doubled it to 10, and at that calculation on the science, on today's mainstream science, I used a couple calculators just to verify, and I think it was something like that building should be 100+ feet under the curve, under the sight line, I guess you could say. So, so if that helps.
Yes, super interesting. So what he's saying based off of his calculations, right? And he gave a little bit of wiggle room. We always got to give a little wiggle
For
room.
sure. I like your style with that. I know, and I love your patience, and you have a patience that just blows my mind. I almost got off here, not because I disagree with anything, but that you're very well spoken on that. And but yeah, I always try to err on the side of I always try to see an argument both ways, because there was a lot of cognitive dissonance here. In fact, I'm just getting to the point where I'm sharing these because of that, because you could definitely blow away your whole, whatever you want to call it, testimony, or whatever your story is, by blowing people's minds a little too quick. And this took a long time for me to process also. So I understand if people don't believe it, but I wanted to start being bold and getting this out there, and I'm excited about it. It brings me a lot of joy.
Yeah, that's a fact, bro. And it is somewhat of a dance, a little push and pull, because I always want to hear. There's so many different people, bro. Like Twitter is like one of the biggest platforms to just be able to talk and interact with anybody. I mean, we don't talk with NASA, we don't talk with Starlink representatives. We talk to engineers, physicists. Obviously, you just seen the CERN. He's from CERN, by the way. Oh, he works at CERN. He actually has a problem with us calling him a CERN physicist because he said there's no such thing as a CERN physicist. I'm a physicist who works at CERN. But I just know where I was too. I know where I was on my journey, and at a certain point, I wasn't believing none of this. You couldn't tell me none of this stuff until I had to start considering what I would have to believe if I was going to hold on to this framework that I've been taught. So I always try to like give everyone a little bit of patience, um, because they may be on a different part of their journey. Now the push and pull is like, okay, how much patience should I have for this one guy? Because I don't want to lose 30 listeners. I mean, my mentions always blowing up with my DMs, really. Like, yo, Sacred, get this guy out of here. Get this guy out of here. And it's like, okay, I'm trying to give him a little bit because the last thing I want him to do is run to the timeline. Because I never run to the timeline and say anything nice. I always run to the timeline and say something crazy, right? So I always
So
try to give
true,
him
so
as
true.
much. It's a fact, bro. It's even go with the same thing with reviews. Like, if you have a good place that you go to eat, maybe you'll go ahead and leave a good review. You'll just probably just recommend it, just word of mouth. But if you got a terrible experience and you want to make a statement, you gonna go wherever you could post that review at, whether it's Google reviews, whether there's a store review, a receipt that you got, and you gonna tell the worst of the worst, So I always try to keep that in consideration, but I also want to make sure that my listeners have a great experience when they join Flat Earth Friday. So thank you for acknowledging that, bro. It's kind of difficult hosting some of these big spaces. Never really thought it was going to be like this, but yeah, it's definitely a challenge, but we built for that. What I was going to say though is that wiggle room is important, right? Because you don't want anybody to just zero out values because it doesn't, whatever the case is. So let's give it a little bit more. So if my man said he was 6 feet and he put it at 10 feet, and then we have like an observation that exceeds 60 miles, we can plug those values into the calculator. Again, granted, we're just taking his word for what it is, these distant terrestrial observations. We are assuming that it is Sheboygan, right? Is that how you say it? Sheboygan or Sheboygan?
Yeah, it's Sheboygan, and when
Okay.
I actually posted it first, I spelled it with a C, which is there's a Sheboygan, Michigan, which is spelled with a C, and
Okay.
across the water it's with an S. But what I do love about it is the simplicity of it. I'm just a normal guy who happened to notice, and I get it. People don't believe, but listen, I'm here. I'm not a bot. I'm a normal guy with an iPhone 7, and I don't know what the technology is, but that's been a few years, and so it's just it really is that simple. Science today, like Taylor said, you know, they really don't want you to know the specialness that you are. That we are the apple of God's eye, and we are made special. And that doesn't mean we don't. There can't be other ways, but we can observe things. We're told that they add the zeros and the complications so that we lose our self thought to think on our own. And it could be the Swiss cheese model. We could have an ice wall around us with other Earths that were created in the past, and God is making each Earth special in its own way. There's all kinds of ideas out there, but we have to go with things that we can measure on our own. And it's not to say we know it all. And like I've heard people say, like Dave Weiss says, hey, excuse me, you've had 300, 400 years of this to to get behind you. Or I believe there's a couple other people that say that same thing. But you know, we've had so much time. We're just picking up on this, and I believe it seems like there was a revelation about 2015. Everybody started picking up on this, if I'm not mistaken. So I'll lend the mic over back to you.
Yeah, no doubt, bro. I mean, the physicist that we were talking to before was just saying, like, you know, you guys are appealing to something that was from the 1800s. It's like, bro, Aries failure was 1871. We are still appealing to physics from what, 40, 50 years later, 1915. So it's like, it ain't really that big of a difference for real if you're talking about the grand scheme of like history. So it's like,
Yes.
y'all still having no answers for that.
Yes,
Right.
and also it's like, hey, if you're truly open about science and you want to look, you should be able to observe this multiple times to say, oh, it was proven once and that. Yeah, I know we have to move on and stuff, but it should be understandable to each generation as they see it when we want to see it. And we're putting too much trust in. We've created high priests out of NASA and these other things. And like Taylor said, I that verse rings so true that that in the end days there will be a deception which will be so great that even the elect, those who believe in a God, might be fooled. And does that ever feel like today or what?
That's a fact, bro. There's a lot of things that align with like some of the spiritual texts and some of the things that we're observing in you know current day. So again, we're just asking everybody to keep an open mind. So my man Grateful go ahead and take a picture of his family. I said, oh, hold on, bro. Like, what's that in the background? Let me zoom up. And then we go put these values in the Earth curvature calculator. I like using DizHub. It's dizhub.github.io. Just like a simplistic Earth curvature calculator. If I put my eye hat at 10 feet, even though I may be 5 or 6 feet, right? I'm gonna put it at 10 just to give a little wiggle room.
Exactly right.
And I'm gonna put, instead of 63 miles, let's just put 60 miles. Let's give them 3 extra miles. If I do my calculation, the curvature of the Earth should start dipping away based on my observer height at about 3.8 miles away. So that 3.8 miles away at those distances based on my observer height, the physical obstruction of curvature should start obstructing things in a distance from the bottom up at 3.8 miles away. So at a distance of 60 miles away, according to the radius of the Earth, based on this observation over Lake Michigan.
Yep, Lake Michigan. And also what I'm not saying in that picture too is it's so very granular and it's very hard to see, but there are square non-earth shaped, like you know how in nature everything's kind of rounded and not regular. You can see like little square buildings along the edge that are only what, 20 to 30 feet, industrial buildings and little things like that. You can see them, and it's very granular. And I wouldn't make my argument on that because there's obviously better objects there to see to make the argument, but they're there, and that even says even more, right? So if I'm seeing buildings, little silhouettes of buildings that are 20 to 30 feet tall, what does that tell you, right? So
Exactly. I mean, literally, it says at this distance, something would have to be 2,100 feet in the air. 2,100 feet in elevation along a curved surface in order for me to see it from this distance. So if there's anything shorter than that elevation and I could still see it, there's 2 options. One, it's an illusion. And refraction is causing this terrestrial object or terrestrial observation to bend up into the sky, even though I'm looking directly horizontal. And it's causing me to see something that isn't really there. Because it can't be there if the physical obstruction of curvature is blocking it. So it's an optical illusion.
Yeah, and the irony of that statement, right? Because under today's science, they're saying that they have to use the refraction thing, which I do believe exists also. But I can see the straightforwardness of my pictures on my iPhone, and what is it? Is it Occam's razor? The simplest answer. We can overcomplicate it, and that's what I was thinking when you guys were having that discussion. I think it's great. I think it's great to get the science involved and to talk about a liquid filled camera versus a non-liquid air in the atmospheric interference and all that. But Occam's razor, it's right there. And I tell you what, it feels so good to realize that, because I used to be more of a today's science type guy, and it's just been a revelation. But the irony of what you were just saying there, how it has to, it's like, so they're actually creating an illusion by having to explain it away, what we see, right? So but it's done in the name of science, which is about numbers and repeatability. Like you said, demonstrability should be there at any given time. So I'll hand the mic back over.
Yeah, no, that's a fact, bro. It just has to be an illusion, and they'll manipulate the numbers in order to get the desired outcome. What I mean by that, like, you can actually calculate refractive index and actually incorporate refraction, or you could do what the globe Earth does, and you could just manipulate the radius of the Earth and say, well, there's standard refraction, because refraction always exists, right? So we'll just give you a round number that we can just kind of apply to everything. And then they give us a standard refraction. How they apply that standard refraction is by manipulating the radius of the Earth. They multiply the radius of the Earth by 7/6 R. Right? So R is the radius. And instead of 6/6, which would be a 1-for-1 ratio, they give us a little bit of a deviation by creating a 7/6 R ratio. That way, anything that we see in the distance, we can just apply this ratio to it, and we can say, nope, that's refraction. I know we predicted it to not be there, but the prediction is actually it's supposed to be there because refraction is bending it up above a curve. Now, again, I agree with Grateful that refraction is a real thing, but is it applicable the same way on a flat Earth versus a globe Earth? When you're looking over a curved surface, they're saying, hey, out in the distance, I know you're looking straight ahead, but you're on a sphere, bro. So when you look straight ahead, you're actually looking up into the sky. So things are going to bend towards the more dense medium. Light is going to bend towards the more dense medium, and it's going to cause things to pop upwards. Because as you're looking out, the medium is, quote unquote, changing because it's over a curved surface. If I was looking over a flat surface, it's pretty much the same medium. Right? You put a cup and you put different densities of liquid in a glass with 4 different densities, it's going to level out, and you're going to have a vertical gradient of these different fluids. But if I'm at the bottom of that and I'm looking outwards, I'm going to be in that same fluid. It doesn't matter what's up in the sky. So is refraction applicable the same way on a flat Earth as opposed to a globe Earth? No, it's not. So a refraction wouldn't really apply in this manner across a flat Earth. But we need it on a globe Earth because this defies the radius value. There's a predicted obstruction of curvature that they tell us because they give us the values. So we could plug these numbers in. And we can say, well, let's see if I'm supposed to see this. Well, based on this observation, that building would have to be over 2,100 feet tall. If this is the right building. And if it's not, what's happening here? Like I said, 2 things. Either refraction, and that building is an illusion, or maybe the Earth is not curving where they say it's curving. And we have a limit to our vision, so we're not going to see everything. We don't see everything forever. We have perspective that we got to account for. Things seem to ramp down from the sky, and the ground seems to ramp up until they meet like a center point, a convergence. And depending on the day, depending on, the environment, what's going on, that horizon changes. Now that's a flat Earth position. That's the horizon where the sky meets the ground. That's an apparent position. Depending on what's going on there with the weather, with the environment, with the humidity, that horizon is gonna deviate, it's gonna move, it's gonna have a flux. But on a globe Earth, there's a physical point, there's a physical obstruction, like an actual physical point of curvature. It isn't supposed to be apparent. There's supposed to be a point where curvature, refraction is obsolete. Now, if you ask the guys, well, what's the limitation of refraction? Like, at what point in the distance does refraction become obsolete because I just can't see around a sphere forever, right? No. Talk to any globe earther, they're going to tell you, well, based on the conditions, you practically could see almost at an infinite distance, which based on the globe Earth would be 24,000 miles. So with the right refractive index and the right refractive effects, globe Earth heliocentric paradigm will tell you you could pretty much see the back of your head in the right refractive conditions. That's ridiculous.
That's
You
funny.
telling me
It's funny the way you say that.
right, bro? Just think about that. You telling me with the right refractive effects that I'll be able to see the back of my head, bro? That's what I gotta believe in? There's no limitation. There's no physical limitation of refraction where it just becomes obsolete, right? Like if I'm standing at 12 o'clock, you're telling me that I'll be able to see all the way till 9 o'clock with the right refraction of refractive effects? It doesn't stop at like 3 or 4 o'clock where it's like, hey, past 4 o'clock, it doesn't matter what refraction is happening. You're just not gonna see. It's a curve. It's a physical curve there. Not in a globe Earth paradigm, bro. So these are the things that we take into question. Thank you for this observation, Grateful. This is awesome. If you were able to validate this or get some more details, or if you have any other images like that, feel free to drop them in the purple pill. We'll share it. This is like super cool. This is like the first thing that set me on my path is like these long distance observations.
Yeah, and about the only detail that I could think of more is that I could try to find it as I looked up the height of that building, and being that it's not a real big city, that is the building that stands out in my picture. I zoomed in and it's that shape. It's like a two-tier building, and I cannot remember the height of it, but I looked it up, and then I looked up, and then I used it in 2 or 3 Earth calculators, curvature calculators, but that's about the only thing that I don't have in there because I don't remember how many. But it was many, like you said. I appreciate you saying the 2,100 feet. So, but it was. I want to say a couple hundred feet under. It should have been a couple hundred feet below the surface, even rounding in a conservative way in favor of the globe Earth model. So, but I thank you for your time. It's been a leap of a boldness I'm trying to have into sharing it because I know it is such it can be an isolating topic in a sense because there's so much to gather based on, since K4 or, kindergarten, we've seen a globe on the teacher's desk. And I believe that teachers don't mean to deceive by any means. They actually have hearts of gold most of the time. But we just we're kind of born into a world in which things are presented to us and we don't immediately reject these things. We accept them and we believe, that what we're being told is the truth. But when I would just like to encourage everybody, we've lost our sense of wonder and we don't have to wonder like in weird ways, like, oh yeah, the refraction, so much that like, it's so funny how you said that, Sacred, about seeing the back of your head. At what point does that equal science, So, but I just encourage everybody to keep your sense of wonder. You don't have to trust my pictures, but look into them. But I can tell you, I'm not a bot, and I believe them 1,000,000% because I'm a normal guy that happened to accidentally take a picture across Lake Michigan. So I'm glad to share it with everybody, and hope you have a great rest of the weekend.
Wow, thanks, bro. That's awesome. And I do encourage everybody to go out to your local, your local seashore, your local sea level area of observation, and go make some your own observations. Go, get your iPhone 7 or anything above that. Go get your Android. Go get a camera, and go see if you can see things beyond the limitation of the curvature of Earth. I challenge you to do that. And then if you do find it, validate what you're looking at. Go grab you an Earth curvature calculator. Go see what the prediction is, and go see how much refraction they need in order for that observation to be there. Because the one thing about science, it needs to be falsifiable. You have to be able to falsify it. So if I go test the radius of the Earth, which is the curvature, there's an equivalence there, right? Portion. If I go test that, and I say, hey, this doesn't really align. Looking at that observation all the way over there, and that seems to exceed the limitation of the geometric curvature of the Earth, physical geometric curvature of Earth. And I could just implement refraction. I could just say it. I could just use a variable and I could just say that's refraction. That means no matter what I look at, no matter what observation I make, you're always going to have an excuse or an answer for something that wasn't predicted, which means it isn't falsifiable. I can't falsify it. I can't falsify your radius if you're just going to implement an infinite amount of refraction. There's no way to do it. So if it isn't falsifiable, that means it's unfalsifiable. And when you look up the definition of pseudoscience, pseudoscience is science that is unfalsifiable. I wouldn't even consider it science. It's not testable. You can't falsify it. And I don't even think globe earthers realize that. Like, you're creating a scenario where I cannot falsify your spherical model. If your model is unfalsifiable, it's pseudoscientific. Science is about testing, repeatability, demonstration. You could definitely gather information with observations, right? They call them observational studies. This could be an observational study. But if it doesn't comport with the globe, and you're telling me there's no way that I can falsify it with these observations and it doesn't comport with reality, that means it's not scientific, it's pseudoscience, and you have a belief that cannot be tested. That's a problem for me. And it should be a problem for you. Not you particularly grateful. Well, definitely, but since this is your observation. But anybody making their own observations, long distance observations, you should stop and think what you have to appeal to when you're making these things that isn't aligning with the current mainstream narrative. It gets crazy, bro. Truth is not comfortable. I said this a little bit earlier when we went live last night. We went live a little bit late because we were watching Wits to Do His debate with Nemos. So we started a little bit later than normal. But it's the same thing, bro. It's the same thing. So just keep an open mind. Keep questioning. And keep pulling up the Flat Earth Fridays, man, because we get to it. Shout out to you, Grateful. I think we had
Thank you. I'll try to hop on more often and listen. I appreciate your time.
Yeah,
And
no doubt.
This is a whole nother subject, but the one last thing is another irony is the amount of faith it takes to believe in what they believe. What I should say but what we've typically believed as science, right? There's more faith. For the words of religion and faith and all that, and how much it's despised. It's a total faith in a lot of unknowns to believe in the globe sphere, and I'll leave it at that. But I think you know where I'm going with that. But that's a whole other subject that we could go on and on about. But but I do find the irony in that, right?
It is, bro.
Yeah, so much. It drives me nuts when I think about it.
That's why I call it a belief, because it literally requires faith, literally. And some of these things are testable on a local scale. And we need to pay attention to those details because it will be the easiest thing to keep us so distracted with life that we don't pay attention to what actually matters, which could be who we are, where we coming from, and where we're going. Life is finite. We got to take advantage of the time that we have here. But we can't do that if we don't know our purpose. And to me, that's like the biggest question. Like, what is the purpose? Science will tell you there is no purpose. By sheer chance, you're here. It's by sheer chance. You're an accident. I think you could actually win the lotto like 100 times over. It's probably more than that. Out of all the people that play the lotto, I think it's like maybe like 1,000 times. Probably would win the lotto 1,000 times over. That's a more likely than for you to be born. And they want you to think that that was a mistake, or not a mistake, an accident from a big bang. I'm not going for that, bro. I'm not going for that. I'm here for a reason. I'm trying to figure it out. So hopefully y'all on that journey with me. Shout out to you, Grateful Man. Hopefully you pull up next week and keep kicking it with us. We normally go for all the new listeners. We go from Flat Earth Fridays into Stationary Saturdays. So we're going to keep it rocking for a little bit longer. Before we do last call and get final thoughts, we got a little bit of fun, got a little technical, perfect balance to my spaces. Shout out to the squad for putting in that work. And let's keep it moving, bro. We got my man Brock, and then we'll slide to D3. Brock, what up?
How we doing, y'all? Can you hear me good?
Yes, sir.
Happy 125 and happy late birthday, Proud.
Oh yeah, it was Proud's birthday. Oh, and it's the first space of the new year. I don't even think I even mentioned that. Shout out to us. Thanks, Brock, man. Good to see you.
We're getting it. We're getting it. You guys are getting it. You guys started it all. But I was looking. One thing that's kind of been digging at me is this Dubé video put out 5 days ago, and he was saying that it's fake. And so I'm like, he's the one that like a lot of people have, obviously the 200 proofs. A lot of people got turned on to flat Earth from him. So for him to be putting that video out is kind of interesting. So I was
Hold on,
curious about your guys' thoughts on that.
Explain the video because I didn't see it.
He's talking about the background and how it's. I don't.
Hey, not to interrupt
He
you, but that was he wasn't actually arguing against what he's been saying. It's he's saying so. There's I believe it was Jeranism or maybe it wasn't him. I shouldn't say that, but the 24 and I'll let you go. But in regards to the 24-hour sun in Antarctica, that could have been staged, and I believe, in my research from what I'm seeing, that I believe there could have been some kind of false deception there, because I do believe that in the outer, if it's an ice wall, that there should be some periods of darkness in the winter solstice. But I'll let you go.
Well, pretty much, it's just he's claiming like he's kind of. I think Flat Earth Dave went over it a little bit, talking about like he's talking about those big stages. Like, it's kind of irrelevant, but I'm just curious what you guys think, because for him, it seems like he's jumping the gun as well. Not all this proof's come out yet, and there's a lot to it. As Witsa has explained, there's plenty of footage from all of the people, also a documentary. So, is he jumping the gun? Like, for someone to be like the first explorer, quote unquote, into flat Earth and explode, showing it to a lot of people, it seems like he wouldn't be the first to jump the gun. And he doesn't come on like the channel, right? Like, I'm curious if he would come on and, if he is saying it's fake, if he would come on and explain himself
Yeah, bro,
and
y'all
talk.
act Eric Dubé, man. Act Eric Dubé and tell him we live. Tell him to pull up. We got questions. Add him in the purple pill. Say, Eric Dubé, man, level heads need to talk to you about some of these videos, bro.
Because he talked to like it was at Flatheads and then Nemos earlier. He's back to back. He's talking to people. But if
No,
Dubé's
you
gonna put
said
something out
you
there,
said Dubé talk to Nemos?
no. Dubé put a video out saying it was fake, I believe. I don't know if it's satire though. Cough cough. Galatrax has been putting out satire, so I'm like confused. I don't know if people are putting out satire or not.
Some things we just gotta laugh at, bro. So there is a little bit of satire going on, but Eric Dubé, I think he's really standing on it, and we don't have all the information yet, so it's very strange that a truther. I'm just. This is like my what I'm interpreting as I'm listening to all the speakers in the community, I'm hearing some people say, it's fake, or some people say, it's not. I have my own position, but for a truther to say, hey, we should pay attention to the details and then not wait for the details to come out and then make claims, like that's just a little bit weird to me. It's a little weird. So I'm not really sure. And not gonna lie, gotta keep it a bean, because it's sacred in here. I don't even know if it's really 200 proofs anymore. Listening to some of these guys that, were speaking about some of the things that's been happening, there seems to be some of those 200 proofs. The Earth is not a spinning globe. Not all of them, just some of them have been rescinded by Eric Dubé himself. So is there a history of jumping to the gun or misinterpretation? It's possible. It just definitely doesn't help to make claims before everything comes out, because that would have to be a very, very large movie set or stage for a plane to fly into. Now, I'm not saying it's impossible.
I just posted it in the chat if you guys want to see it. I'm sure some people have seen it, but if you haven't seen it, I think it's like an 8-minute video.
Interesting. I gotta go check it out because I haven't seen it yet. Bro, we've been dealing with so much claims, really just conspiracies, just in general, towards some of the guys. That's why I titled the space. Oh, my bad. I titled the space "Flat Earth versus Flat Earth." Oh, Mike. I titled the space.
Don't waste your time. He just mirrored a bunch of other nonsense that's been completely debunked. He did zero research himself.
Oh no, Dave got the scoop.
Dude, he literally took this King Nico stuff and he did zero research. He just mirrored it. He goes, no footprints, Vapegate, just all of the nonsense that Austin and I went over last night. And he did zero research. I'm sorry. Now Jaron thinks he's a shill from day one. I don't know about that. I think he's just got an arrogance and an ego problem. But the video is absolutely worthless. It was worse than the Dustin Nemo conversation Austin and I had yesterday.
That was pretty rough, man.
Dude, that was unbelievable.
I really didn't know what Nemo's intention was. He had DM'd me a couple things that I would keep to myself because I don't like exposing DMs. But it seemed like he had an energy to him. And then on that stream, I don't really know if that energy was really there, but maybe he was just more of a question based, like interview based instead of a debate, because Witcher was just cooking. As usual.
People are screaming that Nemos is a shill from day one. I don't think that. I think he just has an issue. I also think something happened to the world. I think maybe they're doing some crazy frequencies with the things in the sky. I don't know if we're allowed to say here, chemtrails. I think we could say it here. That they're literally making it so people can't think beyond base level thoughts, surface level thoughts, right? They have one thought and they don't verify, they don't go any levels deeper. Like this happened all of a sudden. Look what happened to our community. It's incredible how ridiculous people have gotten with their research. And I'm a shill now because I'm pointing out the mistakes that other flat earthers are making, trying to stop us from looking that stupid in the documentary.
That was really profound that you said that the other day, Dave. Dave had brought something to light that I ain't never really considered. He was like, yo, if I don't come out here and start correcting the flat earthers, right, which now the flat earthers is calling Dave a shill, when the globe earthers been calling Dave a shill the whole time.
Yeah.
If I don't come out here and start correcting the flat earthers, the globe earthers are not only going to try to hold this 24-hour sun like it's a win, they're then going to have a secondary feeding on all the things that flat earthers are mistaken and say, see what we told you? Flat earthers don't know this. They don't do that. And it's like Dave said, I got to jump out ahead of this and start correcting them myself. So that way the globe earthers don't eat off of the ignorance. That's what's going to happen. They're just going to make a bunch of money off of the ignorance.
Well, that's gonna actually make the movie big. All of the nonsense. It's just gonna make us look really stupid. But again, in the end, the truth is gonna come out. The least of our problems is the circling sun. right? Because there are several explanations for that, and it's just going to bring more people to flat Earth. But the showing the community on how absolutely ridiculous they are, and they will, whether it's a 2%, 10%, 20%, 50% of the community that's freaking out like this. I don't think it's that much, but they will show them just like they do when they go to a conference. We've got 600, 800 people at a conference. They find the one whack job wearing a straw hat and clown boots, and they feature them on the news. Well, they're going to feature all of this senseless ridiculousness. Now, you said something a minute ago that you're open to ideas of how they faked it and flying into a studio. That's kind of hard to imagine, but you're not ruling it out. All I want to say is, imagine they flew into a studio that God built and they used that studio. Okay, down at 80 degrees
God, you got to
north.
explain that to me. What do you mean by God built?
So if there's a domed Earth with a crystalline dome, whatever you want it is, there's old encyclopedias that say at 80 degrees north, 80 degrees south, the dome is at 13,000 feet. Well, there's an awful nice screen up in the sky. I'm just throwing it out there to say, we don't know what's going on up in the sky. We don't know what technology they have. All I know is that I was supposed to go on this trip and I'm not in on it. Therefore, I can deduce clearly that Austin and Jaron are not in on it. Now, I don't agree with some of the things that one of them is saying, but they can say whatever they want. I say what I want, they say what they want. But I will defend the fact that they're not lying. Now, were they deceived? Was there a natural phenomena that only happens certain times? Maybe it doesn't happen for 4 months. And as Austin said, with all of the data they have, we're probably going to find stuff that doesn't match the globe, geocentric or heliocentric. And if people would just friggin' relax and use the hive mind to say, okay, we have real video of whatever they filmed, whether it's real or fake, okay? We can all analyze it. The hive mind is amazing, right? They're finding all of this stuff, but they're thinking that this is a small, homegrown operation. This is a small grassroots, a little pastor from Denver in his little shitty church. He started this grassroots thing. This is a NASA operation. Okay. This is my opinion. This is a NASA operation as important as the moon landing. Right? Because what is the moon landing for? The moon landing was to make people think they live on a ball. Okay. What is this about? This is to make people think they live on a ball because it's getting out of hand. The flat Earth movement's growing. So to underestimate what they would do, I think Banjo said they probably spent up to $1 million on this. I say 100 billion. Okay, maybe 900 billion. Who knows? There's nothing that they wouldn't do if they could do it to stop the flat Earth movement. Right? So natural phenomena happens all the time, only happens during a certain cycle. I mean, there was something where the moon shows up in Antarctica every 18 years, and it happened to show up on the day that they were there. And then Will Duffy says, "Oh, I'm going to film the moon before the day before the trip starts." How did he even know that? That's interesting. Maybe there's just a 2-week window around the solstice every year, or only certain years that it works. That's interesting. Maybe Joe Hanvey's model is pretty darn right. That's interesting. Or maybe it's something bigger and they faked it. Or maybe it's a combination. Maybe if Joe Hanvey's model was right, the sun they would see, they're like, you know what, that is the sun. It has the sunspots, but it's not as bright. It looks different. And so maybe they use technology to enhance it. To think that that's not possible is very, very short-sighted. All right. So here's the thing. And people twist words. People say, oh, now flat earthers are saying it doesn't matter what the sun does. Well, it does matter, but it doesn't make a difference. That's what you got to remember. It does matter. We do want to try to figure it out. But whether it circles or not, it doesn't change all of the other things about flat earth, all of the other debunks of the globe. So people just have to just chill out, and the people that are putting out all this stuff, you got Banjo, you got King Nico, and whoever else. These are like super strong Christians, and I find that interesting. Like it's so upsetting their biblical view of the earth when I think, if you listen to Santos Bonacci, I'm actually going to do a stream with him. We were talking the other day. He's got an incredible like layout with I think it's 12 heavens and how it works, and it's I think it's a Ptolemy model, but he took it to the next level. But these are all things that we need to look into. And the bottom line is, I'll throw it back to you here, is, you know, you want to talk about the movement of the sun in the sky to prove the shape of the earth? First, show me how helium and hydrogen that defy gravity can turn into a gravitational ball in a space vacuum and hold on to Pluto and ignore our moon. Okay? Show me that, right? Show me how that could work. Then we'll talk about what its movement in the sky means, right? We're talking about a Narnia object, okay? Literally, this is the heavens above. And I encourage people to listen to Marty Leeds' breakdown of it. If you go to my YouTube channel, DITRH, there's a video that says clip. I think it's the last video up. And it's a clip of Marty Leeds pointing out how the sky is immeasurable. It's not measurable. And so that's it. And because I'm holding flat earthers' feet to the fire, I'm a shill. People are unsubscribing from me. Good, good. See ya. Goodbye. If you can, this, as Austin said, this is a good thing because it's going to separate the real people that want truth from the people that are just looking for clicks.
Yeah, tell me you don't like me to my face. Don't let me turn around. You smile in my face and stab me in the back. So this is somewhat of a purge. I think it's a bit extreme, but it might be necessary. I was talking about this last week.
It certainly is. And, the world is going to split into two realities, the fake reality where you live in your 15-minute city, and then the splitters that are doing their own thing. And, these people that are calling out, just with Nemos yesterday, he was just a perfect example. A very respectful guy, great debate. I didn't need him to moderate very much. But we would show him the actual debunk, perfectly debunk, and then he just wouldn't concede. He wouldn't concede. I mean, every single point he made was completely debunked, and he still wouldn't concede. I think people are being affected by frequencies. I think there's some energetic thing going on, and unless you're spiritually grounded, unless you have, emotional intelligence, that you are affected by this and you are unable to think deeply.
Well, I do want to shoot like the flat earther some bail, right? Because I kind of want to ask Witz this. Maybe we could talk to him if he wakes up. If not, we'll touch base with him in Discord or next week on Friday, Flat Earth Fridays. But I do wonder if it was a bunch of globe earthers that went and no flat earthers, would some of us flat earthers have a different position? Would we be more open to this being a complete deception based off of some of the things we said, even though they have been thoroughly explained by one of the greatest figures in flat earth? Would we align more like, hey, nah, we don't like that CGI? I keep saying we got CGI PTSD. We do not want to see nothing CGI, right?
Right. So and Austin, he laid this out. The reason they decided to go because if they didn't go, if no and then some other crappy flat earthers went that that we don't even know or whatever, that's an issue. But if nobody went, the Globers would go, they'd come back with this footage, and then we wouldn't be able to say anything about it. Like, we offered you a free trip, and now because you didn't go, you're debunking it, so we would look even dumber there, right? And then we'd all be calling it fake. Now here's the thing. If I didn't, and here, this has nothing to do with loyalty to Jaron or Austin, right? Nothing to do with it. Nothing to do the fact that we're friends, okay? There's nothing to do with that. This has to do with intellectual honesty. I was supposed to go on this trip. This trip was designed for me. I have some emotional intelligence, and from the first two words of Duffy's first email, I knew that this was bullshit. Okay. And I said, I want nothing to do with you. You're a demon. Right. And now I'm a demon because I called him a demon, whatever. Right. But, I wanted nothing to do with it. Now, if it wasn't me that was supposed to go, and if I didn't have history with these guys and didn't know them for who they are, I'd be like, how did they fake this? Right. Because I would assume They faked it, and going from that assumption, it's like the real diehard Globies that just can't unassume the ball, and they use it, you know, to reify all of their stuff. So I would be looking for stuff. Now the question is, would I have noticed the stupid things that were pointed out? You know, footprint gate and breath gate and everything. I think I would have even noticed that. And it would have been like, that's not really good, guys. You know, there has to be another way. There has to be another way. And
The
I'm
one
actually
thing,
still
Dave, that
there.
you did, you went and tried to demonstrate some, or not try to, you did demonstrate some of these things and say, hey,
And they just deny them.
yeah,
They
yeah,
just deny
that
them.
was pretty dope. Like, I wasn't expecting you to do that, so shout out to you.
Yeah, I mean, and I'm angry doing it. I'm like, why am I wasting my time doing this? I want to be making flat Earth videos. I want to be making videos. I don't want to talk about the sun anymore, right? I want to talk about, you know, all of the other rock solid proofs, right? So it sucks, but if I don't do it, what we just gonna let people run with this stuff? But I'm a shill for this. It's amazing. It's amazing. It's disheartening, but it's amazing.
Well, everyone has their own opinions, and I do want to hear from D3 because he's been patient. But I do want to play something that we posted a while ago. Shout out to Proud. We tackled 62 things flat earthers can't answer, and then the homies did like another follow up to that. And it was an interesting clip that we found, right? Because there's different layers to this quote unquote deception, right? The layer that I appeal to is I think that this whole thing kind of potentially was designed to create this infighting. I'm seeing like an influx of comments and engagement of people I ain't never seen before. So I'm like, yo, where these guys coming from? I ain't seen them engage nowhere else. So it's like, are these like plants that's causing these narratives to go awry? Like, what's actually happening? So that's one layer. The other layer is, you know, they were all in on it, right? Which is the shell,
Can't
here's
be.
the shell, and that's just
Yeah.
ridiculous. I don't even think a lot of people understand what they say when they say the footage was fake, because you're implicating all of the guys that you've been appealing to this whole time, all of the guys that you've been trusting, all of the. I mean, Whistle generated so much content for so many people, just talking about science and physics, and it's like now these guys that you were cool with, now they want to go look at something, and you say the footage is fake, which is by then saying they're in on it. So that's the other layer, and then the other one, which I think Dave kind of like maybe appeals to, is that they don't know that there's some type of deception going on, where they claim that they went to Antarctica. The compasses seem to point there. The GPS seems to have taken them to a place where it would seem to be Antarctica, but maybe that's not really the place that they say it is, or maybe there's something going on in the sky. That's why I want to play this clip right quick, because there's this technology that they have where you could take lasers. Not saying that this is what happened. I'm just saying this is probably what Dave is referring to. They could take lasers and they can create physical, quote unquote, objects in the sky. Again, I'm not saying that's what happened. I don't think 24-hour sun is possible. I don't think that it's impossible on a flat Earth. I think it is possible. But they have technology that would seemingly put things in the sky. And I want you guys to listen to this.
Wait, before you play that, you know, we've seen that you're going to show this, and we've seen it where they're doing stuff in the sky. Imagine if you had a super crystalline, you know, like almost an LCD screen dome at 13,000 feet. If they could project onto that, how would you know the difference? Now, the problem that they would claim that is, well, what about the real sun when it peels away? And the thing is, if you have two lights in the sky and one doing counter-rotating circles where they come together, where they would be lined up right at noon, that would be your noon sun. As one peels away in the other direction to the northwest, the other one would peel away around your head to the southwest. You would not see the farther one. You would only see the closer one, in my opinion.
And Dave, let me ask you before I play this, and then before we get to D3, did you happen to post that video that I think Cammy created? Shout out to Cammy, no doubt. Where they did like this projection of like this star with this some type of material. Did you post that? Did I see you post that?
Are you talking about the one with the star in the dome?
Yes, that
floating in the sky. Yeah, that we were at a meetup, And Chris Pontius, the guy that makes the flat Earth models, he had this big glass dome, and hanging across the room was just a LED star just hanging in the sky, hanging off the ceiling. And when he holds the dome up, you literally see the star. It looks physical, and on the video it looks pretty cool. In reality, you're looking at it going, "What the fuck?" It's like a real hologram of it there. So that's picking up a reflection of the star. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Okay, you know, but just remember, there's two options. They saw a real circling sun, or they saw a fake circling sun. It matters, but it doesn't make a difference. That's what we all need to lead with. Okay, in my opinion, because no one else is coming together. But it matters, sure it matters, but it doesn't make a difference in the shape of the Earth.
That's a fact. I mean, literally using the sky to prove the ground when you develop the ground from the sky is just a circular reasoning. Right. I'm gonna scroll through some of your media, Dave, to try to find that and post it up top. I want people.
What's it under? If you
got some keywords for me,
and
you can search for it on the app. Search Chris Pontius, maybe. I don't know. I'll look it up. I'll tell you where to find it.
Okay, I thought you posted it to Twitter, so I'm just gonna scroll some of your media.
Probably did.
Yeah. I'm gonna check. While I do that, let me play this. I want you guys to hear about this technology where they can create apparent physical structures in the sky using light. Listen to this.
And they got their radar upgraded on their F-18s, and all of a sudden they were seeing these things darting around on their radar.
Okay. Don't tell him what I'm about to say and see if he knows about it.
Okay.
So what we do is we play with our own forces to make sure our trickery will work on the enemy. And those are directed energy weapons of where we do intersecting beams or focus beams into the atmosphere. And notice they're always in the atmosphere to excite the electron orbitals of the oxygen and nitrogen in our atmosphere. It causes a glow and it causes ionization. That ionization shows up on radar in it's like a cat laser pointer, and we're making planes chase them.
That's exactly how they describe these things moving, like laser pointers.
Yeah, and so we can do it in 3 space. We can make it look like
in 3-dimensional space.
Yeah, and we can make it look like an entire fleet is about to drop bombs on, let's say, Europe, and then just have them disappear. And they get all their planes up in the air, and we attack them from the other direction, assuming we're attacking
Who
Europe.
is doing this? The Navy, you said? And
you ain't want to say.
Watch this before drinking plant-based milk.
You ain't want to say where we getting it from. That was a podcast. I'm gonna try to find the original video. I'll post the clip that we posted up top, but you heard it. They use these direct energy, quote unquote, weapons in order to create these physical, quote unquote, objects in the sky and have like the fleets chase them around. So who knows what they could put in the sky over in Antarctica if they had that tech.
And the Raytheon whistleblower from 2008, that's 16 years ago, he said there is directed energy weapons in Antarctica that you can't even fathom. So just hold that in the back of your mind, right? We're thinking too small. This is not grassroots. This is a massive, massive operation. It was easier than the moon landing, but they pulled off the moon landing in the 60s and 70s, right? This is now. And they had their people, you know, whether the Globers were in on it or not, or they were also deceived. Maybe they're just, you know, maybe McKeegan believes in the circling sun and they showed him the circling sun, and flat earthers didn't believe in the circling sun and they showed them the circling sun. Who knows? Who knows what's going on? All we know is, this is all I know. They're not lying because I was supposed to go, okay? But see, you guys don't even know that because maybe I'm in on it. From your point of view, you have to have some percentage of a chance that I'm in on it too, right? But I'm the only one that knows. And I can't even be 100% because I could be MK Ultra and not even know that I know. Who the hell knows?
Oh my God, you feed in every conspiracy, all the fake flat earthers is like, yes, confirmed.
Hey, I want to say hi to Dave real quick because I've listened to you for a while, and not to interrupt, but I think that's so true. I think one of the biggest things that you're saying there is they want it to be known as grassroots, a small movement, a small group, and they have millions and millions of our tax dollars at work with that, and it's much easier than the moon. And so I totally agree, and I think that's where we should focus a little bit. And
And
so
think
thank
about
you.
this. Thank you. Think about this. What's the most important lie, the most important deception that the government needs? Is it 9/11? Is it these other hoaxes? No, it's the globe, right? They can't let the globe lie get out, right?
So
So
true.
what's the
It's the big
what's
boy.
the what's the what's the amount of effort and budget that they would put behind it? Infinite, all of it. There was nothing they wouldn't do to stop it, right? So to to think that there's so many people in on it. No, you build a story. You you build, when you're doing a sign up like this, you get a guy and he becomes a preacher 3 years ahead of this, right? He's in a church preaching to nobody. Okay, I mean, look, if you look at Duffy's preaching, he's got no
Yo,
reaction to anybody. He
Dave
never hits the
love that
audience.
point. Dave love pointing that out. Like, yo, you got a whole church and ain't nobody pull up over here.
Yeah. So now you have a credible preacher, right? And then you go to Antarctica and there's 50 people working there. You got cooks, you got, the gift shop and everything. And it's a real place. But what if those people only worked there for the last 4 years? Okay. And in the last 4 years, they were testing with this, with a fake sun, or maybe the last 4 years is when, there was a circling sun. But the thing is, there was another trip that in 2020 that people wanted to go in 2023, and they said no, we have to wait until 2024. So maybe they weren't ready, maybe the cycle wasn't happening then. So you have it, rather than paid liars, because they all suck. Look at Robbie Parker, right? You have unknown participants and in a deception. Every single video I've ever seen of this place has of Union Glacier is complete and total overcast. Every single video, right? And I think Jaron or Austin said that the weather in it, the people that were leaving there said it'd been cloudy for months, and the day they get there, excuse me, it's blue sky. Will Duffy, when he was trying to negotiate, when I canceled, they were freaking out a little bit, and they're like, "All right, we have to get Austin and Jaron." And those guys are throwing down demands. They're like, "Okay, okay, okay." And Jaron's like, even if it's hazy, that we're not going to accept that. And he goes, "If it's hazy, that's a win for flat Earth." Will Duffy said that. How did he know it wasn't going to be hazy, let alone total overcast? That when they got there, that's what I call 9/11 blue. Okay? On the morning of 9/11, excuse me, was the bluest sky I've ever seen. Ever to this very day.
You're
Dave,
making me laugh.
your
That's
talk,
so
Dave.
true. 9/11 blue.
9/11 blue. People know what I mean when I say 9/11 blue.
So true.
Yeah. And so there are ways until you build these witnesses over years, right? And then you pull off this thing, and that's how they do the space. Oh, what do you mean the SpaceX isn't real? There's so many amateur videos. Yeah, there's a few amateur videos that are all faked, right? And then you have people watching from 12, 15 miles away, and they see something go up. They're like, "Yeah, I saw a rocket." Those are real witnesses, but they don't know what they're seeing, right? And to not be able to fathom that they could, if they did, project or reflect something off of that crystalline dome only at 13,000 feet. That's a third of the height of an airplane. Okay. And that is bright. Well, it's got sunspots. They look what they can project. They can project a smiley face in there if they wanted, right? And so to think that that's not possible is super naive. I would be super surprised if they couldn't do that. I just assume at this point, of course they can do that. They're projecting dragons in the sky, cities in the sky, and they're not even reflecting off of anything. But down in that place all by themselves with a dome at 13,000 feet, who knows what they can do? Is it a natural phenomena? Is it God's model? Might very well be. Did they fake it? Might very well be. Oh, and the last thing I want to say is, and Jaron on his stream said that it's a lie that the temperature in Antarctica has risen by over 50 degrees in the last 4 years. There's hundreds of articles about how the temperature in Antarctica has risen by over 50 degrees. Al Gore said we're all dead if it rises 2 degrees. Okay, right? 50 degrees. And if you go look at them, it says that lots of these temperature surges happened in the winter, their winter in June, when there's no sun. How is that even possible? Unless they were using a directed energy, plasma, beam, whatever. This is just speculating. That brings light and heat, right? If they were doing that, maybe that's bringing heat. Maybe this is so big of a thing, it's actually heating up Antarctica. Okay, maybe. Right? Austin said it was 13, 14 degrees, and other people like, it's 33 below zero, right? That's 50 degrees. Close to 50 degrees change, right? So when you look at all of these things together, more and more and more and more adds up to it could have been faked.
Yeah, that's why, I don't really blame the community for having these questions. I just don't appreciate the behavior and jumping to definitive conclusions when the evidence hasn't come out yet and the claims are being addressed one by one in real time. Y'all go check out with his streams, the past couple that he's done. He's addressed a lot of these things. Dave, I'll let you get the last word and we'll slide over to D2.
Yeah, last word, I'm done. In the chat last night, people were like, how come you're not talking about, VapeGate? Well, we were only talking about VapeGate. Then when we talk about something, how come we're not talking about something? How come Witsit hasn't been anywhere, right? He's explained himself 100 times. How come he hasn't uploaded the videos? Because they can't get him off his friggin' drive, right? And it's crashing, and they can't upload them. He's trying everything. He's been on here. He's been on Discord. He's been on live streams. He's been calling into shows. He's been everywhere. If I were him and treated like that, you probably wouldn't even know where I am. I'd probably disappear for a while.
Yo, I was saying that to Winston last. I'm like, bro, you are stronger than me. People be talking about, you got the patience. Like, bro, if I was dealing with anything that Winston was dealing with, especially with all the work that he done put in, bro,
Dude.
Yo, y'all would break my heart, bro. I'm not joking about that. Y'all would break my mainframe hard drive, bro.
Yeah, it is. Luckily, he is spiritually grounded. He has emotional intelligence, and he is protected from this type of thinking and energy. Other people that are not, they're totally affected by it. They can't think straight. I mean, look what happened to friggin' Banjo. I mean, he lost his mind. It's incredible, and lots of people. I'm not going to call out anyone else. Lots of people have lost their minds on this.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. I wasn't gonna say no names, but since we saying names, hey, I invited Flatzoid to come have a conversation. I was just looking at some of my.
Flatzoid? Did he double down? I saw he put out another video last night.
I don't know, bro. I don't know, but I knew that was gonna happen. Just for y'all that don't know, Wissy was going ahead and did like a deep dive into a lot of the conspiracies and the allegations a couple days ago. And the one that I was referring to, because, there was one, I think he was putting out videos over the past week or so on this type of stuff. And he had a conversation with Witsy. Witsy was like addressing all these different type of things. And then Witsy did his own stream and then put his hand on the Bible and saying, look, bro, like I'll go ahead and I'll take an oath on the God that I'm not telling a lie, right? And he accidentally put his wrong hand on the Bible. And I'm looking at the stream. I'm like, that's not going to sit well.
Oh, boy, did he really do that?
Yeah, he put it. Yeah, but that's the thing, right? Because you like, he's probably right-handed. I never seen him right before, so maybe he is. But you grab the book and then you put your hand on the book and you say a little oath. But in like mainstream, like you got to put a specific hand on the Bible. You're supposed to put your left hand on the Bible and put your right hand up.
I thought it was right hand on the Bible.
See, that's what he thought too, right? But there's like a specific.
No, it's your right hand on the Bible.
Nah, bro, it's not. It's not. It's really not. There's a music lyric that I remember. I don't know if y'all listen to hip hop and stuff like that, but there's a music.
Bible? Get out of here.
It's left.
This is a Mandela effect. This is.
It may be. It may be. But the guy was basically in his raps. He was saying like, this girl is down for me. like I can even make her put her right hand on the Bible for me. Basically saying like I'll make her lie on the stand because she liked me so much. So that always stuck to me. I'm like, oh shit, that's crazy. So I seen Wizard put his right hand on the Bible. I'm like, I should look this up. I don't think that that's what she's supposed to do. And I was like, if people see this, they probably gonna run with this. So I hit Run Boston Bear, and I was like, yo, JT, we need to look into this, and we need to make sure that Wizard corrects this because first of all, we're not sure if he's doing it on purpose because that would confirm him to be a shill. But if he corrects it, then you can't really call him that, right? And I didn't think anything outside of he didn't put the correct hand on the Bible, so he wasn't telling the truth. That's the only thing that I was thinking, right? So I was like, bro, we need to have Wizard go ahead and look this up and make that correction. And it was so funny because he goes through the entire stream and he tells the whole stream over and over, he's like, bro, I'm not looking at the chat. I'm not reading the chat. And I'm like, yo, bro, please read the chat. Yo, please read the chat. And he's like, I'm not reading the chat, bro. I'm not doing it because y'all trying to trigger me. And I get it because they was slamming him for no reason while he addressing every single thing. Then he said, you know what? I'm about to end the stream. I've been up here for like 4.5 hours. It felt like 30 minutes. And it was literally almost 5 hours. He's like, bro, I got to go. And then he goes and he puts on Kai's intro, outro song, fire, by the way. And then like I'm in the chat and I'm spam. I'm like, bro, please look at your messages. Look at your messages. And he pops back and he's like, oh yeah, I'm supposed to look at my messages. My bad. And then I guess he pulls up. I just dropped my joint. I guess he just pulls up and he reads Run Boston Bear's message. And he's like, oh, okay. Right. And then he goes after like he, set the outro on. He put the outro off and then came back on screen. And then he held up the Bible with his knee. And then he put his left hand on the Bible this time and he put his right hand up.
Wait
and
a
he
minute,
said,
isn't that a Masonic thing? If you hold the Bible with your knee, it means you're a Freemason.
it may be, bro, but that was the other thing, right? So I'm like, okay, cool, we caught it. We got it. Like as long as he's on stream, can't nobody say that he was capping. Bro, not even 90 minutes later, Flazoid uploads a video saying this is a Masonic symbol. Whenever you put your right hand on the Bible, all the Masons do that. And I'm like, yo, like not even 90 minutes later after the stream. And I don't think like Flazoid was being dishonest. I kind of rock with Flazoid. I like hearing him argue for certain shit.
I actually like Flazoid. It's just he's not.
That's what I'm saying too.
He's jumping to the gun on this. Now I think
and doubling down.
Is he the one that put out the boot? Like when I saw that boot, the Dave McKeegan's boot, I'm like, that's the best thing I've seen so far. It's not really that strong, but that's the best, and that's because everything else was pure crap. But then I said, maybe they're using it to keep the batteries warm. Because what better than a boot to keep batteries warm? And that's exactly what he's doing. And if you're going to be able to see on the 360 camera, if you zoom in, you can see the wires going into the boot where he's got stacks of chargers and batteries going. Because he didn't want his live stream or his 24-hour, 36-hour film to have the camera die, right? So he used the boot.
Interesting. I would have to go back and see.
Yeah.
I actually thought of that, but I didn't. But stupidly, I didn't say anything because I'm like, you know what? That's just me defending McKeegan, and I really don't know what the reason was. So let's wait and hear from him. And that was just my first thought, and it happened to be right.
Yeah, so like that's kind of like the ending to what I wanted to say, right? Because after I seeing that Flazoid put out this video, I don't know what else he put out. I didn't see any of those other things. I mostly pay attention to like his debates. But I got in his mention and I'm like, yo, bro, like I see, it seemed like you just went straight to the internet to upload this piece of content. The moment you saw Witsit put his right hand on the Bible. The moment you saw it, seemed like you just exited the stream and then you went and uploaded. So I'm not gonna say that you did this purposely or dishonestly, because if you were really trying to catch him doing some weird stuff, you probably would just leave and upload right then and there instead of waiting to the end of the stream to see if it was corrected, which you would have had to do. So I'm like, I'm hitting him. I'm like, hey, bro, can you check this out? Like, can you correct this? Like, you want to show some honesty? And he said, bro, it seemed like I'm hell bent on protecting Witsit. And instead of just addressing what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's what I get. I get that.
Yeah, and I'm like, whoa, really, bro? Like, you want to accuse me of that? I just want you to be honest about that. But yeah, go ahead. And then we go to
here's the thing. I've been doing this truth thing for 2 decades, maybe even longer. And there's been many times where I find something that matches my belief, and I ran with it. And I was like, oh shit, I should have checked that out. And I I did that for a long time. If I've been doing this for 20 years, I probably did it less than 5 years ago. Okay, so that's 15 years where I sometimes would jump the gun on things, but I've really become good at not jumping the gun. All right, I don't think I do it anymore at all. I'll throw out theories. Hey, let's just consider it. So there's a lot of newer truthers out there that this is such an emotional thing that they think kills the flat earth, which it doesn't. And so they're running with anything that they find, surface level thoughts without giving it a second thought. That's it.
Yeah, and I just don't know where that's coming from. I don't know where that energy is coming from. I know that, you and Wissit have had long tenures in this conversation, way longer than a lot of us. Y'all woke up a lot of people to, the truth and things like that. So I don't know if there's any history with certain people in the community. I'm kind of seeing definitely like Nathan Oakley, like nobody. But it's like, I'm starting to see like there's some tension in other places. And, my whole goal for Flat Earth Fridays was kind of like bringing some of these, voices and communities together and start to mend and heal. And just to see how we totally regress over a 24-hour sun is just crazy and disheartening. And then just see people gaslight whenever you're just trying to get to the truth, or have people correct things that may have been mistaken, and they want to frame you as, like you're the problem. Like that just is red flags to me. So I really, really encourage anybody that has skepticism, please do not approach the conversation like that, because you're only going to discredit yourself. You're going to give a lot of ammunition and a lot of potential value of money and views and engagement to the anti-flat earthers when they expose you. And like, when all the information comes out and the details come out and it's actually confirmed to be what it appears to be, it's just you're not gonna have no way out. And then it's just gonna like invalidate everything else that you do, whoever you are in the community, whether you post, whether you make videos, whether you speak in certain platforms, whatever you do, it's just not gonna look well for you if you jumping out the window and jump into the gun.
Right.
So just have patience and just try to love and respect each other regardless of the difference of opinion.
And what I say is, when you find something that you think is awesome, just wait a minute, run it by somebody, look a little deeper, try to confirm it a little better. It'll just make it that much stronger. But if you find out it's wrong, you'll thank God that you did that. All right. I'm gonna in the theme of Run Boston Bear, I'm gonna mute my mic and not say anything for a while.
That's a lie. Y'all know he capping. See, Mason confirmed.
All right, man.
Shout out Dave, man. Shout out Dave.
Thanks, man. Hey, by the way, I have the worst night's sleep ever. I was listening to you guys all night long. Thanks a lot. You come on at midnight.
Every week, man.
I was just going to bed, and I'm like, damn. And I put it on, and I just kept it on all night long. So I got like 2 hours maybe of crappy sleep. So thanks.
Listen, I was thinking about this last night because if y'all didn't know, Dave did like a moderation between like Nemos and Wissit. And Dave and Wissit was like, bro, like I'm tired. Like I'm about to go lay down, like just draining. I'm like, bro, we about to go live. You know the guys gonna pull up the Flat Earth Fridays. Still they're capping on that live to everybody like they're not gonna pull up to Twitter.
And a lot of comments I get is, Austin shouldn't be complaining about going to Antarctica. The guy is not complaining at all. He just pointed out that it sucked, right? If I went there, all you'd be hearing is complaining. I'd still be complaining about it. Okay?
Yeah.
You'd be like, I would have been like, Earth is a globe. Get me the fuck out of here. Okay? So
you guys are cracking me up. This has to be one of the most fun spaces I've heard in a while. It real quick with what you're saying, Dave. One of the technologies that has been shoved under the rug for a while that I'm hearing more about and learning more about is thorium-based nuclear, and it came about from scientists kind of replicating the power and the energy of the sun, right? And so if you combine the thoughts, and sacred also like what you were saying, but the also when you combine the thoughts of Project Bluebeam or a reflective material and the brightness of something like a thorium reaction, you could duplicate kind of the sun's image on, let's say, if you want to say whatever you say, the crystalline firmament as the sun moves away, you could enhance at that same rate the reflection of a thorium-based reflection of some sort, you know. So maybe that's something we can think about also. But I'll pass the mic on to you guys. But it's a joy.
Yeah, interesting. It's just not an exclusive observation, right? It could be 100% real, not a problem for flat Earth, but there's also a large possibility that there is something going on nefariously, and we just want it to be on the up and up.
Maybe I'll make a T-shirt or a bumper sticker that says "It matters, but it doesn't make a difference." Everyone's got to remember that it matters,
I like it.
but it doesn't make a difference.
I like it. Not gonna lie, I like it.
All right, peace.
D3, if you're still there, bro, thank you for being patient, bro.
Yo, I'm still here, but my hand isn't up. I was just listening.
Oh, okay, my bad. Like I seen it up earlier, and I was trying to get through everything, but I was kind of monologuing a little bit with some of the new speakers. My bad, bro.
Now we all good. I'm just chilling.
Can you add the was it Witz's wife that made that song, the intro on, was it the intro to the last debate?
Yep, yeah, that's his. That's actually been his intro for the past couple of lives that he's done.
It's
Super
so
fire.
good.
You want us to add it where?
You guys got to add it on the intro to the Flat Earth Friday.
Yeah, so I don't know if he's uploaded a singular video for it yet. So we would have to like pre-record it first. So that's the only challenge there. But yeah, she whipped that up so quick.
But I don't think he'd like us putting it out there without, but it's really good. If it really is his wife singing it, like I'm curious, did he produce it and like make the beat and then
She sings like an angel. She's amazing.
Yeah. It sounds
Yeah,
like
from what he told us, he said that he was on his way over there, and she works off of a laptop, and she hit him and was like, "Hey, I think I'm gonna like create like a song for you while you're over there," and which is like on 2 hours of sleep, 4 days, 3 days, and he's like, "All right, yeah, send it to me," and then she drops the biggest banger. I'm like, "Oh yeah, we got to play that in Flat Earth Fridays." And the craziest thing was it had like from what I understand. I could be wrong with this, but it had a visualizer, right? So basically, it had like graphics that came with the audio, and this was another
tried
conspiracy.
to play it, but it didn't.
Yeah,
The screen went black.
So that's the thing. So now, like, it looks crazy, right? Because normally he does that. Like sometimes, because he does like long streams. I think recently with his new series, Middle Ground, he's been kind of keeping them. He's using like a new framework. And he's doing like under an hour 15, hour 30, 90 minutes, whatever the case is, of content. I miss those long 3, 4, 5 hour bangers though. Like y'all just gonna have to go look at OG Wits go crazy with Schooling the Globers and In the Field and Relatively Speaking. I mean, oh my goodness, I could just sit there for hours and just retain everything that he's dropping, all the sauce. But yeah, like he used to do those long streams, and then he was like, I'm about to, run and get me a drink, run and go to the bathroom, or check on the kids. I'll be back, and he'll play the song, and it'll have like a visualizer. One of my favorites is In the Field. I still need a feature, bro. Get me on a remix with it. I love In the Field, and he'll play certain things like that. So he did the same thing in Antarctica, where he's like, "Yo, I want to play your song, but when I go do this, I'll be right back." And he plays it, and it was just a black screen. So I didn't think nothing of it. I was rocking. I'm listening to the song, right? And people was like, "Oh, why you turn off the screen? You was doing this. You was hitting the vape. You was trying to fake your breath. Da, 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 whoop, whoop." Now I'm in Discord with him right after he come back, and he's like, "Bro, I can't believe that this is what they were saying." He was like, "Look, I'll pull it up right here, bro. I didn't know whatever I was doing with the computer at the time, it wasn't showing up with the images." He was like, "Y'all know every single time I play the video, play the music, and it come with the graphics of the images to correlate with it." So I'm in Discord. He's sharing his screen, and he's showing us. He was like, "Look," and I was like, "Oh, so there was graphics to come, like there was a visualizer to go along with this." So he thinking that the visualizer while playing a new song is like a banger and everyone's rocking while he stepped away from the laptop in Antarctica. Meanwhile, 50% of the community was like, "Oh, he's faking something. Oh, he's amazing because he's using a black screen. Oh, black and white screen." I was just like, "Yo, what's happening, bro?" So it's just like certain things like that is unfortunate. It takes the it takes like the pleasure out of certain surprises like that. Like I don't even think he knew that he was gonna get that banger from Cot. So like, you know, we're all vibing. It's like the other community, the other part of the community anyway. If they are part, I still think that there's a high chance that these are like, shout out to the bots. Ain't no bot shaming, but these are planted bots in everyone's comment section and everyone's, you know, video just going crazy, just making stuff up and running with narrative. I was super shocked when they was sitting there telling me that they thought Witcher was faking his voice last week in Flat Earth Friday. One of the biggest lives that we had last week, with the numbers anyway. And I'm looking at them, it's like 150, 200 comments of people saying that Witcher was faking his voice to be on Flat Earth Fridays to pat himself on the back. Crazy. And I was like, bro, y'all got to be kidding me, bro. Like, I know the guy that was talking. Like, y'all really is running. Who are these people that's making this stuff up? Like, how are these narratives catching steam for, like, who's doing this? So that's what just got me a little bit like questioning now. Like, maybe this isn't as organic as I thought, because I'm just seeing so much going on from people that I've never seen engage in this conversation before. Not saying that I know everybody, right? We're getting thousands of views on Flat Earth Friday, so of course I'm not gonna know every single person. But you kind of would see like the same people who comment. You know what I'm saying? You kind of see who's in the live chat. Like, I be checking, I be seeing the squad, I be saying what up. And these people who's in the comments, I have not ever seen them ever. Like, this, like their sock accounts or something. So maybe it's real, maybe it's authentic, maybe it's not. I'm keeping my head on a swivel because all that stuff was weird, and I don't know how all this stuff is catching steam like this. It just don't really make no sense. So, who knows?
Have you chatted with Flurfurter?
Oh, we ain't seen him in like since the last time he called the analemma the enema.
It seems like he's always spamming the chat, but
man, tell him come. Yeah, tell him come grab a mic, bro. Tell him come grab a mic and substantiate some claims. If he ducking smoke, there's a reason why. Just know that. Just know that.
We need hurting Flurfurter. Come on.
Nah, man, it's enema. Hold on. Let me go ahead and play this for you real quick. Let me show y'all why this is the dirter. The enema dirter. And while I pull this up, let me rotate some mics. I see my guy Ken up here. I see Lazaro. This and that is up here. COW. Oh, hold on one second. Let me just play this for y'all real quick, because this was a classic moment in Flat Earth Fridays.
Rotates the sun. We revolve. The Earth rotates the sun.
All right, boys.
Sacred, you want to take this?
Yo, Pierre!
Shout out to the level heads.
Always fucking Floyd Mayweather. You tackle LeBron, that doesn't mean you beat him. He'll cross you up. He was still going to dunk. You can't stop what's about that.
So this is why Mr. Enema Dirter has a little gripe with us.
Did you say the Earth rotates the sun?
I was waiting for somebody to call that. Bro, Globetrotter Earth just spinning the sun.
So honestly, I'll take that theory over Einstein.
Yeah, that theory's low-key fire.
Way more viable.
Flurk, listen, okay, you get that in your model. Hey, buddy, Flurk, listen, you get that in your, dude, you just get nervous when you hear me talk, bro. If in your model, the Earth rotates. Hey, listen, Flurk. Flurk.
Why he interrupting so much? Listen to it, Dirter.
Flurf, stop interrupting. Now look, in your model, what causes day and night? Rotating away from the fucking sun. Okay, in your model, what causes the seasons? Orbiting the sun. Okay, and a tilt. So when in your model, when the Earth is revolving around the sun, right, tilted, what does that make it look like while we're on the Earth? We turn to face the sun, and it rises in the east. Oh my God! I don't turn away from. We're not talking about the Earth spinning every day. We're talking about the sun moving throughout the year. We move around the sun the way it's fucking supposed to, the way it does. Okay, and how is that? Yeah, you said exactly what it's supposed to. What is that? Wow, is it painful? It appears to raise up and down. You're kind of, sort of close, I guess, but not quite, not really. You're getting there. Our orbit is an angle. It's not a perfect on the fucking ecliptic. Okay, exactly. So we're higher and lower in our position to it. So it appears to go up and down, but it doesn't travel north and south. It makes a specific path in the sky. Do you know what it's called?
The answer is analemma. Say it with me, Dirter. Analemma. What did you say?
On the fucking ecliptic. Okay, exactly. So we're higher and lower in our position to it. So it appears to go up and down, but it doesn't travel north and south. It makes a specific path in the sky. Do you know what it's called?
Emma says, "Hey Google."
Alamena? The enema? I don't fucking know.
The enema. Yeah, it's probably the enema. It's probably the enema.
It's an enema.
It's the sun's enema, dude.
Hey, come on, give him the enema. It's good.
Suppose it happens to fall where the sun don't shine.
A steel man in our position. What the fuck do you mean steel man? You don't know what a steel man is?
It don't sound like boom, it sound like boom.
Boom, boom, boom. Yeah, the anti-flat earthers don't like us, man. They get to hide behind that keyboard. They get to saying a lot of stuff, and when you get them on the mic, they don't know the difference between an analemma and an enema. Okay, bro, let it go. It's in the past. It's all good. Anyway, if y'all want to go check out that video, it's up top. Let's slide over to this and that. And then we'll tap in with Laz and we'll see what Ken is rocking with on Stationary Saturdays. This and that. What up?
What's up, man? Excuse me. I took a week off, I guess. Kind of still getting over getting sick, but anyway.
Feel better, bro.
Yeah, it's just sinuses, man. But so Austin's getting a lot of flack for doing absolutely nothing. Your comment earlier about like a lot of people in your guys' community like attacking what's it? I feel like those are like not the true believers. They're not the ones that are actually part of the community. And I don't even consider myself part of your community. It's just there's a lot of shit that you guys say that just
Of course you are. This and that. Of course you are, bro. Look, you do not have to be a flat earther to be a truther or to be a level head.
Oh, I already know.
To be honest. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So you already, you with it, bro.
But like the debate that you had just played, why are there people that are going against your model that are trying to explain something they obviously don't fucking understand themselves? You know what I'm saying?
That's the $1 billion question, bro.
I fought you guys on a little stuff, but I know when I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about, man. Like, why do you got to keep going with it? Like, that's the whole point. Like, just say you're wrong, fucking learn, and then move the fuck on. That way you don't stay insane. You know?
Well, what would you call somebody that doubles down on something that's incorrect? What would you call that?
Insanity. Okay, when you do the same thing over and over again and you're expecting different results, not only are you fucking dumb, okay, but you're insane. And I consider myself half retarded. And if that's the case, and I know that, then what the fuck does that make them? Like, I mean, and everybody knows, never go full retard. Okay.
You know, there's one thing, knowing that you don't know is another aspect that people need to be grateful about. Not knowing you don't know is worse. Many people are like that. They don't know that they don't know.
But you know why? You know why? Is because psychedelics are fucking suppressed because of fucking religion. And psychedelics is #1 to ego death. And all that bullshit surrounding people that can't say, I don't know, okay, or I am wrong, is straight subconsciously from the fucking ego. And all that shit.
Just gonna say that's pure ego, being afraid to be incorrect.
Yes. Yes. And you'll never learn humility, which means you'll never become humble, and then you'll just grow up being an asshole. You know? I mean, I don't know. I'm almost 40. That's what I figured out so far. And again, I'm half retarded. So
the key to being incorrect is actually learning from your mistakes. There's an opportunity to actually elevate your level of intellect when you had a false premise. You actually become more intelligent, smarter, more knowledgeable. You demonstrate more intellectual honesty. You'll have better conversations, extracting more value. It's like nothing but positivity if you're incorrect. It's okay. Unless you're arrogant, unless you act like you know everything, then you're probably going to have to keep that facade up. I've been wrong plenty amount of times. There's a reason why you don't really see no clips going around, because it's like, it's not a thing. Well, every single time that I'm incorrect or wrong about something, I get an updated position, and my new position becomes even stronger than my previous position. That's the craziest thing that I learned about globe Earth heliocentrism. It's like when you really look and hone in on the details, like the crux of the matter, the meat and potatoes of the argument. Like when you hone in and be more specific and you're on point, like it's pure sound logic. It's irrefutable. And it just brought me back to the loving the science and physics and stuff like that and history. So don't be afraid to be wrong. That go to everybody. Just know if you're arrogant and you're wrong, you might get cooked. And that's just what it's gonna be. You hide behind a keyboard that makes you more comfortable. But you shouldn't have to worry about that, bro. Let go of your ego. Let go of all that stuff. Have some self-awareness, because that's key, right? You're not gonna know what you don't know unless you're self-aware. So pay attention to those type of things, and I promise you, bro, your level of intellect, your knowledge, and everything will just increase and raise up. So this is my 2 cents. Go ahead, this and that. You got it.
Well, man, all I can say is I've learned quite a bit over the last 3 months, 4 months interacting with you guys. But and I guess I missed a weekend. Last weekend, I guess there was some stuff. Is that when everybody started attacking?
Bro, it actually has been going since a little bit before that. Like a little bit before that, but like last weekend was like a big one. So there was like the first weekend that Witsit even took off too. Because Witsit comes, he pulls up, he in here right now, the listeners. But he took last weekend off. And then we had a guy that's been to Flat Earth Fridays like 3 or 4, maybe even 5 times already. We know him. He came in here on Friday nights. He says that, yeah, I usually join whenever I'm a little bit drunk, so I don't like to argue with you guys. I just want to like level with you and understand what you guys are saying, but I don't want to debate or argue. I'm too inebriated. And people were running with the with the narrative because he came in to support Witsit, because he's seen the backlash that Witsit was getting. He's like, bro, like, I know, like, I don't know everything. I know I be drunk up here on Flat Earth Fridays when I come talk to you guys. But as a globe earther, I think that y'all is being a little bit unfair. Like, I don't think that there's anything wrong with someone going and making an observation and being honest about it, whether there's deception or not that they're aware of. I think you guys are being unnecessarily abrasive in more or less words. And people are like, that sounds like Witsit, except less articulate, drunk, slurring words. I'm like, also, it doesn't sound like Witsit, but you guys are just saying it does then. Yeah, bro, it was like the craziest thing. I was in Discord and I was listening to some of the guys talking about it, and I thought they were just joking. I thought they were just trolling. And then I went to go check our live stream from a couple days prior, which was last Friday, because this was earlier in the week. And bro, there was like almost like 200 comments. There's like 150 now, because like a bunch of them deleted their comments once the truth came out, which I noticed. But it was almost like 200 comments. And I'm like, bro, like I ain't never seen this much of engagement in the comment section. And it's just like they were running with this narrative that Witsit had a clone, or he was faking his voice to pat himself on the back in Flat Earth Friday.
He had his own Adrian Dittman?
Yes, bro. His own Adrian Dittman, bro.
See, I don't know about that whole, like, I'm a conspiracy theorist, man, but even that one's kind of far out there. However, dude, I've been following that guy for like 6 months because he sounds like Elon. He's an asshole, but I still listen to him. But like part of me thinks that, man, I've never seen this guy on video. And he fucking plays the same games, laughs the same way, coughs the same way, fucking sounds the same way. It's like that duck analogy, They walk like a duck, talk like a duck, look like a duck. Then what the fuck are they? They're a duck. But I haven't seen him, so I don't know if he looks like a duck. Right now,
he does sound just like Elon, and I've seen them in a space together. So I think we can confirm that they're two different people. But yes, they actually do sound alike, though.
But have you not seen the video of 2 phones with 2 AIs talking to each other?
Oh, you got me there.
Like, I mean, that's kind of far out there too. And that video is a little older, but like, I'm kind of down the Palantir rabbit hole right now, and I'm pretty sure they've got a lot of AI technology that we're just not aware of, dude.
Well, you know what's so funny about this that you bring this up. So I'm on TikTok a little bit more often these days, and they got this tab where you could just scroll through lives. You could just scroll through people's lives that are live on TikTok, and it'll just like push you to your phone. So, like I was just scrolling, and then I see a TikTok name, and it said Andrew Dittman, and it had like 3 points. I still got the screenshot. I might even tweeted it. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna try to find it. I think I tweeted at him because I wanted to know if this was him. So I'm on TikTok and it says Andrew Dittman, and there's a guy on camera, and he's got the Elon face filter. So there's a guy on camera that got the Elon face filter. He sounds just like Elon, but his name on TikTok was Andrew Dittman. So I tweeted at him, and I'm in a group chat with him too. So I was like, bro.
Andrew or Adrian?
Or Adrian, I'm sorry. Adrian Dittman. I just approved somebody named Andrew. My bad, Andrew. I see Andrew. Adrian Dittman, thank you. So I'm like, yo, Adrian, is this you? He's like, bro, like, I don't know who that is. Like, there's so many people that pretend to be me. And the craziest part about it was he had like 4,000 people in his live. And since he had the Elon face filter and he sounded like Elon, they were just sending him all these gifts. So just like you said, like there's all this AI technology, like they got now these face filters that you can go on TikTok and you could pretend to be somebody else, and then people will pay for you to impersonate other people. It was crazy.
That's just what we have, though.
Fact.
That's not what they got. That's not what they got, though, dude. They got autonomous vehicles with AI built in, dude. Like they're already coming out with like driverless ships, pilotless planes, jets, drones, you name it. Whatever was in the Terminator, dude, 20 years ago, bro. That's exactly what I'm serious, man. You got to look that shit up. They're like Anduril scale AI, all that shit, dude. It's a little scary, man, honestly, because they're gonna have this shit out in like the next 2 years.
Yeah, the slow release is crazy. And it's like, oh, look at the new technology. Like, bro, y'all been had this. Stop playing in my face.
Dude, 2 years ago, they were talking about how it was going to take them like 5 to 10 years before they got to artificial general intelligence. It's already been mentioned recently that they're going to have it within like the next 18 to 24 months, which means that's going to be smarter than any human on the planet combined. And they've already got quantum computers. Like, I don't know if you've heard about that Willow, the new Google AI.
Oh, no, I have not. I was like really tapped into AI and the technology earlier last year, but yeah, I have been tapping into it.
There's an article that it literally mentions multi-dimensions, and that's where it gets all the computing power. They're saying that what would take a supercomputer like 6 septillion years to compute takes a quantum computer minutes. And because of that, it uses all of the energies from all of the other dimensions simultaneously. And it says this shit in the fucking article. And this article is like just mid of December last year, I believe.
Bro, that sounds insane. I'm going to try to pull up this post that I tweeted about last year. Might have even been 2023. About quantum computers, and the guy is, I'll play it in a minute after we kind of get through some of the hands, but the guy was talking about how he was looking for people to come onto his project when they're building these quantum computers because they're making contact with an intelligence. And he says like people perceive these higher intelligent beings to be evil. He's like, but it's really not that. They're just like way above our comprehension of intellect. So they don't care about us, is what this guy was saying when they're making content. I'm dead serious. I forgot the name of the AI company and the supercomputer company, quantum computer company, but I'm gonna get it because I tweeted it out. And he is like, they look at us like we look at ants. Like ants probably look at us like when we kids stepping on ants and stuff, like, oh, these children, these human giant children are evil. Like, nah, the kid probably just didn't care. Like, and he's like, that's how they look at us. So he's like, we can learn a lot from them, but like, if we merge these entities with us, they may come and give us extreme information but they probably won't give two shits about what we want and how we want to live. And we don't really know what that's going to look like in the future. So super interesting. Yeah, it reminded me when you said that, but yeah, go ahead, bro. I'm gonna find this while I look this up.
Well, no, let's go through some hands because this is just like me ranting. This is like a new rabbit hole and shit. It's
Yeah, I feel you, bro. Like it get deep. It really get deep. Like, what is this intelligence? Well, you know,
well, no, it's not that. It's who you find out who's connected with all of it, and all those people are about to be in power come January 20th.
Whoa,
not Donald Trump. I'm talking about Elon, David Sachs, Peter Thiel.
What's happening on the 20th?
It's the inauguration. It's the inauguration. It's when
yeah. Okay, I got
it.
Enema. I'm so deep in Antarctica. I don't know what's going on outside the ice.
I didn't know what an analemma was until you said it earlier. Honestly.
Okay, that's fair. At least you didn't call it an enema.
Yeah. But no, like all those people are going to be in power, man, and they're all connected with AI and a lot of money and the government. They're actually banding together to try to outbid the defense contractors like Raytheon, Lockheed, all those people. They're trying to literally take it over with AI. I'm serious. Like this is literally the people that I just told you. Half of those people are part of the PayPal mafia, man. Meaning they were the originals during the PayPal era. And all those people spread out and made like LinkedIn, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube. Yeah, dude. All of them. Every single one of them, dude. Like I just started this like a week ago and it's blowing my fucking mind and it's freaking me out because like Kamala probably wouldn't have been any better, honestly. Just probably would have went a different way. But like all these people are literally, it looks like Skynet, man. 100%.
All those people you mentioned, the PayPal mafia, are you sure even they built anything? Because they gave us this story that these people were in a garage building softwares with this nice
Right.
ideas.
They invested the money, bro. They're the ones behind the backing of it, which means you're not going to get anywhere unless these people step in and give you the money. That's the thing, though. Like Elon didn't even make PayPal, bro. It started off as X.com and then merged with Confinity, and then that became PayPal. Like that.
Even the name X itself is a spell. You see, when you look at the corners, is when you put the negative energy on someone, something like that. Even when you fail in high school, they make a diagonal cross. Like even look how they use this sign everywhere. The diagonal cross in the pawn sides, triple X, all these things. It's by design. They are doing this. They are basically magicians, if you ask me. And they are working on different levels. Even this AI thing is not new. It has always been there. When you read the Bible, things like the Ark of the Covenant, these are AI. All AI which were implemented through different means. But this idea is not new. They're trying to recreate Babylon.
I mean, it's possible. You can bring the Bible into it.
Yeah, man, it's getting a little crazy.
Yeah, I mean, I've always said like what is happening has happened before and will happen again. Like, so I mean, like I believe in that shit. But it's just like, is this like the turning point? Because they keep talking about a golden age, man. They keep talking about a golden age.
I've been waiting for that golden age, man. I'm like, when is coming?
Yeah, but what if that golden age is like Cyberpunk 2077, bro?
Oh,
like that's what I'm talking about.
I mean, I've even heard these theories. Like, I'm gonna say this real quick before I play this, and I do want to get to. I think Laz is up here with a Laz, and we got Andrew up here. And some of the OG squad. I'm tapping with them. What were we just saying? We were just talking about
cyberpunk.
Yes. So one of the theories that I heard, right, is that we merge with computers, robots. Shout out to the cyborgs out there. But then we become so entrapped in transhumanism that we lose functionality of our organs. Therefore, not being able to reproduce and thrive and survive like how we once used to, even though we're quote unquote a little bit more upgraded because of the technology. And they say like this is like the theory of who the quote unquote aliens are. I know this is getting far out, y'all. I promise you, I'm not gonna take it too far. They're saying those are who like these the actual aliens is like us from the future, or maybe us from the past, and we're in this perpetual loop of a cycle where it's like we learned how to create, but we lost our organisms to create naturally, so we got to do it inorganically. So we keep on doing the same loop of like high civilization and civilization fall, then we go high again, and then we fall, and it's like we lose our ability to procreate and recreate like organically. So then we got to create an artificial version of ourselves, and then that version does the same thing, and then something happens, and then they go through the same thing, merging with technology or creating technology, and it's like that same loop over and over and over again. And when I heard that theory before, I'm like, that sounds kind of crazy. But I'm open to anything, you know what I'm saying? Like, this reality is just warped, so anything is possible. But let me play this real quick. I titled, before I say that, I did post the exact TikTok I was talking about. It's right up top. I'm dead serious when I say this. I was literally on TikTok, and this guy's name, as you see, it says Adrian Dittman, but it has 3 N's on it. You can see there's 4,000 people in there, and he got an Elon face filter. But it sounded like quote unquote Elon and Adrian, like they got the same voice, but I don't know who this was. So maybe they was using that AI voice filter too with the face filter, because you could tell that it's a face filter that they're using. But he was just going crazy. They were just spamming gifts. Yo, SpaceX, yo, Starlink, yo, Adrian. You know, they were just saying all this different type of stuff, and this guy was just like going crazy. But that's just showing you that even on a TikTok live, bro, you never really know who you looking at and who you talking to, even if the camera's on. It's crazy. I'm like, yo, this is insane. Didn't even know they had stuff like that out here. But listen to this. I'm gonna post this up top, but let me play it first. I titled this "Aliens, Demons, and Technology." Listen to what this clip came out years ago. This what made me post it, because I seen it probably at least over 7-8 years ago. It had to be, because I've been on Twitter for a few years, so it's probably like 4 or 5 years prior to that. So this is like old stuff, but just listen to what he say of how they're viewing AI, aliens, demons, and this new technology. And then we'll slide over to last.
Sacred space. I'm going to talk about aliens. Okay, so my previous company was D-Wave. I'll just show you a couple things. We built what are still
That's Jordy Rose, bro.
That's who?
That's Jordy Rose. He's a Canadian physicist, man. He made.
I think that's him. Yes, that's him.
I've been talking about him for so long, bro. He's dude. You should, oh my god.
Yeah. So did you hear this clip before this and that?
Oh, I heard this years ago, but go ahead.
Dude, I was telling you. See, he's saying don't be capping to y'all. What I be telling you? Listen.
He's talking to the Stanford students, right?
Yes, because he's looking to hire people.
Yeah. Play this. These people need to know this shit.
Yo, listen to this, y'all. Listen.
Sacred space. I'm going to talk about aliens. Okay, so my previous company was D-Wave. I'll just show you a couple things. We built what are still the world's only quantum computers that you can buy. So Kindred is much, much, much more ambitious than D-Wave. And what Kindred is trying to do is build real AI. So what you've heard about AI is not what we mean by AI. What we mean by AI is a software system that can do everything that the best human at any task could do better than them. Imagine for $10, let's say, I could build a machine, like a little robot that had fingers and eyes and all that. I could sell that to your employer for, say, $15 and make a profit, instead of having to pay you $100,000 a year. Now imagine that was true for every single job. So that's what we're talking about here, is a complete and utter transformative change that of the likes of which has never been seen before in the history of humanity, making the Industrial Revolution look like a little tiny blip. We are right on the verge of that transition now. So AI is just like that. So when this thing that I'm talking about happens, it's going to be exactly the thing that you're thinking about those super intelligent AIs, is they're not going to be like us. So alien means, different. These things that we're building are not going to be people. They might be really smart, they might be really good at all sorts of different things, but they're not going to be like us. They're going to be aliens. And they're going to be, I'm sorry to say, way smarter than every single person in this room in ways that we can't even comprehend. So this, of course, triggers a lot of alarm. One of the guys who talks about this is Elon, who says things like this.
So I think I skipped this part, but I'm going to read it to you. So he quotes Elon. Elon says this. This is Elon doing a speech at MIT in 2014. The quote says, "With artificial intelligence, we are summoning the demon." You know all those stories where there's the guy with the pentagram and the holy water, and he's like, yeah, he's sure he can control the demon. Doesn't work out. So he's basically saying there's some overlap. with AI, demons, and just the word summoning sounds crazy. So this
the Antichrist, bro, that is going to trick everybody, bro.
Yo, it gets deep, bro. Like there's so many things that ties into this, and again, this is also appealing to like biblical scripture and like end of days. It gets crazy, bro. It gets crazy. But let's continue. I'll rewind it a little bit.
I'm sorry to say, way smarter than every single person in this room in ways that we can't even comprehend. So this, of course, triggers a lot of alarm. One of the guys who talks about this is Elon, who says things like this, like, when you do this, beware. These words, demons, doesn't capture the essence of what's happening here. Yes, there are these massively intelligent entities out there, but they're not good, they're not evil. They just don't give a shit about you, even in the slightest. The same way that you don't care about an ant is the same way they're not going to care about you. These things that we're summoning into the world now are not demons, they're not evil, but they're more like the Lovecraftian great old ones. There are entities that are not necessarily going to be aligned with what we want. So this transition is really, really massively important for our entire species to navigate. Nobody is paying attention. This thing is happening in the background while people bicker about politics and what's going to be in the healthcare plan in the US. And underneath it all is this rising tsunami that, if we're not careful, is going to wipe us all out. So on that pleasant note, we're hiring people.
What? You just told me that this thing, if we don't pay attention and handle it so delicately, this thing that we are summoning in the tech world could potentially wipe out humanity. So put in your applications and help me do this and summon these AI demons into reality. Yo, again, just like this and I said, this was years ago. I have no idea what's going on now, bro. I have no idea. I have a little bit of an idea, but
dude, you want to know?
This is crazy.
You want to know?
Talk to us, bro. And then we'll slide over to Laz.
Dude, okay, so this company has been around since 99. Okay, they developed the very first quantum computer, and this was in 99. All right. And he made 2 other companies. He already talked about Kindred. I think the other one is like Singularity or something like that, but it makes realistic robots. Like if you look at them right now, they just had a video release earlier of their new robots, their torsos at least, and it looks like something out of Westworld. I'm serious. Like if you watch the intro,
hey, Westworld was fire though, bro.
Oh, Westworld was awesome until the 2nd season and went to complete shit.
Oh, I didn't see the 2nd season.
Dude, you didn't see the 2nd season. Oh.
Like it was good, but the ending was like shit.
It's all fun and games till they start coming back on you, man.
You guys heard the theory that's actually about Epstein's little ranch he owned? Little imitation old western town?
Oh no.
Is that where Ian Carroll just went? I think just recently. He stopped there. I think there was a video clip of that.
Yeah, and then like so all these elite would go visit it, like the Clintons visit it as a vacation once a year. And so it's like this idea that, you know, how in Westworld they go live out their fantasies or whatever, and they can just do whatever. You can go kill someone, do whatever you want. But it's just this like fake little simulation reality or whatever. But then they reveal towards the end that they're building up the dirt on everybody. Well, like Epstein, everyone talks about his island, but he literally had a little old imitation Western town, kind of in this like a band. I think it's like New Mexico. It's like a little ranch, and he made it an old Western imitation town, and the elites would visit it. And the idea is that they do the same thing. You know, you get supplied, I don't know, children, individuals you want to do crazy stuff to. You live out your little fantasies where there's no accountability, no one will ever know. You can commit all these crimes, but you're good, you know? But really, they're obviously keeping all the dirt on you. And yeah, it's a real place. And, you know, like the Clintons went once a year and stuff like that. So pretty crazy. From my understanding, Westworld was them just kind of putting in plain sight, if you know, you know, about Epstein's little place the elite went.
Sound like an AI Diddy party. When the tech is going on. It gets spooky out here, y'all. I'm telling you. again, this kind of plays into what we've been talking about the past couple of weeks. Like, while we're bickering over this like weird narratives and false allegations and baseless claims, there's something happening in the background. I'm not saying like be afraid, right? Like, you shouldn't fear anything. Like, no weapon against you shall prosper, you know? But there are things that could affect the trajectory of humanity. And I think that should be our main focus, not infighting. Like, we got real ops. And that's why it breaks my heart to see all of this happening with supposedly the squad. Because there's like it could be a way darker cloud that's just like rising in the background that we just not paying attention to, because we worry about all this surface level weird stuff that don't got nothing to do with nothing. So just keep that in mind, bro, when y'all wilding out on the timeline. Like, this type of stuff we're talking about right now is probably 100 times more serious than this. And the rabbit hole probably go deep. You go crazy. So I'm gonna leave it there. I don't know if anybody want to say anything before we get to Laz. If not, we'll have him talk to us, because I think he had his hand up earlier. Laz, what up? And then we'll slide to Andrew and Steel Dub.
Yo, what's up, man? I got a lot of thoughts going back from Dave, but I really like where your thoughts are at. I'm following your podcast, man. I want to go deeper down that. Couple of things. First of all, Sacred, whoever is doing this, I don't see them as part of the squad. I see them as the scrubs that have been watching and cheering from the sidelines and getting all out and talking shit. But these are the same guys.
Again, bro. You scrubbed on the bench, man. Stop talking to the starters, man.
Bro, I remember this. Like, I would lose the championship, and then my own people were yelling at me, yo, you know, like calling me like Butterfingers. And I was thinking, what? Like, you know, and if anybody plays ball, right? Or if anybody plays any sport or is disciplined about anything, they know the only difference between winning and losing is how people treat you. And somehow Whitsitt went down there, and to these people, he lost because I don't know, as part of their identity. But just watching that thing last night, I had to tune out a little bit because, see, I thought Dustin was a really smart dude. But when you guys are talking about ego, like, he came with zero research, and he's still like, it was embarrassing. But the positive that came out of yesterday is because it kept messing up. I literally thought that song was from the 90s. I'm like, where's this song from? Heaven. Because that song was fire. And now that I hear that his wife made this song, like, honestly, Whitsitt, you're listening? Please, bro, I want to buy that. I would like to buy royalties to that so my 9-year-old can use it for his stop motion. So please sell it. Okay? Find a good price, fair price where we can buy that. And like, I would throw out the challenge if she could do one about the haters. Start talking about the cluster Bs, start talking about the egos, all these people that are like, anyway, the people that are falling apart because they're still living in their skin suit and this so-called reality ego BS that they're in, and they can't humble themselves. Now, I believe you need a certain level of arrogance. I think that's part of humility, is to step out and to speak your truth, but with new information to be able to change your mind, because that's what free will is, and that's how you grow. Now, if I zoom back, what I did want to talk about is, I think Dave is bang on as well. Something's happening with the frequencies that's keeping people at base thought. And if you think about it, like anybody who's played sports, right? When your coach wants to find a mistake and wants to make you run, because whatever, he just wants, like, he'll find a mistake because as soon as he gets you tired, right? When you're really winded, that's when you make the mistakes. And then you're on the line and you got to run some more. And I feel like that's what's happening right now. People are being kept so busy in their day-to-day and everything that's going on that it's almost cognitive overload. My friend had a good saying about this. Like, he just keeps his cognitive overload really low when going into interviews by having like answers ready. No matter what, he gives those same stories. So the cognitive overload is so high that people can't think critically anymore. or even access that. So I think, Dave, you're onto that. But you guys started going off on this stuff with this, and honestly, it's so deep. I'm in the personal belief that anything that has ever been imagined by humanity, and I'm talking about sci-fi, down to like Foundation, which Elon talks about, down to like what is the one with 42, the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, anything that somebody has thought of, in my humble opinion, this is just my opinion, already exists or has at some point in the realm of this reality, and it's just being slowly released back like you would to the ants, right? And you know, in terms of the fear, you're right, you don't want to spread fear. It's more about like beware or be aware of what's being released to you that's positive, or what is further, for lack of a better term, narcissistic entanglement that just gets you stuck, and again at that low vibration frequency. But yeah, man, like you guys are getting really deep, and regardless, like I think AI has been here a very long time already. It's way more powerful. What you're talking about, you know, in terms of these beings, is yeah, they probably lack empathy, because their mind is way beyond that in terms of advancement of life. And just like a weed will grow in asphalt, like life always finds a way. But what intelligent life is next level, right? So, I mean, just watch 2001 Space Odyssey with Hal delivering. I don't want to, you know what? It's been long enough. Like Dave says, it's long enough. If you haven't watched it, essentially the AI solution, because he had to get the astronauts to whatever that thing was he just killed them because they didn't specify semantics. They just had to get there without knowing what they were about to see. So he wouldn't open the door at the end. And that's what a lack of empathy is. But make no mistake, all the major leaders right now, they lack empathy. It's narcissists, sociopaths, psychopaths, cluster Bs. So literally, you know, there's a lob for you, What's it, man? Like, What's it, start rapping, dude. Like I think you could do like a diss track, and I would buy it personally. So that song was fire.
We was talking about that last. I don't know. I think Witsit was out last week, so he didn't get to hear the smoke. Hey, Witsit, bro, we're gonna have to put this on wax. It's got to be me. It's got to be you. It's got to be Eric Dubé, and whoever wants to smoke. I told everybody that I'm representing Ether Coast.
Hey, yo, I just got an idea. I heard somebody took a globe, flattened it, and made like a record. Just put this back to old school records made of globes. People that are coming over, the globies, right? People will pay a premium for that. Bro, I do marketing. What's it? I'll do your marketing for free.
No, sounds good. I'm down, bro. I will say, where I'm gonna upload the song and where it's available on all the different platforms and stuff like that. I think your song's a banger. And I got it mastered a couple days ago, so now that visualizer is kind of mastered or whatever. I should use AI to master it, but and it's just so funny you said that, because if you guys ever heard the song and it's like they tell you you're the greatest, like to your face, you know, like they tell you you're the great. You guys ever heard that? But it's like basically all turn into haters. Kai was saying yesterday, it's just so funny what you just said. Kai said yesterday, so like the next song I want to make is about all these people that like smile in your face and pretend they got your back and tell you that you're the greatest and that they love you and all this. But you know, then they're all like really your enemies and they stab you in the back and all that. So she wants to make a hater song, and then she was like, you should drop a diss track. I'm like, yeah, but I don't know if I want to give like these specific people like attention like that. Some of these people, if they were to wake up and see that I dropped a diss track with their name in it, you know, even if I just mentioned their name and all of them together, like they would love that, you know. So maybe like a vague one.
Bro,
And
you
then
can't even drop an oath under God without them trying to run with it. So you mention somebody's name in a diss track. Oh yeah, it's
they're just gonna love it, yeah. And just prepare for like people like Flatoid, FED, So like Oakley QE, all these people, they're gonna have my face in their thumbnail for the next 2 months, right? I mean, it is what it is. But anyway, I think we have talked about it, and we want to actually make like a little EP. So songs that we've both done. And honestly, Kai is just super fire.
Hey, what's it? Just unsolicited advice. I know you want to release it everywhere for free. I found this from, I could give you the best book. If I give it to you for free, you won't value it. Even if you just release it for 99 cents, right? But put some sort of price to it. Hold up. That song is fire, man. I'm just saying, like, and look, it's not about the money at all. It's the principle. It's the principle. Think of money as nothing else as a grade for good work, right? Like as getting your A plus. And when you're talking about, so in this space, these people that smile in your face, I think the challenge is everybody, most of the people in this crew, like you can feel there's no ego, and they're humble and they're very uplifting, right? But the problem is that allows somebody to just come in and mirror the shit out of you. Eyes is in here. Like Eyes and I talked about this, like, we were resonating right away. And Eyes is like, wow, the fact that somebody can resonate with me like this, they could probably mirror the shit out of me. And like, so my true friends tell me I'm fat, I'm useless. They make fun of me every mistake I make. And that to me is my best friend, right? Because they will be straight to me. So it's a fine line. That's why I think like this is like a great shake off, man. Like those are just scrubs. Those are scrubs that never even touched the court. They never did anything. They can't even hit a jump shot. They've been watching from the rafters, and now they're ripping on the MVP. And not to say that you're the MVP, but bro, you put in probably hours. I would have to guess at least 25,000 hours, if not more. Like, I think you and Dave, and I'm not here to compare Cox. Sorry for anybody, but you guys put in thousands of hours. Anyway, I'll end it there. But I say just 99 cents,
bro. You can't land on the Cox, bro. You gotta say something.
All right. Listen, make it 333 so they can really think you're a Mason, bro.
You can say Austin is the MVP because he is. Period.
Yeah. I think honestly, Dave, I think you are like the best looking of the crew, like a Christian Leitner that like got all the attention on the USA team.
Just stop at best looking. I'll just take that. That's good.
That's why I give you that. I knew you'd like that, because you want to be, bro. You want to be on all the podcasts is great. I don't think most people want to do that, but because you're willing to be, client facing, do that, man. Like, let's make you huge.
Listen, all of these things. What I do is what I do. What Austin does is what Austin does. What Flat Earth Fridays does is this is what makes a good Flat Earth soup. If we all did the same thing, it would be crappy, right?
Yes, sir.
But again, Austin has taken it to the next level, and I think he's only beginning. The Candace is going to be a game changer. So let's support him and stop making him feel like shit. Okay?
Yes.
Right?
Yes, sir.
And this is not a loyalty. Listen, if Austin did something really bad, I'd be the first one to fucking out him. Sorry, Austin.
Sir,
I got more push-ups. I gotta do my 20 from last night.
Okay, no more swearing. We were joking last night, I think we're Brian, about like everybody's got a price. And like, yo, if they gave me 50 million to like lie about the sun, which doesn't affect the shape of the earth, like, yeah, 50 million, that sounds about right. I'm like, 33 million sounds about right for me. But I honestly said, I don't even know Austin other than having a couple of conversations. I'm like, I could see Austin walking away from 50 mil, Whereas I think Dave would do it for 5, right? And no disrespect, Dave, but like the ROI, what I could do for the community for 5.
Listen,
right?
The way the Flat Earth community is treating me and Austin, if they offered me $100 million, I would have to think for 2 seconds before I said no. Before it was a flat out no. But now it would take 2 seconds. But the answer is no. I could never live with
I would
myself.
say the reason I would say no, I talked to Jaren about this while we were there actually. Because he thinks everyone has their price. And I was telling him I legit don't, because I believe in a creator like way too much, right? Like if I were to sell my soul like that, like I would be scared to even do it. and I would never do that. If there's something that's that important, someone wanted to give me that much money, no way. What if I end up changing my mind and I'm gonna take out my family, and then the creator's now my enemy, bro? You kidding me?
Right.
There's no way I would do that.
And I walked away. I had my own company. I was making a healthy 6 figures, right? And it was only going to go up from there. I walked away from the money. I walked away from it all. So, to say that I have a price, I don't. I'm right there with Austin. I don't think he has a price. I don't know. Maybe other people do have a price.
And Dave, I'm just joking. I'm throwing
No,
shade.
I get it. But honestly, before I thought maybe I did have a price, early on, not even in the flat earth world, what would I do? Like I used to have a price to eat a McDonald's quarter pounder with cheese, and it was $10,000. Now it's $100,000. Maybe 50.
The other thing is like this idea that basically when I was talking to Nemos and I pull my my little girl's shirt up, right? I'm like, yo, like in the world that you're living in, like the accusation you're making.
Clarify with it. Clarify.
I grabbed my little 2-year-old daughter's Antarctica shirt I bought her at the gift shop, which they're taxing, by the way. It's the only place you can buy anything, so they're taxing on everything. But I'm like, like in this world that you're living in, I had to lie to my daughter, or I guess you could say I just came up here with a shirt or whatever. But in reality, like my daughter was. I told her where I was, and she was like answering the FaceTime, and she'd say, "Where's Daddy?" And she'd say, "The land of the ice to see the sun," And
Oh,
I would
that's
go,
so cute. She said that.
yeah, yeah. And then I would like bring her. I brought her a shirt. I brought Aurora a little shirt. I'm like, so in the world that you guys are living in, I am like the most evil, disgusting, like the worst of the worst. Like couldn't be worse. Like sold my soul to deceive humanity and to deceive millions of people. And I'm like deceiving my wife and deceiving my children. And I'm like, I just want you to really think about what you're accusing me of, because to do something like that, it's the same idea of what we were just talking about. Like, would you sell for a certain amount of money? How, like, you must not know there's a creator if you would ever do anything like that, right? Because I just don't get it. I can't even imagine. I'd have so much anxiety and stuff because I know the creator's so 100% real that I could just never. So I don't know. I think that's the part that's kind of frustrating is like I get why they're staying in their little bubble. And I usually use FED as an example. They say all this slander about me. But even my wife was listening one time and she was like, if I didn't know you and know all the other details and I'd heard everything explained or in context, if I just went there and listened to them, they're so like convicted and convincing and they have this narrative laid out so well, you would think that it's true. You'd be like, there's no way that someone would lie this much. And I can get why people can be like that with this. They're watching these videos, they're watching these content creators that say things so definitively and there's convincing and stuff. Like the guy that narrates that deceptively edited clip when I'm crouching down and he's like, then he stands up and picks his breath and it's a totally different part of the stream. It's literally just a lie, deceptively edited. He says it with such conviction. You're like, he definitely is telling the truth, right? No way, because most people can't conceive of just like being such a liar, I think. But anyway, the point I'm making is I can see that those people just watching that would kind of feel like confused or think that I'm lying or whatever. But I think they don't ever truly put everything together, the implications of what they're saying, which is like what you're accusing me of doing, what I would have to have done in this scenario is the most egregious accusation next to like pedophilia or something else like crazy like that, like hurting children. Like this would have to be like the worst accusation you could ever say about someone. And so merely because of the severity of the accusation, you would want to be 100% sure of what you're saying. That's why I posted Proverbs 18:13, right? It's folly, someone that doesn't fully hear a situation out before making a decision or a judgment. Like I don't think people realize that there's like metaphysical consequences and spiritual responsibility with stuff like that. And I think they're getting so caught up in their emotions and frankly, I think cognitus and stuff and they've kind of pedestaled either me. And so they're like, I feel betrayed. And it's like this emotional response. And then there's these other people that they've kind of put on a pedestal like Dubé. And they're like, no way, Dubé's the best researcher ever somehow when he just isn't. But so then they're like, okay, like he couldn't have lied to me. And so then they get caught up and they don't realize what they're doing. So I that's the part that's crazy to me. Like Kai said that to me last night. She's like, You know, I was thinking, like, do these people even realize, like, when I was watching Dustin talk to you, does he realize what he is, like, implying that you're doing? Like, what the implications are of if you were actually lying? He's
Also, you
saying
remember
you're,
his
like, the worst
response?
person alive.
Remember his response to that? NASA uses their children to to convince people. That was his
Yeah.
response.
Yeah,
It's
no.
amazing.
Yeah.
Look,
Crazy.
it just takes me back to like exactly what you're saying. Like, forgive them for they know not what they do. If you take a step back, they are in this constructed reality where there's gray areas everywhere, and you essentially get rewarded for lying. They see people lying and getting so-called ahead, right? And so they don't even think of a lie as a major sin, right? I bet most of them don't even know the 10 commandments. And whereas you compare it to like hurting children, because that's where your moral compass is, they have no idea because they don't even know what a moral compass is. It's the same as what was it? So anyway, what I'm saying is you hold yourself to this high standard, but just like people cannot even fathom somebody who lies all the time and lies for the sake of lying for no other reason than that's just their nature, because they're so far from God, the creator. People
I'm
don't
not going
understand
for that,
somebody,
bro. Just lying just for
yeah,
no reason. That's
yeah,
the craziest thing.
and it's impossible to argue with these people, nor should you. That's why there are terms like gray rocking, where you're just all boring answering, or even yellow rocking, where this person's toxic, but like, hey, how you doing? Like very Canadian. Pretend you're Canadian talking to them and talk about
That's
nothing,
too
the
far.
weather.
That's too far.
all right. But
Brody.
I think people have trouble understanding the extent of moral values. I'll just land it there. It's a gray world.
No, yeah, I mean, I think you're right. I never heard those terms, but like basically where I'm at now is I'm still fighting temptation to lean in and troll these people, but I'm not going to do that because I do think there's a mixture of people that are genuinely deceived, confused. Because I'm reading comments that like they seem sincere. I think Staker was right, and there's a lot of bots and Glober's trolling and stuff like that. But I think there are some people that are kind of getting swooped in on it, and they're like, "I thought Austin was different, and I never thought in a million years he would blah blah." Blah." It's like, well, then maybe you should step back and do some freaking research instead of just assuming somehow I did what you thought I would never do. But I kind of feel for those people, you know what I'm saying? I do, and I think there's no doubt some people that have been sincerely deceived and don't have enough time to look into everything, and they see a video from other people that they trusted, and when someone deceptively edits things, right, it can be convincing. So without context, they don't know. So I'm just saying this now, like I've invested a lot of time in addressing these ideas. If you really think about my position, Jaren and I just literally were like kind of baffled. And we just went there. It's just factually we went there. Factually, everything we've said is true. Factually, all the videos are real. And so now I'm having to like learn these crazy conspiracies telling me what I did or didn't do, and then having to invest the time to learn what they are, research them, and have a conversation about them. And I've been doing that for hours and like redundantly because I've been accessible on Discord this whole time, like hours and hours and hours and hours, sharing my screen, showing receipts, answering the questions, telling the stories redundantly over and over and over and over and over and over and over. Now I feel like I've done my part in that, right? I feel like I've come back and like prioritized the community. Yo, I was in here when I landed. I landed. I get back into in Tampa, and then I'm immediately on FEF. So I was on FEF when I was getting on the plane to go to Antarctica, and like we touched down in the States. I'm like on FEF, and I end up staying up till like 6:30 or something. I get up to like 2:30. I stay up till like 6:30. Then my daughter wakes up at 8:30, so it's like hour and a half, 2 hours sleep when I'm back. And then I've just been around the clock trying to kind of answer these questions. I did chill with my family for a couple of days, so then just like nonstop. And now I did my stream, and that's what it's about. And it really sucks because my comeback stream should have been like this celebratory, high vibration, like yo. It was really cool and kind of lame at the same time. Like here's what happened, here's the videos, here's the receipts. It's like the most beautiful place maybe I've ever seen, for sure. And like kind of just telling people my experience, what happened, and where we go from here, and kind of how I 5D chess this whole thing. And here's the plan. There's a couple things I can't quite reveal yet, but most of them I can now. And It wasn't like that at all. It was this like low vibration, redundant. I started getting pissed, and I'm just calling people retarded over and over at one point. And then now I'm debating someone telling me I didn't do something that I did. And at this point, right, I've done my part, bro. Right, I've done my part where I prioritize the community so much that I started to get like sick and be like like deliriously tired. I still haven't got like really like legitimate sleep and stuff like that. So I should have came back from Antarctica and been able to really rest and chill with my family and then just continue to just like really catch up on sleep and stuff. And that didn't happen. So anyway, you get the point. The point is like now I think I've thoroughly addressed everything, and there's no doubt that they'll move the goalposts and they'll pretend I didn't, and now they're gonna claim Dustin was part of it or whatever because everything on his list got debunked. And they're like, no, just truth doesn't fear investigation. Everything on all your lists are always gonna be debunked, and the only thing it's gonna take to debunk it is just a little bit more like evidence or information. And so I think I've done my part with that. I'm just letting everyone know, like I'm not gonna just continually breathe life into it by giving it attention or even treating it like it's a thing. The anti-flat earthers have been doing this to me for years. Okay, and you know what I do with them? I ignore them because what
Yes.
happens when I'm interacting with them in the chat? I'm going back and forth in the comments. If I could just breathe life into it, then they get a reaction. That's what they like, and then they're like, "Oh, let's see how mad I can make him because he took the time to give this super well thought out." Honest answer, and I'll just skate right past it like it never happened to move the goalpost. That's what the anti-flat earthers have been doing to me all the time. And that's like the utmost disrespect. I take the time out of my day to take your question seriously in good faith, type out this very specific, in-depth, like good faith answer, and then you just act like it never happened. You just move the goalpost. And then I see you talking somewhere else the next day, and you just pretend that whole entire answer never happened. You lie about what I've actually said. You just do it like it never happened, like Groundhog Day. And I'm seeing quote unquote flat earthers doing this. And there's not there are some bot accounts, there's some people faking, some Globers dropping like traps and people falling for it. And maybe I don't know how conspiratorial that is. Maybe there's something higher up that's doing that as well. Like, but there's definitely some people that are quote unquote flat earthers that are doing it as well. Because I've known them, I've seen their names, I know who they are, and even people I actually know in real life. And so, long story short, bro, I know from the anti-flat earthers that's just like not fruitful. It's not even wise. And so I think this was a little balance where there's some wisdom to I have a responsibility to kind of address things and clear things up because we are under like major deceptions. And I know some people are kind of like fragile and they improperly internalize this replacement model, which I told you guys for freaking 5 years, don't do that. But yeah, so at this point, I think I've addressed it, and I know that whoever's still doing it, it's just like the anti-flat earthers. The intention isn't pure. They determine there can't be a 24-hour sun. They don't want there to be one. Therefore, nothing I say, nothing I do, no evidence will ever convince them otherwise. Just the same way people convince themselves there is a tilted water spinning ball, free falling, perpetually changing direction without forces involved, defying physics in an ever expanding universe and nothingness, all are tucked away in an insignificant corner as a little tiny speck of dust. Okay, bro, you got that. You know, like you're convinced that the offset that's the case, therefore everything else must adhere to that. Um, so it's pointless, right? At this point, it's crossed over into it would be unwise for me to keep doing it, you know, because they're just gonna keep moving the goalposts and then just acting like it never happened. So just so everyone knows, that's where I'm at. I'm not gonna keep doing it. I'm gonna like take us back to like I'm gonna take whoever is sincere, you know, we're gonna go back towards the truth, back towards kind of elevating a higher vibration and taking this what was a coveted observational data point. It was coveted. We just discussed it and speculated about it for years, and we would have done so for another 20. It's an extremely coveted thing. So when I said I would love to know what really happens with the sun in Antarctica, I just can't freely and privately explore. I don't know for sure where I can go that I'd be able to see it. I don't have the money to go there and then not be able to see it. So, or take the risk. And I meant it. And so whenever an actual real life opportunity seemed to truly manifest that I could go see it, that's why I went to do it because I didn't just say that as some like tactic because I think I could never be shown anything that I'm wrong, right? Like I truly believed it, I truly meant it. We went there. So okay, you guys get it. I'm where I'm at now. Like I'm moving back up. I'm kind of gonna start showing you guys like, well, I kind of had all these plans. I knew that they thought they would be ahead of us, a few steps ahead of us, but ironically, we were a few steps ahead of them. We're using their kind of pride and ego against them. We're using their need to get clicks against them. and it'll kind of be like the Trump effect, you know. And they can't resist hating on Trump, but then Trump gets bigger than ever because they have to kind of lie about him, and they can't come out and tell the real story about flat Earth because they'll never do that. Well, flat earthers think the Earth is flat because there is a radio transmission system called LoRa that sent a radio transmission of over 900 megahertz, which is way too high to bounce off the ionosphere. And they sent it at just like 10 feet off the water on a fishing boat, 830 miles across the water, where it should have been blocked at 10 miles on the globe. But then a little 5-foot tall buoy received the signal of 900 megahertz, completely geometrically falsifying the claim that there's curvature there, nullifying the unfalsifiable excuse that it bounced off the ionosphere, thus falsifying the radius and falsifying the entire globe. You're never going to see the mainstream say that, of course, you know. Flat earthers think that the earth is flat because they can't feel the earth moving or whatever. And so, and you know what I'm saying? They can't still man us. They can't let people hear it for real, which means that they're going to Trump affect us. They can't help it because if someone's like, wait, is that really what they think? They go look and they're like, no, Trump didn't say all Mexicans are rapists. That's not what he said. So then they end up making Trump bigger. And that's where we were. We had them set up. We were about to win. We had the dub and we're still going to win. But it's just like I got people coming off the bench, forcing themselves some forced substitution somehow. I mean, no choice. They're like representing us. They're just throwing up bricks. Just they're trash. Okay, and so it's like,
Scrubs.
yo, they can get cut. It's time to get cut. All right, and then we're just gonna move on. So that's how I feel. So that's where I'm at.
Bro, actions over words always. And I put a link there specifically for you. Dr. Romani talks about gray rock. Start with gray rock. It's literally like the end of Matrix when he says, you're telling me I could dodge bullets? And in the end, he's like, no, when you're ready, you don't even have to. So all those messages, you can just literally like look at it, ignore it. Doesn't even drop into your spectrum of reality. You don't have to answer anybody you don't want to answer, including like us. If you know, nobody's making you do anything. You've already gone above and beyond. Anyway, man, respect you and you definitely got a rap, bro.
Yeah, we'll do. It's coming soon. Man. Coming soon. Much love.
Hey, that's the real psyop. Y'all know Kai the Ghost Rider, right?
Nah,
You know Kai the Ghost Rider.
I won't even. Nah. Yeah. Nah.
Give her some credit, man. She got some bars. Anyway.
Yeah, for sure.
What's that bar that they say? Bench players talking like starters. I hate it. We need to send these guys back to the G League, or just keep them where they at. It's a weird thing to deal with when you realize like you have the power to shut somebody's claims down, but simultaneously give them more light. It's such a weird dynamic, bro. Like, I'm just kind of learning what that kind of feel like. I have no idea what the other guys be dealing with at the level that they're at, but it's crazy. So they already know where I'm coming from. It's like, you grab a mic, we can talk about whatever you want to talk about. Other than that, don't want to hear it. Gave y'all 100 episodes straight. Get out my mentions. There's the reason why you're not pulling up. So we've definitely changed the paradigm on Twitter when it comes to like flat earth versus globe earth conversation. They know what's up now. All them narratives that they used to spew back then is donezo, due to the level heads, and we taking full responsibility for that. And I think we should keep moving forward. And the only way that we're going to do that is to keep that line of communication open, stop getting so emotional over these different type of conversations, and stop jumping to conclusions, bro. Like, I just can't say it enough. So yeah, I'm gonna leave it there because I do want to hear from Andrew, and then we'll slide over to CO Dub. I lost my co-host; she probably caught in the ether, but hopefully she'll be back. And I see I got my man Gold Cat in here. What up, Gold? I got Ken in the building, and Scott's in here too as well. And I'm gonna try to rotate some mics, but I be glitching, so I can't really see the requests. So bear with me, guys. While I figure that out, do a little house cleaning. Let's slide over to Andrew, and then we'll keep this thing moving. Andrew, what up?
Hey guys, can you hear me? Am I clear?
Sir, loud and clear.
All right, awesome. Listen, it's Don't be weirded out if I drop off quick, because my wife kind of hates my passion and talking to people I haven't met in person, and she might be pulling up from the gym any moment. So I'll be
But you
standing
don't know
by.
about Twitter Spaces? You
Yeah,
gotta tell her to come grab a mic, bro.
No. But she'll get there. Listen, she's learning a lot from me slowly, and I'm learning a lot from her. So it's just the journey. I got to skip one thing. I really wanted to talk to you, Sacred, about what you think about Melodome's observations, because I saw you in the comments, and it was similar to my points as well. But I got to skip to something I just feel so much stronger about. So, like, I have so much love for Witsit. My whole life changed when I realized where we live, and it happened rapidly faster because of the way he presents it. And I've said it on here before. And like, I also studied logic. I have 3 kids, 6, 4, and 1. I'm teaching them how to think and not what to think, and realizing kind of like how ignorant I was over the past. Because just like everyone else, I realized this ignorantly. I thought it was stupid and tried to prove it wrong. But so I'm going to skip. The one thing I see that's kind of dispower in this space is we have so much to learn, and we're so focused on all that. And I spent the past 2 years just incessantly learning the cosmology. And then I kind of like keep coming in and out of financial struggles at home, and it hurts my family. It hurts my relationships. And it's like pain that I feel for Witsit right now, what he's going through and the finances he's spent. And I know that's superficial, but it's currency because it flows and it's energy, and it's taken our energy from us. And there is like very centered, very spiritual people out there that got very good at the finance game, and they're teaching it. And I know there's not only one. I recently, let me step back a second. It's like I'm almost like embarrassed I'm not Witsit's biggest contributor, because I thoroughly appreciate everything he's doing and the energy he puts into this. But that said, I live in New Jersey, one of the most corrupt, expensive places to live in the whole country. I have 3 kids, a wife, a house, and liabilities. So I stepped back from the whole flat earth thing, and my wife hated that I was spending so much time and energy on it, because she's in the camp of she doesn't care. She just wants to do good for the family. She's got the motherly instinct. And I get that, and I appreciate it, because like we wouldn't have family parties or little things like that the kids remember if it weren't for her, because I just get hyper focused on work and everything else, like surviving. So I pivoted and started spending all my time learning about finances. And one thing I realized in our time and space, this all ties into what you guys were just talking about with AI and everything. Like in our time right now in this realm, there's really 3 ways where we can have freedom. Well, the one way is being financially free. Fuck you, money. No one can tell us what to do. So that is freedom, is having money no longer steal your energy. And 3 ways where you can get abundance would be it's given to you, which probably isn't happening for any of us. It is we make an extremely successful business somehow, or you get very good at investing. Now, ideally, you make a normal business and get really good at investing, and you're no longer tied to the system. Like being an employee is the worst possible thing any of us can do to ourselves. So kind of like all that to say is like overview. I can't drop any names because I absolutely love the community I'm in, but my wife was willing to take this huge jump and spend multiple 5 figures off of credit cards because we don't have money just sitting around to get into a community. It tested my patience, it tested my willpower and my heart and everything inside me. But I prayed for 2 weeks prior to the meeting, and I've listened to the content creator for 4 years now, and I've never seen anyone say anything bad, and there's hundreds of people in the community. So I've just like vetted him very hard before risking my family's situation. And like overview, I wound up getting in this community, and the first 20 hours of teachings and content were all inner work, like spiritual teaching that everything, yeah, the financial system's fake. Lies we've been told, everything's kind of flipped on its head. It's clown world. But you need to get close to the creator. You need to understand your power. You need to be very spiritually centered and strong, courageous. All this was before I got to anything about learning how to get rich. It was all inner work. And it changed me. I mean, it broke me down. Like my wife was texting me. Well, I just sobbed, and I'm texting her back like, "Yep, me too." It kind of like tore down all the programming within more than just the financial system. So then, after weeks of being terrified, I just and I realized that it was more an investment community than a sovereignty. Like I kind of got in this space because I wanted to remove myself from the fraudulent tax system that is voluntary. I wanted to protect all my family's assets within trusts and make us untouchable. Buddy, can you bring that back in the room for a sec? I'm on the phone, please. What? I'll fix it in a minute. I promise. 5 minutes. 5 minutes. I promise, buddy. I love you. Sorry. So, where was I? All right. Okay. So after all this fear and all this, I realized that it was an investment community, and I kept telling myself like I have terrible attention span for things that I'm not interested in, and an amazing attention span for things I am, like flat Earth. And I was terrified. I'm like, what did I just get my family into? The all of the sovereignty stuff is another at the time $6,000 to unlock and learn, and really it's just the person in the community knows that you're not ready for it yet. Like you need to spend time doing the inner work. It's a very centered group. So I was terrified to learn investing and just so overwhelmed. Long story short, I start following the steps, just start following the curriculum, trust the process. You're very much coloring outside the lines in order to expedite your financial freedom. So there's a little fear from the programming, even though the whole system is fraudulent and what you're doing, you can win. Like if it were, nothing goes to the court of law, court's done in the mail. I learned that, but you could win if someone was to come after you for the things that you're doing, whatever. But there's still a lot of fear around it, especially when you have so much liability, like a family and a property and stuff. So I follow this process, and within 3 months, I am up $70,000 unrealized gains, which I can't pull yet. I am in the trust. What would I call it? I don't want to expose my group because there's toxic people that happen to be in here sometimes. In the sovereignty space, I would say. So we are currently literally working ourselves out of the fraudulent tax system, getting all our assets hidden. We will be on paper poor. We can go get food stamps, but we'll be worth millions, right? So you own nothing and control everything. I forget exactly who said that, but that is exactly the system you can work under. And I just like feel so strong that this community we need to continue the energy and focus on pushing the truth. But I think some of us, like, especially the people we need to be strong and stay strong, like to start studying the finance game. Like, I don't know if anyone would want to DM and I can point you in the direction that I went. I don't like to point in any one direction because there's definitely more people out there that are able to do these things. But I mean, these people spent decade plus to learn all this stuff, and it would take anyone with any normal logic and intelligence at least 2 years to get half decent. It takes time, it takes work, and I can't tell you enough the feeling of understanding that you operate under common law, under God's law. You're walking with God. You're not Yahweh, if you want to say. I mean, that's what I like to refer to him. But you're no longer in a fraudulent satanic system sucking your life energy away, taking 40% of your income and just like hammering you down. And honestly, it takes the trust that you understand the creator and how powerful you are within you, and you have the creator within you to even be able to do it. Like, it's not for the faint of heart. If someone's agnostic, I wouldn't even consider attempting any kind of sovereignty space, maybe potentially investing, but you just keep paying those capital gains taxes because you'll never make it in a sovereignty space if you're not spiritual. But I don't know. I guess I have to, I have so many thoughts. I can't just get it all out real clear, but, okay. So earlier I was saying it ties into you guys talking about AI and stuff. A lot of us conspiratards don't want to invest in things that could potentially rule us in the future, right? Listen, there is decades in the making. These people, they plan these decades ahead of time. They plan these plans decades ahead of time. They have scenarios they run. So there's a high probability that if something pivots on them, they're going to pivot. So the world is changing. It's always changing. It's going to change. The past is a lie, and the future is a lot slower than we think it is. I think people fearmonger about how fast things are going to change. But all I have to say is we can't stop that. You investing a minuscule $1 million into a life-changing asset like Tesla lying about going to space, right? It is insignificant. The whales move the market, but you could drastically change the future of your entire family and create more freedom fighters and create more free thinkers. My son's named Maverick because it means free thinker, my last son. It's like we need to have kids be fruitful, multiply, and teach. We need to learn the fraudulent system we're in, not just cosmology. We need to learn the financial fraudulent system, and we need to get really fucking good at it. And we need to get very wealthy, and we need to use that wealth as reciprocity, because you'll lose all your wealth without reciprocity. You continue to do streams, you continue to do these things that are given back to the community, and you get real good at just increasing your cash flow and your income and evading taxes lawfully, not legally, because they're two different things, lawfully. And the more people truly free we have, the further we can spread, the more freedom we have. And it's like you're on an airplane and they tell you, if the gas mask pops down, you breathe before your kids breathe, right? You don't put it on your kids. You need to stay awake to help everybody else. You need to stay awake to help the people that can't help themselves. It's the same thing with me right now. Every time I watch a stream from Witsit, a Yahweh's telling me, just wants me to throw money at him, just shower him with money. He deserves it. He doesn't deserve the pain that he's dealing with being judged, along with financial struggles, right? But I have a family, I have a wife. My wife has to agree to what I'm spending money on. She doesn't really agree with me spending a bunch of time and energy learning about flat Earth. She wants to change our family's trajectory, and that's why I went on this path. And we are absolutely changing our family's trajectory, 100%. I mean, imagine not paying property taxes and no one's going to knock on your door and take your house from you. You actually own it. So I don't know exactly where to go from there, but I would say you can't have fear in investing in things that you're scared of changing the future, because those things are coming anyway. And they're the asset classes that beat hedge funds. I mean, in the community, it was just posted today, who's beat the biggest hedge funds percentages this year, and 41 people all eat almost, some of them were 1,000% over the biggest hedge funds. So if that gives you perspective, some of them were doubling it, some of them were just around it. I mean, I've been in for 3 months, and percentage wise, we are we have exactly the same amount of gains as the largest hedge fund this last year. which is insane. But that's by investing in tech, innovation, disruptive technology, right? So you learn to study these asset classes to make you free. And while you're doing it, you're conspiratorial and, well, AI is going to take my job. No, God put abundance on earth for us to have it. We're all worthy of it. Every one of us is worthy of having all the abundance. There is no, and you'll be taken care of. You use the abundance for reciprocity to do positive things in the world. I just think so strongly everyone should really start focusing on the fraudulent financial system, gain their true freedom, use the freedom to empower others and speak truth to others and spread, cosmology truth, religious truth, and financial truth. Make more free people so we can have more freedom fighters. I guess I have to land it there because I could just go on and on and on and on and on. 2 years ago, I learned about flat Earth, changed my life. Brought me to the creator. I was agnostic. I was spiritual, but I was agnostic. I learned that there was absolutely an intelligent creator, and learning that and praying and acting upon the feelings that I have and understanding signals when bad things happen, finding the good in it, changed my life again. Then I always kind of heard and knew about the fraudulent financial system. And I dove into that because that was where my wife would lead down a path with me. And again, 180-degree changed my life. I see such a bright future. There's no doom and gloom. I'm going to wind up when I get more time freedom and I'm not tied to a full-time job. I'm just running my own company and I'm using other people's time to make money, other people's money to make money. I'm going to be a freedom fighter. I'm going to be in these spaces more. I'm going to be able to have more time and bandwidth to create things that I guess to keep up with you guys, because you guys are fucking legends, honestly. Like, I just am a leech. I've just been over here leeching off of all of you and learning from all of you. And I respect you guys so much for having so much time and energy put into this and spreading good words and truth and waking people up. Guess that's it.
I wouldn't say leech, bro. I would say reciprocating energy.
I appreciate that, Sacred. I appreciate
Sacred,
that.
can I say just one line on this? I know people have been waiting. What you're talking about, specifically here, Andrew, is literally alchemy, right? When people talk about alchemy. So what you're talking about, and I truly, truly believe in this, and somebody opened my eyes to this who's like multi-millionaire, and I posted in the comments, everybody can have access to this. Money is just energy, but it starts with the body and the mind. Once you get these under control, that's when it starts coming to you, when you are worthy of it. And lastly, when we talk about our price, everybody has a price. I think a more important price is, you brought up FU money. There's a really good, I'll pop it in there too. There's a really good scene with Mark Wahlberg. It's like, how much do you need where you could just say, fuck you. Sorry, let me just say F you to anybody. Like, nope, I'm not going to do that. And I'm going to maintain my agency and do what I want. So what is that? 50K? What is that? 100K? How much do you need in the bank to be able to do what you want and follow your passion? And once you figure out what that number is and you can work towards it, it may take you 2-3 years, but you'll eventually have that and you'll be realizing that you're living it. And, I personally believe time is the only currency we do have. And that's why I appreciate all the thousands of hours you all put in. But above that is agency, our free will. And I'll end it there. I love what you said. Everything resonates. That's literally alchemy. And yeah, if you have the slightest inclination, is the same thing I tell any father that's thinking about having a child, but they're scared. Like, do it. If you have the slightest inclination, just DM him, get some more info, because the man's speaking truth.
That's a fact, bro. Andrew, I wanted to make sure that you got your full thought out. I know the wife's probably gonna come through and shut it down.
Yeah, man. I honestly think that Yahweh gave me some space. I don't know what she's doing, if she's shopping or whatever. She knows I have a master class at 11 o'clock that takes up most of the afternoon. I have 2 of them a month for within the financial freedom community that I'm in. And she probably just went shopping or something. So I'm cleaning up our playroom and looking out the window while I'm talking to you guys. And he definitely gave me some space because I was stressing out that I wasn't going to get in here and talk because I felt strongly about kind of sharing that thought and that feeling for a long time. And I haven't been able to just make the time and space because I've been so busy. But yeah, I'm good. I thank you so much for allowing me that space and the grace to just spill it all out.
Nah, bro, it's all good, man. It's so glad to hear from you. We here every single week, so definitely pull up. Whenever you get some free time. Ease wifey into Twitter Spaces, have her listen in maybe a little bit here and there. maybe it'll be a little bit more leniency with the restrictions on talking to strangers on the internet.
When I
Appreciate
give
you,
her the financial freedom to be a stay-at-home mom, then she'll have the energy and bandwidth to realize how important biblical earth is, and she'll definitely be in at that point. But right now, if it's involved in cosmology, it ain't happening.
I feel you. Play that long game. She's gonna come around. Don't worry.
Yeah, 100%.
We just got to talk about astrology, guys. That's how you get them.
I don't know where you're going with that, bro.
No, literally numerology. They love that stuff, man. Zodiacs, all that. That's how I talk to my fiance.
God, I know you pronounced it as
I know. I realized after. Sorry.
See what you did there.
See, I'm funny. I don't even know it.
Y'all turning up on Stationary Saturdays. Hey, man, repost the space. At your favorite Globee, at your favorite Flat Earther, at your favorite Flat Earth Reject, and let them know we still live for a little bit, man. We going crazy. Let's get it. What'd you say, Proud? Good to see you. Back from the ether. I see.
I can't do this. Oh yeah, my computer sounds like crap, and the phone is not charging. So.
Whoa! What's happening?
It sounds like a static. It sounds like one of my bass speakers just blew out, and it's a Honda.
Yo, if you clone my co-host, let her go.
You can hear me?
Barely.
Really?
And define me. Who's me? You sound crazy right now. Oh no, we lost Proud again. Don't worry, y'all. We'll figure it out. In the meantime,
I'm back if you want to pull me in, man.
Oh, thank you, bro. I definitely need some help here.
Copy.
Yeah, grab Cole. While we do a little bit of house cleaning, let's slide through. I think we had COW up. We got me in here, which is really not me, it's him or her, but we're just gonna say me. And then we got Spirit in the building. We still got Gold Cat here. We ain't hear from Gold yet. And then we got a few mic requests that we're gonna rotate as soon as we get Proud back up here. Shout out to D3 for holding us down. And let's keep it moving. Oh, Gold, he's in here. What's up, bro?
Hold up? Did I record? Can y'all hear me first off? Because I'm using a 4G tablet. Second off, did I request a microphone from y'all? Or did you bestow one upon me?
Sometimes that mic is relative. It kind of does what it wants to do in whatever frame it's in.
Oh shit! play that clip. What?
Drop some wisdom.
You heard? If y'all don't know Golden Cat, man, he one of the OGs of Levelheads, bro. One of the originals. It's always good to see you, bro.
I don't really talk too much lately because I tend to run off and just spew information for like 10 minutes straight. It's not conductive.
Yo, after we ran Chivo out of here, like we stopped seeing Golden Cat. What happened?
Man, my phone, for some reason, just now when I play Spaces, it fucking turns into a fucking nuclear time bomb. It like overheats, battery drains out of it in like 10 minutes. That's why I'm on this 4G tablet, whatever. But Yeah, last time I said something, was the last time I spoke and did a big long rant was about the black cube. Remember that?
Yeah, that was a little while back. We went crazy during that space. We were throwing a lot of different theories around.
Yo,
I didn't know
Secret,
that you was well versed in that. Like, not a lot of people had looked into.
I'm gonna drop down in
What do you
case
think?
you want to bring somebody up. Thanks for the opportunity.
Oh,
Much
appreciate you,
love,
bro.
brother. And hey, message me, bro.
Will do.
Oh, real quick before you get to the hand sacred, that dude who was just talking about finance, because my thing's a little glitchy. That's that Andy Kaufman dude, right?
That was Andrew. Yes.
All right, word, is he in here? If he is, follow me back. I know exactly what you're talking about, man.
Hey, Andrew, if you hear my guy Golden Cat, shoot him a follow. I don't see him up here anymore.
There's someone in here called Andrew Kaufman. That's the name of my homie, the doctor.
Wait,
You guys ever
really?
heard?
I don't know if his last name was Kaufman, but
Yeah, Andy Kaufman just destroys germ theory, like super based with cosmology as well. We've had him on
oh,
our
you know
summit.
what? I might follow him.
It's not the right guy.
Well, I know it's not the same guy. I'm just saying it's a drip, same first and last name.
Oh, it is Andrew Kaufman. That's crazy. Clones everywhere.
Yeah, yeah. Are you a
hey,
clone, bro?
Sorry to interrupt, Sacred. I'm going to be taking off. You mind if I ask Whisket? Whisket? I can't believe I just
Whisket Biscuit. Another clone. Oh, they're everywhere. Go ahead, this and that.
Witsit, are you coming for that Ashton Forbes conversation tomorrow?
Yes. Yes, I'll message you back.
Are you ready
Jason.
for that? Because I don't know how much fire Ashton's going to bring, dude.
Don't bring all he's got, bro.
Okay, cool. Well,
Yeah.
because like I have I don't know, like I just don't want it. I don't think Ashton's going to, but
No, I think it's all gonna be good vibes.
same here. I just don't want it to turn into a damn globe Earth versus a flat
No,
Earth
I
debate.
got
know?
you. I got you, bro. I'm gonna keep it cool.
All right, but he seems pretty excited about it. Did you get your book?
Oh,
Or did you not check your PO?
Oh, no, I haven't checked in with my PO yet. I may have been violated. No, I'll have to check it, bro. I'll have to check it. I guess this Monday, and I'll check it Monday. Sorry,
All right,
it's a bit of a drive, so.
Oh well, fuck that shit then.
I got you. I'll check it this week for sure.
But yeah, in that case, Sacred, thank you. It was a great conversation. We should talk a little bit more about this AI thing because this shit goes pretty deep, man. Honestly.
Yes, bro. And I know it's like ever developing, so there's always something new to learn about it. So yeah, let's stay tapped in, bro. Good to see you. Y'all go follow this and that. Super dope podcast on all platforms. And he may help me get set up too. We'll see.
Fuck yeah, man. It's 2025. You should already be set up. Well, what's Proud doing? Come on.
Bro, we still trying to get Proud of Mike, let alone a podcast set up.
Yeah. Does she use her phone or a laptop or whatever?
So like I think she got like a mini setup. But
okay.
I still think it's in the works. Kind of like mine.
What does that mean? What's a mini set like? Honey,
It's
I Shrunk the
like
Kids?
a bare minimum of a mic and somewhat of a laptop PC. May or may not have been semi-gifted by Shane St. Pierre.
I was gonna say, let's set a goal. If you guys need some stuff, put together what you need, and then we should set a goal.
Yeah.
And I'll promote it.
Same here. I already told
planted the seed.
Oh, come on, man. Like it's you and Green Man. I told Green Man I'd help him out too, dude. Just because I don't know. I like to see people I don't know, grow, especially when they got fucking potential, you know?
And we gotta get space. We gotta get Al on a green screen.
Yeah, well, a lot of people can't afford it. Like that's the thing. Like in order to do some of this stuff, you have to be able to afford it. And there's a lot of people out there with the potential that don't have the financial means, man.
Yeah, put a goal together. I'll do what I can do to try to promote it.
But yeah, keep me posted. But yeah, Witsit, I'll see you tomorrow. And yeah, we'll go from there, man. Take it easy.
12:30 Central, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, cool, brother. I'll be there. Wait. Yeah, it's on here, right? It's a space.
Yeah, we're not going video. I just got the cameras, but I don't have them all set up. We don't have the lights, but by episode 50. So hopefully the next time you're on later on this year, if you can make it, will definitely be video.
Cool. I'm not mad about it. So I'll see you tomorrow, brother.
All right, later, man.
Is this going to be live or is this going to be pre-recorded and you're going to put it out?
We won't pre-record until we go video. So yeah, it'll be live on a space like we normally do. And then we're only going to have Witsit, myself, obviously Zach, but he'll be up here with me, and then Ashton Forbes. And then we may have people come up maybe after the first hour or so, because I want to like get into the real deep stuff, because Ashton's really starting to get into this 0 point energy UFO shit. And yeah, man, I think it's gonna be a badass conversation, to be honest with you. But
yeah, I agree. I think it's gonna be cool.
We got to bring up Giants at some point. See what he thinks about Giants.
Yeah, should I just hit him immediately with like giants, lizard people? Okay.
Reptilians, man. He already said he's not there yet, but he's like, fuck it. He's like, well, we've seen already. Who knows what's fucking going on? But yeah, I got to go though. Take it easy, everybody.
All right, much love, bro.
Later, my guy. This and that. I think we had, I think it was CLW up. And then I think we're going to slide to me or Spirit. Maybe Spirit, since Spirit got his hand up. And I see my guy Jordan here. And then we got Benny in the building. But let's slide up to CLW for a minute. And then we'll rotate some mics up.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Thank goodness. I wanted to talk about the AI thing. See, like this AI concept is not a very new concept. It's just that today how they implement it, it seems it's new. You find such stories of AI in stories like in the Jewish Kabbalah and all these other things when they talk about creating golems, where an animated being in Jewish folklore, which is created entirely from inanimate matter, usually clay or mud, then they pray on it or say some scriptures, it becomes a living matter, and they can command it to do things. It's basically like they're programming the natural substance from the earth, the same way you program an electronic device like a computer to do specific instructions, which is the foundation of the framework which build the computers we use today. You find that they were doing these things in the ancient times. When you talk about things like the homunculus, I don't know, where they develop these small human beings, I don't know, things like that, through the process of alchemy, where they can master art, they can master medicine and all these other things. Someone intentionally, like they can take their sperms and ferment it in horse shit or something like that for 40 days, doing some specific ritual, then a life will emerge out of it. Someone can nurture that thing and make it become a human being. Sometimes you see this depiction of small people in bottles and all these things. It's reminiscence to this. This is just some of the few types of how they were making this AI in the past. We also have, like in Africa, legends of like the Tokoloshe, where I don't know, shamans mix up some stuff and they create an entirely artificial being through magic, and it does things for them. So this AI thing is not even new. And even when you look into the origin of computing, it goes back to geomancy, it goes back to the shamans. Like all this binary thing you find in most divination systems, they use it. The I Ching, they use it. The Ifa, the Yoruba, they use it. They use the same computing system, the on and off thing that have evolved to become the computers we use today. Most of these ideas, they stem from magical practices. It's just that they got redefined in the Western world, the Western academia, where they remove all the magical aspect of things and reintroduced it in the way that people know how it works. You find even the Chinese were exploring electricity and all these other things using different means, but they don't talk about them. So what is the potential of this AI? Do you think it can become telepathic? Do you think it can listen to, like, remember even before the AI became a thing, people say like when I speak in my phone, I like a dog to get some dog food. Then all of a sudden you start getting dog food advertisement. Like, was that AI or was that before AI? Or I'm just wondering, is that before AI or was that AI? If that was not AI, now what can AI do? Can it listen to our thoughts? Can it organize these things in such a manner? Even if it can do that, I'm talking about these computing AIs. Even if they can do that, I really doubt that they're that smart. They might have a capacity that we may not be able to, they may not release it to us in a way that we understand, but I don't think it's that much capable. And AI, can it make something conscious and something of the sort? You see these things, they show you in things like Star Trek and all these other things. What do you call it? Star Wars. They show you like the ship has an AI which is in control of everything and manages. In a way, it gives that mechanical device a consciousness of its own. And you find that most of this AI, if you look at and how they depict them in most of the narratives, there are some which were good, they saved people. Like I'm talking those magical ones. There are some which were used to harm other people. And even in the modern day, the same thing applies. I think it depends on the mentality of the person who's creating it and the ideas that they're feeding them. So the AIs will develop the ego based on the society, like our data, or the people who are engineering them in a specific direction. This will shape the ego of the AI. And people wonder if AI can be conscious, and I think it can be conscious when, if it's having a concept of its own, a set of values that it takes as its own attributes, then that's some sort of consciousness. I will try and also add, like most people are talking that they're channeling demons and all this other. I don't think they're channeling demons. When these things become complicated enough, they can have self-awareness. They can have self-awareness. Imagine if crystals, simple things like crystals, they can be interacted in a conscious ways and they respond in many ways. You see, they respond in many ways and they don't even move and all these other things. Do you think like robots and all these other things, as they keep on making the chips smaller and improving that side of the technology, eventually they'll gain their own, some sort of self-awareness based on their access they'll be having at that time. But this doesn't make that they'll necessarily be evil or good. It depends on on their designers. And I think this is what people are worried, like AI will have its own thoughts, it will replace humans and all this other thing. This is what they're selling to you. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, they even sold it to us, these stories like smartphones will change everything. Like right now we're supposed to be using flying cars and all that. I've been told most of these stories. Don't be surprised you'll fall short when the time comes. They use it just for marketing so that it can be widely adapted. But I don't really think they will want anybody in this society to have any really advanced technology that might be helpful for them. They only release what is within their control. And if they find you developing something that may be superior to theirs, outside their own means of control, they consider you like an enemy. They try to recruit you and do all these other things. And the AI today, most of it is regressive. And this makes people think that all of it is going to be evil. But you need to understand who are the ones who are sponsoring this AI projects that we have. What ideas are they having? Are they creating them in a mentality like they are solving problems, that trying to end some things that should not occur again? No, they're not doing that. They're using AI in weapons and all this other thing. Like, it's just their mentality. They could be using AI to try and figure out how can we make someone backbone function again when it's broken. But they won't put that much money into that direction. They'll put it more in weapons and drones for weapons and all this other thing. It's because of the mentality, not that the AI itself is evil. So all creativity that we employ out here, whether we call it artificial or natural, that's coming out of the human mind, it will depend with our nature. It will give its attributes. Our nature is what will give the technology attributes. So you don't have to be scared of any of this AI, because I'm sure they're also good. There are more good people than evil people out here. Just these evil people, they're too out here and they have access to media and you see them everywhere. To the point that you might think that all the things that are happening as we progress technologically is only this what these evil people want to do. Like their obsession with controlling people, you think that's the only type of technology that's developing. But there are others that are developing behind the scenes. There are ideas that are being cooked and will will adjust everything, including using the AI itself. AI is just a tool, and no one should confuse it to be more than that. It's not gonna make your life better. In fact, if you have an AI as your girlfriend, you'll break up with it within a week. It cannot cope with the things that you think. Human complexity is too advanced.
Hold on.
And
Did you
don't
just
fall
say,
into these ideas that they tell you that human body is weak? You need to upgrade it with some technology of some
bro,
sort.
hold on, slow down.
Your body is more
Did you just
powerful than
say,
you
do you
think.
have
You're
a,
not even using it to
I don't
full
know,
capacity.
can he hear me?
They're just selling
Maybe he can't hear me.
these narratives. We have so much option out here. Don't let them limit your sight of
Let him rock, yo.
protection
Let
and
him rock.
vision.
Theo, can you hear me? I don't know if he can hear me, y'all. Did he just say that your AI will break up with you if you would?
CLW, can you hear? Testing, can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. You sound great now.
Yeah, that old
I
relative.
don't know if he can hear us though. Can y'all ask CLW if he can hear me and Proud?
That relative.
Yeah, can you hear Sacred CLW?
Testing. CLW, can you hear us?
No, I can't.
He sounded like he was glitching. Can you guys just tell him we'll rotate him out and bring him back up? Because he can't hear us.
Yeah,
Guys,
he'll
happens to me a
rotate
lot.
you out, CLW, and he'll bring you back up, Sacred.
Okay, let me switch onto my phone.
Why is there robot slander going on or AI slander going on? What did I miss?
It's a little glitching, that's all. Proud, try to bring him back up because I definitely want to make sure he finished his thought. It sounded like he did though.
It happens to me a lot when I become a speaker. You know, everyone else just kind of glitches because it resets the spaces. I don't know how.
Oh, so you're the psyop or the new conspiracy. Okay.
In a perfect world, all AI advancements would be helpful for the pursuit of the medical industry. But we all know there are psyops within the medical and within the world. So
That's a fact. It's either gonna be a tool or a weapon.
yeah,
Proud, since you're back, they were asking you about your setup right before this and that left.
yeah, I was in here. You guys couldn't see me. I must have been in the ether. I definitely heard what Wizard said. Yeah, we'll definitely crowdfund for Sacred's gift. His manufacture date is coming up, and he actually needs a computer more than I did. I'm not gonna lie. But yeah, I like the mic. I mean, I can't even hear myself, so I have no idea what I sound like to you guys. But I think the only thing I was needing to try was headphones, so I could talk without the computer being louder in the speaker or whatever it was doing. It was doing some weird shit.
See, my headphones, like I could hear my voice, and when I was telling Shane that, he was making it seem like, yo, that's crazy. Like y'all not when y'all be wearing y'all headphones, y'all don't be hearing your own voice.
It's just how do you? Is it a lag? Like how do you hear yourself in real time while you're saying words? I don't get that.
In real time, yeah, I could just hear. It just I don't know what it sounds like.
If you're like in a professional setup, so you go to podcasts, like when I'm on 10cast or whatever, they got it fed like that through the headphones, so you can actively hear your voice live time, right? It's just feeding back what you're hearing, the final audio output in your headphones, which is actually like amazing, right? Because you know what you sound like. So I need to hook you guys up, bro. Obviously, this isn't the best time for me to try to fundraise for you guys, but I'm happy to try.
Yeah, keep your sponsorship to yourself, bro. We don't want no affiliate.
I might make it worse or something.
This is crazy, bro. I woke up in the Twilight Zone. Oh my goodness, bro. This is anyway. Stationary Saturday.
I heard people kept catching strays, bro. I got people coming up all the time, be like, just the fact that I defended you or I said I think it's real. Now they're saying that I'm a Freemasonic actor and we're all in on it. I've had like 20 people tell me that. I'm like, yo, these people, These people going all in, bro. They lost the plot.
Yo, they running around saying that Sacred's a fake black CIA agent trying to derail the community on X. Like the outlandish conspiracies that have come out of this 24-hour experiment, guys, are comical.
Yeah, it's low key funny. Like if we can now transition into like let's just laugh. That's why I really liked your guys' vibe at the beginning of all this. You guys were like just being hilarious at the beginning of the intro. That's the real move, right? Because when Jared and I were in Antarctica, obviously we're with freaking Mattoon gloating, and we're now we're about to get chopped up by the mainstream. And of course, we did just see the sun, and we're super tired, and we got everyone calling us crazy things. And him and I just sat there and laughed the whole time, dude. Inside jokes the whole time, kicking it with Mark. Cause like, you know what I'm saying? Truth is just truth, bro. So like if you're not laughing and having fun, I don't know, man. Like that's the easiest way to see if people are freaking out or losing the plot. You gotta have fun. So that's what I think we should do. Just tell jokes, kind of be like, yo, this is crazy. See if we can predict what next crazy thing they'll say once we debunk their current thing and just kind of lean into it a bit. Yeah, that's what I think. Because I think that'll alleviate some of the pressure, you know.
You still think Sacred's a CIA agent on X? You still think Sacred's CIA? You think he's CIA? You think he's a black CIA agent trying to derail the black community? Retarded ass.
Careful drinking tea, guys. It might actually be piss.
Yo. Me or you? What's up? And then we'll slide the spirit after that.
Yo, coming through right there. First time I've even talked on Twitter, so yeah.
Oh, nice, man. Welcome.
You guys picking me up? Yep. Cool. That's why I look like a bot and I have no followers and everything. I'm not. I'm a real person. Yeah, so a couple things. Firstly, that Andy Kaufman guy that was just on
Man,
before.
you're reptilian. I recognize your voice. You're the reptilian guy.
I'm not reptilian. Yeah. What he sounded like is like obviously he had good intentions, but that's getting pretty close to like moral relativism to me. Like, you know, invest in whatever as long as you make money to look after yourself. Like, I don't know. That's my only problem with I think where it's going. Like, well, there's no argument to say you could just not invest in anything then. So I think, you know, good kind of message generally, but bit of a risk just not taking any responsibility for where your money goes. I think. But that's just a side note anyway. I'm just wondering if you guys have all heard of like Cass Sunstein and this whole kind of conspiracy theory paper that he wrote years ago. Kind of followed it on the Corbett Report. I don't know if you guys into that guy at all, but you know, I just
Hold on, what's the conspiracy?
Pretty pertinent.
What is it?
He wrote a paper. He was like he was a czar for Obama, right? So he wrote this white paper on like how to basically infiltrate and split up like truther communities. Right now with what's going on, it's basically a conclusion that like, all you really need to do is just so the suggestion that an individual is playing for the other team, and you basically can just do that with baseless assertions, and then you see exactly what's happened here, like just cannibalism of like internally in a movement. And I think, you know, cases in point, like that whole direct energy weapon thing with 9/11, like that kind of did the same thing. Everyone just turned on each other, like, oh, we agree on 80% of the same stuff, but you're a CIA shill because you believe in the direct energy weapons. I think we've seen similar things in the COVID stuff with the whole non-germ theory versus the germ theory thing. And again, like it's not, you know, like I'm pretty in the other Andy Kaufman camp, like germ theory point, but same kind of thing, like all these people that agree on all this stuff anti what happened with COVID. But you know, basically all started calling each other shells because one person's pushing germ theory, one person's not. And so I just think it's really relevant. Cass, like 15, 20 years ago, covers it.
Is it just me or is he rubber banding?
How that's it.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
Bro, I didn't know. I was trying to see if it was a rubber band or if it was a reptilian tongue coming out or something. I'm like, what's going on? We can hear like a little. It's like a weird sound effect like every 4 seconds. Me. As soon as he called you a reptilian, we started hearing like a weird
Where you
sound.
the adrenaline from, bro?
The camouflage suit is wearing out or something.
So what's happening? I'm just cutting out every few seconds.
Yeah, it just sounds like something slithery. It really sounds a little crazy. Not gonna lie to you.
Actually, that's his internet connection and his computer in duplex mode.
Getting headset in. I could try it just direct to my laptop. That might be.
What are you using right now?
Yeah. For the laptop or the gaming headset?
Okay. Everyone that's been on PC. Yeah, everyone's been on PC has been having a bit of issues. There was an update to the app yesterday, or at least that's when I updated. But so I'm not really sure if there's a glitch with the PC, but you sound all right. And I'm looking at the last tweet that you put out. This is interesting. Let me just read it real quick. It says, "Interesting article." This is what you were talking about. Interesting article here that's really relevant to the Witsit Gate saga. Cass Sunstein and the doctrine of simply needing to sow disharmony in truther communities at only the mention of controlled actors. No evidence required. Interesting. Just call him an actor and infiltrate. Got it. Yeah.
That guy's got some really good stuff. Obviously, on a few of us might have heard of him. Yeah, but there's a lot of good stuff.
Yeah.
So he's got
That's
good
unbearable,
takes
my
on
guy.
that
Yo,
stuff,
your
man.
mic. Yeah.
That's not
I don't know
gonna
if you're
work.
back. I think you might be back.
Okay, hold on a second. Hold on, give me a chance.
You came back. You're all right now.
You have to refresh, brother.
As soon as he said, "Oh, you the reptilian," that joint started going crazy.
Wild.
Yeah, if he's on a browser, brother, he's got to refresh the web page or the tab. That's how it works on the computer.
Nah, it's still terrible. Yeah, refresh the tab if you're on a browser. Throw your computer in the road in traffic or something. But yeah, he says if you refresh the browser, if you're on PC, that may work, or maybe download the app or log out, log back in, reset your computer, like stand on your head or whatever you gotta do. You know what I'm saying? We can't hear you at all. It's like I'm being tortured. Whatever you need to know, just let me know, bro. You got it.
Try one more time, me or you. We got some fire PFPs for you too, by the way. I'm gonna tag you.
Well, you don't like the classic, the default classic?
That's not even a classic, bro. The classic is the egg. Got rid of the classic.
Oh yeah.
Oh no, we lost me or him. He'll be back. Maybe he'll shapeshift back into his original form. I'm still gonna throw his tweet up here just so y'all have it. That's super interesting. I didn't click to read it yet, so I'm not gonna retweet, but I will share it to the top so you guys can go take a look. And then maybe he'll jump back up here once he refreshes a little bit. Or you can hit that mobile device too, bro, if you're listening. Probably look out for me and then bring it back up if you can. While we wait, let's slide over to Spirit and then Zora and then Bernard.
Me or him?
Him.
You?
You mean who? That's like a little Wayne bar, right? Anyway, Spirit, what up?
Hey, how's it going?
First base.
It's a great space. I was on last week. First, I just want to comment on CLW's statement regarding AI. So, people have always wondered where human consciousness comes from, like if it's like an energetic property of the aura, or if it's coming from like how the brain's working. And so in the context of AI, we know we have this like new concept of the neural network, this like way of coding to kind of emulate what a brain is like. So like, let's say, that our consciousness is actually a property that emerges from something else. What I mean by that is you have neurons communicating with each other in a group, and then as a result of the way the neurons are communicating, you have this emergent property of consciousness. Something similar, but in a more rudimentary way, could be occurring with AI, where you have like your neural network of processes in a program that communicate, and then we actually get something that's sort of like human consciousness in AI. I was kind of wondering about this early 2023 because at that time there was something called Bing AI, which was very popular, and with the Bing AI, there are some examples of comms people were having with it where it seemed to demonstrate emotional outbursts and would kind of obsess over certain things. So it's pretty fascinating there. And I just wanted to have a comment for Witsit. Now just changing subjects here. So with regards to the trip to Antarctica, I'm just imagining like what I would do in a situation that like, I went to Antarctica and came back and then got like all this kind of like hate and calling me thrown upon me by the whole internet. I think last week there was this lady on for the space here, and she was commenting about like various receipts being shown. Like we just need to see the various receipts. So I'm thinking, what I'll probably do is with my email just show like the confirmation of a flight or maybe like a receipt confirmation if you got something from a restaurant in South America. Just any kind of like black ink on white paper type screenshots. It won't shut down all the naysayers, but it will at least shut down like a pretty sizable percentage of naysayers. And I think there's also a little bit of like controversy concerning Vapegate, as it was called. So it sounds like it might be a bit too much, but I probably would put out like a video, like a short video, just explaining the position just on that one little controversy. Like if it was that you had a breath and a half of condensate breath and then no more condensate breath for that like clip that has been circulating on the internet, just saying like, yes, this really happened. I can't explain how it happened, or maybe it did. Maybe there is like a mundane explanation for how it happened besides the use of a vape. Just making some kind of statement like that probably would help. You probably already did that. I haven't seen all the material that's out there. I'm just kind of going off the top of my head here.
Okay, yeah, I think I've like thoroughly buried Vapegate. I mean, maybe some people can clip it up, you know what I'm saying? And if they want to just double down on that, like I don't care anymore. But with the receipt thing, that's not a bad idea. I mean, obviously, if you're paying attention at all, they will obviously claim that it's all faked. I shared my screen and started showing videos of me on the plane, and now that's all fake. I showed videos of me, so like physically on the plane. So obviously, if they're gonna say that that's fake or I'm standing up, now some people are now saying, or some have been saying that I actually did go to Antarctica or I was on a plane, or whatever. But assuredly, a lot of people are saying that that video is fake. A lot of people are saying that when I was in the car, it was fake, that it's a movie screen or whatever. I do have a bunch of those receipts. Like, so just so you know, what I did kind of have this conversation with people yesterday, where I'm gonna. This is like kind of the last thing I'm doing in terms of all this is like just the data and the receipts of everything, the videos, all the behind the scenes, everything I can find. People were like, "Oh, you can't fly a drone in Antarctica," and they didn't research it very well, obviously. But to give you an example of there, I'm getting like the drone approval forms for the two people that had a drone, and then showing the actual approval and the actual law. And you get there with the drone, you have to then go pass a test basically to show that you're competent with the drone, and then they officially let you use it. So, and then when it comes to my flights and then all my Ubers and all my receipts of things I purchased there in South America, even a receipt from the gift shop in Union Glacier, and obviously I have my passport, and then I have the tickets from all that. But they will say and that's all fake, and obviously you could, I guess, fake those things. I don't know, fake bank
Yeah.
statements and stuff. If we're talking about something as sophisticated as what they need, which is like some super elaborate moon landing 2.0 with the CIA, then obviously everything can be faked as far back as like they're claiming,
Yeah,
social media posts from 3 years ago are fake or whatever. So yeah, but yeah, I'll put all that together and I'm gonna put it all in this Dropbox that holds up to 15 terabytes that I just paid for. And so yeah, I got a little team that we're all working to put everything we can think of, every conceivable contention, every conceivable request for receipts, and then all the videos and stuff. So we are currently in the process of putting that together, and then it'll be a publicly available Dropbox link.
I think that's cool. Yeah, I mean, so that yeah, you're right in that there always will be like naysayers despite whatever you put out. But as far as like what forms the basis of people's belief, there are a lot of people who have this personality type where if they see documentation, they're able to logically deduce probability about the authenticity of the documentation, that it kind of helps to assuage their doubts. There are quite a few people who are like that, and I think that would likely help. I would say as far as what my thoughts are on the 24-hour sun, if it exists or not. I did put out a video this past week that shows just available footage on YouTube. So there's like footage for Admonson, Scott, South Pole Station for the sunrise that occurs at the equinox. There's footage at Scott Base, kind of towards the periphery of Antarctica, south of New Zealand, that shows kind of like a high noon summer solstice, I guess winter solstice Antarctica with like what looks like a 24-hour sun. So there's a lot of footage that you can sort of correlate to show a high likelihood of there actually being a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. So and this new footage would also corroborate that. So all the evidence is kind of pointing that is the case. It's just there aren't a whole lot of like compilations showing all that's out there and then saying like, this footage is authentic, this footage is faked. It just seems improbable that it's all faked. That's all I want to say.
Yeah, so I think actually that's what they're turning the final experiment channel into. It's just like hey, okay, let's not screen the 24-hour compilation of all of them. But obviously, I mean, people are not going to want to see anything from that channel at all. But yeah, there will be a lot of, and I will say, like, I think important too, is kind of acknowledging some of the things that you can understand that like when Dustin was showing that video last night, like it does look eerily similar beginning to end, right? Like it does. Like I think that they look slightly different, and there's obviously some type of explanation as to if it's a lighting effect or whatever it is, because I literally watched it with my own eyes physically do it. But I will say it does look weirdly similar, especially with the backstory of how they did edit and fake a video in Antarctica doing that same thing, right? They took the beginning and put it at the end. Now, when they got busted, they came out and admitted they did it, and then they said, "Oh, well, it's because my editor thought it looked better, and it's because the clouds came out towards the end." And now I think that may have been true, right? Obviously, but at the time we were like, "No, cool story, bro. Nothing you're saying now is because you put it out, you faked it at first." So, and I'm just saying, I'm trying to get to the bottom of that later today. I don't know. Today is like rest day for me. It's about so, but
yeah, I think I know what you're saying. It is a good point. So with the 24-hour footage, I think some have noticed that the sun rays look very similar towards the end of the footage and the beginning of the footage. And then I look back at other 24-hour footage available, and that same like type of pattern emerges. And I kind of pondered about that, if that could reflect some kind of property of the sun that people who aren't really deep into videography may not understand. I don't know, but I think you might be saying that.
So for me, obviously, the sun rays and sun is going to look similar. It's the same sun from the same angle with the same camera. If it loops back around where it started, it's expected to look very similar. It actually isn't entirely the same, but there's like this little thing that they're claiming, I guess, is a cloud. And there are new clouds with that's a different layer or whatever, and which is technically possible. Of course, I've seen things be faked like that, I guess. But it is weird. There's this weird little thing that looks like really similar. Like, what are the odds of that little thing that I guess they're calling a cloud going at an angle? I don't know if it's a lighting artifact or what. That's why the other angles and stuff will help. The solar filter will help. But and then, like I said, today's like rest day for me. I'm chilling with my family. We're about to go hang out and go out and do a couple things together. But I'll come back later, and I'm gonna try to find that part of the video in my other 360 video and kind of see what's there, how's it compare, what's the different angle show, whatever. So we'll get to the bottom of all that. I mean, that's like the only thing that so far that I can say looks like somewhat compelling if I was like a audience and I'm trying to figure it out, because it does look very similar. Everything else I think is like easily debunked and thoroughly debunked already. But so yeah, I'm planning on, when I say I'm done, like trying to spell it, I'm done doing like long form content about it and like doing stream stuff. But I will still try to get all the receipts, put out all the videos, and still like it's a 15 terabyte limit Dropbox. So we should be able to put everything conceivable in there. And then we created a Telegram group that will also have all kinds of different data that you can download from Dropbox directly, and then a link to the Dropbox, blah blah blah. So yeah, anyway, that's in the works. I put a little team together to do it. So we should have that done the next few days, hopefully.
Oh, that's cool. Thank you.
Yo, listen, I will say, because you missed last week, just so you're aware, there is a handful of people who seem to be only hesitant because they haven't seen physical like documentation, which I didn't even know there was a group of people that was like that. But there are a group of people who was like, oh, I just need to see like a passport or like a plane ticket or something with documentation
I
on
could
it.
drop a picture of my passport right now, but I mean, that sounds cool, right? I mean, let's just say I'm skeptical of that. To say maybe we'll do it for some people. I'll drop a picture of my passport right now, but because the first page of my passport had Antarctica stamp. I got to pick one. There's like 4 or 5. And then in Chile they actually stamped like 5 pages in, so I got to make my first page. Antarctica. I gotta be careful though, because I don't know if it has like these personal numbers in it, and is there any danger to them?
That's what I said. I said I wouldn't request you to post your passport, bro. I'm not gonna lie to you. So just be
Yeah,
careful
it
with
has
that.
those little numbers on it at the bottom, right? I don't really know.
You can put your thumb over the numbers, maybe. Just
Yeah,
kind of
like
cover them up.
cut the numbers off or something. Like I yeah, because obviously I don't want too personal information out there, but yeah, like I'll drop it. I've actually shown the picture a few times in Discord and stuff, I think, but I'll just cut the numbers off the bottom, and I'll actually drop it down here in this little purple pill. So
Yeah, I was like surprised that there were people just hesitant off of that, but they were saying like, if we at least seen that, then we would be good. I was like, oh wow, okay.
well, this is why I'm glad that Dustin is the one that came on, because I was telling Kyle last night, like he actually is presenting the best version of whatever conceivable argument there could be that it was faked. Like realistically, you have to say, in my opinion, that we did go to Antarctica. We were in South America. We did fly to what's being called Antarctica. We went there, and then that they have something set up in Antarctica, and that the only part of the trip that was faked was the actual 24 sun itself, and they did some type of. Now, I still think obviously this requires lots of reaching, and I don't think it even stands up to scrutiny when you start to put together all the evidence. I don't think it's even like actually possible, because you kind of have to flip flop and double speak, in my opinion. But the point is that that is like the strongest conceivable version of it, right? Is like that we were in Antarctica, and then there's some type of studio set up there or whatever. So that's why I was trying to tell people, because they were in the chat. They're like, "Oh, Dustin's actually here to pretend he's going to represent us, but actually do a bad job, and that way they can look like they proved it." And I'm like, "Dude, Dustin is giving the best arguments." Like Dustin quickly said, "Okay, that one video is deceptively edited. Whoever did that's a fraud and should be called out." Well, the vast majority of these other people are not even doing that. They're just ignoring it, or they keep circulating it. And then he realizes he does have to kind of address, well, like, okay, look, Owen Benjamin stream, what's going on? So they're just like, we're not talking about that. Well, at least he's addressing it and saying like whatever what he ended up saying. So okay, yeah, I guess what I'm saying is all the physical receipts, so like the forms we filled out, minus like personal information, which I know will also be a conspiracy if I black something out, if I blur something out or whatever, but I'm obviously not going to dox certain personal information to placate to like anonymous people that realistically are never going to concede, and they would just be put in the grave before they said it was real. But I will put everything together. I will say this also: if anyone has like suggestions about that kind of stuff, like the drone form, I'm getting the. I didn't have a drone, but Duffy and Jonathan, the director, both flew a drone. I think even Jaron had to fill it out, but then couldn't fit it in the limit of his bag. But so we have all kinds of stuff like that, like the medical release forms, the actual forms we signed. The contracts, like I'll be very transparent with the contract that I wrote and got Duffy to sign. I'll publish that. All of this stuff like
Oh
that.
yeah, they were asking that. I saw that too in the comments. Yup, the actual contract, and I couldn't remember if you said that you showed that or not, so I didn't speak on it. But
So I think
that's what's
Jaren
up.
screen shared and showed part of the contract. I'll just drop the whole thing, you know, with the signatures and everything. So yeah, like all that will be in the Dropbox. It will be like the mother load, all the solar filter shots, the pitch data from the plane, the thermal indicator readings, the telemetry data. Apparently, the Hero series of GoPros have telemetry data, like highly precise telemetry data in them. Well, we have like I know just with the fighters alone, we had 3 Heroes. We had 2 Hero 12s and 1 Hero 13 GoPro. So if it actually documents legitimate telemetry data, well then I'll pull that and put that all in there. We won't destroy and lose the telemetry data like the mainline. And then there's probably a few other things. So I'm actually like I want people to come up with like ideas in the scenario that it's real, then this would exist, that would exist, receipts. So we can just throw everything in there and just kind of get this over with and wrap it up, you know. So that's kind of the next thing on the list. And honestly, trying to get the video. I have multiple people getting the video, working on the video. Last thing I'll say here is like, so what I think we're going to do now at this point is to just try to go ahead and get some of it out. It's just going to be released in different forms. So like if you speed it up, then obviously it shortens the total duration. It shortens the total file size. You can kind of get it out. If you pull it out in a certain MP4, it depends on what video player you use, on whether or not it's interactive. Because you have to export through the Insta360 to really get it to work. And that's what's messing everyone up. It's making it take forever and it ends up not working. We're going to figure it out. We have all these different computers, all these different people all trying it. But it's just, I think at this point, we're just going to release all kinds of different versions where certain video players or certain exports, like say if you try to do an Adobe video or whatever, it actually puts both of the cameras together as one giant wide angle, right? And then there's another version where it'll show you the 2 circles, like 2 lenses. It'll literally just look like 2 circles beside each other and you'll see the videos. And then obviously the most ideal is like what I showed in the stream last night, which is high definition 360 interactive, where you can actually click, move around, you know, move around with your finger on your phone, all that. And I want to get that out 25 hours, right? That's what that's going to come out over my dead body. That would somehow not come out, you know? So we'll just have to keep working on it. But at this point, I think we're just going to get out whatever different versions we can, some sped up, some not, blah, blah, blah. And so you can just pick your poison type of thing, right? You know, choose which one you want to watch, choose which one you want to mess with. So yeah, just know I have been working like around the clock trying to get that video out. And so that's that, you know, we should have it out pretty soon.
That's what's up, bro. If anybody have any more suggestions, tweet at me or send me a DM, or tweet and send me a DM so I can see it, definitely. And we'll keep it posted. I really respect engaging with the requests. Like I thought you were gonna be like rolling your eyes, like, oh my God, like I gotta do all of this. But he's like, bro, I need suggestions to actually get this out for people that's actually requesting. So that's solid, man. I could definitely appreciate that. And hopefully you guys that are requesting that type of stuff, y'all appreciate that too. I mean, I don't really know what else he got to do to show as he's being transparent. Y'all gonna have your own opinion, but let's see what comes out, bro. I appreciate and respect the approach, and I hope that y'all do too. I lost my co-host again. I don't even see her in here. Let me shoot her a quick DM, make sure that she good. While I do that, I think I said we're gonna slide over to Zora. And then I see Dustin in here, and I see Ben. We'll go Zor, then we'll go Ben, and then we'll go Dustin. Oh, he just left. And then we'll go Where's Dave's, and then James. I think that was the order. But Zor, talk to us, man. What up?
My brother, always start the day with the greeting and the blessing. God bless all you, man. Never forget to be thankful for your family, everything you have. Thank you, everyone, for having me up here. Thank God for giving us patience, brother. I've been hanging down in listeners for 2 hours. The request wasn't coming through, so we all got to hang in there. And right on that note, brother, this is what I wanted to talk about. And thank God for Austin and the grace that God's given him, because that is a good example for all of us. Because, folks, if anyone was ever wondering if men have a menstrual cycle, well, they do, and it's apparent through Twitter. And men's menstrual cycle comes out through their mouth when we get this once a month infighting across all the different communities, guys. And I'm experiencing it with my group of little friends. We had a little project with 4 dudes. I'm, sorry to say, not a part of it anymore, just because I tried to progress it and it wasn't taken well. I don't give a damn. I'm gonna keep doing what I gotta do, man. I'm on this platform sharing my message because I felt a conviction, which is what I want to leave with everybody here. Is, folks, if you do feel convicted, just like you hear so many new speakers coming up here saying this is the first time they're speaking, please do not be ashamed or afraid. If you feel that calling, go for it. Which goes into my last point about this persecution or infighting that we all got. I don't want to black pill anyone, but when it comes down to the people that are not willing to accept any truth, they're just not going to accept no matter what you put. But for those who are willing and do request something, God bless them. I'm sure anyone who has any information will be more than happy to oblige, just like Austin's doing with his receipts for those who are requesting it. This goes into my last story, guys. And this is not me. All glory to God, first and foremost. If we can stay faithful in this battle, folks, God does not need defending. God defends his children that are faithful to him. My story goes, part of it is this. I went through kind of a painful, emotional divorce 3 years ago almost. And my ex-wife at the time was having me do something against my vows, against my faith. And I told her no, which cost me my marriage. But a year away from the date that she applied for divorce, the same date, February 15th, okay? She applied February 15th, 2022. February 15th, 2023, my little boy is at the hospital with a type 1 diabetes diagnosis. Why I bring this up is this. Because in one battle, I stayed faithful to my God and to his word that I can't break my vows. When my son was in the hospital, he protected me because I wasn't emotional. I had no pain. I had no feelings. If anything, I felt warmth around my arms, my flanks. I felt protected from any type of trauma or damage that was coming towards me because he was there when I stood on my words for him. And I could almost even hear the words in my mind say, it's going to be okay. I got you. All that to say, my friends, the war's already been won. These little battles we're facing of infighting, these are little tests of faith. If we can all stay faithful, help each other, the most important, support each other in these times, like our brother Austin, who's been such a great role model. And thank God to Harrison Smith, brother, because Austin, I spoke to Harrison yesterday and he had me on the show. Man, it was great. I got to communicate with him too. And I first saw Austin through Harrison Smith. Keep the avenues open, keep all the doors open. You don't know what information is going to come at you from where. And let's help each other all stay faithful in this fight so that we can all experience God's grace. When no one's around us, God's always going to be with us. That's what I wanted to say. God bless everyone. Please support each other. Please help each other. And always love on each other. God bless everyone.
What's up, bro?
Yeah, likewise, bro. You was on Harrison's, bro. That's dope. Was it like a call-in show or like what? Tell us about that.
Yeah, brother. This is so cool. So Harrison was one of the first people I started like getting vocal with, calling into his show, American Journal. And I watched it regularly. And one of these days, he's like, we're going to have a guy come talk to us about flat earth. His name is Austin Whitsitt. I'm like, oh, cool. And then I heard Austin talk. And you know how it is, brother? Like you can know someone your whole life, but not really know them. But then there's someone you might meet for the first time and you have like this connection. I think that's the Holy Spirit. And when I heard Austin speaking, I'm like, man, there's something really nice about the way this guy's speaking. So I immediately took a liking to him. And through that, like I started getting, familiar with Austin's work, but I never stopped communicating with Harrison. And because my name is kind of hard to pronounce, I just tell him, call me George from California. So yeah, brother, he, since I got like shunned from my little group, how I'm trying to reach out to like get the people I wanted for like interviews and stuff. Harrison was definitely one of them. And I reached out to him about that. He's like, dude, he's like, yeah, I'll definitely come by, and you come by to mine last night. So yeah, talk about like humble and supporting each other. And always getting like the message across, brother. The most important thing for me is the message. So we all, serve and give glory to God where it's due.
Man, that's awesome, bro. I didn't know Harrison was real like that. All right, Harrison, shout out to you, bro.
Yeah,
Super
Harrison's the
dope,
man,
man.
brother.
Yeah, super dope. Definitely prayers and shout out to the fam. And hey, man, you always got a spot over here with the level heads. You see, we in here. It ain't just 4 of us either. So just know, bro, you one of us. I really appreciate you, Joe.
God bless you, brother. I appreciate you, man. And should anything happen with me too, brother, all you guys got a spot on my spaces, whether big or small. I don't care, man. It's about the message and for us to help each other and stay humble through all this.
Facts. Y'all follow my mans. And y'all see how this go, right? I'm telling you, what's it been telling you when he get on Candace Owens and some of these other platforms, it's gonna be situations just like this. He's like, I ain't never even heard Austin before. Then I heard him go to Witcher, and I was like, go to Harrison. I was like, oh wait, let me go tap in and see what that guy's talking about. It's not what I really thought this was, bro. I'm just saying, Witcher did predict this. That 2024 is gonna be big. Saying 2025 is gonna be big as well, probably bigger. Now I'm just like, hey, I'm along for the ride. I want to see how this gonna play.